I know that name all too well. Ever since his sister died, he went totally off the rails. A swordmaster trapped in his own darkness, eventually turning into a total lunatic. You'd think he's just some psycho patient, but nah, that's the trash prodigal son of Count Berium, a total loser. Gislan, the guy the whole world looks down on. Yet here he is built like a tank, looking like he's cosplaying a polar bear. Getting absolutely wrecked by Gislan, beat to a pulp. Watching him walk over the dude's salty as hell blood boiling with pure hate. But when Gislan spoke, oh, that made him lose it even more. You're pretty warm, huh? Gislan's smirked voice, ice cold. I spent a fortune setting this trap up. Then he just slowly walked toward him. Every step felt heavy, like crushing the air itself. Gislan looked down on him, eyes sharp as daggers, like he was looking at actual trash. Voice dripping with disgust, he asked, You like that? The guy bit his lip hard. Couldn't hide the rage anymore. He roared, You're that trash Gislan. Wait, does this mean you knew my plan all along? Gislan chuckled cold as the night wind. Since you're such a nice guy, I'll answer that for you. Right before you die. He looked him dead in the eye, voice calm but terrifying. Of course that's not all. I know way more. How many of you there are who the spies are, and exactly who helped you power up? To me, you guys are just a bunch of clowns. Hearing that, the dude froze, eyes wide, pure terror. He couldn't believe it. No way I kept my ace hidden. He screamed, losing his mind. How could a useless piece of trash like you pull this off? Gislan didn't let him finish. Stomp. Kicked his face in like he was crushing a bug. He scoffed, Shut your mouth. Then he ripped off the mask. Face reveal time. Sharp features, eyes burning with pure determination. Invade as many times as you want, Gislan stated coldly. I'll win this fight, the next one, and every single one after that. I'm winning it all. He grinned like a total maniac, but the aura absolute dominance. Smirking, he added, You know why. Because I already know every move you're going to make. To get to this moment, I had to go back 1 year into the past. Kingdom of Lutania near the Berium territory. Inside a small tent, a guy wakes up gasping for air, like he just lived through a horrific nightmare. It's Gislan. He's alive, even though a minute ago he was dying on a bloody battlefield. He bit his lip, cursing, damn it. In that final battle, he was forced to kneel. A redhead stood over him. Izun, smirking, enjoying seeing Gislan completely defeated. So this is how it ends, he mocked. Gislan Berium, the king of mercenaries. One of the strongest on the continent defeated. That arrogant face belonged to one of the 7 strongest. The noble knight raised an eyebrow, mocking him. Any last words? Gislan looked up, eyes sharp, and just scoffed. Too bad I couldn't finish my revenge. Die, you sick bastard. Izun clicked his tongue. Arrogant to the end, huh? He didn't realize Gislan was the eldest son of the fallen Berium family. Turns out he left home after his sister died. Gislan was shocked. How do you know that you're not even from this kingdom? Izun just shrugged. Of course I know. I did my homework on you. After all, I'm one of the people who helped the Delphine family destroy your clan. Those words hit Gislan like a truck. Wait, there were others behind it besides the Delphines. Seeing the rage in Gislan's eyes, Izun smiled. You're dying anyway. No point explaining more. Just accept it. Gislan screamed, struggling in despair. Bastard, I'll never forgive you, but his broken body wouldn't move. Izun scoffed. Sure. Swish. The sword swung down. Blood everywhere. Snapped back to reality. Gislan rushed to the mirror, touching his neck. Izun definitely chopped his head off, but it's still attached. Was it all a hallucination, he mumbled? He looked younger. His body felt strong, full of energy. Or am I dreaming? Did those arrogant mages catch me for their twisted experiments? He gritted his teeth. If I'm alive, they're going to regret it, suddenly from outside. A scream ripped through the air. Gislan spun around. Ricardo, a face he knew. He ran in, hesitating. Master, please come out. I know you're awake. Freeze. A cold blade was already at his throat. Ricardo was shaking like a leaf. Gislan's voice was dark. Answer my question and I might let you live. If not, his eyes were murderous, ready to eat him alive. Ricardo broke into a cold sweat, stuttering, Why, young master? Don't you think this is a bit much? Gislan froze, totally confused. What kind of reaction is that? Wait, wasn't he just being threatened? He bit his lip, asking, What the hell are you saying? Ricardo slapped his hand away, looking totally fed up. You got so pissed earlier, you just passed out. Gislan was shook. Huh, I did that. Ricardo scoffed. Did you sleep your brain away or something? You were raging about leading the orc raid squad, remember? Orcs. Gislan frowned. A bad feeling crept up. Me angry. What kind of nonsense is that? Ricardo sighed, not bothering to argue. Just pack your stuff already. Everyone's waiting. Gislan looked blank. Pack what? Where are we going? Ricardo pouted, where to the Terrium territory, obviously. That hit Gislan like a truck. He grabbed Ricardo's shoulders and roared. Say that again. Ricardo was confused. Whoa, why are you tweaking? Gislan kept pressing. You mean the ruined Terium territory. A moment later, he stepped outside, scanning everything. No way, it's actually Terium. But how is it still standing? Didn't he see it turn to ash? Is this a dying hallucination? Just then, Ricardo whispered in his ear, Did you have a nightmare or something? Calling our clan ruined if the Count hears that you're getting kicked out. Gislan froze, then pinched his cheek. It actually hurts. He almost groaned. So it's real. His face is younger, and the territory is still here. Gislan really went back to the past, back when he hated his family, letting childish emotions cause endless trouble. Everyone eventually turned their backs on him. Gislan ran away, became a mercenary, survived countless battles, and built a name for himself. By the time he returned to Terium to atone, the clan was already destroyed. But now everything is still here. Everyone he loves is still alive. The more he thought about it, the more hyped he got, covering his mouth and giggling like a maniac. But he couldn't celebrate yet. He glanced at Ricardo, remembering the orc raid. That day, most of the army got wiped out because of his stubbornness. In his past life, Gislan thought there were only 3 easy orcs. Reality, over 20 of them showed up. And the squad got wrecked because he had 0 command experience. While he was lost in thought, something whizzed right past his head. Gislan jumped as smashed wood slammed into the ground. Soldiers screamed, Orcs! The orcs are here. The monsters rushed in, slaughtering everyone without mercy. The camp defense collapsed instantly. Just then a shout rang out, Get in formation. Don't panic. Defensive formation, Skoven, the scout leader, charged into battle. But there were way more enemies than reported, and they weren't ready. At this rate, the whole squad is cooked. While Skoven was dazed, a voice shouted, Commander, behind you. He turned to see an orc slashing down. In that split second, Gislan dashed in, grabbed Skoven's shoulder, and threw him back. Skoven was stunned, but what happened next was even crazier. Gislan charged in, solo stabbed the orc's wrist, twisted the blade, and severed its hand. The giant orc roared in pain and crashed to the ground. Skovan and the soldiers just stood there, jaw dropped. Gislan retracted his sword and sighed with regret. Guess I can't use mana yet. Wish I'd come back a bit sooner. He turned to Skoven, asking coldly, You're the commander, right? Skoven trembled, still confused. Gislan held out his hand. Voice sharp. Hand it over. Skoven stuttered. Hand what over? Gislan narrowed his eyes. Command rights. Seeing Skoven freeze, Gislan repeated himself. Give. Me. Command. That finally snapped Skoven back to reality. He cursed silently in his head. He knew the kid was an idiot, but demanding command while soldiers' lives were on the line, that's just wrong. He refused flat out. No way. That left Gislan standing there totally dumbfounded. Skoven got up from the ground and said calmly, Do you think this is a game? Even if you're the young master, I can't just hand over command like that. Gislan watched him walk away, feeling a bit salty. So annoying. Though honestly, he'd do the same thing if some moron suddenly showed up demanding to lead. While they were arguing, another orc charged in. Skoven immediately shoved him back. I'll handle this. You're still too green to lead an army. Gislan sighed, helpless. Well, guess I have no choice then. As soon as he spoke, he threw his sword. Skovan, scared out of his mind, scrambled to dodge. Once the sword flew past, he spun around, grabbed Gislan's collar, and yelled, What the hell do you think you're doing? Gislan was spouting nonsense, making Skoven furious. But it didn't take long for him to realize something. Gislan's sword was buried straight in that orc's skull. Its eyes bulged in pain before it collapsed dead on the spot. Skoven stared blankly. How did he hit its weak point like that? Then Gislan spoke up. Skoven. Yeah, you know what matters most in a fight. If the troops are scared stiff, we have 0 chance of winning. We need a spark. In that split second, Skovan saw Gislan change. He couldn't even process what was happening. Gislan rushed forward. No wasted movement. He leaped up, boom, drove his sword right into the orc's skull. The soldiers were shook. Even Skovan was frozen in place. Gislan didn't care about their reaction. Eyes full of malice, he stared down the orcs and roared, Come at me, you filth. I'll kill every last one of you. He didn't wait. He charged the rest of the pack. Strike after strike, dropping them one by one. Skovan just watched, totally spaced out. He wondered if he was dreaming. Even as a mana user, he couldn't pull off moves like that. How could a frail young master do this? You could tell Gislan was exhausted just by looking at him. But he was using the tiniest movements to dodge attacks, weaving in his swordsmanship, to strike their weak points, like a sword master with no aura or maybe something even greater. The thought made Skoven's face go pale, but while everyone was stunned, Gislan was busy taunting the remaining orcs. He scoffed. Is that it? You lot don't deserve to call yourselves warriors. And just like that, the whole pack chased after him. Ricardo panicked, shouting, "They're all chasing the young master. Is he running away?" Suddenly, Scovan stepped forward, startling the soldiers behind him. Ignoring the calls from behind, Scovan was lost in thought. What is Gislan thinking? Charging the orcs to draw aggro was smart, but now he's running straight for the cliff. Suddenly it clicked. He realized the plan, and panic immediately washed over his face. Scovan spun around and barked orders. Soldiers form a shield wall. He ordered them to follow Gislan. Meanwhile, Gislan had reached the edge of the cliff. He was betting Scovan had figured out the plan if he was actually a skilled commander. He would have preferred to slaughter them all, but his trash stamina couldn't handle it. Still, this was well within Gislan's calculations. With that thought, he threw himself off the cliff. The orcs behind him skidded to a halt, looking totally confused. What game is he playing? Meanwhile, Scovan's troops were already waiting behind them. Gislan smirked, letting his body free fall. He screamed, "Do it now!" Scovan immediately gave the order. Soldiers, push them off the edge. The moment he spoke, the soldiers formed a shield wall and shoved the orcs back without hesitation. Their eyes were filled with determination. Finally, their efforts paid off. The orcs were pushed over the edge. They plummeted from the cliff, turning into a disgusting mash of blood and broken bones at the bottom. Seeing this, the soldiers sighed in relief, cheering, "We did it. We wiped them out." But Scovan stood right at the edge of the cliff and shouted, "Young Master Gislans." Just before falling, he'd stabbed his sword into the rock to hang on, but his strength was completely drained. Scovan saw he was safe and grinned relief, washing over him. He hurriedly reached down to grab him, but Gislan's arm was limp. He let go of the sword hilt and fell. Scovan's face went pale with horror. Screams echoed through the mountains. Hours later in a daze, Gislan heard someone calling his name. A young, innocent voice. He recognized it immediately. It was etched into his memory. Elena, his little sister. Fragmented memories pieced themselves back together, trapping him. He watched the memories swirl around him and sighed. "These are my memories of Elena." Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and pulled him. Gislan turned back to see Elena's panicked face. "Big brother, let's go together." Gislan snapped out of the dream and slowly opened his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling, then at his trembling hand. He let out a sigh. "Alive, looks like they saved him." He quickly sat up. He was still groggy, head spinning, thinking it was a dream. Then sharp pain hit him like needles, waking him up for real. Gislan pursed his lips and muttered, "This is definitely the price for pushing my body to the limit. At least I'm alive." Suddenly a voice spoke up. "Young master, you're awake." Gislan flinched and looked over, spotting a maid walking in. He realized it was Belinda. Belinda slammed the water basin onto the table, her voice dripping with attitude. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? I told you, didn't I? You should have just let the soldiers handle those orcs." She wasn't even done talking yet. But Gislan suddenly rushed over and hugged her tight. Belinda was totally freaked out by this. Her voice trembled. What are you doing?" "Did I do something wrong?" Gislan flashed a beaming smile. "I'm just happy to see you again." Belinda had been his private tutor since he was a kid. She stayed by his side no matter how stupid he acted. But after the Peruan clan burned to ash and she went missing, he never got to see her again. Gislan never thought he'd see her like this. Belinda let him hug her for a bit before asking, "We see each other literally every day. Why are you so happy?" Gislan didn't answer. He was debating whether to tell her the truth. After a long pause, he got serious. "Listen closely. Izun is about to face a massive catastrophe." Belinda looked at him like he was crazy. "What are you talking about?" Gislan took a deep breath and said slowly, "The truth is I died and came back to life." Belinda was speechless. She just sighed. Yeah, sure, those orcs almost killed you, we get it." Seeing her reaction, Gislan panicked and tried to explain. "That's not what I meant." But Belinda wasn't listening. She kept nagging him. "Do you have any idea that the heir of Peruan was in serious danger?" She was yapping like a machine. Gislan couldn't even get a word in. He just had to sit there and take it. She didn't believe a word he said. Suddenly, Belinda went quiet and muttered, "Honestly, what would we do if you were injured for the festival?" That made Gislan jump. Seeing his reaction, Belinda raised an eyebrow. "Did you forget Lady Elena has been dying to go to the festival with you? It's a perfect chance for you two to bond." If she hadn't mentioned it, Gislan would have totally forgotten. This time of year. There was always a festival. In his past life, he never had time to enjoy it because of all the horror he went through. Gislan lowered his voice and asked, "How long until the festival starts?" Belinda thought for a second. "Let's see, the festival is next week, so you have about half a week left." Hearing that, Gislan went silent. 1 week. That was when his life changed forever. While he was thinking, an innocent voice suddenly piped up. "Big brother, Are you in there? Gislan whipped his head toward the door. The memory that haunted him for years came flooding back. The day Elena vanished from this world, but right now she was still alive, standing right there, safe and sound. Gislan couldn't hold it back anymore. He rushed over and squeezed Elena in a tight hug, leaving the poor girl totally confused. Even Belinda was shocked. Elena panicked and yelled, "What's going on? Is this some kind of prank?" Gislan whispered softly. "I missed you." Elena was actually terrified. She shoved him away with both hands, shouting, "Let go of me, you're creeping me out." Talk about a mood killer. Gislan stumbled back, rubbing his chest. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of strength was that? Has she always been this strong? Elena glared at him and said coldly, "Belinda told me to come here. What kind of game are you playing? Do you think acting like this fixes everything?" Gislan was confused. Fix what Elena, totally baffled, repeated the harsh words he used to say. Then she asked, "Did you forget all of that?" Gislan looked like he just stepped in dog poop. He asked, "I actually said that." He wasn't close with Elena. In the past, he really was a piece of trash. Thinking about it, he started apologizing. But hearing him apologize just freaked them out even more. Elena couldn't believe it and yelled, "I heard he got attacked by orcs. Did you get hit in the head? That's karma for you." Gislan tried to explain, "I'm really fine. Why do you guys keep saying I was attacked?" But right as he said it, pain shot through him. Karma strikes again, seeing him like that. Elena couldn't help but giggle. "Right, you're so fine. That's why you passed out." She and Belinda started giggling together. Gislan looked up at them, feeling a warm fuzziness in his chest. Everyone was exactly how he remembered. Why did he waste so much time on useless things in the past for the festival next week? Gislan had refused to go with Elena. Being blamed for the subjugation team's failure had made him angry, and that was the last time he ever saw her. Elena's body was found later torn to pieces, along with her guards. Gislan felt massive regret. He should have gone with her. Just then there was a knock at the door. "Can we come in?" Immediately. Elena's guards, Zama and Philip, walked in. Elena looked at them, confused. "What's going on?" "I told you guys to wait outside, didn't I?" Zama explained, awkwardly. "Sorry, but the servants need you to double-check the festival preparations." "My lady." Hearing this, Gislan got suspicious. Why are they asking? Belinda thought that question made him sound like a total jerk again. One of the girls complained, "You seriously don't know, young master, well, duh. You spend all day goofing off." "I had no clue Virgian was so short-staffed that a noble lady had to get her hands dirty like this." Right after that, Elena headed out with her 2 guards. Gislan frowned slightly. "Are we seriously that desperate for manpower?" Back then, he didn't give a damn about anything, so obviously he had no clue. After a thought, he spoke up, "Let me help." Elena froze in her tracks. She shot a side eye at Gislan. Belinda looked at him like he was a total idiot. She muttered in disbelief, "He wants to help." "No way." Elena's voice trembled. "Did he actually get hit in the head or something?" A bit later at the festival grounds, the moment the locals heard Gislan's voice, they reacted like they'd seen a plague. Everyone was shaking in fear. Gislan and his sister were having a loud argument outside. He wanted to help, but Elena was trying to kick him out. They were causing a scene in the whole market. While bickering with her, Gislan was thinking hard. In the past, Elena's body was found near the slums far away from the festival grounds. Someone must have lured or kidnapped her there. To stop this, he needed to know who was entering and leaving the city right now. Suddenly a scream rang out from behind. The young master snapped out of his thoughts. He spun around, startled, only to see an old man in armor standing there. Covered in sweat, Gislan recognized him. It was Fergus. The moment Fergus saw him, he rushed over and shook him by the shoulders. He asked anxiously, "Are you all right, my lord? Your humble servant rushed here the moment I heard the news about the orcs." Gislan felt totally helpless. Elena, on the other hand, was thrilled she could finally get rid of this nuisance. She quickly said, "He's been acting weird ever since he woke up. Please take him back to his room." Fergus happily accepted the order. "As you wish, my lady." Hearing that Gislan felt even more defeated, this old man was getting in his way again. There was no other choice. He'd figure out what happened next week. Thinking that Gislan stopped resisting, he glanced at Fergus and asked, "Hey, old man, there's an abandoned training ground in the city, right? Take me there." Fergus looked a bit panicked and confused. "But why?" "To train," Gislan answered casually. Fergus looked even more bewildered. He couldn't believe his ears. What did he just say? A while later, at a castle outside the market, Fergus had led Gislan to the spot. Looking at the spacious grounds in front of him, he was stunned. He exclaimed, "This is way better than I thought. It was the perfect place for him to train." He'd never seen anything like this when he was a mercenary. Just as he said, the weapons here were fully stocked and brand new. Walking beside him, Fergus explained, "We kept it maintained, just in case you needed it. I always believed you'd come here one day." "Young master." Hearing those words, Gislan remembered something. So did he do this in my past life, too. The more he thought about it, the more of a scumbag he felt like. Thinking that Gislan walked over, patted Fergus on the shoulder and sighed, "I need to live a long life. Trust me, old man, dying sucks." This is Fergus was a bit confused. "You're acting as if you've already died once, my lord." Nodding calmly, Gislan winked. "Sharp. You're real sharp." "I died and regressed." That's what he said, but unfortunately Fergus didn't believe a word of it. He sighed helplessly. "Anyway, you can head back now, old man. I'm going to start training." Fergus immediately bowed. "I will stand guard outside." Gislan watched him leave, his heart filled with regret. He used to treat everyone like an enemy. He was so shallow back then. Every single one of them was actually so good to him. So now that he's back, he definitely won't let history repeat itself. In the past timeline, 1 week from now, Elena's death was blamed on the neighboring lord. Because of that, Verjun went to war and fell into ruin. Elena's death was the trigger for the family's total collapse, which means Gislan needs to fix this from the root. First step, get stronger. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time, but at the very least, he had to control mana. Mana, the extraordinary energy that lets humans break their limits. Everyone says sensing mana is the hardest part, but Gislan had mastered it even in the middle of a chaotic battlefield. He needed to connect with the mana particles in the air and spin them into a solid core. For someone like him, someone who survived thousands of battles, creating a mana core was a piece of cake. But if that was all he did, he'd never become one of the 7 great powers. Using the method from a magic tome he obtained, plus the human body's natural mana core, he could create 2, maybe even 3 cores, linking the cores together to generate an explosive power source. But the moment he formed the 3rd core, his body hit its limit. Blood started leaking from his eyes and nose. He sighed. 3 is my limit. Even though he could make 5 in his past life, Gislan spat out a mouthful of blood. This technique allows a person to generate explosive power for a short burst, but it burns through a massive amount of mana. That's exactly why he lost to Izun in his past life. That guy attacked with a squad of knights right when Gislan ran dry. If it had been a fair one-on-one, he would have wrecked him. It was an unstable technique, sure, but for now it was enough. Gislan was young and he had plenty of time. This time he'd definitely crush that bastard Izun and the scumbag controlling the Delphine family from the shadows. Gislan vowed to slaughter every single one of the scumbags who destroyed the Tergian territory. His eyes were bloodshot teeth, grinding in pure rage. 1 week later, the day of the festival arrived. Fresh from training, Gislan strapped on his belt and geared up fully armed for the battle coming tonight. Right after, he headed to the fair alone. Spotting him, Elena literally couldn't believe her eyes. She called out in confusion, "You actually showed up. What is going on? You never do stuff like this." Gislan shrugged it off coolly. "As a citizen of Persian, I gotta at least make an appearance at the festival, right?" Elena frowned at him. "You're acting super weird. I heard you've been training all week." Gislan scoffed a little. "What's wrong with the heir of a knight family getting some training in?" Elena giggled, teasing him. "You never cared about that stuff before. You're the one who called Dad annoying and said you wished you could be the Lord right now." Still, she was actually really happy to see him change like this. Skipping along happily, she said, "I like it, though. It feels like the old Gislan is finally back." He glanced at Elena's back as she walked. After a week, he realized something because Gislan's actions had changed. His impression in the future had started to shift. The major events seemed to remain the same, but it was hard to gauge his impact on the smaller ones. Making good use of information from the future was Gislan's mission. He needed to handle every situation that popped up with maximum efficiency. Preparations were complete. He told himself he couldn't afford a single mistake. After that, Gislan joined Elena to stroll through the festival. While Elena excitedly blended into the bustling crowd, Gislan's mind was heavy, unable to enjoy himself. Elena wandered around for a while longer. Then she found a quiet corner near the castle and sat down. Stretching out, she mumbled with a bored tone, "It's fun and all, but kind of boring since it's exactly like every other year." "Nothing new this year, huh?" Gislan wasn't in the mood to reflect like she was. He was still on high alert, scanning his surroundings. The festival was almost over, but nothing had happened yet. Was it because he stuck with Elena? Just then a voice suddenly rang out, cutting through Gislan's thoughts. "Would you like to check out another spot?" Elena's guard walked up to her side and suggested. Our friend said there's a new event being held out there. What do you think? Hearing this, Elena immediately cried out in excitement. Really? That sounds so fun. And just like that, she followed them. Gislan stayed behind, watching the backs of the three of them, and muttered under his breath. So it really is you guys, you traitors to the family. Elena's escort knights, Zama and Philip. They were the most trusted knights, having protected Elena since she was little. In his past life, they were killed while defending her. Yet this was the ugly truth. Those who seemed loyal were actually traitors. These silent spies seriously deserved to die. A moment later, they led Gislan and his sister to a vacant lot. Zama called out excitedly, "We're here, except there wasn't a damn thing around, not even a ghost." Elena was instantly disappointed. "Are you guys sure there's a performance in a filthy dump like this?" Zama hurriedly explained, "They probably just haven't finished setting up yet. People will be here soon." But Elena wasn't buying it. She let out a cold huff. "Stop talking nonsense. Who would want to perform in a place like this?" At the same time, Gislan was observing everything around them. Sure enough, at a glance, it just looked like a deserted street. But if you looked closely, you could see obstacles blocking off every escape route. They must have prepared this in advance. While Gislan was thinking, his hand was suddenly yanked. Elena dragged him along like a rag doll. Seeing this, Zama frantically tried to stop her. My lady, we're already here anyway. Don't you want to see the show?" Elena didn't even bother turning her head, speaking with total dissatisfaction. "No thanks. He doesn't want to watch a show in a place like this." Gislan's arm hurt from being dragged. He asked with a bit of annoyance, "Have you been working out or something?" "Why are you so strong?" Elena couldn't be bothered to answer him and just kept dragging him away. But right then, someone blocked their path. Philip, wearing an angry expression, spoke with malice. "My lady, please wait just a little longer." Seeing the look on his face, Elena backed away in fear. She trembled, saying, "You guys are acting way too weird. What is wrong with you two?" Knowing they couldn't hide it anymore. Zama sighed. "Oh man, I didn't intend to scare you." As he spoke, his tone turned darker. "It's just that someone has a small, reasonable request." Elena trembled slightly, murmuring in confusion, "What request?" Just then someone approached from behind a guy in a green cloak, flanked by two others. The leader was Frank. He chuckled with satisfaction. "As expected, your work's very clean." Zama spoke smugly. "Of course, we brought the lady here just as promised. So let's conclude the transaction here." But at that moment, Frank noticed something and frowned. "Isn't that the eldest son of the Persian family? I don't recall asking you to bring him here too." Gislan narrowed his eyes at him. He stayed put for now. Zama didn't seem to care and replied casually, "I'm throwing him in for free. He was stupid enough to follow us, not knowing this place would become his grave." That was when Gislan finally cut in. "Zama, so you really sold us out. Do you seriously think you can get away with this?" Chuckling softly, Lama pouted, "Why don't you worry about your own hide first? We just gotta bounce to somewhere far away." He said he was totally sick of this broke-ass land. Gonna get tortured by those savages anyway. Bet there's tons of others who want to bail on Persian too. Barely finished his sentence when Gislan rushed in. Slash! Gamma got sent straight to meet his ancestors. Everyone froze. No way. Nobody saw that coming. Bro really moved like that. Gislan sheathed his sword, scoffing. But at least they never sold us outright. Then he locked eyes on the other guy behind him. Philip sensed the danger and immediately grabbed Elena. He pursed his lips. Gamma, that idiot. A knight losing to an amateur like that. But the second Philip stopped talking, a sword pierced his forehead. Before checking out, he could only mutter, "No way." In a flash, Gislan wiped out both traitors. He is him. Frank's goons were shook seeing that. Is that really the Persian eldest son? Thought he had 0 combat XP or training. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover. Frank lowered his voice, serious now. Even if they dropped their guard, he smoked 2 knights instantly with mana attacks. Skills aren't bad. Meanwhile, Elena clung to Gislan, trembling. "Brother, what is actually happening?" But Gislan didn't answer. After hesitating for a sec, he knocked her cold. No choice. Having Elena awake would just get in the way while he handled the trash. Gotta let her nap for a bit. Frank thought he was protecting her innocence and laughed. "Thanks for doing my job. For me, young master Persian." He walked over with his lackey's voice deep. "You're way different from the rumors, kid. We were planning to take care of those two ourselves." He asked, "You've been hiding your true skills." Gislan casually drew his sword, cold as ice. "What's it to you?" Truth is, he was already calculating how to drop these 3. The 2 side characters, irrelevant. But the guy in the middle, his mana output is on a whole different level. So Gislan had to end this fast. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you one thing. Who ordered this?" Frank chuckled, replying casually, "Does a dead man really need to know?" Gislan glared at him. "I knew you wouldn't talk easily, but you'll be spilling your guts soon enough." Instant, the words left his mouth, his sword flooded with mana. Frank's lackey spoke up. "Should we take his head?" Frank shook his head. "Nah, take him alive, break his limbs, leave him nothing but despair. I need him writhing in pain to look good for the client." "Yes, boss." The two goons dashed forward like the wind. Right then, Gislan pulled something from his pocket and threw it without hesitation. Seeing the object, the two goons panicked a bit. "Why is he throwing firecrackers?" While he hesitated, the firecracker smacked him right in the face. Before he could react, Gislan struck, knocking him to the ground. The other guy saw this, but didn't flinch. He scoffed, looking down on the cheap trick, and slashed. Too bad Gislan was faster. He blocked it with his sword. He glared at the guy, eyes full of killing intent. Then Gislan wove his hand through the guy's guard-pure skill. He successfully disarmed him. Without missing a beat, Gislan used his other hand to behead the guy with his own sword. But right at that moment, he sensed a murderous aura coming at him. Frank took the chance while he was busy to launch a sneak attack. Luckily, Gislan reacted in time, raising his sword to block. This surprised Frank. He actually blocked that. It was a perfect ambush. While he was thinking, Gislan countered. His sword slashed down, cutting a long line across Frank's neck. The pipe in his mouth fell to the ground. But Frank still swung back, startling Gislan. He couldn't let his guard down. He raised his sword to defend. Frank laughed dryly. "Surprising. If I didn't have mana, I would have lost my head just now." Gislan couldn't believe his eyes. How is he alive after a neck shot? Did he concentrate mana around his neck to tank the damage? At this moment, Frank spoke coldly. "I don't know where a kid your age learned that weird sword style, but you're dying here." As soon as he finished, he grinned maliciously. Then Frank rushed at Gislan, fighting and trash-talking at the same time. "You can't beat me with that weak mana." He was convinced he could take Gislan down. His face was full of arrogance, but contrary to expectations, Gislan was smiling too, and that terrified Frank. Couldn't hold back. While the guy was slacking, Gislan slashed down hard. Then he delivered a kick straight to the face. Boom. Frank got sent flying. He looked up, scoffed, and said, "Didn't I tell you? With that weak mana ain't happening." But he barely finished the sentence before coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. His body just crumpled to the ground, panic setting in. What the hell just happened? That hit felt different. There's no way he could pierce my defense with just that skill level. Right then, Gislan walked up slowly to Frank. Voice cold as ice, he said, "Never thought there was a real culprit behind Elena's death." "So it was you, huh?" As he spoke, he started charging up his mana core. Less than 3 seconds later, boom, third mana core released. Seeing that massive energy, Frank screamed in terror, "How are you boosting your mana that much?" Gislan didn't give a damn about him. He charged in, tearing through the wind. His speed was insane. Frank turned pale. He couldn't slack off now and frantically raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed, sparks flying, but Gislan just kept pushing, slashing down with zero mercy. Even though he blocked it, Frank's arm was going numb and his sword, it was starting to crack. He was freaking out. No way. Even if he's draining mana, there has to be a limit. He'd never heard of a method to boost max mana like this. It was like Gislan had turned into a completely different person. Getting distracted in a fight, fatal mistake. Gislan shattered Frank's sword into pieces. The force was enough to slice right through him. Blood started spraying like rain, but Gislan didn't stop there. He rushed in like a beast, driving his sword straight into Frank's gut. Pain exploded, making him scream like he was being butchered. Gislan seized the chance, grabbed Frank by the throat, and slammed him against the wall. Eyes full of killing intent, he said coldly. "Let's finish our little chat, shall we? Who ordered you to do this?" Frank bit his lip hard. He wasn't going down that easy. If he was going to die, he was taking the Persian lady with him. No sooner thought than done, a dagger appeared in Frank's hand, ready to throw at the unconscious Elena over there. But right then, threads wrapped around his hand, binding it tight. Frank was totally caught off guard. Before he could even process it, Gislan's cold voice rang out, "Let's make a deal." He warned him not to try anything stupid. Answer the question, and he'd pull the sword out. Frank glanced at the threads wrapped around his hand. He was suspicious. Is this made of mana? When did he even make these? This was a skill from Gislan's past life. Not as powerful as before, but right now, it's enough. Then Gislan gripped the sword still stuck in Frank's gut and said coldly, "I'm sure someone at your level knows how to heal a wound like this. But what if I destroy your mana core?" Hearing that, Frank's face went pale. He finally realized Gislan's sword, whether by accident or on purpose, was piercing right into his mana core. Frank screamed in agony, feeling his mana scattering away. Terrified, he yelled, "Are you crazy? One slip-up and the mana backflow could cause an explosion. You'll blow this whole place up. You got a death wish, Gislan chuckled coldly. That only happens to people with zero skill. I can handle it. Fear was written all over Frank's face. He realized Gislan wasn't bluffing. He really would kill him if he didn't spill the beans. Facing death. Frank turned absolutely pathetic. He screamed, "It was Count Deadman. He's the one who ordered it." He said he needed an excuse to start a war between House Persian and House Delio. Hearing that, Gislan frowned. So it is Deadman. In his past life, this kind of dirty work was always handled by the Duke's allies. Duke Delphine dared to stage this mess without backup. Thinking this, Gislan asked, "So that's why you wanted to kill Elena?" Frank didn't dare lie. He nodded frantically. But the moment he finished, Gislan drove the sword a few inches deeper. Frank shrieked, "What are you doing?" "That's not what you said earlier." Gislan gave a soft laugh and said coldly, "So what? You've killed countless people and now you're scared to die." But suddenly, Frank burst out laughing, catching Gislan off guard. He leaned his head close to Gislan's, grinning smugly. "Killing me won't change a thing. I'm already done with Delio. You think anyone's going to believe a nobody like you, Persian, is going to fall in this war?" But the second he finished yapping, Gislan slammed Frank's face right into the wall. His voice went ice cold. "Listen up. I came back from the dead, so this time it's going to be different." As he spoke, his eyes were just overflowing with killing intent. Zero hesitation. Gislan crushed Frank's mana core, making him scream in pure agony. Right after a blast of mana shot straight up into the night sky. 2 seconds later, boom, exploded like fireworks, lighting up the darkness. And back in that dark alley, the bloody scene made those fireworks look even twistedly better. A perfect night for murder. Blood was flowing like a river. The traitors from his past life finally paid the price. Gislan glanced back, relief washing over his face. He finally saved Elena. His sword clattered to the ground and his body swayed about to collapse from exhaustion. Pain shot through his chest, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. He dropped to his knees, gasping for air. Wiping the blood off his lip, he muttered, "Damn it. Back when I was the mercenary king, blowing up 3 cores was nothing. I'm not going to drop over this." But no time to think. Gislan still had work to do in the room ahead. He rushed inside and saw exactly what he expected. A total mess and blood everywhere. Looking at the body lying in the rubble, Gislan let out a heavy sigh. In his past life, they found another body next to Elena here. Based on what Frank said, Delio's son got killed along with his escort knight. So that's how they silenced them and framed them for killing Elena. If this gets out, it's war. So Gislan decided he had to wipe the evidence. He didn't hesitate. He used a blast to blow up the small house. Flames instantly lit up the dark alley. Gislan carried Elena back home. First step to stopping the tragedy from his past life. Successful. He definitely wasn't going to let things go their way. Meanwhile, someone was watching everything from an old tree nearby. Once Gislan and his sister left the alley, the spy vanished. Somewhere else, in a dark basement, a group was gathering for a meeting. A guy in a black cloak lowered his voice to report it failed. "We sent the best people we had." Hearing that, a deep voice questioned, "You couldn't even handle one little girl." The minion trembled, hesitating for a long time. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of Gislan from House Persian." Hearing that name, the room erupted in whispers. Everyone knew about the trash eldest son of House Persian. Someone spoke up. "You know damn well Gislan is useless trash. You're using him as an excuse." The guy shook his head frantically. "He's completely different from the info and rumors we have." Then he spilled everything he saw. How he controlled mana, how brutal he was, and how fast he wiped out the enemy. Even how Gislan killed Frank and destroyed the evidence. It's like he turned into a totally different person. But they already finished the job with House Delio, so no need to worry about starting a territory war. The guy begged them for one more chance. But everyone just cursed him out like a dog. One guy was vicious enough to want him dead, right there shouting, "Just kill him and get it over with." Right then, amidst the cursing, a commanding voice cut through, so noisy, the room went dead silent. The voice spoke low again. "What kind of chance do you want?" He shouted aggressively, "I will eliminate Gislan Persian." The leader asked coldly, "Yao." He explained slowly, "I'll set up a duel naturally. I already have someone in mind." Before the leader could answer, the crowd interrupted, who he quickly dropped the name Kellogg. He's famous for sword skills that rely on pure brute strength. Even though he's young, he's a symbol of power. He said he could confidently say no one in the north can match Kellogg's strength. Plus, Kellogg is related to Gislan, so we don't need to force a meeting. That's a huge advantage. The crowd fell into deep thought hearing that, but the moment he stepped in, something sharp flew right at him. Looking closer, it was just a thin thread wrapping around a sword outside the door. In a blink of an eye, the sword flew straight back inside. Gislan caught the sword perfectly. He performed a few sword moves before stopping. That's when Gislan noticed someone at the door. Fergus quickly bowed respectfully and said, "My apologies." Seeing how locked in the young master was, he suddenly froze mid-sentence, hesitated, then asked, "How on earth did you do that just now?" Gislan frowned confused for a second, but he realized what the old man meant instantly, so he just showed him. He slowly explained mana thread, using mana like a string. In his past life, Gislan used this tech 24/7, but with his current skill rank, he'd have to blow up his core to use it like before. He's just too low on mana right now. But if he just makes one thread, it burns way less energy. He can still pull it off even with his trash mana reserves. Hearing that Fergus was still skeptical, he muttered in shock, "I've trained mana for ages, but I've never seen anything like this. Just a few days ago, he couldn't even use mana. He's been training solo. How did he come up with a concept like this?" Gislan watched him spacing out. He frowned. "You want something?" Fergus remembered why he came and panicked. Actually, I just came to tell you something." Gislan looked confused. "What is it?" Fergus bowed his head. Sincere. "Thank you, young master, for protecting the young miss." Gislan flinched, then pouted. "You're thanking me. That's just what I should do. Let's go eat." And just like that, the two of them dipped from the training grounds. Back at the castle, a few days passed. The festival put on pause. Turns out an escort knight plotted to sell out Count Persian's daughter. Meanwhile, in her room, Elena rested her chin on her hands, totally annoyed. "Everyone thinks I'm lying when I say you saved me. You should tell them something." Gislan refused to comment. He just shook his head. "It's whatever. They wouldn't believe it anyway." Belinda found out everything, and she was furious. Her face twisted in rage. "Come to think of it, Mark and Philip were the ones who betrayed you, right? Those scumbags, I knew they were freaks." Sitting opposite them, Gislan watched the two girls and smiled, satisfied. With Elena alive, he managed to stop the war from breaking out, but the enemy won't give up. He can't keep stopping them all by himself forever. "I need to build an army." Just then, a servant rolled the food cart in. Gislan sighed. Gonna have to learn more about politics to pull that off, thinking that he picked up his fork ready for lunch. But when the servant lifted the lid, inside was just a tiny piece of bread, not even enough for a snack. Gislan frowned instinctively. "Is this actual food?" He looked up at Belinda. "Why are we eating dessert first?" Belinda sighed. "What dessert?" "You know our current situation, young master." Gislan know what? He knew nothing. Before he could figure out why they were down bad like this, an ear-piercing noise came from below. People were screaming. "Compensation. Pay us for the damages caused by canceling the festival." A huge crowd had gathered at the castle gates, armed with weapons demanding money. The soldiers tried to calm them down, but it was basically useless. Gislan looked down from the window, confused. "What the hell is going on?" Belinda seemed to expect this. She sighed. "Knew they'd react like this." Gislan glanced at her. She slowly explained, "You know our district. A lot of merchants survive on the festival profits. Last year was decent for them, but since the festival got canceled after just one day, it makes sense they're upset." Gislan frowned hearing that, hesitant. "Is our district really doing that bad?" "This isn't good. They're only going to get more furious if I don't do something." He glanced at Fergus. "What are the guards doing?" "Send them down to calm that crowd." Fergus dropped a bomb on him. "We don't have any guards." Most of them were deployed to the monster forest to rebuild after the orc raid. Gislan finally remembered. "Right, basically, we're always at war because of the barbarians in the north." On the other hand, there's the monster forest where beasts can spawn any time. So Gislan's current status, no money, no soldiers, just a total mess. Thinking about that, he pulled Belinda aside to talk. He lowered his voice. "You manage my money right. Use that cash to calm the merchants down." But Belinda shook her head. Deadpan. "There's no money left." Gislan looked at her, panicked. "What do you mean, no money?" She explained, frustrated. "Don't you remember? The Count cut your allowance because you spent money like water." Gislan finally realized how cooked he was, so he's officially broke, like dirt poor. He couldn't take it. He held out his hand. "Give me some money." Belinda pouted. "I don't have money." Next thing you know, Gislan was sitting by the window, staring at the view, contemplating his life choices. No money, no soldiers, then what do I even have? If I'm broke, I can't do anything. Even with future knowledge, I'm useless without cash first. Is there any way... Wait, isn't something going down at the estate right now? Rapid footsteps echoed outside. Ricardo burst in, panicking. "Young master." Gislan snapped his head around, confused. "What's with the panic?" Ricardo reported breathlessly. "We've got a situation, sir. Young Master Kane is here to see you." Gislan froze the second he heard that name. Meanwhile, at a tavern, Scoven was getting absolutely wrecked, but the other guy wasn't stopping. Punch after punch. The guy was too strong. He beat him so bad his own hands were covered in Scovan's blood. And Scovan couldn't do a thing. He couldn't even fight back. He got pummeled until he was coughing up straight blood. So that's the scene Gislan walked into. Scovan lying on the floor, body shaking from the pain. Seeing him like that, Gislan was confused. Then his eyes locked onto someone. A giant standing there like a black bear. Gislan. He grinned pure malice on his face. "There you are, Gislan." He didn't flinch, just stared the guy down. In that split second, fragmented memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. I know this face. The heir of the Logister family, our ally. Kane Logister. That smile didn't leave Kane's face, but to Gislan now it looked like a massive red flag. The memories became clearer. Back then he was my only friend, and my enemy, lying unconscious between them, was Scovan. Kane started walking slowly toward him. Gislan suddenly turned to Ricardo. "What's going on?" Ricardo hesitated. "Well, as you can see." Ricardo lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. "We received a report about a disturbance at the tavern." He stammered, his voice dropping, but still clear enough to hear. "And we found out Kane was there with his escort knights. He recognized us, so he asked if the rumors about you, young Master Gislan, were true." Ricardo continued his report. So Commander Scoven explained the details of the rumors to him. After hearing that, he grabbed Scoven by the throat. "You dare lie to the heir of Logister." Ricardo's face darkened. "That's how this happened." Kane cut in. "Yo, if you're going to tell the story, tell it right. He said that you, someone who's never trained a day in his life, took down an orc with your bare hands and soloed those traitorous knights." He glanced down at Scovan on the floor. "So I just gave the old man a little wake-up call to help him snap out of it." He stood right in front of him. "None of this would have happened if you hadn't lied in the first place." Gislan stayed silent at Kane's words. He pursed his lips, remembering deep down. Yeah, he's exactly this type of guy. Always treating me like his lackey. Every time he comes to Perion, he starts drama. Even when he wrecks the place, no one dares to say a word because I was basically his underling. No one dares to look down on Kane. Unlike me, someone who was always wallowing in self-pity. His confidence and bold attitude were praised as worthy qualities of an heir. He gave a faint smile, recalling those days, which just meant I got criticized even more. Seeing Gislan stay silent, Kane dropped the smile. He started studying him, frowning with a look of pure contempt. "Look at this guy, huh? Usually he would have attacked me already with this much provocation." A while back at the Logester estate, Kane sat in his room, surprised by the order to kill Gislan. "Yeah," the cloaked figure replied in a flat tone. "If you complete this quest, the higher-ups will support the Logester family." Kane weighed it seriously. Handling a kid like him isn't hard. "But Gislan is also an heir. Why should I take his life?" The cloaked figure suggested we can lure him into a duel and stage an unfortunate accident. It'll just look like a typical dispute between heirs. I'll tag along disguised as an escort knight to handle the situation. So you don't have to worry. He emphasized, "This is a rare opportunity for you, sir." After hearing that, the request to take the life of my own cousin Gislan, he looked thrilled. "Let's hit the road." Kane turned to leave, but he was definitely on guard. "They want him wiped out. Did something change?" He smirked, his expression unreadable. Now back to the tavern. Kane lost his patience and asked Gislan straight up, "Hey, what are you doing?" He flopped down on the steps. "Why are you just standing there?" "Since I'm here, shouldn't you bring me the stuff you prepared?" Gislan didn't get it. He asked, "Prepared what?" Kane's voice was full of mockery. "I heard the festival got postponed, huh? Let's hype things up and have a good time. We're always on the same page when it comes to stuff like this." "Right." His voice dropped low. "Am I wrong, buddy?" Gislan just stood there completely chill. With a poker face, he asked, "Oh, you're talking about that." He stared at him quietly. "That's right. This guy always tells me to prep booze and girls every time he shows up." Gislan tilted his head slightly, eyes flashing with contempt. "I used to do whatever he said just to not get wrecked. But nah, that ends today. Because of him, I wasted so much precious cash. Bro spent so much the servants couldn't even keep quiet about it." They bowed, voices trembling. "Sir, did you forget your dad cut you off because you blew all your money?" He looked like he just realized he totally forgot. Then Gislan's eyes lit up. The answer was right there. He looked straight at Ken, his personal piggy bank. Ken saw him spacing out and yelled, "Yo, Gislan." Dude got impatient, leaning in like, "If you remember, hand it over. Can't you see I'm waiting?" Little did he know. After a pause, he goes, "Oh, for sure. Bring it right now." But then Gislan stares Ken down, sharp. "Don't you have a debt to pay me?" The cloaked guy panicked. Ken frowned. "Pay what?" Gislan just grinned. He held out his hand. "I know I gotta handle this. He said, pay me back with my own money. Right, pay up. 1,000 gold principal plus interest. Ken's like, say what, 1,000 gold for all that junk? That stuff ain't even worth 100 gold. Then he has the nerve to say, and you did that to thank me for being your friend. That's the friendship fee. Gislan clapped back. Friendship. Yeah, right. I was just your doormat. Cold as ice, he demanded. So pay up before I kick you out of here. I need that cash. Bad. You know it. The room went silent. Ricardo's sweating bullets like, young master, what are you saying? Ken stomped up furious. He yelled, you're acting real bold now. Is it because I went too easy on you? Ken leaned in. You actually think you're stronger, huh? Just because you spread fake rumors about beating a knight, you're nothing but a parasite. Leeching off this land. He clenched his fist, mocking him. That's why everyone in the north calls you a bastard. An heir who talks trash. Ken threw a punch straight at Gislan, yelling, wake up. Bro didn't flinch, just stood there. When the punch came, he dodged it. Effortless. The cloaked guy and Ricardo, they didn't see that coming. It happened so fast. He actually dodged it. Ken swung again, screaming. Bastard Gislan dodged, swoosh, and landed a massive hit right on him. Before Ken could speak, Gislan smashed another fist into his face. But Ken's no noob. He managed to block it. Gislan just stared at him, calm. Suddenly Ken dropped to his knees, screaming in pain. The cloaked guy rushed over. Young master, you okay? Gislan said softly. Get up. Quit whining. I know you blocked that, the guy yelled. Back off, Gislan. Do you know what you're doing? The crowd was shook. Whispers everywhere. What is happening? Did Gislan just hit Ken? Did you see that? He glanced at the crowd and realized Ken's plan. So that's how we're playing. Ken turned to the cloaked guy, smug. How's my acting? The guy grinned. Perfect. You set the stage perfectly. Everyone thinks it's Gislan's fault now. This is enough justification for a duel. Ken had a plan. This was his chance to get some serious backup. Gotta leave a lasting impression, like the guy said. If he pulls this off, the higher-ups will back house loads. Ken pulled out his gloves. Perfect time to cut off the dying House Persian. He held up the glove. How dare you stain the dignity of the nobility with your lies? Attacking me just because I wanted the truth, Gislan, I challenge you. Ken barely finished talking. Bam, another glove slapped him right in the face. Gislan said, I challenge you, Ken Loads. The glove hit the floor. Ken looked gloomy as hell. Gislan's voice was sharp. You slandered me. Slandered an heir in front of the people of Persian. Attacked my knight. Disrespected the dignity of the nobility. Ricardo stood there stunned. Gislan continued. You're not going to refuse, are you, Ken and the boss? They didn't expect him to clap back like that. Ken smirked. I knew you were stupid, but I didn't think you were dumb enough to dig your own grave. He raised his sword. Fine, I accept. Ken growled. Sword pointed straight at him. Don't regret it when you die. Gislan called out softly, Ricardo. Ricardo answered, yes. Gislan said, bring all the protesting merchants from the castle gates. Bring them here. His eyes flashed with excitement. Tell them I'll help them make a fortune. The festival got postponed, remember? The hype died down. Tourists were stuck here, unable to go home, with no way to spend money or kill time. In a situation like this, if we give them a show, Gislan looked sharp. He's standing on the challenge platform. The place is packed with people watching, buzzing with gossip down below. It's the match between young Master Ken and Giselle. Get in there, young Master Ken. That bastard is finally going to get cooked like he deserves. Over at the nearby market, sounds like a buy one, get one free sale. Someone is seizing the chance to shout out. Look at this, the guy hollers. Come on, line up. If you're betting, coins are raining down like crazy. I'm betting on young Master Ken me, too. This is the safest bet ever. On the platform, Ken slams his sword into the ground, lecturing him. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a marketplace like this? Let me make this clear before we start, even if you surrender. My sword isn't stopping. Giselle just stands there calmly watching Ken. Right, he's silently recalling Ken's expression and that hooded boss. And that's definitely what he's thinking. Giselle's voice is flat. Looks like the audience is pretty packed now, huh? Start, the guy in the black hood screams, cutting him off. Wait, he says in a weird voice, we can't bet like this. His words make everyone curious. The fat guy checks the list again. There's absolutely no one betting on Duke Giselle. So he doesn't really care, just glances over. In the silence, the crowd starts yapping again. Let's be real, the result's obvious. That guy has zero chance against young Master Ken. Someone bring a fool stupid enough. To bet on the other side over here, Ken speaks up sarcastically. Oh wow, even the market is ignoring you. The hooded guy suggests, can we change the bet details? Change it to, how long can he last against young Master Ken? Someone stumbles forward and slams down a massive bag of money. Lars Scoven. He's still in pain, but his voice doesn't shake one bit. I bet on Duke Giselle. He smiles slightly. Then an even bigger bag crashes down on top. Elena and Belinda show up. She crosses her arms and says, I'm betting on my brother too. Ricardo and Scovan look over in shock. The most surprised person is probably Giselle in the arena. Everyone around is watching. They never expected Lady Elena. Seeing the fat guy hasn't said anything, Elena asks again, annoyed. Is this enough? Belinda speaks softly. Remember, I advised you not to do this. The fat guy quickly scoops up the money. Ah, yes, this is plenty. The hooded boss says nothing else, turning away in anger. Ken pouts. Made me wait forever. The announcement rings out ready. Giselle stands there totally calm. He speaks up. You know, I'm your elder, right? Would be kind of weird if I attacked first. Hearing this, Ken immediately snaps. What? That's when Giselle finally draws his sword. He swings his arm down the blade, tearing through the air with a sharp sound. He looks at Ken and says, Come at me. Ken's face goes dark, crouching low. Giselle laughs. Don't you think it's a bit too late? To act like the grown-up, the shout rings out. Start instantly. Ken launches himself like a predator. Locking onto the target, he raises his sword. Powerful motion. Decisive swing straight at Giselle. He quickly brings his sword up to block. Metal clashes, tearing through the air. Ken presses down, hard voice dripping with sarcasm. You've lowered yourself too much just to save face. Not waiting for a reaction, Ken lifts his sword again. Preparing for the next strike, Giselle deftly steps back to create distance, not missing a beat. Ken jams his sword straight down, aiming right where Giselle just stood. The blade stabs deep, making a chilling sound. He yanks the sword up. Sharp movement. Immediately his leg kicks straight at him. With incredible speed, Giselle chill as ice just slightly sidesteps, making Ken's attack hit nothing but air. The air around them feels hotter tension about to explode, as expected of young Master Ken. He won't even survive another hit. Ken's grinning like the win is in the bag, but Giselle is closely tracking every single move, assessing him internally. Look at him. Down below, Belinda is trembling hands, clutching Elena tight, her voice shaky with fear. What do we do, milady? We have to stop them right now. The hooded boss is gloating in his head, too. Too late. Doesn't matter who the opponent is. The moment they point a sword at Ken, they've fallen into the trap. The image of the previous fight replays in his mind. He analyzes the opponent, gets overwhelmed by that massive power, thinking they can't counterattack, and they'll burn out all their energy fighting alone. Finally, when they're exhausted from dodging, they expose a weakness. That's how Ken always wins in the arena. Giselle keeps dodging Ken's fatal moves. Ken lets out a faint laugh. His voice rings out with sarcasm. You're pretty agile. Looks like your skills have improved, huh? He twirls the sword stylishly, steel flashing in the air. Ken smirks. A challenging smile. Not bad. Not giving Giselle time to reply, Ken suddenly unleashes a vicious strike. Attacking and mocking at the same time. You've always been good at running away since back in the day. He swings down again. This time his sword actually connects with Giselle. He gets knocked flying backwards. Ricardo screamed, his voice echoing with panic. Young master. Everyone froze, staring at him in total disbelief. No one could say a word. The guy in the cloak smirked. It's over. Gislan just die. At this moment, Gislan was still in freefall. The ground was rushing up to meet him. Right before impact, Gislan spun around, regaining his balance in a split second. His voice remained calm, not shaking one bit. I wanted to go easy on you. As he landed, he looked straight at Ken, eyes cold as ice. But you crossed the line. Instantly, Gislan launched himself forward like an arrow aimed right at Ken. Ken couldn't even process what was happening. His eyes just went wide at Gislan's insane speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in his face. A sword flash cut across Ken's body. Ken's face froze, completely shocked. The cloaked guy gritted his teeth. Did he regain balance by focusing mana into his legs? Gislan let out a soft breath, speaking casually. What an arrogant swordsman. You must think you're the strongest just because your opponents get scared when you show off a little power, huh? Gislan turned, pointing his sword forward, ready for the next strike. Let me open your eyes for you. Ken was furious, eyes burning with uncontrollable rage. He swung his sword and charged, his voice dripping with mockery. Oh, really? And how exactly are you going to help me? Gislan stayed totally calm. He stepped back, moving with precision like he had already predicted the attack. Instantly, he spun and kicked Ken's sword arm. Without losing momentum, Gislan leaped high into the air. He spun in the air before landing lightly. Ken roared in anger like a cornered beast. He swung his sword again, every strike filled with rage. Gislan effortlessly sidestepped, dodging the blade. Immediately, he stomped down on Ken's sword, the decisive move bringing Ken to a halt. Gislan's gaze turned sharp as a knife. He swung his sword, the movement clean and precise. A single slash cut straight into Ken. Gislan's expression didn't change a bit, his eyes remaining cold. Blood gushed from Ken's body. No one could believe Ken actually got hurt. The crowd below exploded. What was that just now? Gislan's strength has improved so much. Wait, is he actually going to win? Damn it. I bet on young Master Ken. Elena proudly said to Belinda. See that Coven sighed in relief. The cloaked guy was furious. Ken looked down at his body covered in sword cuts. The wounds were shallow, even though Gislan could have cut much deeper. Did he do that on purpose? His face darkened. How does a thug like him have swordsmanship like that? Gislan glanced at Ken, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, Gislan tossed his sword away. He said, this skill gap is boring. Gislan declared, from now on, I'll fight barehanded. That successfully triggered Ken. He roared. What? He turned to look him straight in the eye. Maybe I should take this chance to teach you a lesson. Gislan rolled up his sleeves, his voice dead serious with my fists. Ken, kneeling on the ground, looked up at Gislan. He asked in disbelief, educate me. He calmly adjusted his sleeves and walked closer. Yeah. You don't look like you can handle my swordsmanship, so I'll take the disadvantage. Let's fight barehanded. You might actually do better. Hearing that Ken flinched a little, Gislan raised an eyebrow. Instead, I'll bet another 2,000 gold, double the initial amount on me winning. The crowd heard this and immediately started debating furiously. Barehanded, one person asked, shocked. Betting 2,000 gold, another added. This is a duel between two people. The guy in the black cloak was startled, sweat streaming down his face. He couldn't hide his joy, bowing his head and grinning as he thought to himself, he dares to challenge Ken to a fistfight. I never thought I'd be grateful for his madness. Luck is still on our side. The chubby referee immediately shouted in excitement, all right, bet added for you. This is going to be a bare-knuckle fight. Young Master Gislan versus young Master Ken. The audience outside heard this and screamed, all right, a fist fight. I'm betting more on Ken. Challenging that guy with raw strength is seriously stupid. But this time I'm betting on young Master Gislan. The wind blew through Gislan's golden hair. He stood tall and alone, his gaze determined. Ken, who had been bowing his head listening to everyone, burst out laughing. Bare hands, huh? You make me laugh. Muscles bulged on his arms as he gripped his sword tightly and continued. Fine, go ahead and fight without a weapon. Saying that, Ken swung his arm and threw his red cloak high into the sky. Then he raised his sword high, charging towards Gislan. But I'm going to use my sword. Belinda shouted loudly in worry from the sidelines. That's insane, young master. You should draw your sword too. On the other side, his eyes went sharp as he thrust his sword down hard. Gislan stood still, watching the blade come closer, not caring one bit. Just like I thought, I need to knock some sense into you. He thrusts his sword down, but Gislan sidesteps it instantly. Too easy. Effortless. Ken can't believe his eyes. He jumps back and slams the blade down again with full force. Gislan slides to the side, dodged. No matter where Ken strikes, he just glides away. Smooth, elegant. Then while Ken's sword is still stuck in the ground, Gislan smashes a fist right into Ken's leg. His eyes flash dangerously, fist raised. Full power from the bottom up. Boom, right to the chin. Ken's head snaps back so hard he's looking at the sky. He drops to his knees, hand on the ground just to stay up. Ken looks down, totally shook. He thinks, what just happened? How did that punch move like that? It's impossible. The crowd sees him kneeling and screams, that's gotta hurt. Young Master Gislan might actually win this. He stands tall, looking down at Ken. Get up. I haven't even started yet. Ken grinds his teeth in rage, a low growl rumbling in his throat. He grabs his sword and rushes Gislan, who's just standing there, chilling. Dodge. Dodge. He weaves through every strike, then bam. A punch to the face. Gislan says, you can't even look me in the eye, can you? You looked away the moment I showed up. He grabs Ken's sword arm and twists it hard behind his back. Then Gislan raises his leg. Wham! A savage kick right to the body. Ken screams in agony. I have to kill you. For the future of the Logos family. Gislan doesn't care. Bam. Bam. He keeps punching him in the face. Over and over. Ken's face is swollen up like a pig's head. He mumbles in panic, while Gislan grabs his hair and yanks his head up. He looks at that beat-up face and says, I feel sorry for your father. Hearing that, Ken looks at Gislan confused. Gislan stares at him and starts speaking slowly. Count Logos helped the Persian family until he was on the brink of ruin just because he was my friend. Gislan locks eyes with him. But his son, you have a very different idea from his will. Ken's eyes snap open in shock. Years ago at the Logos castle, a confused shout rang out. Helping Persian again. Looking at Count Logos's back, Ken asked, even if you're friends with Count Persian, aren't we struggling too? Why keep helping that toxic wasteland? It's like pouring water into a cracked bucket. He screamed at his father's back. You haven't even been back a week, and you're going to help Persian again. Ken frowned, staring at him. Silence. The Count froze when he heard his son begging. Don't go, father. Ken gritted his teeth and shouted, Everyone told you to stop. Why are you so obsessed with helping Persian? Count Lugus stopped. He turned around and looked at his son in silence. Now Ken finally remembers what his father said back then. Because we are friends, that is all. Suddenly Gislan's eyes flash. He throws a punch wind whistling around his fist. Ken shuts his swollen eyes tight. But then Gislan speaks. That's enough teaching for today, right? Ken snaps his eyes open. Gislan reaches out a hand, his voice gentle. Stand up. Ken looks at the hand and closes his eyes. Then he bows his head low. Without looking up, Ken whispers, I really lost. The crowd freezes, eyes wide, total silence. Even the guy in the black robe is stunned. Suddenly the crowd erupts. Young Master Gislan won. I won the bet. Unbelievable, my money. Elena jumps up cheering wildly. Big brother won. The black-robed man jumps into the arena and runs to Ken. He screams in his ear, How could you give up so fast? Just because you were losing a little bit? What are you doing? I trusted you. Ken shoves him away and shouts, Let go, it's over. The black-robed man gasps, what he grinds his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it, you useless big idiot. Behind him, Gislan calls out, Hey, you. He grins. I did what I had to do right. The black-robed man asks, What Gislan stands tall and yells to the crowd, Attention, everyone. This man right here, he's volunteering to pay for all the food and drinks for everyone here. The guy shrieks, What? The crowd goes absolutely wild. Food and drinks. We haven't had a party like this in forever. You're the goat, young master. The black-robed man rushes at him, yelling, I never agreed to that. Take back what you just declared, right now. Gislan slammed his hand onto the guy's shoulder, pressing down hard as he said, This is the price for losing the match. You've got at least that much, right? And just to be clear that cash doesn't count towards the bet. Gislan crushed the shoulder of the man in the black robe and shouted, Remember to add 2,000 gold to our bet. It started at 1,000 gold. His face went dark, looking absolutely terrifying, threatening him. If you dare to run, you know what happens. The guy's eyes were filled with the terrifying reflection of Gislan. He turned and walked away, leaving the guy kneeling on the ground, stuttering, Understood, I got it. Sunlight illuminated the entire majestic, magnificent castle of the Persian family. The next day, looking into Gislan's room from the outside, a wooden chest was sitting on the floor. It made a small sound. He opened the lid, revealing the sparkling gold coins inside. Seeing it, Gislan let out a gasp. Oh, wow. He looked at the gold coins in his hand, thinking to himself, I could hire a small mercenary squad with this kind of money. This isn't a small amount at all. He reached out to close the lid, closing his eyes in thought. But it takes a lot of time to earn more, and they won't wait for me. To pull off my business plan, I need to prepare faster. Suddenly, Elena and Belinda appeared next to Gislan, looking at him with cheeky smiles. He frowned and turned to ask, What is it? She smiled brightly and asked gently, Hey, big brother, what are you planning to do with that money? Gislan narrowed his eyes, staring at Elena, asking, You want some? She touched her face and laughed, replying, I'm just asking. Belinda closed her eyes and continued with a smile. It's pretty obvious what he's going to use it for. Hearing that, he looked at her with total confusion. Belinda beamed and continued. It's almost Lady Amelia's birthday, isn't it? You're doing this because you want to buy her an expensive gift, right? Seeing his silence, she laughed and praised him. You are so wise. Elena gritted her teeth in annoyance and shouted, Oh my God, doing all that just to look good in your fiancé's eyes. In that moment of silence, Gislan's face was full of confusion, thinking, I have a fiancé? Gislan couldn't believe his ears. I have a fiancé. Belinda glanced at him. You're probably just shy, so you're pretending not to remember, right? Haha, Elena sighed in frustration. It's Amelia from the Count Jaipon family. He looked like he hated the whole world, his eyes going lifeless. For some reason, Gislan imagined a freakish spider. That woman, Amelia Jaipon. Remembering his past life, he compared her to a beautiful apple in the mirror, but rotten and eaten away from behind. A noble admired by everyone for her kindness and treating everyone equally regardless of status. But later, she would lead the rebel army and become known as the Witch of the North. His eyes were filled with rage right now. Together with Duke Delphine, she would sing the hymn of Persian's downfall. Gislan found his lips moving. I already have a plan. A traitor. Belinda, when will father return? She hesitated, her answer uncertain. Probably in about a week. He put his hands in his pockets and walked away. A week, huh? That should be enough. Who knows what Gislan's planning? I'm going to drop by the Jaipon territory. Belinda questioned her existence. Wait, it's not even her birthday yet. Why all of a sudden? He turned back and said, To get money. Scene cuts to Amelia. She was wearing a magnificent outfit, taking off her shoes. There was a spider near the sewer grate. To build her reputation in front of the commoners, the air went silent as she pushed her shoes towards the beggar child. The child blinked. Ah, Lady Amelia, could it be that Amelia isn't like the rumors? If anyone has to walk barefoot in my city, it will only be me. She repeated it once more. It will only be me. The soldiers shouted in unison for everyone to hear. Soldiers helped clean up. Oh, oh! Amelia left with the love and trust of the people. Thank you, my lady, thank you. Thanking the person who was sitting on a chair, letting bodyguards wash her feet. Amelia Jaipon's garden. Bernard looked at Amelia affectionately. You've worked hard, master. She stroked the cat. Bernard looked helpless while the cat was just enjoying it. Always demanding absolute obedience from everyone. She sat in a pose. Oh my God. How is your battle with the northern swordmaster going? Her small foot was resting arrogantly on Bernard's face. Please forgive me, I'm just trying to avoid as much attention as possible. If I win, your actions will attract too much attention. He gently held her foot and explained, It is not yet time to bare our fangs. He actually dared to kiss her foot. My sword belongs to you. But Amelia was still not satisfied. Then what did I raise you into? She immediately lifted his chin. Bernard couldn't take his eyes off her. She really knows how to grab attention. She leaned in close to his face. Don't you dare get weak on me. The outside of the castle looked magnificent, but inside they were speaking in riddles. What about the Merchant Guild? If it's the Actium Guild, you don't need to worry about a thing. He insisted that he's busy buying materials to rebuild the ruined Beast Forest outpost, which was already half destroyed by the orc attacks near Persion. In other words, we are embezzling all the support funds that Bernard sends to Persion every year. How could he ever suspect a fiancé nobody wanted? Bernard is ready. He's also recruited all the soldiers and knights who left Persion. A lot of seasoned veterans trained by our own people, so their quality is absolute top tier. She doesn't want any drama right now. That would be bad. Just keep up the normal Merchant Guild disguise. The butler walked in to announce something. Excuse me. Bernard immediately switched to bodyguard mode. The madam is resting. How dare you disturb her? He just bowed his head. Report from the gate. Lord Gislan Persion has just arrived. She didn't expect him to just drop by like that. Why is that annoying pest here? The butler was sweating bullets, too scared to finish his sentence. They both looked like they got caught red-handed as they listened to him continue. Talk about suspicious. He has something to discuss regarding the Merchant Guild. Next thing you know, the scene switched to the reception room, and she was sitting across from Gislan holding a cat. He sat with his legs crossed, greeting her with friendly enthusiasm. Hello there, Amelia. But all he got in return was a salty attitude from both master and servant. As soon as she opened her mouth, she threw shade right in his face. It's incredibly rude of you to show up without notice. Did you just throw all your manners out the window? Gislan actually came up with the most random excuse out of nowhere. Your birthday's coming up, right? I plan to give you an early gift. He gently placed a cheap flower on the table. I found this at a guild out on the front lines. It smells really nice. I think I'll buy flowers from there from now on. What was that guild's name again? Who knows what Gislan is plotting by cutting straight to the chase. Ah, that's right, the Actium Guild. She froze for a moment, completely speechless at his loaded statement. With no other choice, she stood up to leave. I have no idea what you're talking about. Amelia hugged her cat, trying to dodge the issue. I'll accept the gift so you can leave now. Just like that. But who would have thought he's back and more dangerous than ever? He called her out by her full name and commanded, Amelia Rayphone, sit down. She froze in an instant, not daring to take another step. Anxiety was written all over her face as she thought, what is this pressure? She didn't even dare to turn around to look. Is this really the same guy who used to stutter and act awkward every time he stood in front of me? Gislan made a straightforward demand. I'll keep this short, I need money. Give me 10,000 gold. Amelia was shook to her core. How could she have ever imagined a scene like this? He literally just showed up and dropped a bombshell like that on her. Just showing up out of nowhere to borrow money from your fiancé, is this Count Persion's idea? He immediately denied it. It has nothing to do with him. Just give it to me. Gislan casually poured his coffee onto the floor beside him. You weren't planning on marrying me anyway, were you? She felt like her whole world just flipped upside down, only daring to glance at him in silence. Gislan already knew the deal. It's that night outside the door, right? Once you take power, you can do whatever you want. But before that, if news gets out that you're secretly building an army for the Rayphone succession war, a crazy cat lunged toward him. If you don't stop, the ending is going to be pretty brutal. A voice commanded it to stop right there on the table. Prince Gislan, Amelia said, acting all calm and looking for a fight. Even if you're joking, you really shouldn't say things like that, but Gislan wasn't one to be messed with. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret as long as I don't leave here empty-handed, that's all. This fiancé wasn't exactly a pushover either, and she gave a definitive answer. Never. She called out, and the door slowly creaked open. Bernard looked just as dangerous as ever, the type who's only gentle with her and no one else. Bernard stepped forward and asked, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Prince Gislan, deep down, he knew exactly what this guy was about. Bernard, the one who always stood by Amelia's side. In the past, even Gislan had to admit that his skills rivaled the swordmasters of the north. But now, how could someone like him ever make him flinch? "If I die here, a territory war will break out. Can you handle that?" She stayed calm? Of course. Amelia finally revealed her true colors. She already had her excuse ready to get away with it. A troublemaker suddenly broke in and was killed by the bodyguard. That's the story the world will hear. Do you think you're the one in charge or something? Daring to look down on people's lives like that? Kill him. Blinded by love, he drew his sword instantly at her command. Gislan went silent for a moment before speaking up. "If you're planning to take it that far, you'd better ask your sword if it agrees first." "I guess I should get a little serious too, huh?" Gislan Perzion sat there, sword in hand, ready to throw hands, while that dude, Bernard, stood in front of Amelia, eyes glowing with rage. He smirked, looking all cocky at Gislan, but my guy just shot a sharp glare right back, zero fear. Gislan sat silent, leaning on his sword like he was waiting for the beat to drop. Didn't have to wait long, though. Suddenly, some masked freak tried to jump him from behind. Gislan's expression locked in. The sneak attacker's blade pierced right through the chair back, like actually went through it. But right when... Gislan flipped down instantly, making that guy hit nothing but air. Then bam, he kicked the masked dude right in the chest. Bro's eyes rolled back from the pain. Then Gislan just kicked him so hard he slammed into the wall, cracking the whole thing wide open. Bernard and Amelia stared, with their eyes popping out, totally shook. Finishing one off, Gislan turned back to roast them. An assassin, faking manners, just to pull a sneak attack lame. Then he drew his sword and rushed Bernard, trash-talking this terrible hospitality. Bernard barely got his sword up to block. A shockwave blasted from the clash. Gislan asked coldly, "Does your family not have a single shred of chivalry or what?" He tried to act chill, replying, "Sorry, but the rude one here is Grand Duke Gislan," barging in without a word. "You upset the lady. For someone like you, I don't need to waste manners from the start." Saying that, he started pushing back against Gislan. Bernard's blade thrust straight forward, but he quickly flipped to the side. Seeing Gislan jump, that guy instantly slashed again. He flipped back down, got low to the ground, and threw a back kick right in the mix. Caught off guard, Bernard slid back to dodge. He started thinking, Grand Duke Gislan, "I heard you were just a useless poser, but looks like you're not exactly a noob, huh?" While sizing up Gislan's power, he analyzed the situation. Amelia stood there with her arms crossed and asked, "What are you doing, Bernard, letting this thug run wild?" Bernard turned around in a panic. "Lady," she frowned with that ugly look on her face and ordered, "Take his head off for me right now. If you're really my sword." Hearing that witch talk, he sank into helpless silence. Then he spoke up, "I won't let you down," gripping his sword tight. Pointing the blade forward, eyes glowing dangerously, Bernard yelled, "Come on, let's go." Gislan just smirked. "A mere guard dares to order me around." Bernard stayed cocky. "I'm going easy on you. But if you don't know your place, I'll handle you." Saying that, Bernard leaped in to attack. Gislan raised his sword to clash. Bernard thrust his blade with a vicious look, thinking he could one-shot him right there. Gislan's eyes widened in focus, leaning to the side to dodge that fatal hit. His expression got a bit serious, thinking to himself, "This bastard is fast." Bernard looked even more smug and aggressive, seeing him flinch. Then he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, but Gislan kept dodging and countering every single one. That ugly Amelia stood there watching, thinking in disbelief, "Gislan, how can a thug like you fight?" On par with an expert like Bernard. But then she squinted like she was cooking up some dirty trick. Over here, Gislan was still parrying Bernard's attacks. The enemy blade slid right past his hilt. Gislan successfully pushed the attack back. His sharp sword tip was now aimed right at that dude's shoulder. Finally, his sword pinned the guy's arm to his side, but Bernard charged in again like a mad bull. Gislan frowned, scoffing, "That move again." Then he hooked a kick right to the guy's head. The sword was still stuck in his arm. Suddenly, his face looked a bit panicked. Bernard used his brute strength to slam Gislan into the ground. Regaining his confidence, he hissed through the pain, "It won't work a second time." Then he slammed him down hard. The ground shook and Gislan lost his grip on the sword. Gislan gritted his teeth in pain. Bernard seized the chance and lunged to kill him. But Gislan quickly kicked his leg up to block the blade, then slid out to the side. He used all his strength to launch into the air landing safely. His sword was still stuck in that guy's arm. He thought to himself, "So you really used mana to buff yourself and tank my attack, huh?" Bernard pulled the sword out and walked forward, saying, "Grand Duke Gislan, you're way different from the rumors. Guess you really can't tell someone's strength until you fight." Then he frowned and tossed Gislan's sword behind him. He kept talking trash arrogance written all over his face. "Your sword style looks like you picked it up in a street fight, not a classroom. You've been fighting too many orcs, is that it? You copying their moves. That messy style might work in a brawl, but against me, useless." He swung his blade again, face twisted in this ugly, smug grin. "Your little ego trip ends right here." Gislan was panting a bit, thinking, okay, this guy's actually tough. He started breaking it down. Rapier thrust attacks aiming straight for the head makes it hard to time the distance. Up close, the stat difference is too big. Can't just overpower him with technique. Knew he wouldn't be a walk in the park. After running the numbers, Gislan shot out a thin wire from his hand voice, ice cold. "I don't have all day." He instantly sent the wire flying forward. It zipped past Bernard, making him flinch. "Mana." Bro just stood there, frozen brain buffering. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Gislan whipped the wire around Bernard's sword hilt and smacked him right in the back of the head, sending him stumbling forward. But Gislan was waiting for him. Jumped up. Knee strike. Smashed right into Bernard's face. Blood everywhere. Bernard was freaking out, face painted red with a broken nose. What are you doing?" Amelia screamed, watching her bodyguard get wrecked. Bernard. While he was busy clutching his smashed nose, Gislan gripped his sword and brought it down. Hard. He put his whole weight into it. Bernard blocked, but the confidence was gone. He let out a desperate grunt, trying to stop himself from being crushed backward. Then he managed to dodge and yank his blade free. Gislan skid backward across the floor, digging his feet in to stop. Bernard yelled out frantic, "Lady Amelia, get out of here. I can't protect you anymore. I have to go all out." He narrowed his eyes and pointed his sword again, trying to look tough. Gislan went quiet for a second, then he smirked. "Yeah, that's it." His eyes were cold, calculating. "Been a long time since I fought someone this interesting." Cut to Amelia. She was clutching her cat, hiking up her dress and running for her life. She was fuming as she ran. "Gislan, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who did it? Which idiot leaked the guild's info to that psycho? How else would he know everything? The rumors killing orcs, saving his sister from assassins, beating the Logist heir. Knowing that trash is past, I thought it was just luck or hype. But who could have known?" Amelia gritted her teeth, refusing to accept reality. Her eyes burned with rage. "Damn it!" She stormed outside screaming, "Where the hell are my guards?" But all she saw was a mysterious figure in a black cloak. At their feet, piles of her guards' dead bodies. Amelia froze. The figure heard her and slowly turned around. It was Belinda. She gave a faint, creepy smile. "Oh, been a while, hasn't it, madam?" Amelia's jaw dropped. "Persian's maid! Why are you—" Belinda dipped her head under her hood and went, "Shh." Suddenly, she was right behind Amelia, a sharp blade pressed against her throat. Quiet now. Amelia panicked, eyes darting back in terror. With her free hand, Belinda reached around and snatched the spider right off her lip. She sneered. "God, you still keep this disgusting thing on your face. Let me guess. Since the engagement party. I remember hearing the Count talking to him. Your siblings teased you about those gross spiders, so you started raising them for revenge. Was it to get over your fear, or just to prove a point?" Belinda pressed the knife closer. Amelia whimpered and dropped her cat. Belinda threw the ugly spider on the ground. "Sorry to break it to you, but it really doesn't suit you, madam." Crunch. She stomped her heel down, crushing the spider into paste. Belinda looked up. "So, are you going to be a good girl and cooperate?" Back inside, Gislan was staring Bernard down, mind racing. The air was heavy, the pressure insane. Bernard stood, his ground sword raised, eyes glowing with power. Suddenly he spoke up. "An opponent worthy of my entertainment." Then he snapped angrily. "Only low-life mercenaries talk like that. And yet you dare call yourself a noble," like my lady. Gislan calmly clapped back. "Obviously. He's a noble. How could a mere bodyguard like you understand?" Then they both fell silent, locking eyes in a silent standoff. Suddenly he shouted, "Young Master Gislan." Then he lunged, thrusting his sword right at him. He quickly blocked the strike. Bernard's face twisted into a vicious scowl as he hissed, "Don't you dare tarnish the dignity of a noble." Then a flurry of sword thrusts rained down on Gislan. His eyes locked in with extreme focus as Bernard kept spamming attacks. Yet Gislan managed to parry every single one of those lethal strikes. Suddenly a blade thrust straight for his neck. He gasped, startled. This guy... He swerved to the right to dodge again. Under the relentless assault, he had to admit he's actually skilled. Is that so? They continued trading flashy blows. Gislan blocked and remarked, "Your attacks are fierce." He kept parrying Bernard's strikes. The man didn't reply. Gislan then swung his sword up for a downward slash. Bernard's thrust slid past him. Before he could pull his blade back, another strike looped around from underneath his guard. But he quickly twisted his wrist to evade. Then their blades clashed again. His wrist was incredibly flexible, spinning the sword in the air. Then they both unleashed slashes that slammed into each other. Bernard shouted again, "Young Master Gislan," while Gislan was still struggling to counter. He thrust his sword forward again and declared confidently, "It's over." Bernard's blade pierced right into Gislan. Fresh blood sprayed into the air. Bernard furrowed his brows, a look of shock washing over his face. His blade had successfully cut into Gislan's shoulder. He thought to himself, he's willing to take damage and use his shoulder to trap the blade. But Gislan quickly recovered and surged forward to counterattack. Blocking the attack, Bernard said, "Seems I can't let my guard down for even a second." Then he immediately deflected Gislan's strike to the side. Then Bernard seized the moment and kicked him hard, sending him flying backward. He scoffed with arrogant confidence. "This is the difference between me and someone who just swings a sword for fun." After taking that kick, Gislan was knocked back. He panted slightly, then thought to himself, what a truly entertaining fight. His expression remained completely unfazed as he stared straight ahead. He started analyzing speed, reach, and overwhelming continuous strikes. He's controlling the pace. Even if I try to close the distance for a grapple, he shuts it down. But during the clash, he made it look like our blades were tangled up, just to bait me into thinking they were stuck. With my current mana, I can't tank a few more waves of attacks like that. Bernard thrust his sword forward again, looking to end the match right there. He continued his thought. But that's only with the mana I had before. What a shame. He began to lift his sword. "I need to end this right now. There's one thing you overlooked." Gislan gripped his sword, his expression cold as he began to unleash a surging aura of mana. He thought my unique mana cultivation technique. His gaze turned dangerous. A light glowed from his chest. He activated the third core, unleashing speed so fast that the naked eye couldn't even track him. All that was visible was a blur. By the time he reappeared, Gislan was already on Bernard. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he put all his strength into a thrust, aiming directly at the man's sword. His mana-infused blade bore down on Bernard's weapon, forcing it aside in a clean sweep. The impact caused an explosion in midair. Gislan successfully disarmed Bernard, sending his sword flying until it stuck firmly into the floor. Bernard was stunned, panic racing through his mind. "Young Master Gislan, how can you output such explosive mana?" Giving him no time to think, Gislan thrust his sword decisively. In an instant, the sharp tip of his blade was pointed straight at Bernard's forehead. He leaned back to dodge, but it was too late. Just then, Belinda walked in, dragging a restrained Amelia with her. She gritted her teeth in a mix of anger and panic, shouting, "Stop 10,000 gold, take it and get lost." Gislan scoffed. "You're interrupting. You should have done that when I asked politely." Then he pulled his sword away from Bernard's forehead. Belinda teased, "My God, what kind of lover's quarrel wrecked the place like this?" Young Master Gislan replied, "Just a minor difference of opinion." Resting his sword on his shoulder, he calmly added, "I've got some bad news for you, Amelia." Gislan's gaze turned sharp and cold. "The fee just spiked to 20,000 gold. Soldiers are laid out cold on the floor. The scene is total chaos after the fight. A vase definitely got smashed to bits. Even the white cat is hiding under the chair, terrified. That's Amelia Zeppelin's rage for you." Bernard bows his head, taking the heat. "Sorry, my lady, that guy's built different way, stronger than the rumors. It's my fault for not scouting properly. In a split second, he pulled out enough mana to crush a high-ranking knight." Amelia's eyes are glowing red, her voice icy cold with anger. "You've changed a lot, haven't you, Gislan Persian?" Bernard quickly suggests, "Should we report this to Duke Delphi?" Amelia's hand slaps Bernard right across the face instantly. Like pouring oil on fire, she grabs him by the collar. "Warning, watch your damn mouth. Do you have any idea how terrifying Duke Delphi is? If word gets out about today, we're dead meat, literally getting beheaded immediately." Bernard shuts up tight. Amelia explains, "I'm secretly teaming up with Duke Delphi behind Father's back because I promised to support his rebellion in exchange for him helping me topple Persian. If this leaks, my own siblings will kill me." Amelia gets madder, her face twisting. "If the council knows our secrets, they probably know about the deal too. No matter what, Gislan has to die." Bernard nods. "Understood." Amelia demands, "What's Gislan's physical state?" Bernard replies, He's got wounds and a big one on his shoulder. Recalling the chaotic fight, Bernard describes, right after he burst out that mana for the near future. His body won't be stable. Bernard frowns, hesitating, then explains. To leave no traces, we can't use the territory's knights. Amelia replies coolly, I know. That's exactly why I raised those brats. Bernard suspects something. Could it be the image of the Claw Guild leader pops into his head? Bernigo, that piece of trash, moving a flag on the map. Amelia looks satisfied with her pick. A veteran from the battlefield. No humanity, no identity. A special expert among the faceless. An organization that trades in assassins. Amelia orders send them. Pick 18 guys skilled with mana and get them here. Bernard realizes. Of course. Thinking. He plots that small path is the only route from Rayfon to Persian. It's easy to hide there, and it's the best spot to take him out quietly and cleanly. Plan set, he declares confidently. I'll make sure it's prepared perfectly. Amelia looks savage, eyes full of murderous intent. Gislan humiliated me. He's going to pay the price. Scene switch. Busy street carriage speeding through. Gislan is inside, bandaging his shoulder, grimacing. Was it Amelia Fergus sits opposite, looking concerned. Young Master Dorgan, are you okay? Gislan answers, Don't worry, Lord, nothing serious. Gislan puts his shirt back on, touching the wound. Not too deep. It's not that bad, just push myself a bit hard. He falls into thought. The 20,000 gold from Amelia is enough to rebuild our territory. Basically saved us a few years of grinding, but he feels a bit of regret. Would have been better if I could have just killed her. But a turf war would be unavoidable. Can't let my emotions put the territory at risk. Gislan puts on his coat, still thinking. Persian is in a deadlock, can't even stop the barbarians invading. This is the best chance to push them back. Adjusting his clothes, he thinks me knowing the Demon Guild's secret will make her paranoid. Amelia took the bait, Gislan smirks. I'm going to use you for everything you're worth. Belinda stares at him, brooding. She asks, everything went exactly like young Master Dorgan said, right? Gislan confirms, yep. Belinda repeats. They said if they heard fighting inside, they'd suppress the guards. Then when Lady Amelia came out, we'd take her hostage. Gislan plays dumb. Oh, really? But I assigned that to Lord Fergus, didn't I? Just as he finishes. His face goes pale. Body reacts. He covers his mouth. Fergus panics young Master Dorgan. Gislan looks at the blood on his hand, blood from his mouth. Calmly says, Third time the energy core's been wrecked, huh? Checking the blood amount. Better than last time, but at this rate, it's a hassle every time I use my power. Gotta find a way to increase my mana fast. Belinda grabs his bloody hand. Caught off guard, Giselle questioned the move and instinctively called out, Belinda. Belinda whipped out an artifact. Your mana flow, it's completely chaotic. She channeled magic around Gislan's bloody hand. His eyes went wide. He felt that familiar bile rising in his throat. Thought he was going to cough up blood again, but nothing. He exhaled a cloud of white mist. Looked down, the blood on his hand dissolving into thin air. Gislan was stunned. You can't pull off a heal like that without mastering mana flow. He side-eyed Belinda, thinking, I heard Mother brought her in, so I knew she wasn't just some random nobody. But now I'm seeing her in a whole new light. What kind of special constitution is this? Why is someone with this level of power stuck in a remote backwater like here? Gislan smirked internally. The more powerhouses in my territory, the better. Those guys we met, just the warm-up. The carriage sped down the road. Inside, Belinda broke the silence. Young Master Dorgan. Belinda sounded sincere. I trust you, young master. So whatever you're planning, I've got your back. Unconditionally. So tell me, why did you take such a massive amount of cash from Lady Amelia? Gislan stayed quiet for a second. I needed the funds. And honestly, besides Amelia, nobody else around here is loaded enough. That answer floored the two sitting across from him. Belinda couldn't help but gasp. Huh. Gislan shrugged. Chill. Amelia won't snitch to father. Belinda countered. No, I mean, we risked our lives just to borrow cash. That's the only reason. If word gets back to Count Gihan, we are absolutely cooked. Gislan shot back, do you trust me? Belinda forced a smile. Oh yeah, sure, I guess. Then at least tell the person who just saved your hide what the money is for. Okay, Gislan stayed silent. Didn't say a word. Just when she thought he wouldn't answer, he dropped it. The demon beast forest. Belinda froze. Gislan laid out the plan. I'm going to conquer the demon beast forest. Fergus panicked immediately. Absolutely not, young Master Dorgan. People have been trying and failing to clear that place since your great-grandfather's time. But Giselle cut him off. Fergus, the task I gave you before we entered the city, is it done? Fergus turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Young master, he hesitated, then stammered, yes. The man you're looking for, he's exactly where you said he'd be. But are you sure it's really him? His condition as well. Gislan was firm. As long as he's breathing, that's enough. We're going. Now. Belinda jumped in. No, you need to get back to the estate. Look at you. You're in no shape to be running around. Gislan shot back. You think they're just going to let us walk away after what happened with Amelia? It clicked. Belinda went, ah, right. I know her type. She'll definitely try to kill me to silence us. Belinda stood up, flexing her muscles. Young master, I'm actually pretty cracked at fighting. And Sir Fergus is a knight. If things go south, I'll handle it. Quick and clean. Gislan smirked. I appreciate the confidence, but that's not your job. Different skill sets. Gislan's voice turned hard. I need a vanguard, someone to lead the charge, and I'm going to meet him. The carriage halted. They stepped out in front of a rundown house. Gislan knocked, knock, knock, while scanning the place. Belinda looked around. So-called clan seriously looks like it's already completely in ruins. Fergus scratched his head. The address is definitely correct. Suddenly the door creaked open. A massive man stepped out. Wild hair, unkempt beard, covering his entire face like he hadn't shaved in years. He grunted, Who are you? Everyone stared, totally shocked, frozen in place. Nobody said a word. Belinda whispered to Gislan, young master, This is the guy, Vanguard, please. He looks like a patient on his deathbed. Gislan nodded. We found the right man. The man stared back. When nobody answered, he lost patience. He reached to slam the door, turning away. You young nobles have too much free time. Don't waste my time. Get lost. Gislan called out. Wait. He introduced himself. I'm looking for the commander of the Rada's mercenary group. The man froze. His eyes sharpened instantly. The man slowly turned his head, glaring. Gislan extended a hand, calm and respectful. It's an honor to meet you. Gislan could barely keep his cool. Could it be Fergus was starting to realize it too? The Rada's Mercenaries, an elite squad where you couldn't even join unless you mastered almost every weapon known to man. They've disbanded now, but their courage legendary across the nations. Every knight alive knows their name, and the name of their leader, Jillian, the silver-haired veteran with eyes like steel. Gislan reached out. I've come for you. Whoosh. An axe came flying straight at him. It grazed Gislan's collar, tearing a strip off. His 3 lackeys were shook. It happened way too fast. Jillian extended a hand toward him. So you know who I am. The 3 guards were on edge weapons, locked on him instantly. Brows furrowed, Jillian asked in a low, dangerous voice, What do you want? Belinda stepped in front of Gislan, protective mode, on Get back, young master. The guy's vibe was unstable, but Gislan not scared at all. His voice was ice cold. Eternal punishment. Jillian flinched. Gislan spoke calmly like he'd already read the whole script, leaving everyone dumbfounded. I know how to cure your daughter's terminal illness. Gislan smirked, ready to talk now. The girl had been suffering like crazy high fevers, coughing up blood. Red spots bloomed like petals all over her body. A terminal disease that made her writhe in pure agony. Like she was paying for some terrible sin. That was the eternal punishment. The disease had been torturing Rachel, making her scream for ages. Everyone approached her blood-stained bed. Her pained whimpers hung heavy in the air. Jillian let out a scream of pure agony, watching the disease wreck his daughter. Gislan checked her condition. Good, it wasn't too late. He thought, in my past life, I tried to recruit Jillian too, but by then he was gone. He ended it all after his daughter died, gave up on everything. He scanned the run-down house. Judging by this dump, he must have spent every last dime trying to save her. Nothing left but his weapons, huh? Rachel screamed again, twisting in pain. Daddy, it hurts so much. I want to die, please. Gillian was heartbroken, speechless. Gislan didn't hesitate. He threw off his coat. No more wasting time. He had to treat her now. But suddenly Belinda put a hand on his shoulder. She stopped him. Let's go, young master. Belinda explained gently, I don't know what you're planning, but you can't solve this with force. Even the priests couldn't cure her. They call it a divine punishment. What can you possibly do? Without hesitating, Gislan yanked his arm away from her grip. It can be cured, Belinda yelled, losing her cool young master. He turned to her, a confident smirk on his face. You said you trusted me, right? Belinda froze, struck by his charisma. He handed her a piece of paper. Gislan gave strict orders. Buy every single ingredient on this list. Don't miss a single thing. Scanning the list, Belinda's eyes went wide. He wasn't surprised by her reaction at all. He just smiled. For wandering mercenaries, knowledge was the difference between life and death. Eternal punishment. Right now it's considered terminal. But in the future, there's a cure. Task assigned. Gislan turned back to the table and opened the pack he'd prepped beforehand. He laid out vials, herbs, everything he needed to brew the cure for Rachel. Gislan thought this recipe made waves back in the day because it's actually pretty simple. Surprised I still remember it all perfectly. The only catch is the ingredients are crazy expensive. He reached into his bag for the final items. In his hand was something incredibly rare. Fairy's blessing. Moving fast, he crushed the fairy's blessing along with the other herbs. Next, he dumped them into a flask, poured in some strong spirits, and gave it a good shake. Waited a beat, added the rest of the herbs, and stirred. Everyone was locked in, watching his every move. Finally, it was done. He held the potion out to Gislan. "Make her drink this." Gislan took the vial and carefully fed it to his daughter. He held her so tenderly, like she was the most precious thing in the world. Once she finished the medicine, Gislan laid Rachel back on the bed. Dried tears still clung to her lashes, but then the red marks started to fade. Those blooming petal-like spots blurred, then slowly vanished completely. It happened so fast, everyone was in total shock. "Eyes wide," Frog yelled. The red spots are fading. Gislan couldn't keep his cool either. "This medicine is actually..." "Watching from the back," Gislan said calmly. "Works like a charm, just as I thought." Gislan looked at him, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? Even divine power couldn't fix it?" Gislan explained patiently. "The priest's divine power isn't all-powerful. It just boosts vitality and regen so the body can fight back. That's different from actually curing the root cause." Gislan's hand started trembling. So that means he dropped to his knees before Gislan, treating him like a savior. "Can my daughter really be cured?" Unfazed. Gislan replied, "Give it a month or two. She'll make a full recovery guaranteed." Words couldn't describe what Gislan was feeling. He bowed his head all the way to the floor, overflowing with gratitude. Gislan spoke up, "What do you want from me? You definitely came here with a purpose." He paused, then grit his teeth, eyes wide, shouting like he was letting it all out. "But all I have left is this broken body. If you want me to be your dog, I'll be a dog for you. Hell, if you want a slave, I'll do that too." But Gislan just gently reached out to help him up. "I don't need a slave. I need Gislan." The captain of the Rada's mercenaries stared wide-eyed like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He looked up into the boy's eyes. Ah, those eyes, the eyes of a dreamer. Then Gislan grabbed his own thick, messy hair. He took the axe from earlier and chopped it right off. The hair hit the floor with a heavy thud. Everyone was confused, wondering what the hell that meant. But then they were all shocked, looking at Gislan now. No way he's completely different from before. From a scruffy old man, Gislan was now clean and buff, looking like the true badass mercenary captain he is. The legend Gislan is back. He stood up and walked over to his stash of weapons. Then Gislan turned around and asked seriously, "Anyone else here besides you guys? Anyone else coming?" Gislan replied, "No, just us." Holding a sharp spear, he asked again, "Does anyone have a grudge against you?" "Young master." Gislan smiled proudly. "Yeah, and there's going to be a lot more." His muscular arm gripped the weapon tight. "Then I've got no regrets." He got into a stance and hurled the weapon fast and hard at the wall. The spear pierced right through the wall. Boom. Huge explosion, big hole. It flew through the trees outside and skewered something. Gislan pulled his weapon back, dragging a dead body impaled on it along with the return force. He grabbed the guy's neck. The assassin groaned in pain. Gislan asked coldly, "Who sent you?" The assassin gasped. How did you know?" Gislan turned to Gislan. "What's the plan, sir?" Gislan answered calmly, "After watching the whole show, I think I know who's behind this." He casually drew his own weapon. I didn't really want to get my hands dirty on a day like this. But Gislan stopped him. "I'll handle it myself." Then he squeezed the guy's neck so hard the assassin could only let out one last groan. A loud crack echoed through the air. Gislan bowed respectfully to Gislan after finishing the job. Belinda stood there speechless. She was terrified by what just happened. Zero hesitation, just like that. Why would the young master recruit someone so dangerous? Gislan knelt before Archduke Gislan. He said respectfully, "From now on, the Green Lion's life belongs to you." Just as planned. Gislan thought, "With this, I've secured a key pawn for the territory reconstruction plan." He smiled like a winner, "Looking forward to working with you, Green Lion." It was getting late, and a gloomy vibe surrounded the shabby wooden house. A voice rang out. "A scout squad has been killed." Inside a rundown building, a group was checking the area. As rain started to fall outside, the four of them talked. "What those idiots?" Suddenly, a guy with a scar on his mouth spoke up. Silence. It was the Claw-Guild Vigo. He sat in the middle of the room and whispered, "Keep it down." His subordinates bowed. "Sorry, Captain Vigo." He sat still in the small room, grilling his minion. According to Bernard's intel, with Archduke Gislan's current forces, never mind killing them. They shouldn't even be able to find the scouts. Hearing the interrogation, the subordinate stammered that, then he dropped the truth. That shocked Vigo. "It looks like Gislan has joined his party. Vigo angrily punched the minion's face so hard he couldn't fight back. Then, looking at him with eyes full of rage, he choked the guy tight. He growled for real. The choked minion couldn't escape trembling as he answered, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes," hearing that Vigo was filled with hatred, muttering, "Gislan, you finally made a move." He whispered to himself, "My former captain." Outside, the sky was pitch black. Gislan drove the carriage speeding forward. Inside, Belinda was annoyed, complaining, "It's so tight in here." She didn't stop there, grumbling, "This old guy isn't a merchant, just 1 or 2 swords or axes would be enough. Why drag all this junk along? We even had to buy a second carriage for it." Gislan drove silently in the front, not saying a word. Gislan leaned back against the carriage wall and said, "We needed a carriage to bring him back comfortably anyway." At the palace, another carriage team was prepping to leave. It was Fergus Jacato's support team. Gislan looked into the distance. "It's all useful, so just be patient." The carriage with the 3 of them sped through the night, moonlight shining on the desolate forest. His voice rang out, "The most important thing right now is getting out of this ravine." Belinda stared at the boy sitting opposite her and asked young master about the guy we caught earlier, the stalker. "He was sent by Lady Amelia Zaphone, right?" Gislan glanced away, answering casually, "Pretty much." She squinted, thinking this might get a bit messy. Recalling the image of that servant shaking while being choked out, Belinda analyzed the mask. It was the symbol of the Claw Guild, a pretty powerful guild in Gayfon. Gislan listened closely, then suddenly asked, "The Claw Guild, huh?" Belinda spat. "They're filthy scum, smuggling assassination drugs. Trafficking, they do every dirty deed imaginable. Lots of elite ex-mercenaries in their ranks." Her face was filled with contempt and disgust. A shadow guild with serious firepower. The carriage kept rushing through the forest. The 2 inside kept chatting away. Gislan wondered, "Belinda, you just stay in the castle. How do you know all this?" She tried to dodge the question. Well, before the castle, I was kinda..." Then she snapped her head away, getting back to the point. "Anyway, they're persistent like starving leeches, so watch out." Hearing the whole story, Gislan stayed silent, but the corner of his mouth twitched up. Gislan reassured her, "Relax, little girl. It'll be fine." He looked up, smiling gently. "Because we have Gislan." The carriage sped through the silent night deep in the desolate forest. Suddenly, noise erupted from both sides. A strange energy wrapped around the carriage. Gislan sensed something was off immediately. He glanced around. Boom. An assassin burst out of the ground, sword in hand, lunging straight at Gislan for the kill. Gislan dropped the reins, reached behind his back, and drew his weapons. He muttered, "Attacking from underground, huh? A dagger on one side, an axe on the other." He blocked the surprise pincer attack with both weapons. Lightning fast, Gislan used his dagger to parry the enemy's sword. Same on the other side, he used the axe to break their attack. Then Gislan swung both arms to counter. His strike was lethal. In a flash, he severed the hands of the 2 ambushers. He kept swinging the axe, slashing a powerful arc right into the assassin. The 2 dropped to the rocky ground. The carriage kept rushing forward, not stopping yet. A masked mob chased them from behind. Gislan spotted every single one of them, weapons ready in hand for the fight. He looked up at the sky, asking a trap. Belinda peeked out to look. "We're going to get buried." Gislan yanked the reins hard, bringing the horses to a sudden halt. A massive tree crashed down onto the road, blocking their path. Gislan sat still, watching. He already predicted this would happen. Sure enough, an ambush. A group of masked men blocked the carriage, daggers in hand, ready to kill. A cold voice rang out. Former captain of the Rada's mercenary corps, Gislan. Hearing his name, Gislan looked around curiously. Viego led the group, slowly approaching with a blade in his hand. His voice was icy. "You coward. Disbanding the whole mercenary squad over a girl. Care to explain?" Viego grinned maliciously. "Humph, pretending you don't know, I'll help you remember." Then he ordered his goons, "Kill him." The goons charged forward immediately. Gislan, sitting in the carriage, asked need a hand. Gislan waved him off. "No need. Seems he has beef with me, so, young master, just relax." The scum rushed him, but he didn't look scared at all. Gislan swung his axe hard. "I'm enough for this." Lightning fast, he cut them down one by one. Fresh blood sprayed out. Wave after wave charged in like moths flying into a fire. They screamed, "You old geezer, how dare you!" Gislan wasn't afraid, ready to take on the whole lot. He fought everyone who rushed him. They dropped one by one, but he was untouched, keeping the fight going. He even blocked an attack with his bare hands. Then Gislan, furious, delivered a long slash right across that guy. Viego watched his men fall, thinking deeply. His strength from the mercenary days is still there. But seeing Gislan fighting them all off alone, he shouted, "Spread out. Surround him." Following orders, they split into 2 sides to box Gislan in. He jumped onto the horse, pulling the reins. The mob saw it and yelled. The horse Gislan pulled a long blade from the horse's flank. He spun the blade overhead, charging straight at the group in front. Then he swung ready to strike back. One strike unleashed, and a whole group got hit instantly. They were sent flying backward, falling one by one. They started panicking. We can't get close. You idiots aim for the horse. Gislan was still in a frenzy, countering every attacker, cutting down the scum continuously. The long blade swung in a full circle, giving them no time to react. They hit the ground, blood pouring out. Belinda and Gislan, sitting in the carriage, just commented, "Sheesh." Suddenly, one guy dove from the sky dagger in hand, trying to ambush Gislan. He spotted it quickly, whipped out his shield, and blocked the assassin's surprise attack. Viego, having his attack blocked, spoke up. "If you've already ruined someone's life, the least you could do is not stand in their way." His eyes burned with rage. Vicious words spill out, "I'm going to kill you." He slashes the horse's neck. Blood starts gushing out. Gislan loses his balance on the mount. He quickly jumps off. The horse collapses to the ground. A dagger flies straight at him, aiming to kill, but Gislan dodges it. He blocks with his axe and roars as he counters. "I'm not the captain of the Ratash mercenaries anymore." Gislan slams his wooden shield down onto Viego. He gets sent flying, gritting his teeth in rage. He manages to brace his body to tank the damage. Viego slowly gets back up. He mutters, "Former captain." Then his eyes blaze with fury and he screams, "Stop spouting nonsense." "If it's not you, then who is it?" Gislan grips his axe tight. "I left that pass behind." His face darkens as he stares down his opponent. "Now I'm just a servant of Grand Duke Gislan." Hearing that, Viego snaps his eyes, glowing red. "You..." He screams and rushes Gislan. "I'm going to kill you." The battle drags on, tension still at its peak. No clear winner yet. Viego keeps spamming attacks at Gislan. Every single strike is sharp, aiming for a kill. Gislan blocks every vicious blow with his shield. Viego hasn't landed a hit on Gislan, but he refuses to let up. He's not giving up. He keeps attacking while spitting bitter venom at Gislan. "When you left, the mercenary corps fell apart." He grinds his teeth, his voice dripping with rage and resentment towards Gislan. "Because of you, I lost my purpose. I've been living a pathetic life, just scraping by to survive." He dumps all the blame on Gislan, convinced the old man is the cause of all his suffering. Gislan defends in silence, ignoring Viego's accusations. Seeing this, Viego pushes even harder. He attacks without a break. Gislan dodges and instantly slashes his sharp axe at Viego. He ducks just in time to dodge the deadly blade. Moving like a ghost, he blocks Gislan's attack. Gislan doesn't let up, swinging his axe again. Viego blocks the heavy blow with his shield. Gislan spots the shield and pauses, realizing something. He recognizes that shield. But Viego doesn't give him time to think, shouting a challenge straight to his face. "Gislan the First was ready to give my entire life to the Ratash mercenaries. I gave everything I had." He questions Gislan. "And yet, you threw it all away, to be a servant for some corrupt noble trash." That's what's been eating him up all this time. Viego's frustration has been boiling over. He grinds his teeth. His eyes bulge with rage, his hand ready to unleash sharp arrows. His voice cracks with pure anger. He lets them fly sharp arrows whistling through the air. But it's nothing. Gislan blocks every single one. He knocks them aside, sending them plunging into the dirt. Viego seizes the moment while Gislan is distracted. He rushes into attack. Luckily, Gislan has insane reflexes. He dodges Viego's deadly spear by a hair. Gislan is no pushover. He instantly counters Viego. He unleashes sharp strikes. After all, he used to be the top dog of the Ratash mercenaries. He built that squad from nothing. He knows every single one of Viego's tactics like the back of his hand. The guy loses his footing, nearly face-planting into the dirt. Viego refuses to accept it, fighting back with everything he's got. "I don't care how strong you are." That was years ago, back when you were still captain. He's incredibly confident in his own power now. "While you were busy nursing your daughter, I got stronger through countless battles." Viego flips in the air and slams his spear into the ground, confident that Gislan is no match for him. Viego flicks his wrist, revealing coins hidden in his hand. Viego hurls the coins at Gislan with full force. Gislan catches them effortlessly. Viego prepares to follow up with a combo attack, but Gislan reads him like a book. Viego jumps up, gripping his weapon tight, ready to fight to the death. He shouts confidently, "It's over, Gislan." A loud clang rings out. Gislan blocks Viego's attack with zero effort. He asks Viego, "So you want revenge because of that?" Viego is shocked that his attack was blocked so easily. Did he wrap mana around his arm? He's not even using his full strength yet. Gislan shoves Viego back. The difference in power is massive. Viego can't fight back anymore. He collapses to his knees, looking absolutely pathetic. Gislan walks over, confused. "I don't get it," he asks. "If you wanted revenge, you had plenty of chances." He picks up the spear Viego was using. He asks seriously, "Why didn't you come to kill me sooner?" Seeing Jillian's curiosity, Viego actually looks amused. He laughs like a maniac, his voice dripping with defiance. "You don't know the whole story." He starts to explain, "I went to your house, but the captain of the Ratash mercenaries wasn't there." He recalls the memory. "Just some old man not even worth killing." He sneers. "Where did the Gillian I idolized go?" Jillian let him yap all he wanted, staying completely silent. He hurled his sword forward, answering Viego's question. "Listen up!" He slowly drew the blade from his back. "I'm just a human being controlled by others, too. But right now, Jillian drew his sword with an overwhelming aura. I'm going to grant my old comrade the highest honor." His eyes glowed. As the commander of the Rada's mercenary corps, he silently affirmed it. "That's right," Jillian charged. This was the real battle. He rushed in, unleashing a barrage of deadly, tricky attacks. No more hiding his power. Viego couldn't hide his excitement. "This is the moment I've been waiting for." The duel was fierce, neither side giving an inch. But Jillian was absolutely wrecking Viego. It was a one-sided beatdown. Viego fired a blast back at Jillian. They danced around each other, trading blows. Now came the moment for close-quarters combat. Viego gritted his teeth. He threw himself at Jillian like a moth to a flame. Jillian stretched his body, raising the axe high in his hand. He left a parting message. "I'll miss you, captain of the Rada's mercenary corps." Jillian called his name one last time. "Viego." Viego bared his teeth, trembling. The fatal axe blow swung down. Viego hit the ground, blood splattering all over the cold earth. Jillian walked over and picked up his weapon. He stared at the man he had just sent away. "Viego." Praise rang out from behind him. "Good work." It was Gislan and Belinda. Looking at the loot scattered around, Belinda couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, if we sell all the gear here, we'd make a killing, right?" Jillian bowed, apologizing to Gislan. "I wasted unnecessary time." "I apologize." Gislan waved it off. "It's fine." Gislan looked at Jillian silently, assessing. "Jillian, he's even more cracked than I expected." Gislan recalled returning to the mercenary city after leaving home. He had heard about Jillian from his superiors. "He helped me build the foundation for the Mercenary King. Lucky I acted fast to secure such a trustworthy ally." Gislan put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Do you remember who that guy was?" Jillian sheathed his sword, confirming, "Yes." Jillian looked up at the sky, admitting it. "He was my old comrade." Gislan was surprised. Old comrade. That sentence made Gislan remember the people who used to fight by his side, too. He didn't know what his old comrades were doing. Before meeting him, they must have been living their own lives. He fell into deep thought, but no matter what, Gislan held on to hope. One day, we'll all make a comeback right. But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside, speaking to Belinda. "All right, let's gather the valuables like you said." Belinda nodded in agreement. "Sounds good. Now, Mr. Gillian, lead the way so we can loot quickly." Jillian looked helpless. "I am not your lackey." 2 days later, at the territory, the group was sitting in a carriage nearing their destination. Inside the carriage, Belinda was dead tired, sighing deeply. "Phew, almost there." Jillian asked Gislan curiously, "Is that Perzion?" Gislan nodded. "That's right. He felt lucky. Lucky to have a place to return to. A place I can always come back to." Jillian remained silent for a long time. Gislan asked him, "Jillian, what do you think, looking at our territory?" Caught off guard, he stammered, Yes, it's good." Gislan saw his confusion and guessed, "Looks like trash, huh?" That hit the nail on the head. Gislan explained houses so old they can't be fixed. "See those fields abandoned. Everyone capable of working was sent to the army, forced to leave the land barren." Jillian wondered, "I heard Perzion is constantly at war with the northern orcs. But seeing it with my own eyes, it's worse than I imagined." Belinda looked helpless. "Isn't this a territory someone should know very well?" Gislan stated his goal plainly. "I'm going to fix all of this. So I need your help," Gislan affirmed. "This is going to be a long battle." Gislan thought erase everything related to Duke Delphine and fight to protect what matters. "I will restore this land, at any cost." The carriage rolled on. Belinda looked out and gasped. "Ah, young master." That's Gislan was surprised too. He didn't expect the person waiting for him in front of the castle to be... Father Gislan exclaimed. "At Castle Catalina, Persion, an ancient, magnificent fortress." Loud arguments echoed from inside. "We need to reduce our military forces," Gislan's father proposed. The retainer was shocked. "What, my lord, if we cut any more, we won't be able to hold the front line." Home Run rested his chin on his hand, concerned. Even asking Zephon for aid would be better. But Zephon is the one cutting the aid. "Investigation shows they're gathering troops and hoarding food there." Gian was shocked. "Say what?" "They're still arguing back and forth fiercely. Everyone thinks they're the one making sense. It is what it is." We need to rebuild the garrison in the Demon Beast Forest. Half of it got wrecked in the battle last October. We even have to cut down the troop numbers. That's the only way to take off some pressure. Homer fired back. But don't you think that reducing military strength comes with massive risks? Gislan just stayed silent the whole time, not saying a word. Gislan thought to himself, everyone's exactly the same. There are 3 people here. One is the commander of the Persian cavalry, Janzon. The second is Persion's finance chief, Albus. And that fat count over there is the general manager, Homer. Gislan reminisced, how long has it been? For the Grand Duke of Persion, it's only been a few months. But for the Mercenary King, it's been decades. Finally, Gislan spoke up. You've really worked hard on this campaign, Father. Gislan said. His father, Walter, was curious. What's with this sudden change? Gislan looked back on the past. When I was a kid, I hated him for being so stiff and strict. It took until now for me to truly understand his heart. Now I finally get it. Gislan realized just how heavy the burden on his father's shoulders really was, the endless fatigue and exhaustion he carried, along with the massive responsibility of being a lord. Walter asked his precious son, I heard you left the city for about a week. Where did you go? He quietly lifted his hot tea for a sip. Gislan answered honestly, I just got back from the Rayfon territory. I went there to enjoy some tea. Walter asked again, you didn't cause any trouble this time, did you? Gislan face-palmed in frustration, took a sip of tea and said, I didn't cause any trouble. The steward holding the ledger spoke up. Young master, it's hard to believe, but I heard you won a duel against Bernard and made a decent sum of money. Albus looked suspicious. You didn't go there just to gamble, did you? Gislan mentally objected. What gamble? If anything, I call that an investment. He held his tea and answered, no, I just had some brief business to discuss with Amelia Ziffin. Homer heard that and chimed in. Young master, I always remind you that before you act, you must remember that you are the heir of Persion. Gislan waved his hand to calm Homer down. I got it, don't worry. Homer was furious, hearing that secretly cursing this brat in his head. My words are nothing but trash to him. How can I not be worried? Gislan's father stepped in to stop everyone. Let's stop it right here, he asked. I heard that while I was away. It seems you got into some incidents, didn't you? Gislan sat silently, saying nothing. His father continued. I heard you personally dealt with Imia and Philip, the ones who tried to sell out Elena. Is that true? Gislan remembered, those guys. Janzon also cut in. There's no way he handled them personally. They probably just fought amongst themselves. The young master probably just finished them off, and the story got blown out of proportion. He refused to believe that. Gislan actually had that kind of superior ability. Gislan thought to himself, Knight Captain Janzon, even if the guy was a traitor. Having a knight under his command killed by me can't be a pleasant feeling for him. I should probably play along and soothe his ego a bit. Thinking that, Gislan replied, yeah, that's basically what happened. Janzon was very satisfied with that answer. See, I knew it. Walter remained silent. A moment later, he spoke up. You did well. That praise from his father made Gislan jump. The Duke continued, regardless of how it happened. The important thing is that Elena is still alive, right? Gislan was silent. It was the first time he'd ever heard praise from his father. He spoke up. Father, can I ask you for a favor? Walter agreed. Go ahead. Homer immediately cut in to block it. Grand Duke, if you're planning to ask for funds for this, let me say in advance, it's not happening. Janzon jumped on the bandwagon too. Absolutely. The young master has pulled so many stunts he got furious, used military provisions to gamble, then burned down the city gate just because he was in a bad mood. He even slaughtered a warhorse for a barbecue, and he claimed he was forging a legendary sword. So he melted down the knight's iron armor. Gislan felt helpless. Okay, that's a lot. But he calmly replied, I wasn't asking for permission. It was just courtesy. I'm going to do it anyway. Belinda hurried after him. Why are you so obsessed with that? Gislan replied, I'll tell you about that later. Gislan calculated in his head, if I reveal it now and rumors start spreading, it's going to be a huge pain. As long as my plans succeed, I'll be able to make a massive amount of money at a place not too far from here, the entrance to the Demon Beast Forest. Because there's a giant rune mine buried right there or packed with magical power. Runestones are super rare items that mages go absolutely crazy for. They're used in all kinds of magic tools. Barriers, magic circles, spell scrolls, alchemy, magic research. There isn't a single field where mana isn't used. In my past life, the Delphine ducal family discovered it. But right now, I'm the only one who knows about it. Belinda was speechless. She gave up and said, yes, surely the young master has a plan for everything. Gislan nods. Understood. I will obey. Gislan grins. Good work, you two. He commands Belinda head to the merchant guild in the nearest territory. Hire me a mercenary group. About 200 heads. Belinda gasps. We risked our lives for that cash, and you're blowing it without a second thought. Gillian speaks up. You sure about this? Grand Duke mercs are rude and reckless. They're trouble. Gathering that many makes them hard to control. They might even turn on their employer. That's a classic rookie mistake. Gislan nods. Exactly. That's why you and I are going to personally pick the useful ones. Weed out the trash. Gislan tells Gillian. Among the small merc groups in the north, there's one squad with actual skill. Gillian realizes no way you mean those mad dogs. Gislan smirks. They're skilled, but slip up and those rabid dogs will bite anyone, even their owner. The Cerberus mercenaries. They head out. Come on, let's go chain up some mad dogs. Scene shifts to the Cerberus camp outside Gimba territory. They spot movement through binoculars. It's Gislan and Gillian approaching. The mercs mock them. Yo, check it out. Pathetic. Do they even know where they are? They guess, look at that get-up. Just some young noble brat. Play this right, and we bag ourselves a fat catch. Suddenly a hand grabs them. The Cerberus mercs jump. It's Gillian. He grabs them by the neck like kittens. The captured merc screams, What the hell, let go, you bastard. Gillian crushes his face, then yeets him into the distance. The Cerberus mercs stare, eyes wide in shock. Suddenly they swarm Gillian. Who is this guy? Battle positions. One guy snarls, You lost your mind, old man. A powerful voice cuts through. He looks like high-ranking nobility. Noble or not, you can't just act like this here. He steps forward. Don't expect to leave this place alive. He freezes. The man on the horse is Gislan. Gislan speaks. Quiet down. Who's in charge here? Gislan asks again. I said, who's the commander? The guy stays silent, just laughing like a maniac. He sneers. Looks like we got a crazy noble. He spins his chain, ready to throw hands. You want to start something? Be ready to pay the price. He hurls his flail at Gislan. It flies straight at him. It's inches away from Gillian, but something stops it. Cold deflecting the blow. It's Gillian. Who else? The Cerberus mercs can't believe their eyes. The attacker is stunned. He stabbed his sword right through the chain links. The flail drops thudding into the soft dirt. Just as Gislan predicted. He sighs. Knew they wouldn't listen. He orders Gillian go wild. Just don't kill them. Gillian's been itching for this. He's ready to rumble. Roger that, he replies. Gillian effortlessly dodges the guy's attack. He grabs the chain, turning it against him. The merc is furious but helpless. Damn it. Gillian uses raw strength to launch him into the air. He wraps the chain around the guy's neck and yanks. The flail head slams into his gut. Massive damage. Seeing their squad leader down the minions charge in, think we'll just stand here because you're a noble, chains fly everywhere. But Gillian deflects them with his sword. Elbow, strike to the face. The rest fall over like dominoes. They all get blown back. Gillian stares them down, his eyes cold as ice, piercing right through the Cerberus mercs. Terrified, the soldiers look away. Gislan dismounts, annoyed. Taking too long. How long do I have to wait? He commands, toss this trash aside. Get your leader out here. The leader steps out, sounding tired. I was sleeping. Who's disturbing my nap? The troops suddenly straighten up, forming two perfect lines. He introduces himself. I'm Kale, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries. He questions. What do you want? Gislan replies calmly. Someone looks for mercenaries. What else would it be for? Obviously, I'm here to make a request. Kale scowls. A request. What kind of client beats my men to a pulp like this? He sneers. Nobles should know manners. Gislan shrugs. Just consider it my way of saying hello. I figured forcing you to submit was the best option. Kale blinks. Submit. So if you say hello twice, does that mean war? He waves it off. Whatever. State your business. What's this big request of yours? The two of them sat down at the table. Gislan broke the ice first, the monster forest. Cal was totally caught off guard when he heard that. Gislan repeated himself. I want to hire you guys to conquer the monster forest. The Cerberus mercenaries started freaking out. Isn't that the forest that's absolutely crawling with monsters? They were skeptical. Don't tell me it's the forest bordering the Tojin clan's territory. Cal was pretty surprised by the request too, and he let out an amused shout. Who exactly are you to mess with such a dangerous forest? Gislan replied calmly, I am Gislan Persian, the Duke of the Persian territory. The Cerberus mercenaries were stunned, and even someone like Cal was no exception. Seeing this, they spoke up to stop him. Hey, young blood, don't get too cocky. That monster forest ain't a joke. Anyone who goes in there ends up dead. Cal also spoke up. Kid, seems like you're just a spoiled rich boy living in luxury. You don't know anything about the real world. He made the decision himself. That's enough. No need to say more. He gestured for him to leave. The negotiation was a bust. Gislan sat there silently without responding. Cao asked curiously, got scared. Gislan looked up. He asked back, I heard your mercenary squad actually had skills, or is that just an exaggerated rumor? Cao slammed his feet onto the table. He shoved his hands in his pockets and said, Don't get cocky, kid. Like you said, we're mercenaries. It's simple, the price just isn't right. So we're not taking the job, that's it. Gislan provoked him. The weak always make excuses. Hearing that taunt, Cao pursed his lips tight. Cao tilted his head back and said, You ruined my mood. I was planning to have some fun with you, but now you're using that amateur taunting crap. A brat like you who doesn't know how the world works isn't even worth my time to beat up. He acted all benevolent. I'll let you go. Just pay for the damages and get lost. Gislan closed his eyes and denied it. No, that's not how it works. Gislan challenged him again. Cao, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, I challenge you to a duel under Moriana's acknowledgement. Everyone was shocked to hear that both on the Cerberus side and the Green Lion side. Cao asked back, Do you even know what that means? Gislan replied, Of course I know. It's a traditional duel for mercenaries. Moriana's acknowledgement. Once the duel is accepted, the two participants fight using daggers. No mana allowed and our hands are tied together. Stepping out of the small circle and closing the fight is also considered a loss. It's a brutal survival match within a limited space with restricted movement. There have been cases where the winner and loser both died. The loser is forced to accept defeat and absolutely obey the winner's commands. Basically, the loser becomes the winner's dog. Gislan finished explaining and asked Cao, What do you say Cao was surprised? A noble duke. Resorting to the dirty rules of mercenaries in the mercenary world, refusing a challenge is the same as admitting you're a loser, so he had no way to refuse this offer. Cao smirked, then he burst out laughing. He said, Boys, looks like our high and mighty noble here wants to earn some respect the mercenary way. Then we should happily oblige, right? The two of them quickly stepped out to duel, their hands tied tight together inside the small circle. The Cerberus mercenaries were shouting, That arrogant noble is going to pay Commander kill him. Gislan didn't say a word. He just watched in silence. Before the fight, Cao asked, Seems like you've got some hidden tricks and think you can face me without being scared. But it's too late to back out now. He pulled Gislan towards him, leaning close to his ear. I've fought in matches like this 5 times already, and I've never lost. Saying that he let go. Gislan pulled Cao towards him and spoke softly. 5 times. He said nonchalantly, I've done this hundreds of times, without hesitating. Both of them immediately launched vicious attacks, surprising each other, one hand gripping the other's hand. The other hand thrust the weapon towards the opponent's throat. They dodged at the exact same time, avoiding each other's fatal strikes. Their sharp gazes met again. Gislan, Perzion, and Cao constantly swung their daggers at each other, clashing close and then pulling apart. One slashed, one blocked trading blows with no clear winner. Cao dodged a slash, grabbed Gislan's arm, and yanked him closer. He twisted Gislan's arm behind his back, but Gislan wasn't a pushover. He swung his dagger backwards toward Cao's side. Cao thrust his dagger at him while dodging the blade coming his way. The two separated again, getting ready for the next move. Cao raised his leg, preparing to unleash a kick at Gislan. However, Gislan spotted it immediately. When the kick came flying, Gislan suddenly stepped back. He successfully dodged the vicious kick, but it caused him to fall over. Cao laughed with contempt. Oh, you're pretty tough, huh? You said you've done this hundreds of times, something most people only do once in a lifetime. He swung his dagger furiously fast. If your skills are trash, at least make up a believable lie. Gislan immediately dodged it. Cao's subordinates stood in a circle around the two of them, constantly shouting, That noble is getting crushed by the captain's power. Finish him off. This is the price you pay for daring to disrespect us. Hearing that, Gislan immediately shot a death glare at them, scaring them back. He silently observed and analyzed the duel. This was a bad matchup. The ring was so tight you couldn't even lie down, and just standing face to face felt like stepping out of bounds. Under the rule of using only pure physical strength, with 0 magic allowed. Plus, the obvious size gap and having their hands tied made moving a total nightmare. The Duke could barely dodge or block. As the two kept clashing, the old man continued his assessment. With that massive build, the leader could easily control and dominate the whole fight. Gillian watched with laser focus. If the Duke got into real danger, his hand was already gripping the sharp weapon on his back. Right then, Cao grabbed Gislan's arm, ready to flip him over his shoulder. But he used that momentum to jump and dodge Cao's slash. He landed lightly behind him, but his arm started throbbing in pain. Gillian glanced at the arm he used to block earlier. Damn, it hurt. Without magic protection, even if he blocked the thrust, the impact damage was piling up. Seeing that, Cao laughed with amusement. Look at you, your face is going pale. Can't hold on much longer, huh? He seized the moment to slash again. Gislan, seeing you struggle against my power is honestly pathetic. I'll admit, compared to the other trash nobles I've met, you're pretty tough. But that's where it ends. Chow grinned strictly. I've already seen through your little plan. Gislan tried to use his speed to attack, but Chow countered every single move. Swing your knife, and I'll neutralize or dodge it easily. When Gislan kicked, Chow lifted his leg to block exactly as he predicted. For my lighter attacks, you're choosing to just grit your teeth and tank them with your body, aren't you? But in this duel under Moriana, rules magical support is completely banned. Even if you block, the impact keeps building up in your body. You're finished. Gislan's legs were screaming in pain. You can feel the pressure crushing your legs right now, can't you? Gislan hated the feeling of being read like a book. Your face says it all. Go on, struggle some more. Chow beamed with a wide grin at his opponent's pain. His eyes were filled with malice. Now this is getting interesting. Gislan didn't give up. He swung his knife at Chow again. Chow easily sidestepped to escape, then countered with a slash of his own. Gislan easily ducked to avoid it. Chow thrust his hand down hard, but Gislan brought his arm up to block. Using the momentum, Gislan quickly attacked from behind. Chow raised his knee to smash Gislan's face. By the time Gislan realized it was too late, he had to use his leg to block. Chow's knee slammed into his shin bone. The pain shot straight through Gislan, down to the marrow. Chow knew he had him. With a sharp gaze, he said, "This is the end." He raised his knife and drove it down toward Gislan's neck, shouting cruelly, "Die!" Chow's subordinates on the outside immediately started screaming in excitement. They yelled loudly, "Ha ha ha!" Gislan, who had been watching, couldn't stay still anymore. He drew his weapon, shouting, "Duke, watch out." But Gislan just smiled. Just when it looked like game over, he dipped his body, barely dodging Chow's knife. A flawless escape. Chow couldn't believe his eyes. How the hell did he dodge my thrust in that position? Gislan pivoted on his right leg, spun around, and stabbed Chow from behind. He tore a massive gash in Chow's side, sending blood spraying everywhere. Chow was completely shocked that he was the one bleeding. Neither his lackeys nor Gislan understood what just happened. Furious, Chow swung his knife at Gislan again. Chow spammed attacks from every angle, but that only left him wide open. Gislan slashed him again right across the chest. The subordinates outside started freaking out. The captain got cut again. They shouted in rage, "That noble trash." He was getting wrecked by the captain's power just a second ago. "Captain, show him your real strength." Gislan stood in front, watching the fight in silence. Chow swung his knife, but Gislan ducked under it. He countered with a shoulder bash, smashing right into Chow's face. He raised his knife with a steely gaze. But instead of stabbing, he unleashed a flurry of punches to Chow's face and chest. Gislan spun the knife handle in a circle. Then he drove it straight into Chow's arm, the one tied to his own, making him groan in agony. Unable to handle the pain, Chow went berserk and lunged at him, screaming, "You bastard!" His face was twisted completely, losing his cool. "You were struggling against my strength just a minute ago? What kind of dirty trick are you pulling?" Gislan just shot him a sharp, deadly glare. Gillian, standing outside, finally realized what was happening. So that's it. Every move replayed in his mind like slow motion. The leader flexed way too hard and his muscles locked up. Now he's stiff as a board. He tried to overpower him to take the lead, but just ended up wrecking his own flow. Instead of clashing head-on with that massive aura, he stayed loose, redirecting that energy right back at him. "Didn't think you'd overcome the size gap like that," saying that he put his weapon back on his back. Chow was getting cooked. Bruised all over, face swollen up. His goons on the sidelines started losing it. They were screaming, "Yo, Captain, what are you waiting for?" "Come on, if this keeps up, it's going to be boring." Gislan looked at him. "Solid willpower, I'll give you that. But I've seen plenty of guys get cornered and break the rules to use mana." Chow scoffed at him. "You talk like you've been through this 100 times or something. You only got that captain title because Morgiana vouched for you. If you break the rules now, you're done here." He looked down impressed. Chow clapped back. "Fine. I admit in a straight-up brawl, you've got the edge on me." But he roared, grinning like a maniac. "Fighting isn't the only way to win this." Chow spun around and put everything he had into throwing Gislan. Caught him off guard. "Here's the other rule." Morgiana said, "All I gotta do is get you out of the ring. One step out and it's over for you." He launched Gislan into the air, his face twisted as he watched him fly. He thought, doesn't matter how skilled you are, once you're airborne, gravity does the rest. You're landing outside. Watching him fly, a smug grin spread across his swollen face. "I win. But come on, it's never that simple." Gislan swung his arm and grabbed Chow mid-air. Bro was shook. Gislan spun his body around. Before he even landed, he kicked Chow's pivot leg, dragging himself back inside while pulling Chow off balance. Their arms were locked together, the tension building up like crazy. He yanked Chow towards him, spun around his back, and shoved him forward. He grabbed Chow by the hair and slammed his face into the dirt. Everyone stared in shock. Chow was the one outside the ring. His minions were stunned. He's out. Outside the ring. Chow couldn't accept it, grinding his teeth. Is that it? It's over. Gislan looked down at him, cold as ice. I win. Chow turned back, defeated. What kind of monster are you? How are you this strong? Gislan's eyes flashed dangerously. Your attitude is trash. Is that how you act in front of your new master? Gislan dragged Chow back inside the ring. Chow was confused, panting. What are you doing? The match is over, isn't it? But Gislan replied, Nope, I haven't stepped out of the ring yet. Chow gasped, couldn't believe his ears. What then? Bam. Another punch flew right at him. Class is in session. Time to teach you how to behave like a proper subordinate. Gislan cocked his fist back, leaning in and staring daggers at Chow. Starting now. I'm going to beat some manners into you. Then he delivered a straight right to Chow's face. Dude was seeing stars. His crew watched in shock as their leader hit the dirt. Chow tried to cover his face, which was already a bloody, swollen mess. He screamed, Hey, wait! The rules say stepping out ends the match. He didn't even finish his sentence before another fist connected. Gislan pinned him down and started raining blows, ground and pound style. You talking about rules on a battlefield? Chow lay there, weakly trying to argue. You call yourself a noble acting like this. Don't question your master. Gislan stared at him with dead eyes and kept swinging. The moment Chow spoke, the psycho punched him right in the mouth, blood everywhere. Then came a barrage, dozens of punches smashing into his face. With every hit, Chow was fading fast. The crowd watched their boss get wrecked and started panicking. Hey, should we stop this? Is this okay? The bet's over, right? But Gislan didn't stop. His knuckles were coated in Chow's blood, and he just kept going. Chow finally broke. He threw his hands up, screaming, Hey, stop, please! His face was a bloody mess. Gislan yanked him up, face still stone cold. I told you, I haven't stepped out of the ring yet. Chow's face went pale. He was looking at a demon. Terrified, he screamed at his men, Don't just stand there watching. Do something. Kill him. Right now. Hearing Chow's order. The minions brandish their swords and charge in. You got it, boss. But before they can even make a move, the old geezer blocks them with a massive axe swing. Anyone who dares get in the Duke's way from now on is dead meat. As he speaks, a terrifying aura explodes around him. The soldiers see it and instantly freeze up, faces pale with fear. They're rooted to the spot. Chow watches this, a look of total helplessness washing over him. He slowly turns his head back to face Gislan, and there it is, that same cold, emotionless stare. Gislan speaks up. Shall we finish what we started? Chow. At this point, all he can do is stare at Gislan's fist and force a laugh. Ha ha, nobles are usually nothing but a bunch of spineless cowards anyway. As he eats punch after punch, he thinks about how rotten the nobility is. Images of all the different types of nobles flash through his mind. Arrogant pigs, treacherous snakes, narcissistic losers. Scare them just a little, and they immediately curl up and beg for mercy. Robbing guys like that blind. Seriously, there's no greater pleasure. Chow was the guy who built a legendary reputation as the Mad Dog. So why the hell am I getting humiliated by some greenhorn noble right now? The subordinates stare in horror at Chow's battered and broken body. They scream, Captain Chow, isn't he going to die at this rate? What are we supposed to do? Gislan hauls Chow's blood-soaked body up to check his work. This should be enough. He orders the squad to bring medical supplies for Chow. Hey, what are you all waiting for? Get water bandages and towels over here. You going to let your captain die like this? As he says this, Gislan holds Chow's limp body up right in front of them. The soldiers' faces turn deadly pale. Yes, we're on it. The silver-haired old man watches Gislan, thinking to himself. These unruly mercenaries are actually obeying the Duke without question. In the mercenary world, where fists make the laws, the Duke just engraved his authority into their skulls using the most effective method possible. He showed them exactly who's boss. After some treatment, Chow and Gislan sit across from each other at a table. Gislan slides a paper over and tells Chow to sign it. Chow looks annoyed and glares at Gislan, but he grabs the pen and signs the document. Once he's done, he slides the paper back and grunts. Here. Hearing the tone, Gislan narrows his eyes, shooting Chow a look of pure dissatisfaction. Chow realizes his mistake instantly and corrects his tone. Please take care of me, sir. And just like that. Gislan smiles satisfied and shakes Chow's hand. Good. From now on, we're family. Let's do great things together. A few days later, on the outskirts of the Kojun territory, a group of exhausted soldiers are standing around chatting. Ugh, why did they call us out so early in the morning? I don't usually start moving until after lunch. A bald guy pipes up. Did you hear rumor has it? The guy hiring us is the Duke of the Berium family. Hearing that one guy gasps, "Say what?" but another guy just laughs with pure contempt. Bwahaha. A total greenhorn kid. Does he seriously think he can handle a bunch of mercenaries? Ha ha ha, we can just do the bare minimum and make some easy money, right? While they're gossiping, someone claps loudly. All right, listen up. A massive muscular guy steps forward and raises his hand. If you want to handle a naive boss easily, you need a big, strong representative. The crowd turns their attention to the muscle head. You. Gordon. The muscle smiles and pats his chest. Exactly. I am Gordon the Muscle. I'm very impressed with your enthusiastic spirit today, especially when it comes to making a quick buck. However, if we don't stick together, we won't get what we want. The crowd nods. Come to think of it, last time, there was some idiot who asked for too much, and the whole deal fell apart. The bald guy from before steps up to Gordon. So what's the plan this time? With stuff like this, you gotta know when to stop. Push it too far, and we lose everything. Gordon roars, I'll step up as the broker representative. I'll demand the boss raise our pay, and you guys can split the extra cash however you want deal. As he speaks, Gordon shakes his coin purse. The whole crowd cheers in unison. Agreed, if Gordon is the middleman, this is going to go smoothly for sure. That massive body of his is actually useful. Whatever, as long as it works. He trains all day, but somehow has a nose for money. Suddenly someone shouts, "Hey, someone's coming." Gordon and his crew turn to look. From the distance, a lone figure on horseback is slowly approaching. The silhouette gets clearer. The mercenaries squint to see. What is this? He came alone, looking at those clothes that must be the big boss. Bwahaha. Wonder if he'll run for the hills. When he sees Gordon's muscles, Gordon takes the lead, waving for the others to follow him to build up the pressure. Rubbing his hands together, he sneers time to give this innocent, noble kid a harsh lesson about the real world. But the moment he looks forward again, his eyes widen in shock. He can't believe what he's seeing. Behind the lone rider, dozens of people appear. Someone gasps. Wait, that dog head helmet. Is that the Cerberus mercenary squad? Gordon flinches. Say what? The whole group starts panicking. How is that possible? What happened? Those guys are famous for being stubborn and difficult. That's how you listen to the boss, right? Gislan side-eyed Gordon and asked, You the one calling the shots here? Gordon heard him and stammered back, Yeah, that's right. Gislan followed up. What's your name? I'm Muscle Gordon. Hearing that name, Gislan lightly tapped Gordon's bicep and praised him impressive stuff. Gislan immediately introduced himself. I am the Grand Duke of Persian, Gislan Persian. Now Gordon and his crew were sweating bullets, terrified to say a single word. Then Gislan spoke up. Gather all your mercenaries, Gordon. Starting now, we're clearing the beast forest. A few days later, outside the beast forest, Gislan's squad had set up camp. Every preparation to clear the forest was complete. Gislan had built a temporary base for the expedition team. Supplies were fully stocked and the troops were locked and loaded. It was go time. Thinking that, Gislan glanced at Belinda and ordered, check the head count one more time. Belinda immediately got to work. The mercenaries approved. Through the office totaled 148 people. The severest mercenary group Gislan brought along consisted of 41 people. The total manpower was 192. Hearing that, Gislan got serious. All right, you briefed Scovan thoroughly, right? Belinda nodded slightly and replied, He proactively offered to help us cover up the entry into the beast forest. Since his main job is commanding the base near the beast forest anyway, we probably don't need to worry. The two nodded. Gislan smiled and said, Good. Then he looked down at the crowd and shouted the order, Everyone fall in. He told them that right in front of them was the beast forest, the place they were about to clear. Surely they had heard the rumors. An unexplored danger zone, all kinds of monsters and unknown threats. Or maybe even things beyond their wildest imagination. Even if they had to face those dangers, he said they absolutely had to clear this place at all costs. Hearing his words, the mercenaries who hadn't been briefed on this turned pale as ghosts. They kept whispering and gossiping. Belinda heard it and snapped in anger. You lot have some nerve. How dare you interrupt while the young master is speaking? Gislan couldn't be bothered. He said in a cold voice, Anyone who wants to back out, feel free. But remember this, if everything ends well, I promise to pay you 3 times the wage. For these slaves to money, the bonus was truly a juicy bait. As soon as they heard him, their eyes lit up. On the flip side, Belinda almost jumped out of her skin in panic. Young master, what did you just say? The money we brought back last time is almost gone just preparing for this. Gislan pouted and said, I have to do that to boost morale. Besides, if we succeed in getting the ore, everything will not only be covered, but we'll have plenty left over. Thinking that, he glanced at Belinda and asked, "You trust me, don't you?" Belinda sighed helplessly. "I have to trust you." She kind of regretted saying she'd trust him unconditionally. Kale over on the side couldn't hold back and whispered, 3 times the wage. That's a promise no one would dare make unless they've lost their mind. The master's always reckless like that. Jillian replied calmly, "He always has a plan in mind." A moment later, the Beast Forest expedition team was ready to move out. Gislan was naturally leading the charge. They followed close behind. Their army advanced into the forest just like that, except they were chopping down trees as they went. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were illegal loggers. A bunch of people just aggressively swinging axes. Even Gislan was no exception. He had just felled the tree in the center. Thanks to that flickering light, finally began to shine into the gloomy forest. Seeing the light, Gislan smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. The light is finally starting to break through." Immediately after, he gave another order, "Keep clearing a path in this direction. Cut the felled trees into logs and load them onto the wagons. Those with free hands dig around the stumps to make them easier to uproot." According to Duke Delphine's Beast Forest Exploration Diary from his past life, the forest was truly massive. Someday they would wipe out the monsters and exploit the forest's resources. But what Gislan needed right now was cash. Ignore everything else and open the fastest path to the Junson ore vein. The wealth Gislan obtained from this expedition would be a crucial weapon to stop the conspiracies surrounding Persian. Over here, Kale was shocked to see Gislan actually working. Even the mercenaries started whispering among themselves. Belinda obviously wasn't going to let this slide. She immediately shouted a warning, "Hey, cut the chatter and get back to work." They instantly shut their traps and scrambled away. She watched them leave and let out an angry, "Humph, unbelievable," saying that she walked over to Gislan and complained, "Young master, you spent good money hiring people. So why are you doing the work yourself? They see you working with them. That's why they dare to look down on you like that." Gislan, who was busy chopping a tree, didn't even care, speaking calmly. "Cut it out. With one more person on the job, we'll finish faster. This place ain't exactly a vacation spot." Ellen Elise pouted immediately. "You talk like you knew the whole plot before we even got here." That comment left Gislan completely speechless. Right there, what could she even say? She actually did know beforehand. Meanwhile, Paul was working and yapping away. Must be nice for the young master to have a girl worrying about him. Totally jealous. Meanwhile, someone else not only has to work for people, but also walk straight into hell himself. Hearing that Gislan whacked him on the back with a stick, driving him crazy. He kept cussing, "You want to start something," but the guy just played deaf, letting him scream until his voice was hoarse. Gislan glanced at them, feeling a bit more at ease. Everything was smooth so far. Duke Soros had launched a massive campaign to clear the Beast Forest and obtained an exploration journal recording the locations, important resources, and monster ecology. Thanks to that, Gislan prepped somewhat before coming here, but the fact that nothing was happening only made her more anxious. Gislan had only read what was in the journal. She had never actually witnessed what happened with her own eyes. So she couldn't help but warn them, "Don't you dare let your guard down, keep your eyes open," because they were heading deeper into the forest. Even so, they kept cutting down trees to clear a path. It was getting dark now, and they had walked a long way but still hadn't encountered a single monster. While they were gossiping, a guy walked up to demand money from Gordon. But Gordon seemed to notice something, his face turning pale as a sheet. He panicked and shouted, "Hey, you guys!" The group immediately turned around, all looking at him. Gordon stammered, "We definitely cut down a ton of trees on the way here, right?" The group nodded in confusion. "Yeah." Gordon hesitated for a long time before glancing at them and asking, "Then why don't I see a path anywhere?" That woke them up. He had a point. Just then, Gislan suddenly yelled, "Everyone focus it." Following her shout, the 3 key members blocked the front of the boy. Sauros's mercenaries also shifted into combat stance. Only the amateurs on the outside were panicking, having no clue what was going on. But while they were confused, Gislan warned Gordon, "Stay right there or you're dead." She ordered him slowly walk towards us, one step at a time. Although confused, Gordon nodded, "Yes, I got it." But the moment he turned the log on his shoulder, smacked hard into the ancient tree in front of him. Not only that, he face-planted right into the dirt. Seeing this, the faces of the group behind him went serious. Someone couldn't help but curse angrily. That idiot. At the same time, Gordon was freaking out too, because the huge tree in front of him suddenly started moving. In the blink of an eye, the giant trunk formed a massive mouth filled with terrifying jagged teeth. Seeing that, the group immediately turned and ran. Everyone looked grim, and they had every reason to be scared. That monster that Treant suddenly shot out vines tens of meters long. They wrapped around the men, dangling them in the air before tossing them into its mouth. After catching the people, it snapped its mouth shut, like it was buying time to chew up the prey it just caught. Finally, Gordon got snatched too, but thanks to his brute strength, he clung to a nearby tree. He cried out for help. "Save me!" The nearby mercenaries rushed over, hacking at the monster's vines with axes, but no matter how hard they chopped, it wouldn't break. The axe in the merc's hand even started to chip, making him scream in shock. Why are these vines so damn hard? Gordon was terrified too. Can't cut it. Am I going to get eaten? Talk about bad luck, speak of the devil. The vine dragged him toward the monster's mouth again. Just then a figure suddenly charged in. It was Gislan. She rushed forward with her sword. One slash, and she severed the vine binding Gordon. She saved him, but didn't stop there, channeling mana into her blade. Without hesitation, she stabbed the eye on the monster's trunk. Bright red slime started gushing out like rain. It looked absolutely disgusting. Seeing this, the mercenaries on the sidelines cheered happily. Boss cut it down. Is the eye the Treant's weak point? While they were still dazed, Gislan landed after her strike. Exhaling a breath, she turned back to the group and shouted a warning, "Wake up. If you scatter, you're easy targets. Raise your shields and get into formation so you don't get snatched. Until I give the next order, focus on defense." With Gislan's command, the mercenaries quickly formed up, using shields to block the incoming vines. After giving orders, Gislan ran to find Paul. "Where's the oil?" Paul pointed to the cart beside him, answering, "It's all here." Gislan quickly ordered, "Good. Light it all up and throw it at them. Burn them to ash." Hearing this, Paul exclaimed in surprise, "So, this is why we were brought here, huh?" Just then, Geese shouted, "They're looking this way." Gislan wasted no time barking orders. Right on cue, Captain Cow led the charge, tossing the oil lamps. The monster got bombarded instantly. Lamps rained down, and the second they made contact, boom! Total explosion. Flames erupted everywhere. Watching the blaze, Cow muttered with a hint of worry, "Think this is enough to burn 'em to ash?" Jillian nodded. "With this heat, probably." But they let their guard down for 1 second, and the vines lunged straight at them. Clutch save! An axe came flying in out of nowhere. Jillian didn't hesitate. He sliced through every single vine. Even Belinda jumped in, launching 3 darts straight for the monster's eye. Gislan shot them a glance. He ordered, "Cover the mercs and get ready to toss the lamps." They didn't ask questions, just got to work. As for Gislan, he gave the orders, grabbed his sword, and charged in himself. His goal, draw all the aggro. Belinda saw it and freaked out, screaming, "Sir, be careful." Gislan didn't even flinch. He rushed right up to the monster's face and channeled mana into his blade. Then he went absolutely berserk, slashing down. The monster got triggered and fired vines straight at him. Bro moved like a snake or something, dodging, was buttery smooth. He weaved through and got right up close. Meanwhile, the mercs were turtling behind their shields, totally panicking at the sight. Those tree monsters have legs. The boss is going to get crushed to death. But nope, Gislan was totally fine. His skills are cracked. Every single slash severed the vines cleanly. Seeing an opening, Gislan drove his sword straight into the trunk's eye. Bro is literally soloing these monsters like it's nothing. The mercs were absolutely shook. Everyone was glued to the boss's moves. Belinda screamed out, "Throw every lamp you've got. It's going to work this time, I swear." On her signal, another wave of lamps flew in. The fire roared to life, instantly drowning the monsters in a sea of flames. Chow saw it and cheered. "Yes, we got 'em." But Gislan shouted back, "Don't stop. Keep throwing until they're burned to a crisp." Hearing that, the mercs kept launching the lamps. Part of the forest was engulfed in raging red flames, the heat getting insane. In seconds, the whole mob of monsters was getting cooked. The mercs couldn't help but simp, "That's peak. Who knew we could handle monsters like this?" They realized the fire was going to spread wild. But hey, even better, those things will get wiped out faster. Even Gordon got cocky, shouting, "Not so tough, huh? These tree freaks are trash against fire." While they were celebrating, Gislan cut in, "Don't get comfy. We're not done yet." Now's when they show their true forms. The second he said that, everything went white. The mercs were panicking hard, having no clue what was happening. Jillian and Belinda scrambled toward him. Belinda cried out, terrified, "What the hell is happening over there?" Gislan stayed chill, explaining fire nerfs them, but it doesn't finish the job. The fire hit the water inside the bark and boomed steam fog. The fog cleared pretty fast, revealing a giant monster looking way more terrifying than before. Talk about a glow down. That giant mouth was still there, but now it had 4 massive petals. The crowd stepped back, terrified, screaming, "What is that thing?" I thought it was dead. Right then, amidst the panic, a sword pointed straight at the sky. Gislan roared, "Listen up. Grab your weapons. We're going in for close combat." He didn't wait. Gislan charged in like the wind. Seeing him rush in solo, the mercs were totally lost. Melee against those giants, is he trying to get us killed one move and we'd get stomped flat? Seriously, who wouldn't be terrified right now? But while they were freezing up, Cal led the Cerberus squad straight into the fray. Belinda ran after them, shouting, "Duke, please be careful." Jillian stayed back, stepping up to Gordon's crew. He asked coldly, "Why are you hesitating?" "This is a direct order from Grand Duke Gislan." He was obviously pissed. His master is out there fighting for his life, and these guys are standing around like statues. Jillian snapped, "Trust him, and get moving." Gordon's crew panicked, but they grabbed their weapons and charged forward fast. "Screw it, who cares? The employer will handle the mess. Let's just go." In a split second, the mercs were all fired up. Gislan shouted, "Their bark is toast. You can cut them down even without mana." "Don't be scared. Smash them to pieces in one hit." Hearing that Kale charged in like a madman, even Jillian and Belinda jumped in. In a split second, it turned into a total bloodbath. At this point, hesitating equals death. Ghislaine's job was to wipe out his followers' doubts and give them the confidence to secure the W. By planting the will to make the impossible possible, combined with his insane abilities, Ghislaine showed them it's just killing monsters, nothing else. He shoved his sword right into the beast's mouth, zero hesitation. He slammed down a strike packed with mana, cleaving that thing in half right on the spot. With Gislan popping off, the monsters started dropping like flies. The others grouped up and racked up a decent kill count too. The mercenaries were gasping for air. Gordon let out a breath and said, "Got 'em all. We wiped out every single one of those freaks." The others sighed in relief too. They survived. But right then, Ghislaine spoke up, "Everyone stay calm." His voice instantly silenced the crowd. Seeing them fall in line like that, Ghislaine was loving it. He continued, "This is the Demon Beast Forest. We're just at the entrance, and things like Trents are already showing up." Instantly, fear was plastered all over everyone's faces. Ghislaine didn't really care, though. He just slowly said, "But don't stress. I'll always be standing right at the front. You just need to trust me and follow." The crowd went dead silent hearing that. But a second later, hyped-up war cries echoed through the gloomy forest, immediately after they pushed deeper into the woods. Every time a mob showed up, Ghislaine ordered a total wipeout. Wherever they walked, ancient trees and monsters hit the dirt. Kale was getting more hyped with every kill. At first he only followed because he had to, but now he was actually addicted to the thrill of battle. They ran into a ton of monsters along the way. Belinda was worried sick, checking on Ghislaine at every single stop. He wasn't a fan at first, but eventually he just gave up and let her do whatever she wanted. But the one thing that didn't change was Gordon's squad. Every time a monster popped up, those mercenaries kept backing away. Gordon stared at the massive beast in front of him and yelled, "Damn it, what the hell is that? These things just keep coming." But while they were panicking, Jillian and Kale stepped up to shield them. Kale didn't hesitate. He slashed right into the monster's leg. But right at that moment, another one spawned on the flank. Jillian rushed in just in time, blocking the beast with his shield. Seizing the opening, a sword flashed out. Gislan drove his blade straight into its skull. After clearing the mobs, Ghislaine glanced at everyone and asked, "Nobody's hurt, right?" The group nodded immediately. "Still alive, just scratches," and then they locked in, shouting, "If you want to live, stay close to the boss, huh? Come get some, you freaks." Seeing this, Jillian couldn't help but smile. Now they're starting to look like real pros. Kale nodded in agreement. Nothing beats real combat experience. Ghislaine felt a lot more relieved too. He reminded them, "We've still got a long way to go. Keep clearing the path." Meanwhile, one guy was lagging behind. Watching the others rush toward their deaths, he thought they'd all lost their minds. A crazy forest filled with crazy people. A bit later, they were deep in the woods when they spotted a lake. Seeing the water, the group went feral and rushed over like they were dying of thirst. They used buckets to scoop up water. Belinda watched and sighed. Who knows what's going to jump out of there? Ghislaine stood on the side, not really knowing what to say. So far, they were still heading in the right direction. This lake was the key checkpoint to the Johnson Stone Quarry. After thinking it over, he ordered set up camp with your backs to the lake. Everyone rests here. A while later, in one of the tents, a group of mercenaries was gossiping nonstop about the forest. Meanwhile, in another tent, a fire was crackling warmly. Gordon looked at the guy in front of him and asked suspiciously, "Why'd you make us meet here in secret? What the hell are you trying to say?" Manhwa chuckled softly. "We don't need to risk our necks here anymore. Your life is worth more than money." "Isn't it?" Gordon sneered. "Whatever. We've already cleared a huge chunk of the path. The boss said the destination isn't far. From the forest entrance, we've got to be close." Manhwa got more intense. "You actually believe him? The guy's nicknamed the Madman of Tojun for a reason. He's just trying to score points by recklessly expanding into the forest. Isn't it obvious? Gordon shrugged indifferently. We took the deposit. Once we take the money, we do the job. We're mercenaries, aren't we? And it's not the first time we've survived thanks to the boss. Manhwa wouldn't give up. I'll admit the guy can fight, but so far it's just been luck. One slip up and we're all dead. He thinks these nobles will just use us as meat shields the second things get dangerous. Nobles are all the same. Hearing that, the expression on Gordon's crew turned grim. Not knowing how to react at first, Manhwa saw them hesitating and got cocky real fast. Yeah, keep hesitating. You'd have to be insane to fight those monsters solo and expect to make it back alive. If things went south, he could just use them as bait. But right then, Torin cut in. I'm saying without our employer, we'd be dead meat by now. Just look over there. He pointed straight at Gislan. The guy was busy patching everyone up with potions, even giving them advice. Careful now, don't let water get in the wound or it'll get infected. Belinda wasn't having it, though. She frowned, stressing over the cost. That stuff is expensive, you know. Shouldn't we save it for an emergency? Gislan replied calmly. This is what it's for. Being cheap will just get you killed. Manhwa watched him healing everyone non-stop and didn't know what to think. Torin spoke up again. The potions and poisons the boss is using, they're worth more than our lives combined. If you were him, would you treat your meat shields this well? No way. Gordon's crew immediately nodded in agreement. Yeah, this boss is built different from the others. At least he won't leave us behind. Their words wrecked Manhwa's plan. He fumed silently. That old geezer is ruining everything. I need to bait a few of them to escape, but it's looking impossible now. He quickly slipped away. As soon as he left, Gislan warned everyone, cut the chatter. Get some rest while you still can. Then he glanced at Green Lion and Cow. We need to talk. Follow me. Cow hesitated. You sure about this? If it were me, I would have ripped his tongue out by now. Gislan replied calmly. Let him go. With the monsters out there, he can't try anything anyway. Right now, we have bigger problems to confirm. His tone put everyone on edge. They scanned the area and spotted the issue. For some reason, oil lamps had been placed everywhere. Belinda frowned. Why did you make us count the lamps all of a sudden? There's about 24 of them. Gislan went silent, thinking hard. Just as I thought, the numbers dropped. He spoke slowly. Ever since we entered the forest, those monsters have been attacking day and night. But for the last 2 days, 0 attacks at night. The group fell silent, realizing the implication. Cow mumbled hesitantly. That means before Gislan could answer, Green Lion cut in. We've walked right into a monster's territory. Creatures that hunt at night and dominate this area. Gislan suddenly sighed. His gaze turned sharp. Staring into the darkness, he spoke slowly. All right, the real danger starts now. Night fell over the forest. Everyone drifted off to sleep, including Gordon. He was cozy and warm, but a sudden bright light forced him awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an oil lamp floating in midair. Scared out of his mind, he kicked at it and screamed, What the hell, a flying lantern? But before he could process what was happening, something bit hard into his shoulder. Gordon screamed in agony. His scream woke everyone up. They saw Gordon swinging a torch wildly at the air like a maniac. The invisible monsters backed off from the fire, but to the mercenaries, Gordon just looked like he'd lost his mind. They rushed over. What's going on? Gordon trembled, mumbling, Monster. A monster! It was right next to me, but they didn't see a single soul. Annoyed, they snapped back. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing there. Gordon looked completely bewildered, scanning his surroundings frantically. He cried out in disbelief. Nothing. One of the guys grumbled. Did you just have a nightmare or something? You're sleep-talking. They started to walk away, but a voice stopped them. He's not sleep-talking. It was Gazelle walking over with Torin. Gazelle spoke slowly. I had a bad feeling and woke up too. I saw a lantern just vanish right in front of my eyes. Hearing this, the others started sharing the weird things they'd noticed too. Gazelle nodded firmly. We need to figure out what that was. The tent instantly erupted into chaotic chatter. While they were panicking, Gislan stepped in. Did you get a good look? They all whipped their heads around. It was him flanked by Green Lion and Cow. Gislan narrowed his eyes and barked an order. Everyone assemble. Now. The mercenaries huddled together in the tent. Gislan called the leaders in to talk. After hearing the explanation, Gordon screamed in terror. You mean we're surrounded by monsters? Gazelle chimed in. And we can't even see them with the naked eye. Gislan nodded slightly. Makes sense. That's exactly how their ability works. I'm sure of it. They're from near the lake. One of the strongest species dominating the night in this forest. The pan monsters, they can merge right into the shadows. Humans can't see them, and physical attacks totally useless. They stalk hundreds of victims at once. They're strat, dragging their prey straight into the darkness. Hearing that Gadgil and Gordon freaked out immediately, Hundreds of them. Belinda just shot a glance at him. So that's why the lamps are dying. It's them. Kale shouted in rage. Those damn pests, let's go and wreck every last one of them. We can't let these monsters play us like that. We gotta strike first. But Gislan just shook his head and stopped him. We're gonna wait till they attack. That's the best way to counter. Belinda hesitated a bit. We've lost over half our lanterns. Are we seriously just gonna sit here and wait? Gislan answered totally chill. Rushing in blindly is just gonna trigger their killer instincts. They'll switch up their hunting style and torture us way slower. We'd miss our shot to wipe them all out. Hearing that, Jillian mumbled, confused, wipe them all out. He glanced at Gislan. Is there actually a way to catch hundreds of invisible monsters that are immune to physical attacks? Gislan gave a small nod. Yeah. Belinda, where are the magic scrolls I told you to prep? Belinda replied calmly. I've already handed one out to every mercenary. Hearing that, Gislan looked at everyone with satisfaction and ordered, now I'm going to show you guys how to actually fight. Saying that he used his sword to sketch something on the ground, then spoke slowly. The pan monsters are surrounding our camp from 3 sides right now. They're slowly closing the net by stealing our lanterns. With our low numbers, we can't cover this whole area, especially since the enemy isn't human. If we go head-on, we'll definitely get crushed from both sides. Gordon frowned and mumbled, good thing we camped with our backs to the lake so we aren't surrounded on all 4 sides. Gislan nodded slightly, replying coolly, you could call it lucky. The situation isn't great, but we're not totally cooked yet. We actually have the upper hand in this fight. Everyone stared at him in shock, having zero clue what he was talking about. Gislan slowly explained first, we split into 3 squads. 1 tank squad with shields to take the hits, 1 crossbow squad to hold them back, and an elite strike team including me. Shields and crossbows form a tight turtle formation in the center to block the enemy wave. Meanwhile, the strike team focuses all firepower to rapidly cut down their numbers from the left flank. Gislan finally finished laying out his plan. Jillian hesitated. Is this actually going to work? Kale stared at the drawing for a while before speaking up. If the center team can tank the hits, we can definitely pull this off. Just then, Belinda suddenly raised her hand to cut in. She said seriously, those pan things merge with shadows, so attacks don't work right. How are we supposed to deal with them? That question threw the group off. Kale glanced at Gislan, then back at Belinda, asking innocently, can't we just use Manhwa? But Gislan just smirked and said, don't sweat it, Belinda. A bit later, night had fully set in. Perfect time to slay some monsters. Gislan rallied the mercs, just as planned, to fight the horde. They'd lost the last lantern. One slip up, and it's game over for everyone. In the exploration logs of the Delphine ducal family, it's written, clearly pan monsters are terrified of light. This was discovered way later. Hit them with strong light, and they reveal their true forms. So Gislan ordered everyone to rip their magic scrolls. Immediately, everyone obeyed and ripped the scrolls in their hands. 1 per person, adding up to a massive blast. In a split-second, light shot straight up into the sky. The pans panicked at the brilliant light. Before they could even run, the light engulfed them completely. Their true forms started showing up clearly right in front of everyone. Seeing this, Gordon shouted, the shadows are gone. Their true forms are exposed. Those eel-looking monsters were surrounding us, and sure enough, they rushed straight at the group. The crossbow squad didn't hesitate raising their weapons to blast the monsters, but there were too many. The squad was getting overwhelmed. Right then, the center team was locked and loaded. Gislan raised his sword high and shouted, their true forms are out. Vanguard attack now. Then he led Jillian's group and charged forward, absolutely aggressive. The Vanguard didn't stop slaughtering the monsters. Gislan was even more savage. Every time his sword swung down, monster bodies dropped everywhere. He narrowed his eyes at the monsters, calculating the pans can merge with shadows, but their defense is trash. With this formation, we can definitely pierce through them in a flash. Thinking that, Gislan looked back at everyone. The order dropped to thin him out. Max efficiency. Jillian's trio didn't hesitate. They split 3 ways instantly. Jillian tanked the hits, drawing all the aggro. Meanwhile, Kale straight up chaos. Dude was wrecking their formation with pure combat instinct. His speed god tier. Every hit was a kill shot. But the mob was endless. Even he was going to leave an opening. Cue Belinda. The second a teammate was in trouble, she was there. Clutch support. Daggers flew, hitting their mark. Then she shouted, young master boom. Gislan dashed in like the wind. Straight up deleting monsters. This right here, the elite Persian force he built from scratch. Absolute units. Just like that, the sky over the demon beast forest lit up, blue and white flashes everywhere. Down below, the mercs were unleashing hell. Monsters were dropping like flies against that pressure, but no matter how many they geeked, the horde was just too massive. The mercs were sweating bullets, panic setting in. Bro, why are there so many? When is the raid team gonna pull up? They got distracted for 1 second, and the beast lunged, fangs out, claws ready. Pure nightmare fuel. Suddenly /A blade cut through. It's Gislan's squad. They cleared their side and rotated to save the day. After wiping out the wave, Gislan glanced at the crew. Good job holding the line. Thanks for hanging in there. Seeing him, Gordon's crew went wild. The bosses here were saved. Gordon instantly got his mojo back. He barked orders, spread out. Surround them, time to push back. The monsters realized they were cooked. They stopped attacking and straight up turned to run. Gislan frowned. Retreating before we even boxed them in smart. He glanced at Belinda. Find the leader. The one with the horn. It's signaling the retreat. Kale hesitated behind him. Isn't it better if they just leave? Gislan replied coldly. They're obsessed with their prey. If they leave now, they'll just stalk us for days. Until we're dead. We don't have time for a round 2. Can't waste any more troops. If they lose the commander, they crumble. We end this right here. Belinda looked a bit surprised. She realized he'd changed a lot. Steeling herself, she said, Got it. Instantly, she grappled onto a nearby branch. She flew like the wind diving solo into the monster horde. Spotted it immediately, the one with the horn. Zero hesitation. She swung the hook. Bullseye snagged the commander. She glanced back and shouted, Young master, I got him. Hearing that Gislan dashed forward, he scoffed. So it was you, huh? He launched himself into the fray. Without blinking, Gislan slashed the leader. Blood sprayed like rain, but the thing was still standing. Gislan didn't panic. He just swung again. This time, don't miss. Clean cut. Headless leader. The mob froze, totally confused. They stopped attacking. Gislan roared, The Alpha is dead. Wipe them out. Don't let a single one escape. With that command, the mercs went feral. Morale skyrocketed. Fear gone. They rushed in for the kill. Kale got competitive too. Squad. Don't let that old man beat us. Jillian just sighed. Totally done with him. Guess he's feeling it. Gislan's army started the massacre. The battle raged until dawn. It wasn't over until Gislan dropped the very last one. Monster corpses lay everywhere. Blood flowed like a river. Gislan looked at the crew, smiling for real this time. Great work, everyone. We won. The crowd erupted. Hype levels maxed out. I mean, they survived, right? They actually won. They were alive. Belinda hurried over, worried. Young master, are you hurt? Gislan shook his head, smiling. I'm good. Seriously, good job. Then back to business. Belinda, do a head count. Now. Kale, bring Severus's group here. Jillian and I will haul Tan's corpse. We're dumping it around the campsite. Kale frowned. Dumping the body. Does that even work? Gislan shrugged. The stench scares off the others. Tan was an apex predator at the forest entrance. Jillian chimed in. Makes the camp safer, kid. Kale snapped. Who you calling kid, old man? You want to die right here? Gislan just watched helpless. He was so used to their beef by now. Whatever. They'd been in the Demon Beast forest for 10 days. Killing Tan meant the biggest threat was officially gone. Now just gotta mine the runestones. The sun was starting to peek out from the darkness. It was all coming to an end. Gislan was sure of it. A moment later, Belinda walked up and spoke. I've confirmed it. The Cerberus mercenary group has 41 people, and the contract mercenaries number 126. Hearing this, Gislan frowned. Cerberus hasn't taken any casualties. Cal bragged smugly. Of course not. Who do you think the captain is? Huh. Gillen gave him a side eye, but Gislan didn't even care and just continued asking. 3 contract mercenaries died right. Belinda nodded slightly. The problem is we can't find the bodies, so we can't confirm their identities. Just then, Gordon suddenly asked, in confusion, Come to think of it, isn't Manus missing too? Torden sighed. Knowing his personality chances are high, he sneaked off. Just as they predicted, Manus had already taken 2 people and bailed earlier. Right now, they were feeling lucky for escaping before the battle even started. Manus ran in front, warning them, Quit yapping. While the monsters are distracted over there, we need to get the hell out of here fast. But suddenly, the 2 guys behind him stopped running. Manus shouted in annoyance, Did you go deaf or something? Hurry up and run. One of them pointed behind him, trembling, his face consumed by fear. Manus turned around too, only to see a pair of blood-red eyes approaching them. Terrified, he muttered, What the hell is that? Standing right before them was a giant serpent. In a split second, it slaughtered all 3 of them, its blood-red eyes looking absolutely terrifying. Meanwhile, unaware of this, Gislan's group continued chopping down trees to clear a path. They were working their butts off, sawing trees, loading them onto wagons. It looked like they wanted to clear the entire forest. Cal worked while watching them, unable to help but exclaim, Now they don't even need orders to get the job done properly. Never seen those lazy mercenaries work this neatly before. Just as he said, not only were the Cerberus mercenaries working hard, but even the outsourced group was being super self-disciplined. Gillen glanced at Cal and pouted. Unlike someone I know. Cal flinched slightly. Feeling that he made a good point, he didn't argue back like usual and just changed the subject. You said they'd all disband after this expedition ends, right? Seems like a waste to use them just once. Hearing that Gislan spoke up, don't worry. I plan to hire all of them as my private army. People always say mercenaries have weak organizations so they can't beat a regular army in group battles. But thanks to the experience they've gained here, they've already surpassed the limits of mercenaries. This will be a solid foundation to expand my power. Just then, Gajel approached from afar to report, Captain. We've scanned the area around the clearing, as ordered. Cao nodded slightly. Good work. After saying that, he glanced at Gislan and grinned. Like you said, the efficiency is insane, huh? From the camp to here, we haven't seen a single monster. Normally, there'd be at least one stray. Talk about jinxing it. There was actually one, deep in the forest that they didn't know about. Gislan felt a bad omen, but hoped he was just overthinking it. Right then, Belinda returned from the distance. Gislan glanced at her. How is it anything up ahead? Belinda nodded slightly, her expression a bit hard to read. Seeing her reaction, Gislan hurried up. He looked back and shouted, Full speed ahead on clearing the path. The destination is right in front of us. Immediately, they pushed deeper into the forest until they saw a light and stopped. When the thing in front of them appeared, everyone looked terrified, but only Gislan smiled with satisfaction. Gordon's group cried out in disbelief. No way could this be. Gislan raised an eyebrow and smiled. This is exactly why we started this expedition. Atop tier Junson ore vein, Cao still hadn't recovered his wits, trembling as he muttered, Is there really something this valuable in the forest? Gillen, standing to the side, calmly remarked, I told you already he has such deep foresight. Belinda was super happy for her family's wallet. She hugged Gislan tightly and beamed, Young master, how on earth did you know about this? They got closer and closer to the Junson stone mine. This was something they might never touch in their entire lives yet. Here it was, lying all over the place. If they mined it all and brought it back, they'd be loaded. But just then a voice suddenly rang out, No, you guys aren't going anywhere. Gislan looked toward the source of the sound, his eyes full of caution. A figure that looked neither human nor ghost slowly walked over, muttering like a machine. It's all over. The mercenaries recognized him. It was Manus, but as soon as he spoke, he collapsed face first. Dust scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Gordon and Torden rushed forward immediately, but they were blocked by Gislan's sword. He ordered coldly, Get back immediately after he charged forward with his sword. Gislan slashed out a blade full of mana. He cut through the dust in front of him, but what was revealed behind it terrified them even more. Piles of white bones everywhere and fresh blood too. The mercenaries saw this and started freaking out instantly. Why are there so many bodies stacked up? What the hell happened here? And it's not just monster corpses either. Looks like there are human bodies mixed in too. The three following Gislan stayed chill, though weapons ready. Gislan explained slowly, We can't just mine runestones in peace. This is definitely a high-level monster's nest. Plus some bodies haven't even decomposed yet, meaning they were killed recently. The corpse gas is mixing with the fog. That's why nobody noticed it at first. The records never mentioned any danger near the mineral veins. Gislan was caught off guard, but he had no choice. He has to deal with it himself. He looked at the squad and shouted, Heads up! Everyone get in combat positions. Right as he said that, a massive python appeared. It opened its giant slimy mouth and lunged at them. Gislan didn't hesitate. He grabbed his sword and charged. Spread out! Everyone listened and split into 3 directions. Meanwhile, Gislan took the monster head-on solo. He channeled mana into his sword and delivered a huge slash, but it barely did any damage. Gislan didn't give up, though. He aimed for its blood-red eyes. He was fast, but the snake was faster. It dodged his attack. It still got clipped by the blade, though. Gislan frowned. Someone shouted. Even with mana, it's just a scratch. Carl was freaking out, too. What the hell are those scales made of? Back in the fight, the python swung its massive tail at Gislan. He dodged and went ham-slashing at the snake's head. Then green slime started pouring out, and Gislan frowned. That's poison, can't let that touch me. He scrambled to get away, but the snake wasn't letting him off that easy. Gislan spun around and slashed hard. He managed to hit its tail. But just like before, 0 damage, and then that giant tail came smashing down on him. It pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Belinda screamed, Young master... Suddenly, its massive body started thrashing around, attacking the others. Everyone scrambled back in panic. Gordon yelled, Watch out, don't get caught in it. But no matter where they ran, the snake kept closing in. They were screaming, What the hell is this snake? It's huge, it's going to crush us. Just before they got squashed, Valen rushed in, grabbed 2 people like potato sacks and booked it. Belinda was busy too, using her hook to pull a bunch of soldiers to safety. Carl was commanding from the side mercenaries' run. But they couldn't save everyone. Some people got crushed. Screams were echoing everywhere. Pinned under the snake's tail, Gislan heard it all. Watching it happen, he felt totally helpless. So that monster is the real owner of the rune mine. It's this damn blood python. It's one of the monsters the Demon Beast Forest Expedition marked as impossible to hunt. It usually lives deep in the forest, didn't think we'd find it here. The chances of winning are slim to none. Retreating and regrouping is an option, but he doesn't have time to waste. If he gives up now, everything he's done so far means nothing, thinking that his eyes filled with determination. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't you dare get in my way, you bastard. I'm already carrying way too much burden for this mission." As he said that, Gislan unleashed his mana core. His sword started glowing with a massive amount of energy. Without hesitating, Gislan charged in and slashed at the snake like a madman. He carved a huge cut on its head. With the power from his mana core, the wound was way deeper this time. Blood started pouring out, but the snake didn't seem to care. It whipped its tail around to attack Gislan. He panicked and raised his sword to block, but the thing was so heavy he started sinking into the ground. His right leg kept sinking, but the snake wasn't stopping. It opened its giant mouth at Gislan again. He couldn't lose focus for a second, so he quickly struck back. No matter how low the chances are, some battles you just can't run from. And now it's time for Gislan to do his duty. The others watched him charge in like a maniac and freaked out. But Gislan didn't care. He slashed the snake's head again. Blood gushed out everywhere. Gislan jumped down from above and let out a sigh of relief. He glared at it with pure malice. But the blood snake showed zero signs of going down. Keeping the third core open for this long is way too dangerous. Gislan's gonna gas out before he kills that thing. Just when he was panicking, Belinda's squad rushed in looking super stressed. Belinda asked in a rush, "Young master, are you okay?" Gislan just shook his head slightly. "He's fine." Belinda begged, "Step back, young master. We'll hold it off." But Gislan, he ordered them all to fall back. That threw them off. Gillian side-eyed him, totally confused. "What are you talking about?" The young master lowered his voice. "Even I can't promise I can keep everyone safe from this beast. I can't afford to lose you guys here." Hearing that, Belinda panicked. "But what about you?" Young Master Gislan just casually replied, "I'm ending this thing right here." Belinda's eyes went wide. Surviving this long was already a miracle. She couldn't get why he was pushing it this far. Right then, the blood serpent spat venom at them. Gislan screamed, "Run now!" But they didn't budge. Instead, they formed up and used their shields to tank the venom. Gislan squinted, confused. Gordon knew exactly what he was thinking and yelled, "Let us fight by your side." Torjen backed him up. "I've never seen a boss like you. You've saved our lives too many times to count." Even Kale charged in with his sword hyped up. "We just got to kill this damn snake and the treasure is ours." Belinda wasn't leaving either. She said firmly, "I can't leave you here alone." Gillian stood his ground too. He stepped in front of Gislan, dead serious, all distracted to make an opening. They were all in sync now. They wanted Gislan to trust them just like they trusted him. That made Gislan hesitate for a sec. Just when the squad thought he wouldn't answer, he started talking about the blood serpent in a low voice. Massive size, deadly venom, scales as hard as steel, even mana-coated blades bounce right off. One hit and you're dead. Hearing that, Belinda looked terrified. Gislan ignored the fear and kept going. But the injured right eye and that open wound, those are its weak spots. He pointed his sword at the sky and roared, "Monster Forest Expedition Team. We are all going home together." That got the mercenaries behind him shouting in unison. At the same time, the blood serpent lunged at them. Gislan's vanguard squad charged forward together. Thanks to his pep talk, their teamwork was absolutely flawless. Kale stabbed the blood serpent right in the eye. It screamed in pain as blood gushed out. Gillian rushed in to draw its aggro, all to set up Gislan for the kill. He drove his sword into the serpent's other eye. Even with future knowledge, things don't always go exactly how Gislan planned. But if he didn't act, people were going to die. The mercenaries chose to trust Gislan in this do-or-die moment. He wasn't going to let them down. Gislan charged at the blood serpent's head and stabbed down without a second thought. He had to bring everyone back. Only he knew the future of this territory. Bam. The serpent's giant head was pinned to the ground. Everyone watching was stunned. Ignoring them, Gislan kept driving his sword deeper. He sliced a long line right down its skull. The blood serpent's head was split clean in two. Seeing that Belinda and the others couldn't help but smile. That's their master right there. And this is the future of Tozion. He took down the blood serpent. The Junt's quarry is theirs now. Meanwhile, back at Persian Castle, the Count's people found out what Gislan did, and they were furious. Albert was tearing his hair out, yelling, "This is a serious crime, disobeying the Lord and entering the monster forest." Holmer tried to calm him down. "Chill out, Albert. But how was Albert supposed to stay calm? He kept shouting, "You know how stubborn the eldest young master is. Just because he's been on a long expedition, he thinks he's the lord now." Homer sighed, helpless. "It's too late now. The young master has been in the monster forest for half a month already. If Scoven hadn't lied in his report, we could have stopped him ages ago. Why is Scoven backing Gislan? He could lose his knight title for this." They kept arguing in front of Gunter, leaving him totally helpless. He didn't know what to do about Gislan either. Suddenly, Janjun burst through the door. He reported fast. "My lord, big news. You have to come see this." Gunter asked, "What's going on?" Janjun gasped, "Young Master Gislan is back." That shocked all three of them. Outside Persian castle, Gislan had actually returned. He was walking in slowly, step by step. Later inside the castle, Gislan sat across from Count Walter's group. 3 pairs of angry eyes glared at him. Walter looked helpless, not knowing what to do. Gislan ignored their stares and kept his cool, saying, "I've returned, Father Walter." After a long silence, he finally spoke sternly. "I made it crystal clear that clearing the monster forest was forbidden, didn't I?" Gislan lowered his gaze. "My apologies, but this was something that had to be done." Hearing this, Homan frowned in confusion. "Had to be done." Gans snapped, furious. "Are you saying this stunt was worth defying the ban? Entering the monster forest is a heavy crime. Forget your life, the monsters could have flooded our territory." Gislan sighed helplessly. "As you can see, I'm still breathing, and no monsters have wrecked the place." His words left them shook. Gans got even angrier. "What gives you the right to talk back?" But he wasn't finished. Albert cut in sharply. "You find this funny. Eldest young master." He was referring to the monster forest incident. "Since there were no consequences, we should just let it slide." Albert suddenly paused. Then his voice dropped low. "But I bet you have no way to talk your way out of this, right?" He slammed a paper onto the table. Gislan picked it up. He frowned and muttered. Count Rafin. Albert gave a slight nod. "The moment you went to Rafon without a heads up, I had a bad feeling. You threatened Lady Amelia to snatch the 20,000 gold in aid that was supposed to come to Persian. Thanks to you, Count Rafon is pissed. He cut all aid to the territory and is acting like the deal never existed. This could shake the whole domain." Gislan didn't reply. He was studying the handwriting on the paper. It was written by Count Rafon himself, a man who hates Amelia. Looks like it's the real deal. Playing on the Count's emotions might shut him up, but he knew it wouldn't be that simple. It wouldn't stop at just sending assassins. With a situation like this, the leverage he held was basically useless now. Collapse or survival, it would all just be treated as an excuse to cover up the truth. Whatever. If he had been just a little slower, Gislan would have been trapped in the territory. Time really wasn't on his side. Seeing his silence, Albert spoke up again. "Eldest young master, anything to say for yourself?" Homan chimed in. "First return the 20,000 gold immediately." Gans held his head, sighing deeply. "That money is enough to keep the Night Order running for a long time, but he wasn't done." Gislan said coldly. "I spent it all. Every last coin went into clearing the monster forest." The room went dead silent. Albert was the first to react, his voice breaking the heavy atmosphere. "You blew all that cash on a forest full of monsters." Gislan didn't deny it, saying helplessly, "I apologize about Rafin. I have nothing else to say." The moment he finished, a hand grabbed his collar tight. Gans roared, "You damn bastard." An heir, destroying the territory's future with his own hands. Homan also yelled, "Gislan Persian. From now on, you're no longer the heir, just a sinner. Bind him and throw him in the dungeon." Gislan ignored them, completely, speaking coolly. "From now on, I will provide the funding, including the 20,000 gold." The man who had been silent finally spoke. Walter's voice was low. "What did you say?" Gislan wasn't in a rush. He glanced toward the door, Belinda. She walked in quickly and placed a small box on the table. Gislan said casually, "If I planned to just pop in and out, I wouldn't have bothered clearing it." As he spoke, Belinda opened the box, revealing a blinding light from within. Gislan introduced it. "This is a top-tier runestone." Hearing this, everyone in the room shot up from their seats. Homan reached out to touch it, shouting in disbelief, Where did you get this treasure?" "Did you trade the 20,000 gold for this?" Gislan replied calmly, "I farmed it from the monster forest." Albert studied it for a long time before speaking. "If this is truly an S-rank runestone, it's worth a fortune. But this alone isn't enough." "Still coming up short, right?" Gislan smiled mysteriously and shrugged. "This isn't all of it." Obviously, that's just a sample. What Gislan brought back was a massive haul of runestones. When Walter's group went down to the castle grounds, they saw the mercenaries. They were hauling crates non-stop. The group stared blankly. Homan broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "You harvested all this in just half a month." Gans asked, his voice trembling, "Am I hallucinating? Walter still couldn't quite believe it. He looked at Belinda. Is all of this really from the expedition? Belinda answered smoothly. Yes, my lord. The young master personally directed the collection. We have Rios resin blood serpent relics and plenty more, not to mention the glowing rune stones. And get this is just a tiny fraction of what we mined from the vein. Gislan looked at everyone and spoke up. I started this excavation for the good of the entire territory. Obviously, we're going to use it for the territory. Right, Albert? After crunching the numbers, Albert's voice was shaking. My lord, based on a rough estimate with this amount, we won't have to stress about the support fund anymore. Hearing that Homan and Janjon switched up their attitude instantly. They rushed over to massage Gislan's shoulders, smiling like total kiss-asses. You're amazing, young master. You must be exhausted from the excavation. If you need anything, just say the word. Seriously, money talks. Since they opened the door, Gislan was definitely going to walk through it. He didn't miss a beat. There are a few conditions that come with this support. Janjon frowned. What conditions? Gislan nodded calmly. First, release Chauvin and Ricardo. They were just following my orders. Second condition, the monster forest stays off limits. No civilians allowed, just like before. Useless rumors spreading around could cause huge losses for the territory. As soon as he finished, both of them fell into deep thought. A moment later, Homan finally spoke. Those conditions aren't exactly unacceptable. Gislan smiled, satisfied, and continued. Finally, I will directly manage the entire repair force, including the mercenaries. Having interference every time I mobilize troops in the territory wastes too much time. Homan shouted in shock. Are you saying you'll maintain a private army that is absolutely unacceptable? Who knows what you're planning? Albert coughed and chimed in. Please explain this clearly to us. You're currently in a position where you should be begging for forgiveness. What you're saying just sounds like you want to do whatever you want without anyone stopping you. Gislan stared him down and spoke coldly. You've got it wrong, Treasurer Albert. I'm just laying out the necessary conditions so I can replace Zephon in providing the support fund. If work gets stalled over petty stuff like this, Persian's finances are going to take a massive hit. Hearing that Albert didn't know how to react, he glanced at Walter, begging for help. Say something. Isn't he using the territory's future as a bargaining chip? But Walter just stayed silent. Right then, a voice from behind made them all jump. Gillen walked up with a squad of mercenaries. Gislan nodded. Good work, everyone. Ghislaine reported loading the rune stones onto the wagons is almost done. Just give the order, and we move. Cal nodded too. As you instructed, the Rios resin is preserved without anti-decay treatment. What should we do with the blood beast's corpse? Gislan said slowly. We dissect it immediately. Separate the venom flesh and skin. Make sure nothing gets damaged. Following his command, everyone immediately set off to work. Seeing this, Walter couldn't help but look over at Gordon. He was trembling. My lord, the aura coming from every single mercenary, it's not normal. They couldn't figure out how Gislan managed to gather such powerful people. Walter fell silent. They're basically an elite army. After giving his orders, Gislan finally looked back at the group behind him. Walter spoke up slowly. You must have put in a lot of effort. Gislan bowed his head. Not really, father. Without their help, this excavation would have been impossible. He stared at Gislan for a long while, before sighing, All right, let's go back. Then he led his people into the castle, ignoring whatever protests the others had. Before leaving, he dropped one last sentence for Gislan. I'll let it slide this time, but if you dare disobey an order again, I'm warning you. Prepare yourself. Gislan narrowed his eyes, grateful. Thank you. A faint smile crossed his father's face. Walter didn't turn back, speaking calmly. As the heir who will take over this territory in the future, you really have the air of a northern wolf. Gislan watched his back, muttering those 3 words to himself. Northern wolf. That's the title given to Count Berium, the guardian of the Lutania kingdom's border. He's a lonely man, with a weak army, drained finances, and poverty everywhere. Yet in the freezing northern border, Walter never stopped fighting. He spent his entire life protecting a territory that no longer had his wife, his daughter, or even his son. And the price he paid was a tragic death that no one remembers. But while Gislan was deep in thought, Cal let out a long sigh. Finally, we can relax. Belinda didn't care about that. She hesitated. Young master, are we heading back to the city now? Gislan shook his head slightly. No, it's not time yet. Stay ready to move out at a moment's notice. Belinda was shook, asking suspiciously, You're not resting. Jelene chimed in too. You pushed yourself way too hard. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Belinda dropped her voice serious mode. Surviving after diving inside that blood snake, that's already a miracle. Do you know how hard I had to work to detox you? You were literally covered in poison." But before she could finish, Gislan put a hand on her shoulder. He muttered sincerely, "I'm counting on you." Belinda and the others just froze. Gislan turned and walked away. News that they secured the runestones is going to spread fast. And obviously it's going to reach the ears of forces targeting this territory. He's got to expand his power quick so nobody dares to even dream of messing with this place. Just thinking about that, Gislan's body finally gave out. He stumbled and hit the ground, scaring the living daylights out of the crew behind him. Meanwhile, at a castle far from Persion territory, a man sat on a high throne hiding in the shadows. Right then, a carrier pigeon landed on his hand with a letter. He opened the letter immediately. The words were crystal clear. Confirmed clearing of part of the monster forest. Begin territorial war. Erase Persion. Reading that, he smirked. The destruction of Persion, huh? He immediately announced the plan to his underlings. They started whispering immediately. A moment later, he asked in a low voice, "How many people are left in Tosional?" The subordinate answered instantly, 2 guards and 1 knight. He nodded slightly. "Send the 2 guards to Digon's territory. Digon's missing descendant dying in Persion. That's a perfect excuse to start a war. Also put a guy named Victor in charge of this." Hearing that name, someone yelled in disbelief, "No way. We're playing the Deadmon family's strongest card this early. If Victor does his job, Persion will collapse on its own." But while they were buzzing about it, another guy spoke up. "My lord. Victor is cracked, sure. But isn't it too early to reveal our ace in the hole? This move seems a bit rushed." The man spoke calmly. "Because of the monster forest, all decisions must follow Duke Delphine's will. No more questions. Prepare for war." The man giving orders was Count Deadman himself, Harold Deadman. He frowned, looking down at them. "Does anyone else know about this situation?" Meanwhile, at Giaffone's castle, Amelia was raging, crying in Bernard's arms. Bernard just stood there, letting her lean on him, doing nothing. Amelia grabbed Bernard's collar tight, gritting her teeth. "Gislan, that bastard opened a rune mine with the 20,000 gold he took from me. Even if we send the whole Claw Guild, they can't kill him. I even bowed my head to my damn father to beg him to punish Gislan. This makes me look like a total idiot." Bernard hesitated a sec before speaking. "This isn't like you, my lady." Hearing that, Amelia took a deep breath. She pushed down her rage and pursed her lips. "You're right, I let my emotions take the wheel. What's done is done." Her eyes turned vicious. Bernard knew exactly what she was plotting. He said in a low voice, "Give the order, my lady." Amelia walked to the map and pointed at a spot. Now that they found the rune mine, Gislan's going to escape his financial crisis soon. Bernard nodded. "They must be partying over there," Amelia scoffed. "It might look that way, but the key is they haven't sold those stones yet. According to my latest intel, Gislan found that pile of runestones less than 2 days ago. That's not enough time to build a supply chain. We're going to exploit that weakness. I know exactly where Gislan plans to sell them." Bernard was shocked. "So you want to make a move before they sell the runes?" Amelia replied coolly, "There's only one place in the north they can sell to. The Red Magic Tower, ruled by a 7-circle archmage. Runestones are crucial for magic research. Magic towers don't play around when it comes to securing their supply. Order the claws to ambush the main road to the tower. The target isn't Gislan, it's the people transporting the runes. Attack and hijack the shipment to disrupt their transport, then in the chaos, steal the stones." Bernard frowned, hesitating. "But what about the Crimson Flame Magic Tower in Berivan territory? Are you sure they'll focus on the Red Magic Tower?" Amelia stood firm. "In the past, maybe. But things are different now. The Crimson Flame Tower lost its status ages ago. A greedy guy like Gislan would never go there. The Red Tower pays way more. This time, I'm taking everything from Gislan. Back at Persion Castle since returning, Gislan has been stuck in bed. Earlier, when he dove into the blood snake's mouth, that predator was already prepping to digest its prey before he even passed the glottis to the esophagus. The venom secreted inside dissolves the prey to make it easier to digest. Mana gets released straight from the core. Burn the venom on contact. Don't let it breach the body. But the toxic fumes from that reaction create a deadly environment. You can't breathe. Most prey pass out or just die right there. Back then, Gislan gritted his teeth and held on. If he blacked out, it was game over. That fight meant everything. His whole future was riding on this one moment. If Gislan couldn't dodge the venom, he'd just be food for the other beasts. The venom entered his system, but he absorbed it right into his mana core. Using the violent mana surging inside his core, Gislan neutralized the poison. That's some insane mana control, only the top-tier masters can pull that off. He used it like a makeshift magic shield to tank the mana explosion. Gislan suddenly jolted awake from the nightmare. He let out a sigh of relief. Felt a bit better. Gislan propped himself up and rubbed his throbbing forehead. He couldn't remember what happened next. The last thing he recalled was his father forgiving him. Before he could even finish that thought, Gislan saw Elena sitting by his bed. The second she saw him awake, she tackled him with a hug. She was crying her eyes out. "You finally woke up. It's been 2 days. You left without saying a word, then you just passed out the moment you got back." Elena was genuinely relieved he was back. Gislan was still dazed from the hug, but before he could even feel touched, she shoved him away. Hard. Gislan looked at her, totally confused, as she sprinted out of the room, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Belinda!" "He's awake." Gislan frowned, finally processing what she just said. So he'd been out cold for 2 days. After he escaped the blood snake's body, he only got some basic first aid from Belinda before he went right back to fighting. Gislan tried to push through until the runestones were transported and sold, but his body just couldn't take it anymore. But considering how reckless he was, his body is actually in pretty good shape right now. It's shocking. 2 days of sleep shouldn't be enough to heal that kind of damage. Something felt off. He peeled back the bandages to take a look, just as he thought. His recovery speed is way faster. Somehow his mana quality leveled up too. Even the very nature of the mana inside him has changed. Gislan frowned. Did the blood snake's power merge with me when I neutralized the poison in my core? In his past life, he never knew he could get stronger like this. This wasn't part of the plan when he raided the monster forest, but the risk he took, it definitely paid off. He needs to run some tests, but if this method actually works, he could become 10 times stronger, maybe more. Gislan quickly headed to the wardrobe to grab something to wear, his mind racing the whole time. Right now, selling those runestones fast is the top priority. It's been 2 days. Everyone who matters already knows about it. He needs to rally the mercenaries immediately. Just then, a knock at the door cut through his thoughts. He frowned. "Belinda, you don't need to knock." The moment he spoke, the door opened. It was Belinda, sure, but there was someone else he didn't expect. Count Swalter. Swalter glanced at him. "You're awake." Gislan froze the moment he saw him. He never thought his father would actually come here. Swalter kept going. "I heard from Belinda that you jumped inside a blood snake, fought it from the inside, and got poisoned. Are you all right?" Gislan nodded slightly. "Yes. As you can see, Father, I'm fine." Hearing that, the Count finally let out a breath. That is a relief. Then Belinda rushed over, panicking. "Master, you just collapsed. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Are you seriously okay?" Gislan sighed, a bit helpless. "I'm fine, really." Suddenly, Swalter spoke up. "Gislan." The boy looked up at his father, a bit confused. His tone was serious. "Can we speak in private? I have a request for you." Gislan frowned, muttering, "A request." A bit later, the two of them were standing in the training grounds. Gislan was thinking as they walked. This was the first time he'd ever been alone with his father. In his past life, he was always terrified of being punished, so he just avoided the man entirely. Swalter sounded apologetic. "I dragged you out here the moment you woke up. I'm sorry." Gislan shook his head. "It's okay. I slept for 2 days, so I'm actually feeling pretty refreshed. So, what did you want to talk about?" Father Swalter didn't answer. He just narrowed his eyes and studied him. There was a flash of hesitation in his eyes. Seeing that reaction, Gislan felt a bit lost. Then he remembered what his mother used to tell him when he was little. Was this what she meant? She used to say your father doesn't know how to show his feelings. Back then, Gislan had no clue what she was talking about. Back then, she was always so patient, explaining how he had to be this solid pillar of strength, someone who couldn't waver for the sake of his people in the territory. He always had to put others before himself. That's why he never showed his true feelings. Well, except for that one time he confessed to her. So even if he seems a bit stiff, she hoped Gislan would cut him some slack. He's just bad at expressing emotions. Snap back to reality. Walter raised his sword and spoke calmly. "Pick up your sword." Gislan nodded slightly. "Yes, Father." Immediately he raised his blade to face him. Without another word, Walter charged. The sound of clashing steel rang out across the training grounds. Clang, clang. They exchanged a few rapid blows. Gislan was stuck on defense, unable to find an opening. A moment later, they broke apart. Gislan frowned. Walter's strikes were insanely heavy. That blade carried enough power to crush the northern beast, yet it held a hidden gentleness to protect everyone. While he was lost in thought, Walter struck again. His attacks were even fiercer this time. Gislan didn't dare lose focus and scrambled to block. But this time he didn't just defend. He spotted a gap in his dad's stance and launched a counterattack. That move caught the old man off guard, but only for a split second. He still blocked it easily. Father and son looked like mortal enemies on the battlefield, trading vicious blows. After a few more exchanges, they finally stopped. This time Gislan managed to point his blade at his father. Seeing the tip of the sword hovering near his neck, Walter looked deep in thought. He hesitated for a long moment, then sheathed his sword. "Your strength has improved immensely," he praised. Gislan sheathed his blade too, smiling humbly. "Thank you, father." But then his father's deep voice cut in. Walter warned him seriously. "When you're fighting, try to relax your grip and pressure a little. You possess enough power and reaction speed to take down giant monsters, but if you're not careful, your opponent will see right through you." Hearing this, Gislan frowned instinctively. Is that so? Usually he could predict how his opponent would strike, but thinking about it, this was probably the first time anyone had actually taught him something like this. Gislan's swordsmanship was sharpened by real combat and experience. In other words, he fought on pure instinct. Maybe because he never had formal training, he missed these finer details. Walter had pinpointed exactly what Gislan was lacking and made him see it. All this time he thought he could only rely on himself, struggling alone, but turns out accepting guidance isn't so bad after all. With that thought, Gislan said gratefully, "Thank you for the lesson, father." Walter narrowed his eyes at him, a flicker of hesitation on his face. A moment later his voice dropped. "Actually, I plan to punish you. Even though you achieved a great victory, the fact remains that you broke the rules. If everyone thinks they can ignore discipline just because they get results, we'll only end up with chaos." Gislan just listened silently, not saying a word. Seeing no response, Walter sighed. "But you've changed. You're different from the person who used to cause trouble just to chase glory." He could feel Gislan aiming for a higher ideal. He told him to keep going, to always think of the Persian family and the people around him, to shoulder the responsibility of an heir. Hearing those words, Gislan was stunned. The word responsibility carried a serious weight. Thinking about that, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly called out, "Come to think of it, didn't you say you had a favor to ask me? You never told me what it was." Walter froze in his tracks. He glanced back, hesitated for a long, awkward moment, and then finally mumbled, "Do you have any money I can borrow?" A few days later, at the mercenary camp in the Demon Beast Forest, Gislan arrived. The moment they saw him, everyone snapped to attention, bowing with the utmost respect. Gislan smirked with satisfaction and asked cheerfully, "Everyone doing good?" They responded in unison, "We're good, master." Then Kale stepped forward, teasing, "You're looking even sharper than before, boss." Gillian also asked with concern, "Is your health holding up, sir?" Gislan shook his head slightly and said casually, "Sorry for keeping you all waiting. How is the young lady doing?" At the mention of his daughter, Gillian's expression softened. He bowed respectfully and said with emotion, "I never thought I'd see that child walk again." "It is all thanks to you, young master." Gislan just shook his head, brushing off the praise. He glanced at the three of them and said, "I have something to discuss with you." He then revealed that the Persian territory was in danger. Hearing this, Belinda and the others looked visibly alarmed. Gislan led them into the tent and began explaining everything that happened when Elena was ambushed. He explained how he stopped the assassination plot meant to spark a territorial war, the discovery of Lord Daigon's body, and the existence of a hidden force targeting Persian. Once he finished spilling the tea, Gislan's tone turned dead serious. "Someone is watching us, and chances are they've been operating inside our territory for a long, long time. We don't have the time or the resources to prep for an attack right now." Belinda let out a helpless sigh. "Now I get why the young master was rushing like that to secure the Johnsonstone mine. Thought we'd catch a break," but Gillian's voice dropped low. "Like the young master said right now, Persian is basically a sitting duck. A territory famous for being broke, with a trash military suddenly sitting on a precious Johnsonstone mine." Gislan gave a slight nod. "Exactly. There's no way they're going to let us off the hook." Hearing that, Belinda panicked. "If it's this serious, shouldn't you have told us sooner? We need to report this to the servants and the Lord immediately." But Gislan just shook his head. "Now is not the time. Even Elena's guard turned traitor. Right now, we can't tell friend from foe. It's better if this stays between us." Belinda still looked hesitant, but Gislan kept going. "Elena surviving messed up their plans. That bought us a little time. But since the rune mine has been exposed, the enemy has zero reason to hold back. He made it clear this battle was going to be hell." The room went dead silent. Finally, Kale broke the tension. "All right, then. Just give the order." Honestly, sticking with Gislan's actually pretty fun. Hearing that, Gillian stepped up, too. "My life belongs to you, my lord. I'm with you till the bitter end." Belinda nodded firmly. "That's right. If I don't do it, who's going to protect the young master?" Gislan flashed a satisfied smile. Persian's biggest enemy is Duke Delphine, and the lackeys following his orders, Count Dedman and Amelia. Gislan wasn't about to let them run wild. He lowered his voice. "We're heading to the Red Flame Magic Tower." Kale grinned, totally hyped. Finally, "We can sell off these rocks." Belinda, on the other hand, asked cautiously, "Why not the Pink Magic Tower?" "It's closer and the prices are better." Gislan replied calmly. Because the red flame magic tower saves us from unnecessary drama. Jillian realized exactly what he meant and nodded. Makes sense. When moving high-value loot especially, rune stones, uninvited guests are bound to show up. Staying one step ahead is the smart play. There's another reason. Ever since the master of the pink magic tower became a 7th circle mage, Delmu has been famous worldwide while the red flame magic tower has gone downhill. Getting their old glory back. Not exactly easy. Still, Gislan chose the red flame magic tower because there's someone there he needs to meet. Meanwhile, at the red flame magic tower, a girl sat in the grand library buried under a mountain of books, but she didn't look too happy about it. She kept muttering to herself, Master Ronaldo, that light you talked about, when is it finally going to show up? After a few days on the road, Gislan's squad finally arrived at the red flame magic tower. Looking up at the massive tower, Gordon's jaw practically hit the floor. It's huge, Jordan chimed in right away. I've heard the stories, but I never thought I'd actually set foot here. Jordan started checking out the bustling scene. He grinned like a total tourist. Just look at how they live. It's a whole different world compared to Persian. Eyeing the magic scrolls, Jordan continued. So this is where they craft those spell scrolls. Then they spotted a group of mages doing something on the roadside. Everyone stared totally curious, looking exactly like a bunch of country bumpkins in the big city. Noticing the stares, the mages stopped immediately. Then in sync, they cast an invisibility spell. They vanished right on the spot. The mercenaries, seeing this for the first time, were completely shook. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, Gislan explained, It's invisibility magic. Guess they don't want an audience. Kale got annoyed. Those jerks stop acting like we're fresh off the farm. But looking at the red flame magic tower, Belinda sounded a bit intimidated. Even if it's not the top dog anymore, the red flame magic tower is still a magic tower. Jillian nodded. After all, Berzavon is one of the richest territories in the kingdom. Gislan gazed at the tower, thinking to himself, On the surface, sure. Who would believe a tower that looks this powerful is actually on the brink of collapse? Stopping his horse, Gislan announced, All right, we're here. Kale, grumpy as usual, replied, Looking at it this close is going to break my neck. Belinda quickly agreed. It's so massive. Walking to the main gate is going to take like 1 billion years. But where are the guards? And what's with all these suits of armor lying around? While they were confused, someone shouted from the high levels of the tower, Halt. Responding to the shout, the piles of armor at the gate began to rattle and move. In a split second, they assembled into full knights. Immediately, 2 of the constructs crossed their weapons to block the path. The voice from above shouted again, The red flame magic tower isn't open to just anyone. One of the mages looked down his nose and barked, State your name and business. Spit it out. Totally distracted by the puppet magic. Belinda asked, Whoa, what is that? Is that armor stuff like the puppets huge, but they definitely don't pass the vibe check? He scoffed, cold as ice won't even bother coming down. Typical magic tower gatekeepers. Trash. But Jillian stayed pro. He introduced him slowly. This is Gislan Persian, the eldest son of the Persian house. Keeping it moving, getting straight to the point. Gillian spoke up again. Get the trade manager out here, now. We have items of value. But before Gillian could even finish, that mage cut him off with 0 chill. We ain't buying. Completely blindsided by that answer, Belinda yelled out, Hold up. You're going to reject us without even looking at the goods? Are you for real? Couldn't care less. The mage sneered. Berlin. Isn't that the beggar territory up north? Probably just full of trash items and cheap potions. Trading with you guys is a waste of my time. Get lost. The second he said it, the 2 armor suits down below pointed their weapons right at them. Belinda lost it, screaming, Hey, who do you think you are calling us beggars? Get your ass down here, Jillian asked in a low voice. Orders, sir. Young Master Gislan didn't answer right away. He just looked at Gillian quietly. After a long pause, he spoke voice deep. So you really don't need this? That made the 2 mages on the gate flinch. Ignoring them, Ghislaine pulled out a runestone, held it high, and said coldly, If you call yourselves mages, you should know what this is right. 0 patience. The mage just casually glanced at Ghislaine's group and asked carelessly, What? But the moment he actually saw what Gislan was holding, the vibe changed instantly. A complete 180. Their eyes lit up greedy as hell, and they quickly shifted their gaze. Staring at the long line of cargo carriages down below, the 2 mages started doing the math. Is it possible are all those carriages full of runestones, seeing their faces? Gislan smirked. Well, you buying or not? A bit later, inside the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, after flexing the goods. Gislan was ushered inside. They even got a receptionist now. The guy bowed low, super respectful. We were blind to not recognize such a VIP guest. I'm Stephen, the trade manager of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower. Anything you need, just ask. Gislan didn't even bother with the fake act. He said indifferently, "You saw it. Massive quantity. I need someone who can handle a deal this big. I want to see the Tower Master personally." Hearing he wanted the Tower Master, Stephen's face went pale. He was shook. Not wanting to screw up again, Stephen stammered, "Why, yes, I'll notify the Tower Master immediately. Please wait a moment." He turned to a mage and ordered, "Get them to the reception room. Now." Following orders, he snapped, "Yes, sir." Belinda, who holds a grudge like no other, saw the attitude switch and mocked. "Should have been like this from the start, huh? The nerve of them insulting our territory." Just then a loud commotion broke out inside the tower. Gislan frowned. "What's that?" The mage shook his head. "Don't worry, sir. Just noise from magic research." Gislan frowned immediately. Something over there might be exactly what he's looking for. Meanwhile, at the research lab, smoke and dust filled the room. A group of guys walked in. The leader looked down at the girl on the floor like she was dirt. He sneered, I told you didn't. I don't even think about stepping foot in this lab." Seeing her shaking on the ground, trying to talk back, he laughed arrogantly. "You can't even use magic. Yet you hogged the lab. Are you trying to defy me?" Aaron, heir to the Crimson Flame Tower, a third circle master. His 2 lackeys hyped him up. "Can't believe the professor took you as a student. You should be grateful the Tower Master even let you in." The girl bit her lip and let out a breath. Then she stammered, I have the right to use the lab, too. I'm a mage." Aaron's eyes went dark. With pure disgust, he scoffed. "Oh, really, fine. I'll treat you like a mage." The girl looked surprised, but Aaron, being the absolute scumbag he is, he wasn't letting this slide. He said coldly, "Then you should be able to block a basic attack with defense magic. Block this." Instantly, small fireballs appeared in his hand. The girl's pupils shrank. She recognized it. First circle spell fireball. Seeing it coming straight for her, she panicked. She threw her hands up to cast a shield, but she couldn't do it. She just covered her head waiting for the impact, but right at the last second, a figure stepped in and blocked it. It was Gislan. He effortlessly slashed the fire away with his sword. Aaron and his crew were shook. The girl was just as terrified. She didn't know who he was. Gislan ignored their reactions and said coldly, "Magic research, huh? So this is what you learn at the Crimson Flame Tower." Meanwhile, in the conference room, Hubert sat high on his throne. Furious, he barked, "We're out of runestones again." "How did it get to this point?" The others looked worried and spoke up too. "At this rate, the gap between us and the Red Magic Tower is just going to keep getting bigger." Not listening to a word, Hubert aggressively pointed at them and snapped, "I told you morons to stock up on runestones beforehand. What the hell have you elders been doing all this time?" The others could only sigh in defeat. Every time they tried to stock up, he'd say there was something good he needed to use the funds for, so it got delayed. Instead, they wasted time schmoozing with nobles, buying jewelry and rare items. Totally unbearable. Just then, one elder worked up the nerve to speak. "Actually, runestones are one thing, but the master of the Red Magic Tower is Delmu, a 7th Circle Archmage, while our Tower Master is only at the 6th Circle." Hearing that, Hubert exploded, "Don't mention that bastard's name. If I had runestones, I'd hit the 7th Circle in a heartbeat." Not exactly satisfied, the elder asked again, "We're out of runestones, so we can't even train. What are you planning to do?" Getting more pissed by the second, Hubert grimaced and cursed. "Damn that Delmu. How did that little punk surpass me and reach the 7th Circle? Did he buy up all the runestones or something? What's so special about those rocks that—" Before he could finish, Sylvan suddenly rushed in from outside. "Tower Master, urgent news." Pissed off at being interrupted, Hubert snapped, "How dare you barge in here? Can't you see we're in a meeting? Who gave you the nerve?" Sylvan hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you need to come down immediately. A massive shipment of runestones just arrived." As if hearing the most shocking news, ever unable to believe their ears, old Hubert and the elders went completely silent. However, right at that moment, back in the laboratory, the fight between Gislan and Anon was still raging on, getting more intense by the second. Gislan watched the flames rushing toward him, his eyes filled with pure disdain. Immediately, he casually swung his sword, swatting the flames away like he was killing a mosquito. They basically did 0 damage. Anon obviously wasn't having it, so he hurled an even bigger fireball at Gislan. He didn't panic at all, calmly gripping his sword. Without a shred of hesitation, he slashed down, splitting the flame cleanly in 2. Witnessing this scene, everyone instantly panicked. They'd never seen anything like this before. Even Anon couldn't believe his eyes. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "How the hell did he just slash through magic? Who is this monster?" While Anon was confused, a rope suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, he was trussed up like a dried fish. Belinda walked up from behind, her voice cold. You dare attack the young master only when he was tied up so tight his skin twisted? Did Anon realize in horror he'd messed with the wrong people? He stammered, "Who exactly are you people?" But before Anon could finish his question, a shout suddenly rang out. Stop. It was Hubert's voice. He looked at the scene, annoyed. Why is it such a mess in here? Not just the old man, the group of elders was trailing behind him too. The girl sitting on the ground, seeing him, trembled and called out. Tower Master Gislan heard how she addressed him and shot a glance at Belinda. He ordered, "Let him go." With his command given, Belinda obeyed and released that bastard. The second he was free, Anon played the victim card, immediately rushing into Hubert's arms, crying and snitching. Seeing his favorite student bullied, Hubert asked worriedly, "Oh, Anon, what happened here?" The guy immediately started acting shady and wronged. "There are intruders. I was stopping Vanessa from entering the lab and she suddenly attacked me." Continuing his Oscar-winning performance, Anon acted even harder, crying his eyes out. He started trembling all over, saying gloomily, I just didn't want weak little Vanessa to get hurt, so I tried to stop her. Anon's act was so fragile, it was pathetic. Belinda sneered, crying like a girl, "Did getting beat up make you that shameless?" "Anon, I'm a man, you know." At this moment, Vanessa quietly explained, "I just wanted to use the laboratory." Gislan stayed silent, calmly observing her. Sure enough, his judgment wasn't wrong. This person was the budding nightmare Vanessa. He just never expected the nightmare to have had a time where she lived lower than a dog like this. Hubert must be getting senile cursing people out without knowing right from wrong. Not only do you break into the red flame magic tower, but you dare harm my disciple, I'll burn you to ash, leaving no trace. Seeing the situation go south, Belinda asked timidly, "Young master, what do you want to do?" They look pretty scary. But Gislan's only response to Belinda's question was silence. Without a word, Gislan calmly stepped a few paces toward old man Hubert and said, "Forgive me for the late introduction. Tower Master of the Red Flame Magic Tower." Placing his hand on his chest in a noble salute, he continued, "I am the eldest son of the Persian territory." Gislan Persian. He said he was there to trade runestones. Hearing this, Hubert's anger instantly evaporated. Anon also shrieked in shock, "Runestones." Gislan couldn't be bothered to react to him, keeping his eyes locked on Hubert as he spoke. "My people are waiting outside the castle. You want to meet them?" Of course. Hubert didn't hesitate for a split second. He rushed down below, and there they were, stacks of runestones. The amount was so massive they couldn't believe their eyes. The elders stammered, voices shaking. No way. Where the hell did he get all these runestones? Hubert stood there in silence, not saying a word, but deep down he was grinning. With this, he could absolutely crush that pink magic tower. But to save face, Hubert cleared his throat and started hating a hymn. Quantities less than I expected. Quality is pretty mid, too. Hearing that, Cao went livid. He gritted his teeth. That guy he dares to look down on. The stuff we grinded so hard for. Meanwhile, Vanessa, innocent as ever, didn't catch the old fox Hubert's scheme. She slowly spoke up. "But isn't this a huge amount? Just one wagon is enough to last us for weeks." Exposed, Hubert turned red from embarrassment and rage. He shoved Vanessa and snapped, "Shut up. What do you know? Get out of my sight right now." Glaring at Vanessa, Hubert spat out bitterly. "That damn Ronaldo left behind such a mess. If you're going to be useless, at least know your place." Gislan watched the whole scene, expression unreadable. No one knew what he was cooking. Then Hubert winked at his elders. Raising a brow, he asked, "Don't you agree?" The elders, being old foxes, started hating immediately. With this attitude, they deserved to be stepped on by the pink magic tower forever. If he didn't have a plan, Gislan would have definitely stepped in to wipe them out. Over on the side, Belinda couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "What did you say? Our young master went through hell to get those runestones, and you dare call them fake. Still trying to lowball." The elders scoffed, "Hard work. How you got them isn't our problem. There's too many scammers these days, right? Trusting a seller's word blindly would be ridiculous." "Too lazy to argue with these fossils?" Gislan asked in a bored tone. "Got it. So you're saying you won't buy them?" The elders were stunned. Before they could even react, Gislan was already turning to leave with his crew. "They said they don't need runestones. Let's go somewhere else." Terrified Gislan would actually leave, Hubert panicked. "Wait." He quickly glanced at the guy next to him, signaling silently. Catching on fast, the elder nodded slightly. Then he spoke up. "To show respect for your effort in bringing these all the way here, we should buy them right. You traveled a long way. Going back empty-handed wouldn't be cool. Saving face for the Tower Master." Hubert nodded, acting all high and mighty. "If the elders say so, I can't just ignore it. With my immense generosity, we'll buy every single rune stone you brought here. But the price will be a bit lower than market value." Before he could even finish, Gislan cut him off coldly. "Seems like there's a misunderstanding." He glanced at Cao and ordered, Leave one wagon. Drag the rest back. Chow was stunned, unable to react, but then he saw Gislan smirk meaningfully. We agreed to only sell one wagon, didn't we? Hearing this, Hubert's face went dark as a burnt pot. Chow, being sharp as a tack, caught on instantly. He grinned. Oh, that's right, I totally forgot. Then he shouted to the mercenaries, all right, everyone, move the wagons out. Hubert was sweating bullets like he was sitting on fire. He rushed to Gislan in a panic. What the hell is this? Gislan let out a soft chuckle. He replied calmly, my apologies. Seems there was a misunderstanding about the quantity. My subordinates made a mistake. Our actual destination is the Pink Magic Tower. We just needed a little cash for travel expenses. Hearing his mortal enemy's name, Hubert looked like he just stepped in shot. Immediately, his tone switched to pure bootlicking. Why, though I was just joking. Come on, it's our first time meeting. Don't be like that. Let's go upstairs and chat for a bit. Yeah, Gislan scoffed coldly at him. Me play nice with you. Maybe in your next 8 lives. A bit later in the Tower Master's meeting room, Hubert smiled politely. Allow me to introduce the elders of the Red Flame Magic Tower. All of them are rank 5 mages. Gislan forced a smile and gave a half-hearted compliment. All rank 5 mages. That's actually impressive. But his next sentence was a slap to their faces. He smirked, truly worthy of being the second strongest tower in the north. The power here is astonishing. Pretending not to care, Hubert coughed. You must have heard some strange rumors, but they're wrong. The Red Flame Magic Tower is still number 1 in the north. Gislan replied, Sure, let's go with that. Doesn't matter anyway. Standing from afar, Belinda muttered, panic rising, Is the young master provoking them? That's insane. Will he be okay? Trusting Gislan completely, Jillian replied, He knows exactly what he's doing. Just let him cook. Not wanting to get roasted by Gislan anymore, Hubert quickly waved his hand. Cut the yapping. How much are you buying for? I guarantee if you walk, you won't get this value anywhere else. Without rushing to answer the old man, Gislan calmly held up 2 fingers and spoke slowly. Double. With a voice of steel, Gislan confirmed, We need double the market price. Hearing this, the elders hurriedly threw out words. Double. You seriously don't know how the world works, do you? Hubert nodded in agreement. That's not how business is done. I don't know who taught you trade, but they were dead wrong. You have to negotiate, not just make demands like that. Gislan kept his cool the whole time. He smiled gently and replied, I think the Red Flame Magic Tower deserves to pay double. Outraged by this arrogance, the elders glared at him and shouted, Do you know where you are? You dare pull this stunt. Is the Red Flame Magic Tower a joke to you? Hubert's voice turned cold. Listen here, young man. Watch your step. A naive brat, yapping about things he doesn't understand, makes me want to crush you. As he spoke, thick, killing intent leaked from his body. Gislan didn't panic. He just sat there calmly. Hubert assumed the kid was scared and continued with a superior attitude. You're still young. Making mistakes is normal. I'll let it slide this time. If we pay a little above market price and you sell everything to us. But before the old man could finish, Gislan stood up from his chair. The old man asked anxiously, Why are you standing up? Gislan lazily opened his mouth. Too bad. Looks like you're not interested. I gave you a deal for double, but since you're not interested, we'll go to the Rose Magic Tower. Saying that, he turned to leave. Hubert saw this and couldn't sit still anymore, quickly lowering himself to say, Why go that far? Young man, I never said we wouldn't do business right. I was just a bit hasty, so please sit down. Gislan raised an eyebrow and smirked. Is that so? Your attitude earlier? The 3 people hiding in the back were terrified. What game is he playing? Hubert spoke humbly. All right, you've got guts. Since you came to us first, we'll buy at double the price as stated. How about that? That's enough, right? But Gislan smirked and said, Fine. We'll sell at double the market price for 1 batch. After speaking, he raised an eyebrow at Hubert, his expression utterly provoking. Hubert and his crew broke out in a cold sweat. The old man hurriedly said, What are you talking about? You should sell all the goods you brought today. Shrugging indifferently, Gislan replied leisurely, If news gets out that we're selling at double price to the Red Flame Magic Tower, the Rose Magic Tower might pay triple. Why sell everything for just double? Feeling played like a fiddle. Hubert cursed angrily. Triple. This brat keeps toying with us. I'm running out of patience with you. However, Hubert's intimidation didn't last long. His dignity was wiped clean by Gislan's sharp turn and decisive goodbye. With no other choice, realizing he was the one in need, the old man rushed to stop him. I'll buy it all, triple the price. Hearing the words he had been waiting for, Gislan secretly smiled with immense satisfaction and happily returned to his seat. Gislan flipped his attitude again, saying, Now we understand each other, as expected of the strongest Red Flame Magic Tower in the north. Learning from the previous price hike, fearing Gislan would change his mind again, Hubert spoke urgently. Stay right there. I'll prepare the money right now. The old man had a massive headache. He was clearly a sixth-circle mage, yet he was being played by a brat. It made no sense. This time, Hubert decided to swallow his pride. But if the kid pulled any more tricks, he'd incinerate him. However, right then Gislan spoke up. Please wait a moment. I haven't finished stating all the terms. Hearing this, Hubert instantly exploded and shouted, What is it now? Ignoring Hubert hopping around like a mad dog, Gislan slowly clarified, Vanessa, give her to me. Everyone in the room fell into a strangely heavy silence. Hubert's face turned pale, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. Gislan ignored their reaction and said seriously, That's right. I want her to become my personal mage. Suddenly recalling memories from his past life after surviving a battle, everyone was gathering around a fire to rest. Gislan drank water and warned the person next to him, Hey, the meat's burning. The guy next to him grumbled in annoyance. Why don't you do it yourself then? Making the one-armed guy do the work. Seriously. Hearing him mumble something, Gislan asked bluntly, What? The other guy quickly shook his head. Nothing. Then suddenly remembering something, he smiled and changed the subject. But hey, Captain Gislan, do you know about Blood Serpent Vanessa? Gislan obviously didn't know. He asked curiously, What is a blood serpent? The guy answered his question. I gathered some interesting intel recently. You know that mage who burned down northern Lutania? That woman reached the level of a 7th circle archmage. 7th circle. Sipping his water, Gislan commented coldly. 7th circle and blood snake sound kind of lit, right? But what's her deal? Is she actually cracked? Knew Gislan would ask that. The guy just laughed. Word on the street, she's completely gone. Insane, a mage, but she cultivates mana like a warrior. Gislan's interest piqued. Why would a mage even do that? The answer, a casual laugh. 'Cause she's nuts, bro. Doesn't matter. She's just wrecking everything. Burning towns, killing people. Lords are going broke dealing with her. That extermination quest. Yeah, that was for her. Hearing that Gislan went silent. Dead silent. You couldn't tell what was cooking in his brain. Finally, he speaks up. A mage hitting 7th circle using mana cultivation instead of traditional magic. He was loving it. Vanessa's story, total anomaly. Gislan smirked Claudine. We're taking her home. Claudine couldn't believe her ears. She just stood there like, huh. But wait, Gislan's plan from the previous timeline. It never worked out. Vanessa had zero control over her own magic. By the time they found her, she was basically dead. But think about it, no control yet. She still hit 7th circle. That's raw talent. With just a little guidance, she'd be absolutely broken. And this time, Gislan is securing that asset. No doubt. Jillian's trio had no clue what Gislan was plotting. They were racking their brains. Why does he want Vanessa so bad? While they tried to talk him out of it, Hubert's squad was busy debating if they should hand Vanessa over or not. After a quick huddle, Hubert grinned. Agreed. Vanessa is ready to serve the Red Flame Magic Tower's interests. Old man wasn't even done talking when Gislan cut in. Also, we need battle mages. 3rd circle and up. Send them to Payon. That hit him like a truck, Hubert snapped. Eyes bulging, staring daggers at Gislan. Gislan didn't flinch. Didn't care. He stood his ground. He dropped the bomb casually. We need mages for a territory war. Just the word war sent the elders into a panic. Territory war. Gislan nodded slightly and sweetened the deal. Triple the market price. Send 3rd circle mages or hire to pay on for 1 year. And Vanessa. She becomes my personal mage. Those are the 3 conditions if you want to buy the runestones. Jillian's crew finally clicked. They knew exactly what he was up to now. Hubert sighed total confusion. Hubert stayed silent, but then the vibe shifted. Heavy pressure started leaking out. The air got heavy. Crack. The castle windows shattered. Stray magic sparks started flying everywhere. Gislan just glanced at him, silent. But the old man, he was icy. Do you really take me for a fool boy? Mages of the Red Flame Magic Tower are forbidden from interfering in territory wars. You don't just lack a basic understanding of kingdom laws. You want to drag our elite 3rd circle mages onto a battlefield that is a direct insult to the Red Flame Magic Tower. Hubert looked ready to turn everything into ash. Sensing the danger, Jillian's team immediately drew their weapons, ready to throw hands. But Gislan, he just sat there, chill as ice. He narrowed his eyes at the old man and finally spoke. You're going to regret this. That made Hubert flinch. Gislan dropped the bomb slowly. We discovered a massive runestone mine, right inside our territory. The amount dozens of times more than what we brought today. That hit them hard. Every single elder's eyes went wide in shock. Gislan gave a challenging smirk. And guess what? That info has already spread across the entire north. So what are you saying? Hubert frowned. It means everyone is coming for those stones, Gislan scoffed. You catch on quick, old man. He clarified he's not starting a war. Payon just needs the Red Flame Magic Tower's protection until they can stand on their own. Help us survive this crisis, and I promise, the Red Flame Magic Tower gets exclusive rights to the runestones. That did it. Hubert wavered. Exclusive rights. That was way too juicy to pass up. Gislan twisted the knife. With that supply, it's only a matter of time before you surpass the Crimson Magic Tower and reclaim the #1 spot. Looking at Gislan's confident hand, offering a golden future, Hubert squinted hard. Torn between options, he gritted his teeth. Finally, Hubert grabbed Gislan's hand. The alliance was sealed. After wrapping up with Gislan, Hubert went straight to Anon to discuss the mission to Payon. Anon wasn't having it. Master, come on. There are tons of other mages. Why do I have to go? Hubert smiled warmly. I'm sending you because you are the greatest talent in the history of our tower. You are our future. Hook, line, and sinker. Anon's cheeks flushed red at the praise. Hubert continued the brainwashing. This experience is vital for when you take over the tower. Now go and watch them closely. Make sure those guys don't sneak out any Johnson stones. If a turf war breaks out, pull back immediately. Worried Anon might crack under pressure, the old man patted his shoulder to calm him down. Just stick it out for 1 year. In just a year, our Red Flame Magic Tower is going to surpass the Scarlet Magic Tower and reclaim the #1 spot, silently listening to Hubert's words. Anon replied, right after yes, master. And so, dragging his feet with pure resentment, he went to link up with Gislan's crew. A few days later, Gislan was already waiting for Anon in front of the castle. Spotting him, he raised an eyebrow, smiled, and said, Welcome to Persian. As soon as they arrived, the Red Flame Magic Tower mob started scanning the area, whispering nonstop. Anon scoffed internally. This is just a desolate rat hole. He was only here because his master ordered him to be. He was the heir to the Red Flame Magic Tower. Yet he got shipped off to this filthy mansion. He couldn't hide how much he hated it. Anon grumbled, I am the heir of the Red Flame Magic Tower, and I've been tasked with leading the mages. Gislan casually reminded him, There's a ton of work to do in the territory. Don't slack off, work hard. Infuriated by Gislan's laid-back attitude, Anon seethed silently. Does this ignorant country bumpkin think I'm his servant? Just you wait. The second I become the Tower Master, I'm dealing with you first. While Anon was busy cursing in his head, Gislan suddenly called out his name, making him jump. He frowned and asked, Where is Vanessa? Anon nonchalantly glanced back into the distance and said, She's probably back there hauling our luggage. Just then Vanessa came stumbling from afar. Her body couldn't stop trembling from dragging 4 whole suitcases all the way here by herself. She couldn't help but gasp for air. Not daring to be rude, Vanessa bowed her head. I am Vanessa. Greetings, my lord. Before she could even catch her breath, Anon barked, Hurry it up. I thought you weren't going to make it. Seeing Anon's trashy behavior, Gislan frowned slightly. He walked up to Vanessa and ordered, Drop all that stuff and come here. Confused, she looked blankly and said, But I haven't finished moving everyone's luggage. She didn't even know what she had done wrong. Anon kept up his pompous act. Ignore it. She used to do this kind of grunt work in the Red Flame Magic Tower anyway. She can't even use magic, so just let her do the menial tasks. The second he finished that sentence, a heavy suitcase smashed right into his face. Anon was instantly knocked to the ground, leaving the Red Flame mob in total shock. Anon shoved the suitcase off, screaming in a rage, What the hell is this? Gislan remained completely calm. Vanessa doesn't belong to the Red Flame Magic Tower anymore. From now on, she belongs to me. Don't you dare treat her like trash. I'll let it slide this time. But if this happens again, you'll pay for it with your life. Hearing those words, a spark of emotion rose in Vanessa. In contrast, Anon went berserk, his face turning from green to pale white. He gritted his teeth and cursed, You lunatic, you dare treat me like this. As soon as he spoke, the mages behind him raised their weapons, ready to attack. Gislan didn't care less. He calmly snapped his fingers. Instantly, soldiers rushed out and surrounded them. The Red Flame Magic Tower group realized they were surrounded. Anon, caught off guard, stammered, What is this? You savages. What kind of territory points weapons at mages? We are mages. Treat us with the respect we deserve. Seeing Anon making a scene, Gislan lost his patience and ordered, Shut your mouth. It doesn't matter how you're treated. A contract is a contract. And I have the right to command you freely for 1 year through a legal deal with your Tower Master. Plus, I've secured the exclusive supply of Johnson stones. If the contract is broken because of your actions, whose side do you think the Tower Master will take? Hearing that Anon stuttered that well, while he was panicking, Gislan drove the point home again. Your role here in Persian is nothing more than spare mana batteries. If you want better treatment, then play your part correctly. Feeling completely insulted, Anon snapped, How dare you call me a spare battery? Too lazy to argue, Gislan turned his back to leave, and casually ordered Green Lion Chowthy, teach them their place. Upon hearing the order, Chowthy and Green Lion's eyes instantly sharpened. Life must have been pretty sweet for our dear scholars back at the Red Flame Magic Tower. Let's make sure they adapt properly to our environment. Even though he was shaking in fear of the massive, capable soldiers, and On still ran his mouth, "You rude bastards," Vanessa just stood there obediently, not saying a word. Ghislaine walked over to talk to her, slowly telling her one thing. "You are my personal mage." Vanessa's eyes sparkled as she looked at him, but they were still filled with doubt. After a long moment, she bowed her head in shame. Just when Gislan thought she wasn't going to answer, she hesitated and said, "But like Anon said, I can't even use mage magic." Before she could finish, Gislan smiled gently and said, "Come with me." He reached his hand out, flashing a hopeful smile. "I'll help you use magic." A moment later at the castle training grounds, Gislan brought Vanessa here. She followed him, but honestly, she had zero clue what he was planning. While she was standing there, confused, Gislan finally spoke up. "Vanessa." She flinched, answering timidly, "Yes, young master." He frowned, asking, "How far have you gotten with your magic studies?" Vanessa lowered her voice. "I've studied up to the 5th circle, but only in theory." Gislan seemed pretty satisfied with that answer. Gislan smirked. 5th circle. Not bad. Vanessa stared at him, eyes wide and totally lost on why he was happy about that. But her insecurity hit hard. She lowered her head and whispered, "It's useless, though." "Because I can't actually use magic." Gislan didn't rush her. He just asked, "Is there a reason?" Vanessa replied slowly. "I haven't been able to sense mana since I was a kid." Still, she believed she'd use magic one day, so she kept grinding without stopping. But the more she studied, the more she realized maybe she'd never be able to use it. At this point, Vanessa suddenly hugged her staff tight like it was her lifeline. She spoke with a heavy heart. "My master passed away recently." She let out a sad sigh. "Is that why I'm being kicked out?" Gislan narrowed his eyes, running calculations in his head. In terms of pure power, Vanessa's 5th circle knowledge was on the same level as the magic elders. But magic isn't just about memorizing textbooks. It requires insight, understanding how to trigger it, and most importantly, you need the ability to infuse your own will and interpretation. Vanessa understood everything mentally, but her body just couldn't keep up. To overcome that, she must have gone through hell endless trial and error. She probably trained until she drained her own life force. Thinking about it, Gislan felt for her. He silently praised her in his heart. Those efforts weren't for nothing. "Vanessa, your path is just a little different. In the future, she was the mage who incinerated all of northern Lutania. In his past life, Claudine told him Vanessa became a crazy 7th circle archmage, a mage who trained in absorption cultivation methods like a martial artist. No wonder everyone thought she was insane." Gislan smiled again, his mind full of schemes. He narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "From now on, I'm going to teach you a mana cultivation method." Vanessa just stared at him blankly, not really getting it. She asked, confused, "I'm a mage. Why would I learn a cultivation method?" Gislan chuckled. "Because both magic circles and cultivation methods are built on mana. Have you ever actually tried it before?" Hearing this, Vanessa panicked. She started shaking her head violently. No way, that's impossible." "That's crazy. Using cultivation to cast magic, one slip up, and I could be crippled for life." Gislan looked at her firmly, gently reaching out his hand. "Vanessa, just try it." His eyes were intense, filled with unwavering ambition. Seeing that fire in his eyes, Vanessa hesitated. She looked down at her own palm. She was terrified. She thought, can I really use magic? With that thought, she clenched her fist tight. If she could just use magic, everything would change. So she decided to trust Gislan and let him fix her. As she sat down, she loosened her top, unbuttoning the back to reveal her pale skin. Gislan watched her. In his past life, she had the same look in her eyes as him, regret, resentment, and pure rage. She craved magic so badly that she fell into a bottomless abyss, practicing some sketchy mana method. She became a calamity, acting only on instinct. In the end, she burned everything to ash. Staring at her lonely back, Gislan thought, but I'm here now. He wouldn't let her fall into that darkness again. Gislan gently reached out and took her hand. Then he decisively flooded her body with a massive amount of mana. The mana rushed in, surging through her cells, nerves, and blood vessels. The pain was so intense, Vanessa groaned through gritted teeth, shutting her eyes tight to endure the flow. The searing heat forced a soft moan out of her lips, but suddenly Gislan's voice snapped her back to reality. "Eyes open." Shut your mouth. The mana is going to destabilize, Gislan shouted urgently. That's my mana flowing into you. Don't lose focus. You have to feel how it flows. Obediently following his instructions, Vanessa shut her eyes tight. She focused entirely on sensing the mana. Spreading through her whole body, it rushed through every corner before gathering at her core. In the blink of an eye, a massive surge of mana enveloped Vanessa's entire body. Right then, she couldn't help but drift back to the past. Back then, she overheard a conversation between her master and Hubert. Her master tried his absolute hardest to defend her, but Hubert just shot back. Look, I admit you have a point, but come on. You know it yourself. The girl is weak. Just look at her Ronaldo. It's obvious. Vanessa heard every single word of that scornful remark. Her master's lonely silhouette that day was branded into her mind. That was the exact moment her self-esteem crumbled. And now Vanessa saw her old self again. She saw all the times Ronaldo poured his heart into teaching her. She had always felt so guilty toward him. If only I had a little more talent, maybe you wouldn't have had to leave the Red Flame Magic Tower. But Ronaldo just gently patted her head and said warmly, That's not why I'm leaving, child. I am setting out to find a way for you to use magic. That is all. With a doting look, Ronaldo told her, Raise your head. Look up at the sky. He told her that in this world, nothing stays buried in darkness forever. He promised her that one day the light would find her too. And just like he said, the light finally found her. It was Gislan. He was reaching out, pulling her from the shadows. Through her hazy vision, Vanessa saw the hand that offered her hope. Without hesitating, she reached out and grabbed it. From now on, Vanessa would live in the light, not that gloomy hell. After she finished absorbing the mana, she fell into a deep coma. Meanwhile, at a house near the sea, a burly guy was relentlessly fighting off a swarm of soldiers. He laughed mockingly. Come on, you weaklings. You think these pieces of scrap metal can stop me? Unable to accept the man's arrogance, a soldier charged forward with his sword, shouting furiously, Don't be ridiculous. But the speed gap was obvious. The man blocked the blade with zero effort. In no time, he took total control and slammed the soldier to the ground. Still stubborn, another soldier lunged with murderous intent. But as if he had eyes in the back of his head, the man sensed it and grinned with amusement. Before the soldier could even swing his sword, something slammed into him. Both of them went flying right out of the wooden house. The man dusted off his hands and scoffed, I haven't even finished warming up, and you guys are already flying all over the place. The surrounding soldiers whispered in awe, as expected, of the legendary commander of this era. These bugs actually dared to ruin our feast? At that same moment, someone had heard the entire conversation. A glass slammed hard onto the table. A while later, night began to fall outside the wooden house. A man was lying there chilling. Just then, someone came to disturb him. Is your training going well, sir? The man asked in a deep voice. You have something to say. The messenger said seriously, It is a deployment order from Count Deadman's Sir Victor. Turns out that man was Victor, Count Deadman's strongest trump card. Hearing this, Victor fell silent. After hesitating for a long while, he sat up, grabbed the helmet beside him, and put it on, hiding his face. Victor spoke slowly. Let's go. I was bored to death with nothing to do anyway. A few days later, at the Count's castle, Walter was reading a document, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Inside were written a few words. My son Zegon was murdered by Gislan Perzion. I will have my revenge. He took a deep breath, then ordered assemble the troops. It's war. The war banner of the Perzion family had to be raised once again. He then summoned everyone. Upon hearing the news, Jaren cursed angrily. Those bastards have lost their minds. Gislan killed Zegon. The people present couldn't stop discussing it. Walter just sat there in silence, not knowing what to say. Just then a sentence rang out that startled him. The speaker was Gislan. He slowly explained, When I was at the Red Flame Magic Tower, didn't we send 2 retainers as envoys to Daiger? They definitely leaked internal information about our territory. Hearing this, the officials present panicked and cried out in disbelief. The retainers betrayed us. What evidence do you have to say something so dangerous? Walter stared intently at him. Acting for the territory, but putting oneself in danger, was something that happened often. But he realized one thing. It seemed Gislan already knew everything would turn out this way. While he was thinking, Jaren shouted furiously, Why overthink it? Our military strength is superior to Daiger's anyway. Let's make them pay a heavy price for daring to start trouble. Right at that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. Fergus ran in panicked and reported, Big trouble, sir. My lord, they are here. His face looked pale as if he had seen something terrifying. Sure enough, far out in the Perzion territory, a group of soldiers was slowly approaching. Leading them was a knight in iron armor, his face completely covered. silent as a marshal, making Count Walter's crew on the wall freeze in sheer panic. Gislan saw it and got even more furious. They just declared war and they're already pulling up. Since when did they have everything ready? Confirmed reports say the main force is already here. Plus the backup force launching later has 1,000 troops. We also spotted siege weapons. Clearly, they've been building those for a while. Albert glanced at Gislan and spoke up. What is going on? With this situation, the power gap is way too huge. Digger is supposed to be broke just like Persian, so how did they get a massive army like that? They kept arguing until Walter lost his patience and shouted, "Calm down." They instantly shut their mouths. He scolded aggressively. Arguing is just going to slow down our reaction time. Gather all soldiers on the wall. He ordered the civilians into the city and closed all the gates tight. Soldiers held their positions. War has truly begun. At the same time, below the Persian gates, those enemy troops had marched right up to the spot. The leader smirked and said, "Zagon, my son, even if he was useless. Thanks to him, I have an excuse to attack Persian now. What a beautiful fortress." The speaker was Thomas Digger, Count Digger. Then he glanced at the man beside him and said, "Follow me, Victor. I have something to discuss with my brother Persian." Right then, a shout rang out from the wall. "Kill my brother." What kind of cruel joke is this? Thomas laughed coldly. Why call it cruel? My beloved son Zagon died right here on this land. He questioned aggressively, "Your son the heir of Persian Gislan." Persian, he did it. What parent wouldn't be furious when their child dies? Hearing this, Walter's face turned grim. Thomas continued, "If you surrender now, I'll end this without shedding any blood." Gislan frowned when he heard that. Gislan gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard dares to lie straight to our faces. Albert backed him up. "My lord, talking more is useless." Gislan let out a soft sigh. "Even if we saved Elena Zagon's death, would have led to this sooner or later. Preparing siege weapons that proves they're dead. Set on wiping out Persian. Everything is exactly as he predicted." While Gislan was thinking, Walter spoke up thoughtfully. "My son didn't kill Zagon. That is my only answer." Saying that, he lowered his voice with rock-solid resolve. "If you value your lives, turn back now." Those words scared Thomas, making his face turn red as a beet. Victor glanced at him, secretly impressed. Walter Persian truly has the aura of a legendary general, who's guarded the north for years. Thomas took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and spoke cautiously, true to the name Wolf of the North. "With your stupid choice, who knows how much more blood will spill? Don't you regret this, Walter Persian?" As soon as he finished, he turned and went back to his ranks. Walter looked down from the gate, not knowing how to react. Seeing his hesitation, Gislan immediately urged, "My lord, give me all the troops. They're just a big crowd of rabble anyway. I'll wipe them all out and come right back." Holm hurriedly advised, "Are you crazy? No matter how strong you are, the numbers gap is too big. Lose just one battle and Persian collapses." They started arguing again. Walter didn't say a word. Everything was in chaos, and he couldn't sort out his thoughts. They declared war out of nowhere, yet they're fully prepped. Plus, that army size is way beyond Digger's limit. Who the hell is backing them? How do we save this place? Walter couldn't even think straight. But right then, Gislan suddenly spoke up. "Please prepare the city defense." Walter started glancing at him, not understanding what he wanted to do. Gislan explained in a low voice. "Compared to Digger's army of nearly 7,000 soldiers, Persian can barely scrape together over 2,000. The force gap is 3 times the size. They are fully prepared and morale is high. I estimate in about half a month, once their siege weapons are done, they'll launch a total attack. Right now, the best plan is to request reinforcements and hold the fort." These words seemed to wake Walter up. He spoke slowly. "You're right. Normally, we'd do that, but I don't see any way out." Gislan suddenly smirked slightly, then leaned into his ear and whispered something. After hearing what he said, Walter froze on the spot. Before the battle, the final half-month granted to Gislan would be used to go all out and flip this board. At the soldiers' tent, Gislan called his key people over. They already knew everything that happened. Gislan couldn't help but sigh. "I don't even know what we should do. I'm used to mercenary work. How would I know about formation battles like this?" Belinda then spoke in a low voice. "War has really broken out." Gislan frowned in thought for a long while, then finally opened his mouth slowly. "That's right. From now on, I'll tell you guys what to do next. This is the plan to turn the tide of this battle." Gislan spoke slowly. "Surprise attack. Before they make a move, we're going to hit their supply lines first. Once their supplies are cut, they won't be able to drag this war out." Belinda frowned, skeptical. "Wait, can we actually pull that off? The Dig army has the front of the city surrounded. They're watching us like hawks. One wrong move and they'll spot us instantly." Gislan obviously knew that. He just turned and called out to Kale. Gillian and Kale looked at him. Kale spoke up first. "Just as you ordered, my lord. We've positioned our forces around the edge of the beast forest. We can lay low in the trees if we need to. They won't see us coming." Gillian chimed in, "And the cloaks made from the inner hide of the dusk, just as the Grand Duke ordered, have been distributed to the troops. The dark material is perfect for night raids." Gislan nodded, satisfied. "If we moved the main army, yeah, we'd be spotted in a second. But a small camouflaged elite squad, they'll never see the ambush coming." There was just one problem. He didn't know exactly where the supply team was. So Gislan needed Belinda to pinpoint their location. She looked a bit unsure, but for the sake of the mission, she nodded. "Understood. I'm on it." Gislan watched her closely, calculating his next move. Suicide mission behind enemy lines, dangerous, but for Belinda, piece of cake. Now for the finisher, the trump card that ends this war. He still hadn't played his secret weapon, Vanessa, the mage he just recruited. A few days later at the Dig supply camp, Barbu, that traitor who used to serve Persian, was busy drinking and celebrating his new rank. War has finally started, just a little longer, and a mere retainer like me will finally get my own territory. He really thought betraying everyone for Count Deadman was a big brain move. Bringing all those troops over was worth it to land this cushy job in the rear. He took a sip of wine and smirked. "Goodbye, Persian. That land is practically mine now." But they were clueless. Outside the camp, the shadows were already moving. Gislan's squad had arrived thanks to Belinda's intel. The elites were all there. Gillian lowered his voice. "Man, the weather is gloomy and heavy tonight." Kale nodded. "Pitch black. Can't see a thing." Gislan sighed. "Perfect weather for a raid, isn't it?" Then his tone shifted. "No prisoners. Wipe them all out." The second he said it, Gislan drew his sword and charged. The guards didn't even know death was knocking at their door. By the time they reacted, the enemy was already inside the gates. At that point, they were just lining up to get their heads chopped off. Soldiers rushed out into a bloodbath. They panicked, but before they could even blink, slash, dead. Clad in knight's armor, Gislan raised his sword high. "Mercenaries, stick to the plan. Leave no one alive." In a blink, the camp turned into a slaughterhouse for Gislan's troops. By midnight, Barbu realized he was being ambushed and scrambled outside. But the old fool still shouted confidently, "We have 1,000 troops. Don't panic. Stop them now." His subordinate hesitated, cold sweat dripping down his face. Finally, he stammered, "Sir, 70% of our forces are already down." Gislan was tearing through them, leaving stacks of bodies in his wake. Hearing that, Barbu's face went pale. He hesitated for a split second, then screamed, "Run, I'm going to die if we stay here. Forget the land." Before they could take a step, 3 darts flew out of nowhere and slammed into the subordinate's neck. Barbu fell to the ground, scared so bad he almost pissed his pants. Belinda rode up looking absolute badass. She scoffed, "Well, look who it is. The Persian retainers. Lucky me." Barbu's expression twisted when he saw her. Around them, the camp was engulfed in flames, bodies scattered everywhere. In no time at all, Gislan's night raid was a flawless victory. Gislan rode up to Barbu, who Belinda had already tied up like a pig. She reported, "This is Barbu, one of the retainers sent to Dig. He sold us out and took charge of logistics." Knowing he was cooked, Barbu slammed his head on the ground. "Please spare me, Lord Gislan, I surrender." Gislan wasn't trying to hear any of that. His voice was ice cold. "Who bought you, Barbu?" Spilled his guts instantly. It was Count Deadman. "They threatened my life. I didn't have a choice." Hearing that name, Gislan frowned. So he really did funnel troops to Digger. Barbu noticed the silence and started sweating bullets. Heart-pounding, he stammered, "Look, I know I'm in a bad spot, but I've served for a long time, right? The Count will definitely pay a fat ransom for me." Hearing that, Gislan finally spoke, "Head up." Barbu thought he was sparing his sorry life. He grinned, "Lord Gislan, thank you for the second chance. I swear I'll serve Persian with everything I've got." Famous last words. Slash. His head rolled off his shoulders before he finished the sentence. Right before hitting the afterlife, Barbu never saw it coming. Didn't even know he was cooked. Gislan watched the head roll like a soccer ball and scoffed. "I don't make deals with trash. Traitors to Persian only get one thing, death." Last rat dealt with. Gislan led his squad out of the camp as it burned to the ground behind them. Belinda rode beside him, looking deep in thought. Cal hesitated, then asked Captain Gislan, "What's the play now?" Gislan answered calmly, "We head straight for the castle." He knew the enemy attack had already started. All eyes would be fixed on the siege. While they're distracted, we're going to hit their base and cause absolute chaos. Gislan spurred his horse, shouting orders. "Cal, Belinda, you take the left wall. I'll handle the right side the second we arrive." He glanced at Ghislaine, hesitating for a split second. "Ghislaine, I'm leaving our base in your hands. It's a surprise attack, but you're going to be up against thousands with just a small squad. Can you handle that? Gislan frowned, thinking it over. Finally, he looked up, solid as a rock. No problem. If that is your order, young master, consider it done. Gislan grinned, satisfied. Damn, it feels good to have a crack team. Up ahead, Cal heard the orders and pouted. Man, the old guy always gets the fun missions. Belinda ignored him. She looked worried. Young master who's guarding the main gate, are we just leaving it open? Gislan answered calmly. The three of them froze. Leave the gate open during a siege. What is this, a tea party invitation? Gislan didn't explain. He just flashed a confident smile. This battle is the start of a new era for Persian. Meanwhile, back at Persian Castle, Walter was leading the defense. The walls were getting hammered. Boom, boom. Explosions everywhere. Janjon shouted to his knights, fire. Don't let them get close. But Digger's army was massive. Persian's archers just couldn't keep up. In no time, they were scaling the walls. Walter didn't flinch. He rushed into melee combat. Do not let them take this wall. Down below, Thomas Digger watched the smoke and fire, laughing like a maniac. He smirked. Oh, this is exciting. I can't see the bodies, but it's clearly over. Then he shouted, catapults load round 2. Crush them. Make it quick. Victor watched the walls, thinking, so this is the end of the Northern Wolf. He had some hope, but not much. Meanwhile, Walter was brawling with Digger's troops. His sword skills were top tier, dropping bodies left and right, but the numbers gap was just too huge. He couldn't hold out forever. He and Raiden were completely surrounded. Janjon looked at Walter, panic in his voice. Sir, the walls are bad enough, but at this rate the main gate is going to crumble. Give us the order. Walter took a deep breath. Silence. Finally he spoke. Abandon the gate. We hold the walls only. Hearing that, Janjon grimaced. He didn't want to accept it, but they had no choice. Walter turned to Skovan. What about reinforcements? Skovan answered fast. Everyone refused. All the territories said no, and we lost contact with the messenger sent to Count Logus. Janjon snapped. Damn it! Why won't any of them help us, those ungrateful traitors? Back at Digger's camp, Thomas was already celebrating his win when a subordinate came running in, panicked. Bad news, Count. The supply unit. It's been attacked. Thomas Digger and Victor both froze. The soldier kept going. The messenger we sent for supplies never came back. Something's definitely gone wrong with the supply line. Thomas shook his head in total denial. Don't jump to conclusions. That's impossible. How could those Persian rats trapped in their own castle know where our supplies are? But Victor, he was thinking differently. He saw the smoke rising in the distance. That's definitely smoke from the transport unit. So there was someone in Persian crazy enough to pull this off. Victor smirked. Interesting. Thomas Digger started to panic. Sir Victor, what do we do now? The battle just started. But we're completely out of food supplies. Victor just waved his hand, totally unbothered. Who needs food supplies? We're taking the city by sundown today. Thomas Digger couldn't believe it, eyes popping out, jaw on the floor. A bit later, at Persian Castle, Victor led his army to an open field, ready to siege the place. The attacks on the left and right walls started ages ago, but they still haven't cracked that defense line. Tojin's elites are definitely holding it down. But since they dumped all their resources into defending the walls, the main gate is looking real flimsy right now. Victor nodded, realizing the play. He pointed his sword straight at the wall and screamed, All units, push! Today we crush them and march right through their gate. The second he finished speaking, Victor led the charge himself. But right then he remembered something. He glanced back and called out Adon. Instantly a war horse pulled up beside him. On the horse sat a knight in iron armor, gripping a long spear. Victor's right-hand man, Adon. Victor looked at him and said, I'm smashing this gate myself. So he ordered Adon to stay put and hold the line. Up on the wall, Digger's soldiers were swarming up like ants. No matter how hard Walter's squad fought back, enemies were slipping through. Suddenly, Skovan screamed in panic. Sir Walter looked over and saw it. The siege tower. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, how did they know the wall's height? Zanjan chimed in, equally stressed. And we're outnumbered. If that siege tower hits the wall, we're cooked. Walter immediately yelled, Catapults, are they ready? The soldiers had literally just finished setting them up. He ordered them to fire and stop that tower. In a split second, a massive rock launched, flying straight at the target. But the moment it was about to hit, a hand suddenly went up. Then without hesitation, a sword was thrown straight at the rock. Boom! The giant stone exploded in midair. Seeing this, Walter and his men went pale. Complete shock. Zanjan ground his teeth, cursing, who the hell did that? Obviously, it was Victor. After swatting that rock like a fly, he slowly walked toward the gate. Walter's face looked terrible when he saw him. He definitely recognized him, heard the rumors. Victor drew his sword and scoffed, Useless, you Tojian trash. Struggle all you want, you're still going to lose. He ordered his troops to bring up the battering ram, smash the gate. Now, the moment he gave the order, soldiers pushed the battering ram forward. Walter wanted to stop it, but Digger's troops blocked his path. At the same time, the ram started pounding on the gate. Walter felt the situation getting desperate, but right now he could only trust Gislan, just like the kid said. The battle to break the wall versus holding the wall was getting absolutely intense. Meanwhile, inside the stronghold, a group of mages was tied up in a circle. Amphi was struggling and screaming, "Let me go, you peasant scum." "We are mages. We aren't supposed to be involved in this trashy turf war." Alphonse looked at him coldly and said flatly, "This is the young master's order." "Please calm down." Amphi got even madder. "Are you blind? Do I look calm to you? Look over there. That battering ram is right at the door. We're going to lose. This castle is finished." Vanessa squinted at him, keeping her voice low. "Mr. Amphi, don't worry." Hearing her, Amphi looked up. Vanessa leaned in, close voice firm. "The young master will handle everything." "Like he just heard a joke," Amphi sneered. "Don't mention that Grand Duke to me. That bastard dragged me to hell, and now I'm going to die. Handle everything. Yeah, right, my ass." Vanessa had absolute faith in Gislan. She insisted. "Anyway, the young master will definitely..." She didn't even finish. Amphi cut her off coldly. "Shut up. You're seriously listening to that lunatic?" And Vanessa glared at him, shaking her head. "He is not a lunatic." She suddenly paused. A few days ago, after trying for so long, Vanessa finally managed to move mana in her body, even if she couldn't hold it for long. She looked up at Gislan and sighed. "I'm sorry, I finally learned how to use magic, but this is my limit for now." Gislan shook his head unbothered. "Just being able to use magic is enough. Your mana capacity will grow over time. Follow me. I've got something to show you." They went to an open field where mages were digging and working hard. Vanessa frowned in confusion. "They're burying Junso stones." But what for? She was totally lost. And Phi suddenly rushes up to them, looking totally done with life, as he whines, "Why are you making us mages dig like this? Don't you have actual soldiers for this grunt work? If you want to hide the Johnson stones, why not just move them outside the castle?" But before he can finish, a massive arm puts him in a headlock. Gordon barks a warning, "No yapping while you work." Seeing this, a shy girl like Vanessa gets a bit spooked. She looks at Gislan totally confused and asks, "Sir, what exactly is this?" Gislan explains slowly, "This is war prep. The simplest and most broken strat is just overwhelming the few with the many. We overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. No matter how hard they try, they can't stop an endless wave of attacks. The city gate is going to break for sure, but that doesn't mean we can't still clutch up a win." Hearing that, Vanessa flinches. She hesitates and asks, "Wait, do you mean back to the present?" Vanessa is currently casting magic to control the formation. She honestly doesn't know if she can actually pull this off. But because it's Gislan's order, she's going to lock in and hold it. And Phi, tied up below, stares at the mana wrapping around his body. He shouts in disbelief. No way is this powerful formation actually channeling mana. Vanessa grips her staff tight. Her eyes are full of confidence now. Yeah, she can do this. She has to do this. Meanwhile, outside the city gates, Digger's army is spamming attacks nonstop. The soldiers trying to breach the walls are sweating. The gate is about to crumble. But right then, Jan spots something, points into the distance, and shouts, "Sir, look over there." Walter follows his finger and sees an army literally riding the wind towards them. As they get closer, he panics. It's Gislan's army, no mistake about it. Gislan has finally arrived. At the same time, Victor senses something is off. Sure enough, a subordinate runs up to report Lord Victor. "Unidentified cavalry units are flanking us from the rear on both sides." The army he's talking about is Gislan's squad. They're absolutely wrecking our soldiers. Gislan on horseback swings his sword with insane power, instantly sending a whole mob to the afterlife. Seeing his savage aura, the soldiers in the back panic. An ambush. I thought Perseon didn't have backup by the time they regain their senses. They see Gislan charging right at them. They frantically raise their crossbows to fire, but he's moving way too fast. The arrows just hit thin air while Gislan charges through like he's literally flying. His eyes look absolutely feral. Gislan starts slaughtering the soldiers in front of him, and in a blink, the place is a river of blood. Bodies are scattered everywhere. Seeing this, the soldiers back away in terror. Is he a monster or something? He dropped that many people in a split second. Right then, Gislan raises his sword high and roars. From now on, it's our turn to counterattack. Following Galen's shout, the army behind him charges forward, but Digger's soldiers are so intimidated by their savage aura that they retreat in fear. The battlefield is now dominated by two flanks led by Gislan and Kael. striking the edges of the city walls. Digger's army is sandwiched between Perseon's forces from both the inside and outside. Meanwhile, at Digger's main camp, Gislan is leading another elite squad to breach. He glances at Gordon and Jordan and orders, "I'll draw their aggro. You guys spread out and disable their key defenses." "Got it." They nod immediately, then split in two directions to attack, throwing Digger's army into total chaos. Thomas Digger sees this and screams in panic. "What is going on? Why are we the ones getting ambushed?" Before the old man can even process it, Gislan rushes in with his massive axe. He speaks coldly. "Enemy commander Count Thomas Digger, I'm taking you prisoner." Hearing that Thomas Digger is so scared he almost wets his pants. He has zero skills, just a paper tiger. Gislan thinks he's got him in the bag, but he gets blocked. Sensing a weapon flying at him, Gislan quickly swings his axe to deflect it. When he looks closer, he sees a guy on horseback holding a long spear and a shield in front of him. Gislan frowns, sizing him up. He realizes one thing, this guy's actually strong. "That man is Adon," he speaks coldly. "A surprise attack on the main camp. With such a small force, that's bold." He arrogantly introduces himself and tells him to drop his name before he dies. Gislan narrows his eyes at him and says coldly, "I don't have a name." He says he's just a weapon under the Grand Duke's command. Meanwhile, at the left city wall, thanks to the support from Gislan's army, Perseon's soldiers have regained the upper hand at the gate. Down at the walls, Belinda is hooking enemies with her wires. Then Bam Gal dashes in from nowhere to finish them off. Their combo is absolutely clean. Hundreds of soldiers are getting dropped the exact same way. It is a total bloodbath out there. Belinda looks down at her outfit, which is completely soaked in red, and gets salty. "Bro, did you really have to splatter blood all over me?" Gal just shrugs, totally unbothered. "Dodge it yourself, princess. I ain't got time for that." Hearing that nickname, Belinda gets triggered instantly. She grits her teeth and hisses, "Excuse me, princess." Meanwhile, over on the right wall, Gislan is smashing through the Digger army's lines like a monster. His aura is terrifying. Bro practically has "I can solo this whole lobby" written on his face. The soldiers realize they are cooked and start running away. Gislan sees the opening and barks orders to his squad. "Charge. They are panicking. Wipe them out now." He adds, "I am taking down that siege tower myself." As soon as he speaks, the mercenaries behind him get insanely hyped. They raise their weapons and roar like beasts. Follow Captain Gislan crush these losers. The Digger commander watches his men fleeing in terror. He screams, "You disorganized idiots, who told you to run?" He immediately orders the spearmen to block the front. Stop him, Gislan ignores the wall of spears pointing right at him. He charges in like a madman. In a split second, all those spears thrust forward. But when they look closer, what they actually hit is just his horse. The rider gone, vanished into thin air. The soldiers look around, totally confused. If they looked up, they would see Gislan right above them. He lands squarely on a soldier's head. Then the slaughter begins. Gislan starts cutting through the soldiers like he is chopping vegetables. These mobs are not even on his level. In seconds, the squad is wiped. Gislan clears them out and locks eyes on the target ahead, a group pushing a massive siege tower. At this rate, the wall will collapse before his backup arrives. There are too many enemies. If he hesitates, he gets swarmed. His cavalry is pushing, but they cannot reach the main force yet. This is going to be a tough fight. He needs to act fast, so he decides to solo rush it. The enemy commander screams, "Stop that guy." The tower is in position. The wall is coming down. Stall him so the machine can move. Gislan narrows his eyes. He is running out of time. He needs to hit their weak point hard. Without hesitation, Gislan charges in blade, ready to kill. The soldiers try to block him, but yeah, right, like that is going to work. Gislan is in God mode. Nothing stands in his way. Anyone who tries gets sent straight to the afterlife. Bodies are piling up. One falls. And a second later, another idiot rushes in to die. Gislan steps over the corpses, closing in on the tower. Anyone blocking him gets deleted. His sword is completely drenched in red. The last vanguard defender gets dropped. Seeing this, the soldiers up on the tower start freaking out. They panic fire arrows at him, but Gislan is too fast. He is weaving through the air like a bird. He beelines straight for the leader. No hesitation. Gislan one-shots him. You would think that is it. But he impales the guy and hurls the body at the siege tower. The corpse crashes into the soldiers there, breaking the crossbow formation. Instantly, Gislan uses magic wires to yank his sword back. Then he rushes the tower, grip tight, pumping mana into the blade, ready to continue the spree. Seeing him charge the soldiers, freeze up, paralyzed with fear. Well, guess they are going to be ghosts under Gislan's blade. He swings down hard, and anyone unlucky enough to be there is gone. But that is not all. Channeling massive mana, Gislan cleaves the entire siege tower in half. The soldiers watching are wetting themselves. They never imagined the tower could be destroyed like that. Meanwhile, Victor is watching the whole thing silently. He frowns. Tower is gone. That guy's pretty strong. The real fight starts now. Gislan slowly walks out of the wreckage. Victor glances at his subordinate and asks, "Is the gate down yet?" The subordinate shakes his head. "No, the gate is tougher than we thought. Resistance from the inside slowed us down, but we can breach it in about 10 minutes. Victor goes quiet for a second. Then he says, "You have 5 minutes. I will deal with their commander. Make sure that gate falls fast, unless you want to die by his hand." Hearing this, the subordinate trembles in fear. Yes, sir." But suddenly a voice calls out, "Hey, big guy!" Victor spins around. Just then, someone riding a horse approaches. A deep voice echoes from the smoke, "You're not going anywhere." Victor narrows his eyes at the newcomer, asking coldly, "Who are you?" The guy smirks. "Cal, commander of the Cerberus Mercs, just here to play with you." He points his blade right at him, total provocation. Immediately, Cal rushes him. Victor is a bit surprised, but obviously he's not going to let him land that. He quickly swerves his horse. At the same time, Victor's warhorse kicks out at Cal's mount. Cal panics and bails off his horse. Good thing he dodged, or Victor's sword would have taken his head off instead of the horse's head. Chow doesn't back down, no horse. Fine, he uses his body to launch himself into the air. He slashes like a madman, forcing Victor on the defense. Chow's eyes are locked in. He has to win this. But Victor, he's not giving him a chance. Every single strike gets blocked. Biting his lip, Chow thinks, this guy, did he seriously block everything? Victor scoffs, "I've killed enough trash like you to fill a cart." He parries and shoves Chow back, squinting at him. Voice dripping with disdain, "Pathetic mercenaries. You actually think you're tough." Then bam, he unleashes a slash packed with insane energy. Chow barely raises his blade to block. But the power is too broken, it nearly crushes him. He loses balance, falls back, and gets slashed on the arm. Blood starts spraying. Victor sneers. Nothing easier than killing animals struggling on instinct. Chow scrambles up, clutching his wound. Inner monologue. This bastard, he's actually cracked. Just like Gislan said. Flashback 2, before they left. Gislan warned him. His name is Victor, Demon's secret ace, one of the forces targeting Persian. Back then, Chow asked, "Stronger than the captain?" Gislan answered, "Out of everyone I've faced, he's the strongest. Except me. 10 points for confidence. But I gotta say, he's using overwhelming numbers to force us to defend the walls. Then he'll break the gate when it's weakest. Full assault. It's happening exactly as Gislan planned. Even what Vanessa is doing. However, if Victor leaves the gate, the whole plan collapses." That's what Gislan told him. Chow looks at the guy on the horse replaying the orders. When that happens, tie him down. So he absolutely has to keep this arrogant jerk right here. Chow pulls his sword from the ground and smirks. For real, at least give a guy a chance to win. Meanwhile, at the Digger main base, it's a war zone. Gislan and Adon are going at it like maniacs. Thomas Digger's lackeys shove the old man back. "Get back, sir. You're going to get caught in it." The mercenaries in the back aren't chilling either. They start slaughtering the enemy soldiers. Gislan fights and calculates. This guy's annoying. I don't have time to waste here. Adon's giant shield blocks everything, literally invincible. How long has it been since I fought someone this stubborn? But he's not planning to lose. He swings his axe down, shouting, "I'm done wasting time with you." Adon blocks with the shield, scoffing, "Useless." Strong hit, though. "But you're never getting through my shield." Gislan flinches. He realizes Adon slipped out from behind the shield and thrust his spear right at him. He hastily blocks, but Adon's combo isn't done. The spear keeps coming. The innocent horse takes the hit. Gislan panics as he's forced to bail off his mount. Adon raises his massive shield again. He grunts, "Stay down." Then he slams the shield right onto Gislan. The split second Adon strikes, Gislan raises his axe to block. Back to Cal, he's struggling hard against Victor. He's covered in wounds. The siege machine is still wrecking the gate. The gate finally smashes open. Seeing this, Walter's crew looks absolutely sick. Victor smiles, satisfied. Finally, Gislan starts panicking, not knowing what's happening inside. And inside, Vanessa is still trying to cast the magic circle. And Phi screams, "Hey, the gate is broken." "You're draining mana to something." Vanessa bites her lip, shaking her head. "Not yet. Just 1 more minute." Outside, Victor screamed the order. The city gate is open. All units, full force attack. Seize the castle. The moment his words dropped, Daiger's surviving soldiers swarmed inside like ants. So Victor side-eyed his subordinate and ordered, "Bring the Count here. I'll go handle their commander myself." Right then, he propped himself up again. Shaking, he mumbled, "You aren't going anywhere." Victor was a bit surprised. He couldn't help but praise him. "So it's you, huh? With your level, you should know where to die and where not to write. Why keep rushing in?" Meanwhile, Aiden stood before Jillian, raised a brow, and spoke up. "Look at that. The gate's been wrecked. Your side already lost. Gislan knelt on one knee, saying absolutely nothing. He started lecturing. Your bold ambush was actually a plot twist, I'll give you that. But the ending remains the same. Cramming useless mercenaries into an elite army, that was the mistake that sealed your family's fate. No matter the skill, a mercenary can't beat a properly trained knight. A mercenary should know when to retreat. When the tides turn, that's what those two arrogant scumbags said. They had nothing worth dying for in this war. But their words didn't faze him at all. Even Gislan was the same, just sitting there in silence, listening. Once he'd spouted enough nonsense, his expression turned dark. Maybe they shared the same will. Both he and Gislan, on opposite sides of the battlefield, gave the exact same answer without planning it. So what? Mercenary or knight on the battlefield, you either win or you lose. Right after both of them charged at their opponents, with zero hesitation, Adon scoffed coldly. I don't need to hear the excuses of a loser. Immediately, he swung his spear to block Gislan's attack. The screeching sound of metal grinding against metal rang out constantly. But right then, Gislan used his strength to press the axe into the ground. This freaked Adon out big time. What the hell is this gravity? He tried to counterattack in a panic, but it was already too late. Gislan swept his axe across, killing the warhorse instantly. Adon hit the ground hard. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "You animal. A trash mercenary dares to." Gislan didn't care. Ignoring the yapping, he swung the axe again. Boom! The sound of weapons clashing exploded. Gislan pinned Adon to the ground, his voice cold. No matter how solid the defense, there's always an opening. I've dedicated this entire life to be the Grand Duke's weapon. As he spoke, he reached behind his back and grabbed his sword. Without a second of hesitation, he drew it. Gislan's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. His voice was ice cold, so I only exist to bring victory to him. Adon's pupils shrank in shock. He never thought he'd lose like this. Whether he believed it or not, Gislan drove the blade straight through his eye. Blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, he was still trying to stall Victor. He knew that Guy was stronger, and he was probably cooked. But Gislan told him to tie Victor down, so he just needed this one shot, just one hit. Gislan had asked, "You want to know how I did it? Did what you were just flailing your limbs around. It looked hilarious. You know that thing when we made that bet, remember? You swooped in, dodged, and then bam, slashed him." He was super embarrassed. "Come on, teach me." He smiled at Gislan, who had actually shown him the ropes. Those fancy moves aren't the main point. The first time someone fights you, this is what they'll think. The guy in the white helmet judged him. He's like a wild beast just blindly charging in. Gislan's words echoed in his head. That's when they'll underestimate you. He launched wild attacks non-stop, looking absolutely deranged. Crazy enough to even throw his weapon at the enemy. The white helmet guy dodged fast and easily swatted his weapon away. He looked down on him with pure contempt. Fools always pull reckless stunts like this because they've got nothing to lose. And yet they don't realize that was their last chance to cling to life. He raised his sword to stab straight at him, but he stayed calm, remembering Gislan's lesson. But if you can hide your true intentions while you move. The moment the sword came down, he dodged it easily and grabbed the guy's arm. He used the enemy's arm as leverage to jump high, catching his weapon in midair. The white helmet guy saw it and suddenly realized, that's when you'll definitely get a clean shot. He drove his sword straight down. The blade was inches away from hitting him. The horse screeched in pain. The white helmet guy immediately bailed off the horse while he crashed to the ground. He figured out the plan, that weird movement catching the sword after throwing it away. Even at a disadvantage, you tried to flip the script. Only someone prepared to die could pull that off. He genuinely praised him. Looks like you aren't just a dumb beast after all. Well done. But the mockery was still there. Sometimes you gotta dance on the edge of death just to break your limits. Too bad for you, you missed. He raises his sword, ready to end it. Any last words? Chow is struggling hard. That white helmet guy is on guard, but Chow just smirks. I landed one hit. That confused him. What suddenly 3 swords materialize above him, but Bro dodged them like it was nothing. Belinda pulls up right on time, firing a grappling hook. Boom, she snags Chow. She launches into the air, lands on her horse, and dips. Meanwhile, helmet guy is just standing there confused. You hit me. He's thinking, was that attack even meant for me? If she didn't show up, that trash was dead meat. Chow starts complaining. Hey, I almost died back there. Belinda snaps back. You want me to drop you right now? Helmet guy is still processing. That guy isn't dumb enough to bet his life just for one scratch, right? Everything he did had a purpose. He bet his life on something bigger. Suddenly he turns around and realizes, behind him the city gate and his entire army. Don't tell me. The gate glows with purple light. It's coming from Vanessa. She's casting a spell. He realized it too late. They just wanted to keep me busy. Vanessa is going all out. Once that gate breaks, the enemy floods in. Vanessa remembers Gislan's words. With your magic, you can nuke a huge area instantly. Back then, she didn't believe in herself. Can I really do it? Gislan hyped her up. You got this. Vanessa. A wave of power explodes from her center. Vanessa unleashes a fire strike. The soldiers are engulfed in red, triggering a massive explosion. It's so huge it spills outside the gate. Everything turns into a sea of flames. Even Walter mid-fight has to look up. Belinda and Chow stop to watch. Jillian too. And Gislan. He just smiles, satisfied. Soldiers are screaming. It burns Mercy retreat. Get out of the castle, while Gislan keeps riding and slashing. He commands, surround the gate. Let no one escape. Victor's goon runs up. Lord Victor. It's bad. Most of the troops are being burned alive. Please order a retreat. Victor is shook. This is actually annoying. I spent years silently preparing for this war. I blocked every escape route for Podium, but their cavalry and that mad dog. They even have a high-tier mage who can incinerate thousands in one shot. He knows exactly why he lost. I thought it was luck, but everything connected perfectly. They completely blocked my path to victory. Victor feels the regret. Did I just walk into a trap? He accepts it fast. Call the soldiers back. We're retreating. There's no forest here. Just get out of the fire and regroup at the base. Conquest will take longer than planned, but we have no choice. Get Adon over here. But then he sees Adon's head rolling on the ground. Jillian was the one who took Adon's head. He looks at Victor. Are you Jagon's commander? Victor freezes. He can't believe it. Adon. But Jillian delivers a heavy blow. Your army and base are gone. Surrender. Gislan's forces are dominating, and the fire has consumed everything. Victor starts laughing like a maniac. He feels like he just heard a joke. Don't make me laugh. You think my war ends like this? I'll personally take every single one of your heads. Victor gets into a stance, his power exploding out. My war has only just begun. The battle rages on. Walter of Podium presses the attack. They're half dead, like fish out of water. Arrows rain down. He keeps commanding. Don't let them escape. The fire spreads, and Gislan charges in. This is our chance to turn the tables. Leave no survivors. The battlefield is a total wreck. Belinda runs over. Young master, are you hurt? He checks on them too. No. Are you guys okay? She hesitates and looks back. Chow is badly hurt, but he still tries to act like he's fine. Gislan sees it and smiles. Belinda looks hesitant. If we were a second late, this would have been a disaster. When we first heard your plan, we thought, this plan is actually insane. Gislan asks, but it worked, didn't it? Belinda acts all high and mighty. I am never doing a plan like this again. All those mana stones we buried got used up in a single shot. Make sure you praise Vanessa later. Suddenly he asks, wait, where's Jillian? Belinda just remembers Gislan instantly rides off to find him. She's confused. Young master. He's sprinting away. Gislan. Meanwhile, Victor is going ham. Jillian is blocking, but Victor won't let up. He's getting pushed back constantly. Jillian has to admit the power is too crazy and the pressure is overwhelming. He tries to counter, but Victor dodges everything. He counters hard. That hit actually damaged Jillian. The old man is shook. He can't believe he got hurt or how absurd Victor's strength is. Power speed, he's absolutely cracked. 0 openings. But look at him, Victor's getting pissed off. You filthy mercenary trash, I was just toying with you and now you're acting all cocky. Jillian blocks the strike. He tries to pin the sword with his axe, holding the axe head there risky. Victor levers his sword and boom, launches the axe away. Jillian's axe goes flying. Victor is desperate to save face now. You bastards don't push your luck. Jillian's expression, stone cold. Victor manages to stab him. Jillian panics for a second, but his eyes stay razor sharp. Victor reads him like a book. He twists the blade to avoid a critical hit. Makes sense how you beat Adon now. Only he could tank my attacks. You wasted everything fighting Adon, and now you step to me. What an idiot. But I gotta admit, Adon dying by your hands wasn't too bad. Victor goes for the kill, and out of nowhere, a sword comes flying from behind Victor, senses it, spins, and dodges. It slams into the ground right between them, forcing a break. He roars out, who is it? A foot steps into view. The Black Knight Gislan arrives just in time. Victor doesn't recognize him. You are. Jillian is hurt bad, gasping for air. Gislan grabs the axe, lifts it up. He shoulders it like it weighs nothing and walks forward. Victor realizes it instantly. Gislan just triggered his core release. He stomps. The ground, launches himself forward. Axe raised, he swings at Victor. Victor brings his sword up to block. The impact is massive. Victor has to give everything just to block it. He counters and knocks Gislan back. Victor presses the attack, but Gislan switches skills. They clash head-on, neither one giving an inch. It's dead even. Gislan is fast, but Victor dodges it effortlessly. He seizes the moment and attacks from above. Gislan draws his sword blocks. His eyes glow purple. He uses the axe as a pivot, vaults up and kicks Victor away. Gislan grabs Victor's head in midair, slams him down. Victor hits the ground hard, groaning in pain. Victor springs back up, creates distance. He admits it. This guy moves too unpredictable. One slip up and I'm dead meat. Since when does Podyun have a monster like this? Gislan speaks up. I know who you are. Your army, your tactics, even the forces backing you. I know everything about you. Victor realizes instantly it's a trap. He grips his sword, charges in again. Shut the hell up. He tells himself there's no way Podyun knows about this secret op. Gislan handles that axe like a pro raining attacks down on Victor. He's confused. I hid my trump card at Count Desmond's mansion. They clash again. You think I'd fall for your cheap bluff? Gislan vaults high, Victor loses him, then he crashes down, attacking again. Victor counters. They collide, Gislan kicks him back. Victor is absolutely fuming. Gislan presses the advantage combo after combo. Victor struggles to block, but his guard is breaking. The hit is massive dust everywhere. Victor's helmet goes flying, revealing his true face. Victor is struggling. Gislan drags the axe toward him. Nice axe, he says, but this one suits me better. Who the hell are you? Gislan replies, me. I am the Grand Duke of Podyun, Gislan. He removes his iron mask right there in the flames of war. He stares down his enemy. The Grand Duke of Podyun, Gislan himself. Deep blue eyes under blonde hair leaking pure killing intent. Victor is stunned. Gislan. Victor scoffs, then bursts into maniacal laughter. Tall build, white fur cloak. So the great Black Knight of the North gets beaten by some random thug. No way. Gislan keeps his voice low, raises a brow. Yeah, today you'll learn who the real strongest Black Knight in the North is. Victor grinds his teeth, stands up. Insolent brat. He stumbles, but finds his footing gripping his sword. He says coldly, I won't ask how you pulled off a plan like this. War doing whatever it takes to win is the only rule that matters. Victor raises his sword amidst the raging fire. The method doesn't matter. The last one standing is the winner. His eyes glow. Victor grips the sword with both hands, his body flaring with intense mana. His bloody face is twisted with bloodlust. Right Gislan drops into a stance, damn straight. His cloak snaps in the fiery wind. Gislan readies himself for battle, voice cold as ice. Let's do this. Everyone else is fighting for their lives out there. It's time to throw down. Gislan's blade was screaming with rage, slamming straight into Victor's amidst the blazing inferno of the battlefield. They were going absolutely feral. You could see it in their eyes, nothing but pure bloodlust. The fight was insane, just the non-stop sound of steel clashing against steel. Victor saw an opening and shoved him back. Gislan stumbled, forced on the defensive, barely blocking the onslaught. Suddenly Victor lunged for his side. That was meant to be a fatal blow. Lucky for him, Gislan's reflexes are cracked. He blocked it and countered, but Victor parried and knocked him back. This is getting brutal. The battlefield was roaring wind, howling, but neither of them stopped. They just kept going at it. No one's backing down. Then Gislan pulled a pro move, jumped onto Victor's blade, and kicked him straight in the face. That kick nearly caved his face in. Victor looked dazed, stumbling back a few steps. Gislan saw the chance and rushed in like a hurricane, spamming attacks. Victor could barely keep his guard up. Victor wasn't done yet, though. He launched a furious counterattack. Their weapons collided with a deafening boom. He used raw power to send Gislan flying. Gislan managed to block it just in time, skidding across the ground. Gripping his sword tight, he stood there analyzing Victor. Victor stared right back. A smirk crept onto his face. A brief ceasefire in the sea of fire, just sizing each other up. Victor snapped. He charged in, swinging wildly at Gislan. But Gislan was ready for it. Gislan clapped back with a strike just as heavy. Then Victor pulled a spin move that actually caught him off guard. But Gislan's senses are too sharp. He dodged it easily, flipping through the air. He deflected Victor's strikes while airborne. The second he touched the ground, zero lag, he slashed down hard. Clang the swords locked up again amidst the roaring flames. Every time Gislan struck, Victor blocked. They were locked in close face-to-face, refusing to give an inch. But Victor was losing steam. He was starting to get gassed compared to Gislan. Victor parried the blade away, driving it into the ground to redirect Gislan's momentum. He swung at him. Gislan ducked under the attack like a pro and grabbed Victor by the collar. With a slick spin, he tossed Victor away. Crouching low, he launched himself forward, blade gleaming. Victor rolled across the dirt, gripping his sword, desperate to land one more hit. He played dirty, kicking a cloud of sand right at Gislan. Caught off guard, Gislan had to cover his eyes. His vision was completely blocked. As the dust settled, Victor's blade was already coming for him. Gislan locked eyes with his opponent. He had to admit it. You're actually strong, Victor. There's not much difference between us, and I've already unlocked my third core. Gislan flashed back to his past life. When I started the war and raided the Duke's house, you were the one who stopped me. Thinking back to their duel, he realized I only beat you back then because I found a fatal weakness. But because of you, the war dragged on way longer than expected. If someone like you had led the troops against Podium, the fortress would have definitely fallen that day. Gislan snapped out of his thoughts, returning to the heat of the battle. Victor rushed in, desperate to end it. Gislan just frowned, staring him down. Both swords aimed at each other. One wrong move meant death. Gislan's sword pierced right through Victor. Blood sprayed everywhere. Victor froze, his eyes rolling back. He couldn't believe it. Victor stammered, "Desmond, save me," before Gislan coldly kicked him off the blade. Standing in the fire, he watched Victor gasping on the ground. His face was covered in blood, eyes barely open. He didn't want to accept it, but he had lost. Gislan just looked down at him coldly, his blonde hair blowing in the fiery wind. He turned to walk away like a boss, but Victor's voice stopped him in his tracks. Lying there barely breathing, Victor managed to squeeze out the words, "I just have one question." With his battered face, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Gislan tilted his head back slightly, but stayed silent. Victor's breathing was fading fast. He rasped, "The Gislan I knew was the disgrace of the Podium family. Just northern trash." Victor let out his last breath. He closed his eyes, never to open them again. Whatever. What's the point of knowing anyway? Sun's rising in the east, and he's just lying there in the dirt. Hell of a fight, Gislan. He sheathes his weapon on his back, walking away like a total boss, radiating pure power. The sun rises, lighting up the brutal scene. Gislan's soaked in blood, struggling to help Julian walk. Both of them are wrecked. Breathing hard, he squints ahead. Gislan sees the squad closing in. Covered in blood, barely standing. He glances over. Belinda's crew is right there. They're watching him, super tense. Once he confirms everyone's safe, Gislan finally smiles. Pure relief. Everyone's still breathing. That one line broke the dam. Emotions flooded out. They rushed him, screaming, "Young Master Captain." The soldiers mobbed him, all hype. "I've been a merc forever. Never seen a fight like this." "Sir, what was that magic?" I was on the edge of my seat. Gislan chuckles. "Thanks for fighting with me. You guys did great." Carl grabs his shoulder, teasing Julian. "Come on, old man." Whining over one little stab. Julian stays chill. "It's not that bad." Belinda sees the wound and screams, "What do you mean, not that bad?" "You're bleeding everywhere. Stop being stubborn and get treated, damn it." Gislan asks Belinda, "Where's Vanessa?" Belinda calms down. "Oh, her. She's completely tapped out. Old Fergus took her into the castle with the other mages. She'll be safe." A loud shout from behind grabs Gislan's attention. "My lord." Randon laughs. Bear hugs him. "Great job. That's the heir of House Podium for you." Gislan's helpless in the hug. "You fought well, too." Captain of the Black Knights. Before he can finish, Walter appears. "Father." He looks rough, frowning, sweating buckets. Gislan walks up to him. Walter says nothing, just grabs him in a tight hug. "You did well." Gislan freezes, totally shocked. Walter whispers, "When I first heard your plan, I thought it was insane." He smiles, patting his shoulder, "But you pulled it off." Gislan stays quiet, then replies, "Only because you held the walls, father." Walter sighs, shaking his head. He says, "No, it was all you." Then he grabs his hand, raises it high, and screams, "Victory is ours." The soldiers chant victory for Podium. Everyone's celebrating, grinning ear to ear. Watching them, Gislan pauses. A smirk creeps onto his face. "Yeah, this is it." His eyes go soft. "This is why I came back." Suddenly he clenches his fist, trembling. But the war isn't over. His eyes turn sharp, killing intent rising. He walks to Randon. "What's the move now? I'm going to check on the troops." Walter cuts in. "Call your men to rest too. We have work to do later. Take a break now." Gislan straight up refuses. He looks at him seriously. "We don't have time to rest. We need to make Count Jurgen surrender. ASAP." Walter hesitates. "Can't that wait till tomorrow?" Gislan stands firm. "That'll be too late. I'm going to Jurgen's territory. With my troops. Give me proxy authority, father." Randon stammers. "Proxy authority." Yes, Walter tries to talk him out of it. "The war just ended. You and your men must be exhausted. No need to rush." Gislan steps closer, voice steady. "Father, the war isn't over." Walter freezes. Gislan continues. "Count Jurgen started this. He broke the alliance to invade us. We can't give him time to plan. He'll just find another chance to strike." Gislan clenches his fist, determined. "We have to strike first, force him to pay up so he never dares to cross us again." Walter stares surprised. Walter's mind races. Thought his son would just enjoy the win, but he's already plotting the endgame. After a pause, he agrees. "Do it. Be ruthless, so you get what you want." Gislan bows. Yes, father. Walter adds nervously. But Count Jergon was our ally, and a noble. Sworn to the crown, so treat him with some respect, okay? Gislan smiles to reassure him. Don't worry, he turns to the back. Carl, Belinda, you guys still good to move? Carl nods. Yeah, just a few scratches. He hops on his horse like it's nothing. All right, let's roll. The others mount up, following Gislan, straight to Jergon's turf. At Jagan Castle, a white flag was flapping in the wind on the roof. Suddenly a curse rang out. Damn it. Thomas Diego flipped the table, clutching his head in rage. How could this happen? He was screaming like a madman. I only secretly agreed to their plan because that Desmond guy was supposed to be OP, but he got absolutely wrecked by those loudmouths from Purdue. Is he kidding me? The old man tried to calm him down, shaking in fear. Please calm down, my lord. But he just got blasted with rage. Shut up, old man. Thomas Diego pointed right in his face. What are you standing there for? Start prepping the surrender negotiations. Tell the admin team to draft up the compensation terms ASAP. The old man stuttered. Compensation terms. Thomas clenched his fist so hard it was shaking. Count Perdue is a fool. He's all about tradition and honor, so he's definitely going to agree to negotiate. Plus, their territory's broke right now. So we just offer some cash to get out of this mess. Then we dump all the blame on Count Desmond. The old man's face went pale. But we already blew the entire budget on this war. Where are we going to get the money for compensation? Thomas Diego suddenly lunged and choked him. He was screaming like a psycho. You moron. What have you been doing this whole time? Just squeeze it out of the peasants. He got right up in his face. Well, feeling sad. Is it because you came from the trash too? Are those pigs more important than me, or am I the priority? He choked out. It's you, sir. Thomas Diego threw him to the ground. Ugh, he barked. Don't forget who owns you. Now go handle it. The old man coughed violently, thinking to himself, I've been running Jagan with an iron fist, but I can't take this tyranny anymore. Maybe it's time to revolt. Suddenly, a guard burst in from outside. Bad news, my lord. He panicked. The Purdue army, they're already here. The soldiers were gathered in the study. They lined up along the sides. Thomas clasped his hands and lowered his head. These annoying bastards got here way too fast. What is this pressure? His brows furrowed, sweat pouring down his forehead like a waterfall. But things aren't going to go your way. Come on in, Walter Perdue. Footsteps echoed, making him look up. Gislan, Cow, and Belinda walked in looking like absolute bosses. Gislan spoke up. You preparing for surrender negotiations. Count Jagan Thomas looked at him in shock. Why didn't Walter come? He sent his kid instead. Gislan replied calmly. My father's busy fixing up the territory. I'm here as his representative to handle the negotiations. His eyes were burning with killing intent. Hand him over. A few hours earlier, Gislan and his squad were riding like the wind. It took a while to get through the forest. Cao was riding in the back, brows furrowed tight. Sweat was dripping off his face, but he didn't even bother wiping it. He just grumbled, that Diego guy or whatever. He sure runs fast. What kind of noble abandons his troops to run back to his base like that? A chubby guy in the back spoke up, looking a bit scared of the redhead. Sorry we let him get away. Chow smirked coldly. Nah, to be exact, the old man let him run, not you guys. You all did your jobs, that's what I mean. The wind blew through his blonde hair, light hitting his handsome face, making his eyes look deep. Gislan's gaze was sharp lips pressed tight, showing zero emotion. Thinking to himself, wonder if I can drag Gislan into the next bet. The sound of hoofbeats filled the air. Dust kicked up everywhere. Two figures were riding side by side full speed. Xiao pulled the reins, sounding annoyed. But Captain Surrender negotiations mean we're going to let that count live, right? Why, Gislan tilted his head slightly. His eyes were sharp as knives, voice steady and emotionless. Everyone knows it's Diego. He's the scumbag who tried to steal Purdue. But to the outside world, this just looks like an heir's revenge. If we demand too much compensation, it puts us in a bad spot. They'll probably just haggle, agree on a price, and be done with it. Xiao rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed. That whole negotiation thing drags on forever. Why don't we just storm their territory and wipe them out? Belinda rode up next to Cal. Her gaze was sharp-faced, full of disdain. You think it's that simple? This is business between nobles. We're not street thugs, use your brain. He grumbled back. Well, mercenaries or nobles, they're all just people. Do nobles think they're gods or something? They attacked us first. Why do we have to worry about saving face? Gislan called out from the front. Don't worry, Chow. That's exactly how my father would handle it. Belinda looked a bit concerned. Sweat trickled down her pretty face. And what about you, young master, for a split second? The corner of his lip curled up into a faint smile. I'm different. The sound of horses speeding up filled the air. Before long, a massive fortress loomed in front of them. I'm taking Jagan as my own territory. Thomas Diego's face totally shook. His eyes were popping out of his skull as he watched the three of them stroll in like they owned the place. Snap back to reality, and he's stuttering like crazy. You are... But Gislan ghosted the question. He just walked straight up to him, face cold, his eyes sharp, and spoke. You preparing to negotiate a surrender? Count Jagan stared up at the man towering over him. Bro slammed his hands on the table, furious. Why isn't Lord Walter here? Why'd he send his kid? Meanwhile, Gislan just replied totally chill like it was nothing. My father is busy restoring the territory. As acting lord, I'm handling these negotiations. Those purple eyes went sharp as glass, voice dropping to dead serious. Make him kneel, now. He and a subordinate walked up and forced the guy down. Thomas was sweating bullets by now, resisting pointless. He screamed, What are you doing? Get off me. You filthy peasants dare touch me. Didn't matter. He was forced to his knees. Looking down from above, he looked like total trash. Belinda saw this and whispered in his ear, Young master, are you sure about this? Gislan didn't hesitate. Yup, and if the Lord yells at us later, just know I didn't suggest this. Thomas glared, looking ready to throw hands. I swore loyalty to the kingdom. You think you can treat a subject of the king like this and get away with it? Show some respect. Now, a sharp blade pointed straight at his face. Thomas's eyes went wide, staring at that steel inches from his nose. Gislan's voice turned ice cold. Every word cut like a knife. Thomas Diego, you are a traitor who shattered our alliance and plotted to steal Podyun. All because you got seduced by the enemy's sweet talk. Gislan stared down like he was about to drop the guillotine. For those who target Podyun, only death awaits. Thomas looked like he couldn't believe this was real. Brows furrowed, teeth grinding in rage. No way you're actually going to kill me. Gislan raised his voice, eyes glowing with killing intent. If you dare sacrifice thousands of lives for war, then you better be ready to put your own life on the line or pay a heavy price. Thomas was shaking so bad he couldn't control it. Tears pooled in his eyes. Ah, you lunatic clad in iron armor. Gislan raised his sword. Zero emotion on his face. He wasn't bluffing. As the blade swung down, Thomas screamed, Wait. Thomas's voice came out tiny, pathetic. I just need to pay a suitable price, right? His face was pale as a ghost, stuttering every word. Oh, okay, I'll give up my territory. Hearing that everyone in the room was shook. Gislan just smirked, eyes lighting up like he just hit the jackpot. Ha, knew you'd say that, but he wasn't done. He kept the pressure on. But to inherit a territory, it has to be a family member or a legal heir. Plus, this violates inheritance laws. As a count, you know that, right? Thomas's face twisted up instantly. I'll handle that part, don't worry. Thomas panicked, nodding fast, right. I'll claim you're a distant relative. I'll have my people forge the inheritance papers. You just have to accept it. He immediately screamed at his lackey behind him. Lowell, get me paper and a pen. Now Gislan's gaze sharpened. His pupils glowed a deep blue, serious as death. I'm still not convinced. Thomas bowed his head all the way to the floor. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the words. I'll pay compensation money too. I don't have cash right now. But I'll collect taxes from the commoners and bring it to you. Just give me time. Looking at Thomas, forced to grovel in the dirt. He could only beg weakly. So please, I beg you, spare my life. Gislan frowned, looking at him like he was garbage. Is your life really that precious to you, hearing that Thomas's eyes went wide, pure joy plastered on his face? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But before he could even react, a massive force yanked him away. By the time he realized what happened, he'd been tossed right out of the castle, and right in front of Thomas was a massive crowd of citizens. The people didn't get what was happening, whispering loudly among themselves. Everyone looked shocked, even scared. The Lord, what's going on here? Thomas turned back angry and confused. Hello, listen here, young master. What do you think you're doing in front of these filthy peasants? His voice dripped with contempt and panic. Watch your mouth. You're standing before the very people who now hold your life in their hands. Then Gislan's voice boomed out, full of authority and power. People of Jagan, I am Gislan, the heir of Podyun. His voice echoed with raw power. Count Jagan declared war on Podyun for his own petty revenge. He got wrecked, and now he wants you guys to foot the bill for the war. Gislan looked straight at the crowd and asked, who here wants to volunteer their cash? But looking at their faces, you could tell they were absolutely shook. Say what they were fuming, yelling out loud. Last time you guys cleaned us out, and now you want more. Where are we supposed to get the money to pay you, huh? You nobles figure it out yourselves. Gislan chilled out a bit, dropping his voice lower than before. As the acting lord of Podyun, I'll show some mercy and give you guys a choice. He looked down at Thomas Diego kneeling in the dirt. Bro looked absolutely pathetic. You can pay a massive sum to save your count's life. Or kill him right now and join Podium. His voice was rock solid. He wasn't joking. Do that and none of you will have to pay a single dime for this war. The guy trembled, looking back as he realized he was being totally humiliated. You scumbag Gislan, how dare you humiliate me like that? Suddenly a rock flew straight into Thomas Diego's head. Bink, blood everywhere. Then came the rain of rocks. The farmers were armed with stones and weapons, staring at him with pure murder in their eyes. You piece of trash, you took everything. My mom's keepsakes, even the bread out of my kids' mouths. All that rage, all that hatred from the people, it was all laser focused on Thomas Diego right now. Do you have any idea how many people suffered because of you? He couldn't even make an excuse, just stuttering like an idiot. Then the whole crowd rushed in, beating and tearing into Thomas Diego Danadiewa. He got beat so bad his face was unrecognizable. Ignoring the mob, Gislan just turned around and walked away. Cold. Belinda and him were silent watching it go down. Nobody said a word. His expression didn't even flicker. He just gave a cold order. Let's head back. Before leaving, he dropped one last line. The war's over. Gislan glanced at Belinda and said, As for my father. She caught his drift immediately. Yes, like always, I trust you have your reasons. She stammered a bit. I'm not worried. Back at Podium Castle, everyone in the room, Homer, Albert, and Walter, was completely stunned. They gasped. What? But he wasn't scared or hesitant at all. With a cold look on his handsome face, he said, You heard me. Count Jagon is dead. Walter was furious and shouted, Did you forget everything I told you? Yes, try to show as much respect as possible. Before he could finish, Gislan cut him off. I didn't forget. It's just that after seeing it with my own eyes, I realized this was the best move. Every word was decisive, no room for argument. If I gave him a chance to surrender, he would have just targeted Podium again. Randon couldn't help but blurting out again, he would attack us again. Homer looked at Gislan like he couldn't believe his ears. No way, Gislan replied calmly. Jagon attacked Podium with a massive army. You all need to realize something. That was way more troops than he could have mobilized on his own. He spoke with total conviction. If I gave him a chance to surrender, he'd just come for Podium again. His brows furrowed, every line on his face tense. Gislan got super serious. Desmond was the one supplying troops and provisions from the shadows. Everyone was floored. The whole room erupted. Desmond and Jagan. You mean to tell me those two massive territories are targeting us? But the House of Desmond is supposed to be neutral. Why would they? And Jagan, is this about what happened in the past? Gislan sat quietly in his chair, eyes deep in thought. The reason reinforcements didn't come from our allies, it's definitely because Amelia killed the messengers to block all information. That's always her favorite move, isolating the prey. But if we control Jagon's territory, everything changes. Since our territories share a border, they can't just attack Podium right away. If they make a move, we can clap back instantly. Walter put a hand to his forehead, looking tired and stressed out. So that's why you killed Count Jagan. But he still couldn't stop worrying. But even if the Lord is dead, that land doesn't just automatically belong to us. Everyone knows you need a blood relation or a legal heir, right? Then Gislan calmly placed a stamped scroll on the table. Take a look at this. Holding the paper, Walter was totally confused. This document. It clearly states you're a distant relative and the top heir to Jagon. Gislan sat there looking chill, explaining with full confidence that he got it directly from Count Jagan himself. With this, most of the territory and inheritance issues are solved. The whole room went dead silent. The guy next to him whispered, my lord. Walter's voice got serious, his sharp eyes staring straight at Gislan. Running a country isn't easy. You even have the manpower to manage that entire region. Gislan flashed a confident smile. Don't worry, I've already picked the perfect person for the job. Right after that, the scene cut to somewhere else, the Forest Kingdom territory of the elves. Inside that massive, famous casino, the vibe was absolutely electric. Over on the other side, a huge crowd was gathering around a table. An intense bet was going down. Damn, looks like he really went all in. The wager, he's going to be sobbing when he has to say goodbye to his right arm. The dice were lined up perfectly on the table. A cup swooped down, scooping them all up in one go. His hands were insane, shaking that cup fast and smooth. Standing right in front of them was the notorious casino boss. He clamped a cigarette between his teeth, blowing out smoke with a menacing tone. You know exactly what happens if you get caught cheating, right? Is that so? All right, then. The man didn't even flinch at the bald guy. He just teased him casually. Come on, smile a little. This is fun. The tension in the air just hit an all-time high. The dice were standing vertically on the table. He smirked triumphantly. Place your bets. Let's go all in. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Grand Palace, a loud voice boomed out in front of the crowd. For your legendary achievements in the name of His Majesty. King Walter held the scepter, locking eyes with Gislan. I hereby grant you the title of Baron Ferris. He reached out respectfully to accept the scepter. Everyone there literally jumped for joy. They chanted in unison, Long live the Baron Ferris, but Gislan's eyes were filled with pure determination. After the war ended, I became a lord. Not long ago, Gislan sat at the tea table, quietly staring at the map laid out before him. He pointed to a spot on the map. As you all can see, the Jagon territory is divided into 5 baronies. Excluding the royal lands, I plan to set up our base right in the center of the Ferris barony. He looked up at the elders. That is all. Any questions? Randon and Homejun looked at Gislan, thinking the same thing. Questions. This is basically just an announcement, isn't it? Jillian whispered into Walter's ear. My lord. After listening, he looked at him and waved his hand in approval. Yeah, just do whatever you want. Someone has to take that role anyway. Gislan nodded slightly. Thank you, everyone. Walter suddenly coughed a few times. By the way, it seems our territory suffered some serious financial damage during the war. He raised an eyebrow, confused. Damage. Then Walter asked, Are you planning to sell magic stones to get money? Gislan suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. We don't have a single one left. That statement made Walter freeze. Why? He leaned back, acting like it was obvious. We blew them all up at the city gate. Don't worry, I'll send people to mine more soon. Back to the present, Belinda called out with a bright smile. Young master, behind her were Jillian and Chow. They looked at him shyly. Please have your meal, young master. Congratulations, my lord. Wait, no lordship. Our captain is finally famous. Like super famous, Belinda said bashfully. Before we were actually worried. We didn't know how you were going to grow. Maybe it's because I did such a good job raising him. Chow couldn't help but crack a joke. Is that why he's so twisted now? Belinda kicked him hard in the stomach, then turned back to smile at Gislan. Our little young master's really a lord now. That's so cool. A soft voice spoke up, catching his attention. Big bro. When he turned around, he saw Elena dragging Rachel over. Elena excitedly poked Gislan with her elbow. Are you really the same big bro I used to know? Or should I call you Lord? Now he put his hands in his pockets, looking a bit helpless. Call me whatever. Just make it sound reasonable. Gislan rolled his eyes and looked over at Rachel, who was standing shyly to the side. Then he spoke up. Rachel. She looked up at him. Ah, hello, big bro. Gislan gave her some advice. If Elena bullies you, just tell me. If she teases you, hit her first, ask questions later. Rachel nodded helplessly. Elena gasped in shock. Say what Gislan just ignored her as she punched his arm. He turned back to Jillian. Looks like you made a full recovery. The man bowed. It is all thanks to you, my lord. He clapped his hands loudly. Gislan looked around the room and spoke slowly. All right, listen up, everyone. You guys were amazing fighting by my side during the war. His eyes turned serious. From now on, I am the Lord of Ferris. I will be staying in Ferris, not Perdun. Gislan continued. So I want to recruit you guys as my personal royal guards, not just mercenaries. They were surprised. Personal guards? You mean we're officially becoming part of the military? Exactly. He smirked slightly. I even plan to train every single one of you to become Black Knights. While everyone was stunned, Gislan added, the courage you showed in the last battle proves you are worthy of the title Black Knight. You guys have what it takes. Belinda looked at him confused. But won't that cost a crazy amount of money? Gislan nodded. That is exactly why we need to make a ton of cash. He turned to the man beside him. Jillian, how is your body holding up? He replied cautiously. Yes, no problems at all. Gislan stayed silent for a long moment, then spoke. Jillian, take everyone to Ferris first. Jillian froze for a few seconds. He looked at him, confused. You're not coming with us, my liege lord. Gislan replied calmly. I gotta make a stop somewhere first. His tone turned serious. The war just ended. It's gonna be chaos everywhere. You go ahead and get things under control over there. Jillian stayed silent, but what Gislan said next caught him completely off guard. You're the one I trust the most. Yes, sir. He walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. That's why I'm leaving this to you. It took Jillian a moment to respond. Understood, my lord. As Gislan turned to leave, he bowed in deep respect. Stay safe. He walked over to Belinda and Cower. Belinda, Cower. You're with me. Gear up. She asked, confused. Where are we headed? Inzak territory. Zen Kingdom. Belinda was surprised. Another country, Cower recognized the name instantly. Wait, isn't Inzak famous for gambling? Both of them got super hyped. I'm in. I love traveling. The war's over. So we're partying, right? Then Gislan shut that down real quick. We're not going there to have fun. Meanwhile, in another room, Vanessa hugged her staff tight. Please just let me drain a little bit. Alfoy panicked and backed away. Are you crazy, Drain? What exactly? Vanessa stepped closer. If I absorb the Lord's mana, like last time, I think I can finally cast the spells I've only ever imagined. He screamed, Why does it have to be my mana? She looked at him confused. But the young Lord said your only use is being a mana battery. He was shook. Say what right, then Gislan pushed the door open. You guys sure have a lot of energy. They both looked over. Alfoy immediately snitched. Hey, little Lord, do something about this. She keeps trying to drain my mana. Gislan completely ignored him and walked straight to Vanessa. You okay? Yes, she answered softly. Yeah, Gislan reached out and patted her head. That was your first real battle. Pretty stressful, right, but you did great. Vanessa blushed. Thank you, my lord. Alfoy grumbled from the sidelines. Geez, am I invisible or something? Gislan finally acknowledged him. Oh, right, you did good too. Glad to see you actually doing your job. He ground his teeth. You jerk, just wait till I get back to the red magic tower. Gislan cut him off. That reminds me. He smiled at him. You're coming with us too. Alfoy arrived at Inzak territory. Inside the casino, Kaur was buzzing. This vibe, this smell. It's been way too long. Alfoy asked, surprised. Hey, Lord, weren't we supposed to go to the red magic tower? This is... Gislan tossed a bag of coins to Alfoy. Alfoy, go have a look around. I'll call you if I need you. He caught it. Oh, sure. Alfoy checked the bag. Wondering how we're supposed to have fun with just this chump change? Kaur grinned wickedly. Kaur walked over and threw an arm around Alfoy. My adorable little mage, you know magic, but you don't know a thing. About how the real world works, do you... He looked confused. Real world, Kaur smirked. Watch this. This is a game where we bet money to take other people's money. Belinda followed Gislan and asked, You really just wanted to come here to have fun, didn't you? Admit it. Be honest. With your status, nobody's going to judge you for gambling a little. He replied calmly, I told you. That's not it. His voice went serious. I'm here to find someone to be the estate butler. Circumstances forced him to live in this casino. I need to get him out before he loses a hand. Belinda gasped. Here, you want a gambling addict as your butler? Gislan sighed. Like I said, it's just circumstances. He tried to reassure her. Don't worry, he's actually very capable. His name is a piercing scream grabbed their attention. All right, looks like that idiot finally messed up. A man was pinned to the table while two others shouted and drew their swords. Turns out all those lucky wins were just a scam. He was always bragging about how smart he was. Look at you now, caught red-handed. How are you going to talk your way out of this? Boss chopped that bastard's hand off. I warned you didn't. I told you not to pull any cheap tricks. He rolled the dice in his hand. Swapping in loaded dice. You really thought you could play us with fake gear. He gritted his teeth and crushed the dice in his hand. You've been planning this for a while, haven't you? Fine. The man pleaded, I don't know what you're talking about. I never swapped any dice. You said no cheating, and now you're framing me. The boss crossed his arms, unconvinced. Save it. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Don't be too bitter, he sneered. We just weren't born to get along. The man ground his teeth in rage. The boss signaled, and the guy next to him raised his sword. Do it! The man squeezed his eyes shut and braced himself, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes. Looks like a party in here. Mind if I cut in? Gislan had blocked the sword. The boss stammered. You? Who the hell are you? He looked at them coldly. Kingdom of Lutania. Baron Fenris. Hearing that name, Crank froze for a second. A foreign noble. His two goons standing there had zero chill. They raised their swords ready to jump this jerk. Just as they were about to throw hands, Crank spoke up to stop them. Hold it. He smirked, gesturing toward Gislan. Welcome to my casino noble from the neighboring kingdom. Kaka, my lord. However, I hope you and your crew won't cause a scene here. He glared at his two lackeys and barked, You two put the weapons away. Now. Gislan also sheathed his sword. Belinda stood there, radiating murderous intent. Crank crossed his arms and asked, But what brings a noble like yourself to a dump? As trashy as my casino, he replied coldly. I need to find someone. Just so happens he's here. He softly called out to the man lying face down on the table. Get up. He narrowed his eyes at him. I'm here to pick you up. Dice tumbled out of the cup. The moment they hit the table, all three dice showed one dot. A mountain of gold coins got pushed right in front of Iphion. Sir Iphion is the winner. The crowd at the table immediately started screaming, Damn it, how could we lose to a total noob like that? Why is all the luck going to that bastard? Cloud happily jumped over, throwing his arm around Iphion. Tsk, if you keep playing like this, how much money are you going to win, huh? Our nerd is actually cracked. His expression shifted slightly. Right now, the whole world was just him and that pile of gold coins. I just made way more money than I'd get selling magic scrolls all day long, and I did it in no time flat. Iphion suddenly clutched his chest face, flushing red and dripping with sweat. How long has it been since my heart pounded like this? A scream from upstairs caught Cloud's attention. Huh, Belinda cried out in surprise. The gambling pro the young master is looking for is this kid? Gislan confirmed. Yeah, Crank puffed on his pipe deep in thought. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not going to happen. That guy didn't play such a divine game fair and square. He used dirty tricks. So he's going to have to pay the price for that. Gislan raised an eyebrow. Trix Cloud suddenly flashed a wicked grin. He dropped to his knees loudly, begging, I am so sorry, Baron Ferris. He started wailing and telling a sob story. The precious money you gave me, my lord, I got scammed by them and lost it all. Cloud kept throwing accusations. All the dice used here are rigged by them. They even inspected all the stuff that guests brought in just to totally rule out any cheating tools. But the moment I decided to bet big sketchy dice suddenly appeared. Isn't that just too ridiculous? Huh! Belinda panicked and rushed over to Gislan. What is that guy spouting all of a sudden? When did our young master meet you? For you to lie so blatantly. But he suddenly raised a hand to stop her. Gislan asked Crank as if to confirm. Is what he said true? Crank didn't answer right away. He thought to himself, that Cloud guy, I was wondering where he got such a huge stack of cash. He lit his pipe, speaking coldly. I don't know how you know Cloud, my lord, but nothing that guy says is trustworthy. Scammers always scream they're innocent. Crank blew out a cloud of smoke. Besides, this casino is owned by Baron Austin, even if you are a foreign noble. If you keep causing a scene like this, a diplomatic dispute will be unavoidable. Veins popped out on his forehead. Let's just pretend what just happened never happened, and you and your people can just leave quietly. All right. Gislan frowned. I'm afraid that's going to be tough, since it's basically the same as having my money. Stolen by you guys. Crank's expression changed. He sighed. Ha! Gislan pulled Cloud down to sit in front of him. Come on, don't look so sour. Both you and I want this guy, right? Yes. Then let's try to discuss and see if we can compromise. He was curious. Compromise, Gislan said. Seriously, play around with me. If I win, I take back all the money you won from Cloud earlier. But if I lose, I'll bet my current status and all of my assets. Cloud, Crank! And Belinda shouted in shock. What? Cloud whispered, trying to talk him out of it. I'm really grateful you're standing up for me, but who are you really to go this far for me? But Gislan immediately wrapped an arm around his shoulder, pulling him close, and said firmly, I'm someone who really needs your support. Crank laughed with amusement. It's been a long time since I've seen a noble as gutsy as you. Fine, then, he shouted. If you come to a casino, of course you got to play a game. Everyone in the casino screamed in excitement. It's a big match. A fresh-faced noble daring to challenge Boss Crank. Today's definitely not going to be boring. Crank tossed a die onto the table. Now, the rules are simple. Whoever rolls the lowest number wins. If it's a tie, we keep going until there's a winner. He looked down on him and provoked him. High and mighty nobles like you, if the game's too complex, I'm afraid you won't get it. Gislan rested his chin on his hand and replied coldly, I know. Just start already. Crank sneered, You've got a shorter fuse than I thought. Fine. The referee tossed a coin into the air. Gislan and Crank called heads or tails. When the coin landed, the crowd erupted. It's heads. Boss Crank goes first. Crank grabbed the die and dropped it in the cup. Allow me to roll first. He put on a serious face, covered the cup, and shook it like a pro. Belinda watched him with pure disgust. Making such a fuss over a single die. In a split second, Crank opened the bottom of the cup and swapped in a different die. He slammed the cup onto the table. When he lifted it, the die showed 1 pip. The room exploded. Boss Crank got a 1. They watched excitedly. The boss got a 1. Is it over before that noble even tried? I don't get it. What was he thinking challenging Boss Crank to this? Belinda looked a bit worried. Young Master Cloud gave Gislan a confused look. Crank gloated. Oh, this is awkward. We set up such a big bet it'd be a shame if it ended this fast. This whole thing was just... Gislan wasn't worried at all. Shut up. He reached for the die. Your mouth and your body really don't match, do they? He pouted. Uh-huh, sure. Crank looked at Gislan with contempt. Yeah, whatever. Keep acting tough. You're just pretending to be calm, to hide your fear, but I can see right through you. He chuckled to himself. But all your efforts are useless. Crank recalled how he cheated earlier. That's a special cup. Depending on how you hold it, the bottom can open up. I just hide the loaded die, which always rolls a 1 between my fingers, and swap them while shaking the cup. Easy. He grew even more confident in his victory. Besides using this trick, I've never been caught. Not once. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upward. No matter how many times you roll, you can't escape defeat, you arrogant noble. Gislan gathered mana in his hand, then slammed it down onto the cup. The whole room went dead silent, everyone watching Gislan. He slammed the cup onto the table. Whoever gets the lowest number wins. That's what you said, right? Gislan lifted the cup, revealing a pile of dust. 0 points. Crank screamed in shock. What? Everyone else was just as stunned. The die turned to dust. Is that 0 points? How does that even count? Can you even play like that? Did Boss Crank actually lose? Even Belinda and Cloud didn't see that coming. Crank jumped up, pointing furiously at his face. This is impossible. That result is cheating. Even if you're a noble, you can't just do whatever you want. Gislan grabbed his hand and twisted it open, revealing the die. Then what is this? Clatter. A die fell out and rolled across the table. No way. The room was shocked once again. Why did the boss have another die in his hand? So he's been scamming us this whole time. Gislan looked at him with cold eyes. If you join this sacred game, you have to play fair. Isn't that what was said? Sweat poured down Crank's face. How did he know everything from the start? He quickly drew a sword from his belt and lunged straight at Gislan without hesitation. He leaned to the right, successfully dodging the ambush. Belinda and Cloud froze at the sudden escalation. Gislan sneered. Wouldn't it have been better to show your true colors from the start? A thug like you pretending to be polite looks clumsy. The minions drew their swords. Hey, what the hell have you been saying this whole time? Whatever. Since it's come to this, I can't let you leave in one piece. He pointed his sword at Gislan, ordering the attack. Gislan frowned, staring them down. Under their blades, he dodged everything with ease. He kicked off the ground, stepped on the minions for leverage, and rushed toward Crank. The boss panicked, drew his sword, sweat dripping from his forehead. Clang. Just as Crank thrust his sword upward, Gislan flipped over him to his blind spot. He landed firmly, holding a blade to Crank's throat. Feeling the sharp blade, he swallowed hard. 2 minions cried out in panic. Boss, Crank! Immediately, 2 other swords were pressed against their necks, making them tremble uncontrollably. Those swords belonged to Cloud and Belinda. Cloud glanced at them and smirked. You small fries should know who you're messing with. Belinda frowned and asked softly, Young master, what should we do with them? Gislan spoke up. Like I said before, I'm taking... Hand over Cloud and the money you won from him. Frank stuttered. You can't... Were they still trying to negotiate? As the manager of Kakon Casino Baron Austin's main cash cow, you were caught red-handed. Trying to pull a gambling scam on a foreign noble. The end result for a casino. That loses its gamblers' trust. I think you know the answer. A sharp blade pressed against Frank's neck. A drop of fresh blood trickled down. If you ever dare to pull a stunt like today's again... The cut on his neck deepened. Giselle's eyes gleamed sharp as the blade. Frank was sweating buckets, absolutely terrified. After a moment of hesitation, he made his choice. Yes, I understand. Getting what he wanted. Giselle's lips curled up. He frowned and ordered, let's go. But when he turned around, the guy was already gone. A piercing scream rang out. Did that bastard just bail, Belinda? Grumbled, annoyed. That gambler didn't just run off. He took all the money the young master won, too. If not for us... he would have lost a hand. What an ungrateful piece of trash. She clicked her tongue. Tsk. A gambler like that runs away. He's just heading to another casino. But Belinda clenched her fist. Makes sense. We need to have our men search the whole area right now. Giselle stopped her. No need. That's not necessary. Because I know exactly where he's going. Outside the casino, Cloud galloped into the night money bag on his shoulder. He kept looking back as he ran. Phew. Finally made it out alive. Who was that noble, anyway? Why did he stick his neck out for me? He gripped the bag tight. Anyway, thanks to him, I got what I needed. Guess I achieved my goal. Cloud gave a bitter, helpless laugh. Mr. Foreign Noble, I'm really sorry, but I seriously need this money. 1 year ago, in a rundown shack deep in the forest, coins rained onto the floor. Anna, look at this. Cloud sat down, hyped up. Isn't it awesome gambling isn't about luck or probability? There's a formula to always win. If I keep making money like this, we won't have to hide and live like rats anymore. He couldn't stop talking. We can go back to a normal life real soon. Anna suddenly cut him off. Stop it. Her voice was cold. That's enough, Cloud. Her reaction caught him off guard. Anna. She reached out with a trembling hand and grabbed his. I know that Father's death, and he was your master too. It wasn't your fault. Looking at Cloud's bruised and beaten face, her whole body shook. So please. He gave a faint smile. It is my fault. Cloud lowered his voice. It was my stupidity, my naivety that turned Master into a traitor. A voice filled with contempt rang out. A scholar of the Royal Academy is nothing but a traitor. And you are the spawn of that traitor Anna. Anna was tied up, guarded by Frank and his goons. The ringleader barked, "Drag her away." Cloud lay on the ground, struggling to reach for Anna. Footsteps quietly approached him. "You said your name is Cloud, right?" He leaned on his cane and muttered, "I'll give you 1 year. Bring me 20,000 gold." He rubbed his chin, amused. "That girl is destined to die, but if you bring enough ransom money, I'll release her." Back to reality. Cloud clutched the money bag, whispering Anna's name. His eyes were full of hope. "I'm coming to save you right now." At Austin Castle, inside the study, voices discussed business. "Is the prisoner camp full already? Feeding those low-class criminals is a waste of rice." "Tusk, a fat man was writing something with a quill. If we can't get any ransom out of them, then there's no reason to keep them alive." Baron Austin waved his hand at his subordinate. "Within the next week. Execute anyone who hasn't paid up." "Yes, understood, my lord." The subordinate stepped closer. "There is one matter, Baron." "It's been almost a year." Austin raised an eyebrow, annoyed, but then rubbed his chin with a lecherous grin. You mean that traitor's daughter, right?" They continued chatting. "Still no news from that brat Cloud, was it?" "No, sir. I heard he hasn't made any money. He just hangs around casinos all day." "Well, seems Frank is doing his job, then." Austin clicked his tongue. Tsk. "Normally I'd make that girl a maid, but since she's a traitor's daughter, I just feel uneasy about it. Throw her in with the execution group. And be careful, don't let Cloud find out." The subordinate asked, "But what if he actually brings the ransom money?" The Baron replied calmly, "Just take the money, then deal with him. He's just a gambler. No one cares if he dies." He showed his greedy face. "Of course, that's only if he actually managed to get the ransom I asked for." The study door slowly creaked open. Another subordinate ran in. Sorry to disturb you, sir," Baron Austin asked, irritated. "What is it at this hour?" the subordinate exclaimed. "There is a guy named Cloud making a scene, demanding to pay a ransom." A heavy bag of money was slammed onto the table. Cloud stood before Austin and said, "I have prepared the full ransom gold right here." He begged desperately, "Please let Anna go." Austin opened the bag, squinting to inspect every single gold coin. He furrowed his brows, thinking, "Not fake money." Austin looked up and probed, "Where did you get this cash?" Cloud replied, "I just gambled and won the bet." He tossed the gold coin back into the bag. "Is that so?" Austin shouted the order. "Arrest this guy for me." Cloud looked at him in confusion. "Huh." Two subordinates rushed in to restrain Cloud. He screamed in panic. "What the hell, didn't I prepare enough money?" Just like you asked, Austin acted deep in thought, saying, "Well, I find the source of this money pretty sketchy, so I need to verify it with Frank." He pointed at Cloud and yelled, "And you, if you don't want to be executed, right now then get your ass in the cell." Cloud lowered his head and scoffed. "That is actually hilarious." Austin mocked him. "A gambler like you actually managing to scrape together the full amount." "For the ransom," I demanded. He looked at the pile of money with greedy eyes. "Who do you think would actually believe that?" Cloud roared in anger like a wild beast. The two subordinates had to struggle to restrain him. Suddenly, something slammed hard into the subordinates' necks, making their eyes roll back, and they collapsed to the ground unconscious. Austin looked out the door in shock. Cloud panted heavily, turning his head to look. A hand was quietly placed on his shoulder. Gislan patted his shoulder lightly, comforting him in a low voice. "You have worked hard." Gislan walked up to Austin. "Pleasure to meet you, Baron Austin." He stammered in panic. Who the hell are you?" He snapped his fingers and introduced himself. "From the Kingdom of Lutania. I am Baron Gislan." After the snap, Belinda threw the tied-up Frank onto the ground. Austin was stunned in disbelief. He placed a chair right in front of Austin. Gislan sat down, propping his legs up on the table, looking at him arrogantly. "Shouldn't you serve your guest a cup of tea first?" Austin was furious, his face twisted. "Well, what?" A subordinate nearby pointed his sword at Gislan. "So disrespectful, hurry up and bow to the Baron right now." Another sword suddenly pointed at him, making him jump back. He warned with a cold voice, "Knock it off." "This isn't something you can interfere with," the guy asked, trembling. "What did you say?" Just then, Austin pointed his finger and shouted, "You dare act this wild in front of me? What are you all standing there for? Drag this guy out now." Gislan looked at him calmly. "When was I acting wild?" He rested his chin on his hand, eyes sharp. "I came here because I want you to compensate me." The whole room suddenly fell silent. Austin asked in confusion, compensation?" Gislan held out his hand and called Belinda as soon as he spoke. She immediately kicked Frank down. He squeezed his face. "At the casino owned by you, this manager named..." Frank here was caught red-handed cheating. Because of his little trick, Cloud and I almost lost every asset we bet. Hearing that, Austin turned around in shock to look at the pile of gold. Frank quickly denied it. "Baron, no, I'm innocent. The ones using cheating tricks were them, Belinda angrily stomped on his head. Why does this bastard keep lying? Austin gritted his teeth, saying, that idiot Frank should have known who he was messing with. So what do you want me to do now? He replied calmly, in a casino, reputation is everything. Cheating is absolutely unforgivable. So Baron Austin, you must offer proper compensation to me and Cloud. He turned his head, avoiding eye contact. Hold on. That guy is claiming he is innocent, too. I don't know which side to believe. Why don't you guys just go see the judge and settle it amongst yourselves? What does this have to do with me anyway? Gislan stayed silent for a moment before speaking. It has everything to do with you. Austin frowned. What do you mean? Gislan leaned back, pushing the chair slightly. Kaiken Casino is owned by you. It is a place frequently visited by nobles from many nations. I heard more than half of this territory's income comes from that casino. If rumors about the manager cheating get exposed and spread, you will be seen as someone aiding a scam targeting the nobility. He let the chair drop, slamming it onto the floor. Gislan looked at Austin, his eyes full of provocation. Then your future is going to be pretty interesting to watch. His face went dark. Austin gritted his teeth, hissing every word. You bastard, are you saying I have to pay you hush money? Gislan nodded to confirm. Exactly. I want compensation double the amount you just received. Furthermore, Austin looked anxiously at the money bag on the table. Gislan added another condition. You must release Anna immediately. Cloud silently looked at him. Gislan softened his voice. If you agree to do that, I'll pretend today never happened. Austin spoke up. So that is how it is. Now I understand everything. He roared in fury. Cloud, you ungrateful traitor. Hearing him shout, he widened his eyes in shock. Soldiers burst through the doors. I gave you a shot to save a woman who was supposed to be dead rights executed. And yet you dared to sneak around and team up with a foreign noble to scam me. Cloud shoved the old man aside. Pops, you're in the way. Beat it. Belinda pouted. What's with that logic? He's talking like we plotted this whole thing from the start. Gislan ordered Belinda, toss me a dagger. Would you? But Austin screamed at his soldiers. Whatever. If I just wipe you all out right here, it'll be like this never happened. Kill them. The guard took the order and charged at Gislan. He kicked the coin pouch on the table hard, sending it flying straight into the guard's face. Smack! Gislan grabbed a dagger and leaped up. While Austin stood there in shock, he slammed the blade right through the old man's hand. Austin roared in agony. Behind him, Cloud and Belinda were already blocking the guard's swords. Gislan instructed coldly Belinda, don't kill them. Cloud rushed in, annoyed. Fine. Every strike from the soldiers was easily blocked by Cloud. He swung a fist into a soldier's face, knocking him out cold. On Belinda's side, she used mana to control the soldier's sword. She flipped and delivered a heavy kick to his neck. Gislan fought off two other soldiers, taking them down one by one with ease. Austin's close subordinate slashed at him, but he dodged. Gislan spun around and slammed the hilt of his sword into the back of the guy's neck. The guy yelped and blacked out. Cloud stood there, frozen, watching them fight, his forehead. He was dripping with cold sweat, a look of total disbelief on his face. Who even are you? And Belinda... Gislan kept striking amidst Austin's screams. Why on earth would you go this far for me? Cloud recalled the words spoken back at the casino. I'm someone who really needs your support. He bit his lip, tears rolling down his cheeks. All this time, he had learned deep in his bones that in this world there is no such thing as kindness without a price. Time seemed to blur. Austin's soldiers were all taken down, scattered across the floor. Gislan pulled the dagger out of Austin's hand. He trembled and threatened. You bastard, how dare you humiliate and do this to a noble like me? Gislan looked at Austin with pure contempt. Like I said earlier, I'm taking the money, and Anna. If you've got a problem with that, a hand rested on Gislan's shoulder. Cloud stepped up next to him. If you went this far for my sake, how could I possibly refuse? He looked at Austin and spoke up. If you have any complaints, come find me at the Fenris territory in the kingdom of Lutania, Baron Austin. Cloud forced a smile. I'll treat you like a guest of honor. Doing this was still better than living in regret forever. Evening fell, the sunset glowing behind the castles and high mountains. The carriage rolled on, crossing through a long stretch of forest, passing vast fields. It was the same house as before on the road back to Podium City. The carriage moved slowly. Cloud stared intently ahead. Gislan suddenly asked, Are you really not planning to live with Anna? Are you seriously okay with that? Cloud lowered his head and replied, Yeah. Compared to being around the guy who got our father killed. Which is me, she'll definitely feel a lot more at peace living back in our hometown. He looked up at the sky. Besides, it's not like I saved her completely with my own strength anyway. Gislan looked at Cloud, staying silent. He looked away, thinking to himself, well, consider my debt to you settled then. Cloud recalled his own past. The guy who was once crazily obsessed with revenge had finally paid back the debt he owed. I actually feel relieved now. The corners of his lips curled up involuntarily. On the road, the two continued chatting. So now that we're here, what do you think? The air's fresh, right? If you get the chance, you should just take the Lord's head here. The state of this territory is trash, so taking it over would probably be a breeze. You mean you're telling me to chop off my own head? Cloud looked at him with suspicion. This broke-ass, beggar-looking village is your territory. I only followed you because you looked loaded. But this is... Gislan reached out, draped his arm around Cloud's shoulder, and pulled him close. Starting now, you are my territory manager. He pointed forward. Everything you're seeing right here. You're going to have to work your ass off for it. Cloud stood frozen for a long while, then they kept talking. After thinking it over carefully, I think I'd rather go back home and live with Anna. Please let me go. Too late, you bastard, inside a dark room. The man sat silently in the center seat. The people sitting around him muttered with grave expressions. At Verdun Fenris. Gislan's face darkened, his eyes full of killing intent. He reached out and ordered, send a letter to Amelia. Tell her we're accelerating the plan at the Fenris territory, Fenris Castle. Belinda, Cloud, Jillian, Ivan, and Vanessa were all there. Cloud stood in line properly. Gislan stood before them, leaning on his cane. He asked in a stern voice, everyone's gathered, right? Then Gislan smiled softly. Let's get to work. They responded in unison. Yes, my lord. The state of the territory after being freshly liberated from the brutal rule of Jagan. It's rock bottom right now. I've assigned Cloud to a bunch of admin roles to start getting this territory back on track. Gislan led the survey team. He pointed his cane to direct them, saying, first start with a census. Find every single survivor and bring them back to the village. He glanced back at Cloud, who was busy taking notes. Once the census is done, use that data to buy a massive amount of food, enough for at least 6 months. Food is our biggest crisis right now, so prioritize fixing that first. He nodded, saying, yes, got it, sir. The two of them kept walking forward. We're going to start farming soon, so distribute healthy oxen to the households in the territory. Make sure they have plows attached so they can till the land. Also check if we can log the nearby forest to expand our farmland. Cloud asked in surprise, you seriously plan to farm on this dry, cracked earth, sir? That's right. They surveyed the territory spot by spot. We're going to grind up the bones of the Blubia dragon to use as fertilizer. Also, the infrastructure is ancient. All the old equipment, anything that's unusable, replace it all. Build warehouses, drainage systems, this thing, that thing, and that too. Cloud forced a smile, asking, you're joking, right? General Manager of Fenris Territory, Director Administrator, Secretary Treasurer, Supervisor, Census Officer, Item Manager, Reward and Punishment Officer, Tax Officer, Chief Tax Officer, Enforcer, Food Officer, Commander, Foreman, Logistics Officer, and so many other titles. Cloud was in the study while Gislan held a brush pen, frowning as he asked, what is it? Cloud panicked and replied, I am doing way too many jobs all by myself here. Gislan lowered his head and kept writing in the ledger. You've never done those things before, right? Just take this chance to try them out. If you need help, feel free to hire more people. Cloud spun around and sprinted out of the study at max speed. Gislan calmly called out, Wendy! Wendy appeared out of nowhere and threw a hidden weapon at the fleeing Cloud. She spun around and Cloud was instantly wrapped in binding ropes. She bowed and introduced herself. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wendy. Headmaid Belinda ordered me to serve as your bodyguard. Lord Cloud, I look forward to working with you. Cloud screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah, save me. Gislan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, since we're in the middle of rebuilding the territory, just suck it up for now, Cloud. The future you handled stuff like this, like it was a piece of cake. The next morning, Gislan took Cloud and Wendy out for another survey. Nobles have the responsibility and duty to protect the people living in their territory. People lose faith in nobles because of the exploitation and oppression from greedy aristocrats. They lose the will to work because the cycle of poverty just keeps repeating itself. The more we ignore their hunger and these issues, the more we nobles isolate ourselves. We have to fix the basic problems as soon as possible to stabilize the foundation of the territory. He closed his eyes and thought, however, a piercing scream of shock echoed through the castle. Are you telling me we're broke? Gislan sat at the table looking at the books. If we keep spending at this rate, I won't even be able to pay your salaries in 3 months. Cloud stammered, This is a huge deal. Then he asked blankly, what's the actual problem anyway? Can't we just go mine more runestones? Gislan replied, we can't sell them all. I have other uses for them, and we need to save some for the mages to research. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking. The runestone veins aren't infinite. We can't rely on them forever. We need a sustainable source of capital. Suddenly, Cloud ran over and aggressively threw the door open. Gislan, still holding his pen, looked up and exclaimed, "Oh!" "Great timing, Cloud. I actually have a job that needs doing." Cloud rushed over. "Forget about that stuff. You don't need to give me those kinds of tasks anymore." His voice was full of rock-solid confidence. "Because I've prepared the ultimate plan to save this territory." Then Cloud flashed a wicked grin and proudly pitched his idea. "Let's build a casino." Right after saying that, Cloud was kicked straight out of the castle. Belinda instructed Wendy, "Wendy, from now on, just take him out before he even opens his mouth to spout nonsense." She nodded and carefully took notes. "Understood." Cloud wailed loudly. "No way. Then you tell me, what am I supposed to do?" Cloud looked determined. "Farming won't work, and we can't just use runestones whenever we want. So isn't turning this wasteland into an entertainment city the most realistic option?" Ivan approached from behind, saying, "I totally agree with you." Ghislaine looked up at him. "We'll review it later. I'll think about your suggestion. As for the tasks I assigned, just proceed with them." He protested. "No way. Do you really think we have enough food to last until then?" He carefully analyzed it for Cloud. "If we build a casino, sure, it's quick cash while we're broke, but it opens the door for the underworld. Can't have that." He knit his brows. "Long-term trash move, especially if I'm planning to crush them later." Cloud crossed his arms. "We're literally buying food just to survive right now, and you're talking about the future. I'm saying we gotta act now, before the funds dry up." Alphonse chimed in too. "Other lords don't skip farming because they hate it. Yeah, a casino district is the move. Something massive right here." Gislan nodded. "All right then. Let me handle the food situation." Cloud looked confused. Gislan instructed, "If I manage to grow crops on our land, then you guys follow my lead. 0 complaints. Deal." He sighed. "Seriously, I already told you, this land is dead." He smirked. "You want to bet on that?" Cloud and Alphonse looked confident. "Doesn't matter what happens. Farming is impossible here." Gislan just smiled gently. 3 months later, Cloud and Alphonse stood there totally shook. "Yo, mage, am I dreaming this trash wasteland? It's literally overflowing with golden grain." The villagers grabbed their sickles, hyped up. "Success. How many years has it been since we actually had a harvest here?" Cloud stared at Gislan, stunned. How did you even pull this off?" He calmly explained. "Rye naturally survives in trash soil. Before seeding, I scattered bone powder from a blue bia dragon. It's packed with nutrients. Then I planted rye buffed by an acceleration magic circle." He crouched down, lifting a stalk. "Seeds planted this way, their growth speed is cracked. So we can harvest way more often." Alphonse gritted his teeth, not accepting the loss. "Damn it. So that's why you had our mages create acceleration circles for this exact reason." Vanessa gazed at him with pure admiration. "My lord, you're actually the GOAT, who thinks to use acceleration magic meant for humans on seeds." But Gislan hesitated. Well, he closed his eyes. "Truth is, I didn't invent this tech." He recalled the past. Originally, that acceleration circle was used to drain power from runestones, to boost mana growth speed. People used to rage about wasting something so precious on simple grain, wheat. But once they saw the results, they had to accept it. This is the method, verified by mages and scholars from the future. Gislan smiled. "As for how it works, not my problem." The villagers cheered right in front of him. "My lord, from now on, we'll follow you blindly. No more starving to death. Long live Baron Fenris." While everyone celebrated, Cloud and Alphonse tried to sneak away. A voice from behind made them jump. "You two." Gislan was already behind them. "Going somewhere we haven't settled the bet yet." Cloud forced a smile, playing dumb. Bet what bet?" Gislan calmly opened his pocket. "If you won 5 gold and your freedom," he pulled a small scroll from his pocket. "But if I won, you work for me as slaves for 10 years, for free." Cloud and Alphonse were instantly surrounded. "We made a bet, didn't we?" They looked at each other, laughing painfully. "Ha ha, damn it." And just like that, the first harvest ended. Now that food was secured, runestones could be used for things other than just selling for cash. Herbert raised a brow, confused. "Here, you want me to build a red magic tower branch here?" Gislan nodded. "Yes, Tower Master." Herbert was even more confused. "I heard from my brother you became the Lord. So I just stopped by to say hi. Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" Gislan calmly replied. "It all started with Lord Jagan declaring war on me. That battle, we had the red magic tower's help, but we barely scraped a win by blowing up a runestone." Cold sweat dripped down his face. Herbert looked at Gislan. "Did he just say he blew up a precious runestone?" "That brat only told me he won. He never mentioned that part." Gislan sighed. "If a developing territory like Fenris gets attacked again, my only option is to blow up the runestones." The ones supposed to go to the red magic tower, just to stop the enemy. Herbert panicked. Hey, wait. Why do you have to go to such extremes? Gislan looked at him with a satisfied smile. Great. Then please send more mages. Mages really get to flex their skills when they're put to work building different structures like residential zones and waterways. Church Crimson Flame Magic Tower, Fenris branch. Everyone raised their staffs and hyped themselves up shouting, "We are mages." Thanks to the mage manpower supported by the Red Magic Tower, Fenris was able to speedrun the construction of massive projects. That heartless jerk, how dare he make mages do manual labor? This is so messed up. Sure, there was some beef with the new guys who hadn't adapted to the territory yet, but right after that, both sides would reach a peaceful agreement. The crowd that was hyping themselves up earlier was now lying flat on the floor. Gislan casually ordered Ivan, "Go get the contracts." Ivan thought to himself, "Hell no, I'm not going to be the only slave around here." The territory quickly got back on track, but then Cloud burst through the door, looking panicked. "Big trouble, my lord." He frantically reported the situation. "I heard a riot just broke out in Jagan." Countess Amelia Gislan frowned, thinking that riot happened way faster than expected. Is it because I interfered? Desmond and Amelia are just puppets dancing to Duke Delphine's tune. Since they failed to use Jagan to take over Perdun, they have no choice but to take matters into their own hands. His eyes were burning with killing intent. "My war isn't over yet." Jillian asked, "Do you have a plan?" My Lord Belinda looked worried too. "What if Lady Amelia captures our territory?" Gislan spoke slowly. "If you guys dare to think about exploiting me, I'm not going to just sit back and take it. We're heading to the kingdom of Lutania." Inside a messy room, a hand quietly reached out from the dark corner, but the moment it touched the light, it started burning instantly. The person stared at their trembling, scorched hand. After a long silence, they looked up at the sky. "I just wanted to die in a big city, one that's full of life and energy." The streets were packed with people and carriages were lined up bumper to bumper. The Black Knights stood guard looking serious and majestic. They looked up at this magnificent city, unable to believe this was the end. Gislan's squad finally arrived in Lutania. The chubby guy couldn't help but say, "The territories we've seen before, they look like toys compared to this." He stammered in awe. "The stuff we built back in our territory doesn't even look like a real castle anymore." Cloud glanced at them and sneered, "I dare you to say that to the commander's face." "Just try it." Vanessa peeked out of the carriage, her eyes sparkling. "Look, Mr. Ivan, they're selling ingredients we've never even seen at the Red Magic Tower. Even..." He clicked his tongue and scratched his cheek, having to admit she was right. "It does seem like the construction here is a little more detailed than our Red Magic Tower, I guess." Gislan muttered something under his breath. "I hate it." Cloud, standing next to him, couldn't hear clearly. "Huh." Gislan looked up at the magnificent castle, his voice dripping with cold disgust. "This castle looks so cocky, I just want to smash it to pieces." Cloud was totally confused and whispered to Wendy, "Why is he suddenly tripping?" She half closed her eyes and replied coldly, "If the Lord says so, then that's how it is." Cloud rolled his eyes in frustration. He's definitely got a screw loose somewhere. Don't you think he looked at Gislan, who was still glaring at the place, and took a wild guess? Did this place beef with him in a past life or something? Meanwhile, Gislan just sat silently on his horse, staring at the impregnable fortress. The undefeatable fortress Lutania, the city known to be under the goddess's protection. This made Gislan remember the days engulfed in flames from his past life. But I was the one who took it down. And this is also where I died. I attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphine, the traitor who plotted to usurp the throne. But he wasn't here. Blinded by my thirst for revenge, I made a mistake. I turned everyone into my enemy. But I can't do anything alone. A few days earlier at Perdun Castle, Walter's eyes went wide in shock. "You're going to the capital." Gislan, sitting on his horse, replied immediately, "Yes, father. It's really important." Walter couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Then what about your territory, Fenris?" He placed his hand on his chest with utmost respect. "I'll provide 1 year's worth of food for the Perdun territory. So while I'm away, I'd like the head manager, Hamjun, and the Black Knight commander, Sir Randall, to be sent to Fenris to support me." Hamjun and Randall's eyes lit up and they gasped in shock. 1 year's worth of food. Walter frowned, still not feeling at ease. "The food isn't what matters here. Didn't you say yourself that Zephyr is targeting us, especially while that rebellion is popping off over there? So, leaving now, you know what that implies, don't you?" Gislan just drew his bow. Aiming at a bird gliding above, he replied, "I get what you're saying, Dad. If Desmond and Delphine team up and jump us while I'm gone, we won't be able to hold them off." However, he finished speaking. Whoosh! The arrow flew loose. It easily pierced right through that bird high in the sky. Gislan frowned. Amelia just took over Zephyr's internal affairs. So we've got a window before she stabilizes her rule there, and during that time, we need to build up the power to fight back. Hearing that Walter couldn't hide his shock power to fight back. Yeah, he answered with a chill vibe like he'd planned it all along. Exactly. I'm going to pull the kingdom to our side. A merchant clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Yes, just as you requested. They stopped in front of a massive castle, but it looked gloomy and cold as hell. I've prepared a magnificent estate for you, spacious gardens, and a very reasonable price. Gislan smirked, glancing at Belinda. What do you think, sis? She could only force a helpless smile. Yeah, it looks quite grand. Cloud and Ivan freaked out, shouting in unison at that merchant. Hey, old man, why does this place look so trashy, huh? He had to explain, It's because no one has managed it for a long time. Suddenly, a flock of gloomy crows burst out of the forest, making the fat guy jump and yelp. The Black Knight with them scoffed at how chicken he was acting. How did you even survive the demon beast forest? The fat guy hugged himself, trembling. It's seriously kind of cold here, though. Vanessa turned, rubbing her chin in confusion. Just put on more clothes, then. The merchant cleared his throat and went into sales mode. Anyway, regarding the rumors about ghosts in this mansion, or wandering spirits of the dead, those are all just baseless lies. I guarantee this place is perfectly fine. Gislan immediately agreed. Cool, I'll take it. How much? Gaul frantically tried to stop him. Stop, stop. He grabbed the merchant, pointing at the guy's beaming face. Look at his face. He's obviously happy. He finally dumped this cursed garbage on us. Do you think feng shui exists just for show? Gislan just gave a slight smile. He replied calmly, leaving Cloud completely speechless. It's fine. Ghosts can't kill you. I'll just beat the hell out of them. What's there to be scared of? The merchant rushed over, shaking his hand excitedly. What a brilliant choice, Baron, originally counting the land this place is worth over 1,000 gold. But since we failed to manage it well, I'll let you have it for 500. Gislan turned to him and lowballed 200. The merchant froze. Gislan looked around the castle, faking anxiety. I heard there are ghosts, right? I'm terrified of ghosts. If you don't sell for 200, I'll just look somewhere else. The merchant panicked immediately. Oh, please no. 500 is already a steal for a mansion this size. You won't find anything cheaper in the capital. But Gislan hit him with cold, hard facts. This is a dead asset. If you try to fix it up to sell, the maintenance cost will exceed its value and you still might not sell it. Meanwhile, you're still paying property taxes every year. The merchant was speechless. That's Gislan smirked, looking very satisfied. Think about it. Who else but me would actually buy this place? A mysterious figure watched the commotion from inside. From within the castle, the figure vanished without a trace a second later. Belinda put her hands on her hips. Her voice boomed with energy. All right, everyone, chop, chop, get to work. Everyone in the castle started hustling to clean up. Mop the floors, dust the walls, let's wipe out all the gloom in this place. A voice spoke up, making Gislan tilt his head. Lau paused, holding his broom. He asked, you said you'd build connections in the kingdom to link with the forces in Ferris territory. But how do you plan to do that? Who here would even bother meeting a country bumpkin noble from the border? Gislan turned away and replied calmly, You're right. From the perspective of the kingdom's nobles, they have zero reason to meet me. Hearing that, Lau stammered in confusion. Then Gislan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Then I'll just make them beg to meet me. A while later, the room was filled with various ingredients in a few pots. Lau was shocked to see the room piled high with stuff. What is all of this? Ivan sounded totally shocked. Yo, what is this? Don't tell me you're about to pop some alchemy right here? Gislan just chilled, walking around and checking out the materials he had prepped. I mean, if you look at it a certain way, it basically is alchemy. He kept going. Starting now, we're crafting cosmetics. Ivan's eyes went wide. Cosmetics. That's when Gislan broke it down on making samples. Then we're sending them as gifts to every noble house in the Cloud Capital. Wait, seriously, you're going to use makeup to build clout in the kingdom. But the others were low-key worried. Is that actually going to work? With just a simple gift? He turned to them with a smirk. Just try what I made, you'll get it instantly. Trust me, those nobles won't be able to help themselves. They'll come running to me. To nobles, looking flawless isn't just vanity. It's power. It's authority. These guys would literally jump into fire if it meant they'd come out looking prettier. They are obsessed. And in the near future, the truth got exposed. All those trendy cosmetics full of lead, mercury, and toxic trash, they wrecked people's skin. Heck, they even killed people. But the Duke Delphine family, they made bank huge profits by inventing makeup that actually fixed those problems. And I snatched that exact formula after I crushed the Duke's house in my past life. A recipe for a translucent cream that solves every single issue with current makeup. It's called Genep. Time to get to work. First step, use magic to oxidize zinc and grind it into powder. Meanwhile, melt some beeswax in a heated double boiler. Mix in primrose oil, avocado extract, and shea butter. Take it off the heat, then dump in that zinc oxide powder we prepped earlier. Gislan held up a small glass vial, smirking a little. He mixed in a special oil extracted from a spirit's blessing. That's the secret sauce. He poured it straight into the pot. Instantly, this rich, amazing scent filled the whole room. Vanessa leaned in, her eyes sparkling like stars. Oh my God, this smells incredible. Ivan was totally shook. Wait, this is cosmetics. The old man was stunned, thinking to himself, how does a high-ranking noble like him even know how to make this stuff? It doesn't make sense. Gislan held up his creation, giving it a little shake. It's not done yet. We gotta let it sit for a day so it can set. Once they try Genep, everything else is gonna feel like trash. This is gonna be the new meta for every noble out there. He looked at the liquid in the glass, smiling like he already won. The Delphine formula, I'm gonna milk this Genep for all it's worth. Gislan turned to give orders, but he didn't notice a dark shadow watching from the window. Old man, as soon as this sets, package it up and send it to the nobles. What? Yes, sir. But then he hesitated. Wait, you're not going to test it first. The shadow was still there, listening in. Gislan just shrugged. It'll be fine. Probably. Glowing red eyes had seen everything. Later that night, a storm rolled in thunder, crashing all around the castle. Inside, everyone was dead asleep. The main hall was dark and freezing. Lightning flashed, and boom, a creepy shadow appeared out of nowhere. The intruder scanned the room, making sure the coast was clear. He crept over to the table where all the new cosmetics were sitting. He grabbed a jar, twisted the cap off, and that rich scent hit him immediately. He scooped out a bit of the soft cream, rubbing it between his fingers. Suddenly, Gislan was right behind him. So you're that ghost everyone's gossiping about. The guy jumped and spun around instantly. Gislan didn't even flinch. I guarantee that stuff will work wonders for you. Outside, the storm was getting louder. The two of them stood there in the dark, just staring each other down, tension rising. The mystery guy swung his sword fast. Gislan didn't hesitate. He drew his blade and countered. Clang. Gislan leaned back, dodging the ambush like it was nothing. Then he flipped the script, going on the offensive. They clashed, movements barely visible. Gislan tried to pin him down, but the guy actually caught the attack. The stranger spun around, slashing at Gislan from behind. But Gislan, he blocked it without even breaking a sweat. They jumped back, creating some distance. Gislan stared him down, his eyes razor sharp. The guy was covered head to toe, sword raised high, ready for round two. But that stance, that swordsmanship. Then he lunged again, ready to end it. As they fought, Gislan analyzed every move. The grace every swing had a special flow to it. He could see the insane control behind it. The stranger pulled off a fancy spin to dodge Gislan's heavy strike, then raised his blade for a finishing blow. Every single movement painted an elegant arc in the air. But he blocked it. Easy. Taking the chance, Gislan instantly snatched the hand holding the sword. If I recall, he flipped the script, immediately holding his blade right against that mystery person's throat. The intruder was shook. That's when Gislan finally spoke. A lady like you playing ghost in a place like this? His blue eyes lit up sharp and cold as ice. What's your connection to the Renford clan? A moment later, the rain outside the castle finally stopped. The room returned to its original silence. Suddenly, Belinda and Jillian burst in, shouting in a panic. Young Master Jillian looked just as frantic. What's all the noise? But in front of them, Gislan just stood there, staring out the window, deep in thought. Young Master, he replied softly. You all go back and rest. Bright moonlight flooded through the window into the silent night. Maybe things are actually looking up. In a gorgeous garden within the mansion, a pale, noble hand gently lifted a jar of cosmetics with extreme care. With light makeup and bright red lipstick, she appeared before the mirror, looking incredibly dignified. Even her servant couldn't help but exclaim, You look as beautiful as ever, madam. Countess Mellifera's. But looking at herself in the mirror, she frowned, her face twisting in disgust. No, this isn't it. This heavy makeup just covers a sagging face. When I was young, I led the capital's trends. Every noble lady copied my style. But as the years passed, my fame faded into the past. Mel thought of her old aging face and boiled with rage. Makeup is just a curtain to hide my age. Can I really never go back to those days? The servant beside her reminded, It's time for the salon, madam. She sighed lightly. Fine, let's go. Suddenly a chilling glint flashed through Mel's eyes. What she was looking at was the smooth porcelain skin of the maid standing next to her. Madam, immediately Mel pounced on the girl's face, kneading it with both hands. She squeezed hard, muttering, "This moisture, this firmness." The maid was totally confused. Countess Mel looked like she was about to lose it, screaming, "What did you do to your face? Tell me everything. Don't leave out a single detail." Terrified, the maid spilled everything. Count Ferris received some cosmetics as a gift, but rejected them, giving them to the maids instead. Because of that, a squad of black knights and a carriage rolled up to Gislan's castle. They said a noble new to the capital sent a greeting gift. Claude and Avon were completely stunned seeing this. They stared in shock at the massive entourage escorting the carriage toward the castle. "What is that? Did the queen herself show up?" Claude frowned, sweating bullets, thinking this had to be a big shot. He watched a beautiful woman step out of the carriage. So the cosmetics actually worked. Wendy shoved Claude from behind, sending him stumbling forward. "What are you standing there for?" Go, welcome them," Claude stammered, barely getting words out. Please come inside to talk." He led Mel, followed by a black night guard, into the castle grounds. Claude looked at Gislan, who was chilling with a cup of tea, and spoke cautiously. "My Lord Countess Mel is here to see you." He heard it, but stayed calm, feeding the crow beside him. Mel raised her fan to cover her mouth, slightly. Surprised. "You are Baron Ferris." Gislan stood up gently, taking her smooth white hand, and spoke. "It is an honor to meet you, milady." Following etiquette, he planted a soft kiss on the back of her hand. "I am Gislan, Lord of the Northern Ferris territory. I'm honored that you came all the way to this remote place yourself." Mel stayed silent for a second, then spoke with a hint of blame. "Did I not deserve a gift? Only my husband received one. Has my reputation not reached your ears?" Gislan smiled slightly. "Not at all. I just thought it'd be rude to bring something subpar to the lady who leads the capital's trends." Hearing this, she smiled with satisfaction behind her fan. "So you do have some sense. Then let's skip the pleasantries." After the greetings, they sat down at the tea table. Mel dropped her proposal. "Give me those cosmetics of yours," Gislan asked with a serious face. "Have you tried them already, milady?" She nodded slightly, looking very pleased. "Yes, they're excellent. So excellent I don't need my old makeup anymore." Mel looked up, her eyes sharp and decisive. "I want exclusive rights. You just focus on developing and supplying them." Gislan kept his polite smile. "If you want to buy in bulk, I welcome it." She narrowed her eyes, smiling. Then Mel continued, her voice calm but carrying a hint of a threat. "But surely you know doing business alone in the capital is hell. No matter how good your product is, you can't beat the established powers, especially stuck in this old mansion. It's obvious his funds are tight, but look at him. Bro stays ice cold like nothing's wrong, absolute poker face. Belinda is watching from the sidelines, and she is tight. How dare that woman threaten her young master?" Claude just whispers, "This mansion's location. That's just the Lord being stubborn for real." Gislan goes quiet for a sec, then drops the bomb. "The supply price is going to be steep. Can you handle that, milady?" Mel waves her hand, super arrogant, like you joking the Granford family runs this capital's money. Then he narrows his eyes and whispers, 100 gold per bottle. That shut her up real quick. She literally froze. Her eyes went wide. Mel's like, "You're joking, right?" But Gislan stays chill and says, "I never joke." He tilts his head with a smile pouring on the charm. "You are the queen of high society after all. For someone with your taste, Countess Mel, that price makes perfect sense." Hearing that, her eyes lit up like fireworks. He got her. Hook, line, and sinker. But then her face drops, getting dark and angry. "You sly fox. Jewelry or furniture, fine. But 100 gold for cosmetics. That's insane. To make a profit, I'd have to mark it up even higher. Are you telling me to give up my monopoly?" Gislan just smiles, looking pretty smug at her reaction. He interrupts her spiraling thoughts with a new deal. "How about this?" Gislan holds out his hand. Belinda steps up, carrying a wooden chest. "I can't give you exclusive distribution rights, but I can give you honor." Mel gasps, "Honor." The chest opens up to reveal rows of carefully packaged cosmetic bottles. Her eyes sparkle the second she sees them. "Is this?" Gislan introduces it instantly. "This is a cosmetic I created myself. It's called Genep. Consider it a commemorative gift for our partnership." He lifts one of the vials. "Most nobles don't know how effective Genep is yet. This product, it's going to revolutionize the market." Gislan gives her a mysterious smile and reaches out. "And you, milady, will be the one leading that change." She squints, thinking hard. Then Mel lowers her fan, smiling naturally. "Baron, how are you always so smooth with your words?" She reaches out and shuts the wooden chest. "All right, let's do it." Mel taps her fan lightly against Gislan's chin. "So you will handle the distribution." She looks down at him, face full of pride. "And I will be the one setting the trends." Gislan smiles, thinking, perfect. He walks her out of the castle. Mel is chatting away clearly in a good mood. I'm heading out. If you need anything, just ask. As she's about to step into her carriage, he speaks up. May I ask you for one favor? Mel pauses. A favor. Gislan gets serious. Please pass a message to Marquis Renford at his magnificent castle on the hill. Tell him Baron Gislan can solve his daughter's problem. Marquis Renford's mansion. A man sits at his desk in the study, deep in thought. He purses his lips like he wants to speak, his eyes glancing to the side, calculating. Claw tosses gold coins in the air, screaming, "We're rich." The castle living room is literally overflowing with crates of gold. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. Countess Mel's reputation is no joke. Those expensive cosmetics sold out the second they hit the shelves. He rushes over to Gislan, hyped up. With this much capital, we can gamble it all. Belinda gives Claw a disgusted look, thinking, did the Lord abandon his territory just to run a business here? Alphonse stands there totally confused. Why is he so hyped? It's not even his money. As expected of you, my lord. Making connections in the kingdom like it's nothing. But Gislan shakes his head. No, it's still not enough. His blue eyes suddenly glow with a sharp light. What I want is what lies in the shadows. Gislan walks out to his castle courtyard. He narrows his eyes, spotting a figure standing in the center. It's a mysterious figure in heavy iron armor waiting for him. Sensing Gislan, the knight speaks up. Are you Baron Fenris? Moments later, he's marching confidently toward the massive, magnificent castle ahead, summoned by Marquis Renford. Two badass black knights in full armor are standing guard at the door. As Gislan approaches, they both reach out and swing the doors open for him. Inside the elegant office, 3 people are waiting. One of them sits sternly behind the desk. Flanking Gislan are Belinda and Claw, permitted to join him. Facing them, Gislan's expression remains completely calm. Marquis Renford stares him down intensely. Gislan and Claw place hands over their hearts, bowing respectfully. An honor to meet you, Marquis Renford. I am Gislan Baron Fenris. Renford's unreadable eyes narrowed, then his expression relaxed. His deep, commanding voice filled the room. Let's list Gislan's stats. Son of Marquis Walter Pardion, the Pardion heir. Pressure started building in his voice, aiming straight at the kid. The arrogant brat who smoked a count during the Delphine War and snatched the Pardion lord seat. Then Brentford dropped the hammer cold as ice. You're nothing like your father. Gislan frowned, thought to himself, so he's watching everything, even out in the boonies. Marquis Brentford, the royal minister, top dog of the nobility. The guy leading the royal faction against Duke Delphine. He bowed slightly. Gotta be careful with a big shot like this. Nothing happens in this kingdom without him knowing. If Countess Mel, another royal heavy hitter, wasn't backing me, I wouldn't even be here. A butler slid a chair over. Please have a seat. Gislan peeped it immediately, his cosmetic product already sitting on the Marquis's desk. He sat down slowly, eye to eye with Marquis Brentford. The old man half closed his eyes. So, you claim you can fix my daughter, Rosaline's problem. Gislan grinned confidence on Max. Yeah, I can cure her. Brentford sighed, hand resting on a book. You've never even met Rosalind. Brentford clasped his hands, dead serious, voice dripping with authority. You dare say you can cure a disease that stumped everyone for years? Gislan stayed chill, kept that friendly smile plastered on. Heard rumors while I was intel gathering in the capital, and I've cured this before. Seeing that swagger, the Marquis actually praised him. Impressive confidence, kid. Gislan dipped his head. You flatter me. But then Brentford dropped a bomb. Leave. Thinking of his daughter, he got real. You're not the first to claim you can save Rosalind. They all failed, and they paid with their lives when they couldn't deliver. Brentford picked up Gislan's product, inspecting it. I don't want to see a talented kid throw his life away. Gislan thought, cold as ice, but he's right. He must have tried everything to save her. Gislan didn't back down, pivoted his strategy. Do you really not want to treat your daughter? Even if I fail, it's just skin irritation. Won't kill her. He frowned, pushing harder. But the lady, she won't see it that way. The Marquis's face went dark. I only summoned you to size you up. Brentford's voice rose. Are you really that confident? Gislan put a hand on his chest. Pure sincerity. I'm built different from the others. Seeing that determination, the Marquis hesitated. Brentford spoke slowly. If you're really ready to bet your life. He gave in. Fine, give it a shot. The Marquis looked down, giving orders. Spare no expense for Baron Fenris's treatment. Succeed, and the reward will be huge. The butler bowed. Understood. Gislan spoke up, grabbing attention. Just a reward, not enough. His eyes were intense. Grant me what I truly want. Brentford's face twisted. Dissatisfaction. Gloom. He stared at the kid, thinking. Say that again. Gislan smirked, raising a hand. You're the pillar of this kingdom. Marquis, surely you can grant one small wish? Brentford's voice boomed. pressure spiking. You dare bargain for my daughter's life? Gislan didn't flinch. Yeah, it's worth that much. He kept going, absolutely zero fear, as the kingdom's pillar. The strongest noble yet. You can't even protect your own family. Gislan sat there staring the Marquis down, hitting him where it hurts. Then what's the point of all that power? Belinda was stressing out in the back, cloud shaking, biting his nails, thinking, this lunatic, how does he dare talk like that to the Marquis? The Marquis spoke, surprisingly calm. Asking a price from me isn't cheap. Brentford faced Gislan. Behind the kid, countless lives hanging in the balance of this bet. If you really want it, then bet everything you got. His voice was deep, unpredictable. You got the guts. Gislan looked at the hand in front of him, corner of his lips curling up. Then he grabbed that hand tight. Absolute acceptance. Brentford's pupils shrank. He didn't see this coming. Gislan stared him down and answered, watch me. Eyes locked. The biggest gamble of his life was on. Then Marquis Brentford turned to his servant, cold, decisive. Tell the treasury cut all aid to Perdian. Lock down the Ferris mansion in the capital. Nobody gets in or out. Hands behind his back, he walked past him, dropping a massive burden right on Gislan's shoulders. I'll give you 1 week. Bring Rosalind to me flawless by then. He replied with a chill smile, consider it done. But inside Bro was losing it, messing up his hair, cursing under his breath, damn it. Thought I was done with money problems, now I got this mess. Belinda watched him, anxiety spiking. If the Marquis family makes a move, Ferris is cooked. It's just a matter of time. All she saw was the young man's back carrying that heavy weight. So many lives on the line. Gislan slowly got up from his chair. Marquis Brentford. He never forgives anyone who challenges his authority. And the core of it all, Lady Rosalind's illness. He started walking, lost in thought. A problem. Even the most powerful guy in the kingdom is helpless just accepting it. That's why I have to pull this off, no matter what. Marquis Brentford left one last reminder. There's no turning back now. Meanwhile, deep in the castle dungeon, a mysterious figure stood there, deep in thought. She remembered her old days. Is helping others mean risking your life? Help from the weak is just a lie. If you really want to help people. Her father's words were still etched in her heart. First, get the power you deserve. She stared at the sword resting on the table. I did what you said, Father. I trained to get strong. Trembling, she looked down at her blood-soaked hands. But if this disgusting result is what I get, then Gislan walked in from behind. He spoke up. I knew it was you. She whipped her head around. Tears were brimming in her eyes, about to fall. Lady Rosalind Brentford, the Marquis's daughter. Hand on his chest, bare minimum politeness. I am the Lord of Ferris. Then Gislan smiled, friendly. But his sudden appearance, she asked confused, why are you here? He stepped closer. To cure you. Did the cosmetics I gave you work? The second he finished, a rock flew straight at his face. Fast, but his reflexes cracked. He tilted his head, dodging it easily. Her voice trembled. You think you're the first one who said they'd cure me? Meds treatments doesn't matter what I use. Just leave me alone. It's all useless. Pure despair in her voice. She slumped to the ground, hugging her shaking body tight. He kept talking. I'm built different, because I bet my life on this, on curing you. But she's heard this before. Furious, she turned back, screaming. That's what all the greedy ones say. It's always the same, I'm different. I'll save you. I risk my life of cosmetics, this medicine, that. Just because things go your way, you think you're some special hero, don't you? Seeing her lose it, he tried to calm her down. I know you've been through hell. All that pain you've been holding in. Rosalind Brentford, heir to the Marquis bloodline. Dad leads the prince's faction. Mom was the chancellor's daughter. After her mom died, she became the Marquis family's new star. Brains and brawn, swordsmanship. Mana, she mastered it all, racking up achievements. The #1 sponsor for Cadenya's industries. But then a skin disease. Out of nowhere, ruined the star's life completely. The Marquis family tried everything, but Rosalind didn't get better. Marquis Brentford tried to fix it with a political marriage. Even if she couldn't have her old life back, the Brentford name would protect her. The cause, spontaneous skin rash. It's irreversible damage from training your mana flow all wrong. It's a rare rejection reaction. Happens when the yin-yang balance, a core rule of mana, gets shattered. The root cause is your mana circuits. Every time you abuse your mana, healing becomes that much harder. Seeing Gislan just standing there, she gripped her sword, charged, and screamed, Get out of my sight before I end you. But unlike her total meltdown, he stayed ice cold. He spoke slowly. Sorry about this, but I have to force the treatment. He gripped his hilt and dashed forward, catching her completely off guard. Clash! As she swung, he effortlessly parried it aside, then lunged in to grab her arm. He twisted it back, slamming her into the ground. He turned to the door and shouted, Wendy Belinda, Waiting outside, they rushed in to restrain Rosalind instantly. Tied down to a bed, she screamed in rage. "What is this? Untie me right now." Ignoring her, he took off his coat and said, "If you want that lady, lose the helmet first." Startled, she snapped back, "Excuse me." He continued, "I need to check your condition before the real treatment." As he spoke, Belinda stepped up to remove her mask. She shook her head violently, screaming, "No, I said I don't need it." Clang, the mask hit the floor. Her condition made everyone's eyes go wide. Speechless, he pulled out a small vial and said, "Anyway, please try to endure this for the next week. Just takes a little willpower." Gritting her teeth, she growled, "You must have a death wish." "You really think you can fix me?" Approaching her, he said softly, "If I can't fix it, I'm dead anyway. And you'll be dead soon, too." His words made her so angry she was about to cry. He looked at his hands glowing with mana, thinking to himself, "Don't worry, I'm going to nail this. Because this treatment was created by the future Rosalind, by you." He placed his hands on her. He channeled his mana, lighting up the whole room. As mana flooded and agonizing pain shot through her, it felt like she was shattering into 100 pieces, being torn apart. She screamed, "It hurts. It hurts so bad you expect me to endure this hell for a whole week. Why me? Of all the people out there, why do I have to suffer like this?" Then she remembered his words, "If I can't fix it, you'll be dead soon too." Those words sparked her will to live. She gritted her teeth, swallowing the pain. She said coldly, "Fine. If I'm dying anyway, you better do this right. If you half-ass this, I swear I'll kill you." Outside rain poured and thunder struck out of nowhere. The mansion was surrounded by royal guards. Ivan shouted, "Damn it! Who the hell are these guys surrounding us? We just got to the capital, didn't even get to party, and now we're trapped. Bet that idiot lord caused trouble again, didn't he?" The big guy next to him warned, "Hey, we can't just stay here forever. Should we find the commander?" Inside, Kale and Jillian walked down the stairs. "No need for that." Kale added, "Just chill and drink your wine, 'cause he never makes a move without a plan." 1 week later, sunlight flooded the palace like a good omen for the master of the house. Marquis Bradford went down to the basement to check on his daughter. The moment he stepped in, something startled him, making him narrow his eyes. The room looked like a horror movie, blood splattered everywhere, covering Gislan, and Rosalind lay unconscious on the bed. Her face was covered by a thin white cloth. It was terrifying to look at. Seeing him enter, Gislan turned to look. Bradford wanted to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat. Getting the hint, Gislan walked over and pulled back the cloth, covering Rosalind's face. The second the veil came off, Bradford's eyes popped wide open. He was shook. Meanwhile, the whole kingdom was buzzing. Wait, Marquis Bradford's daughter actually got cured. Say what I thought that was incurable. Someone else chimed in. The Marquis is throwing a banquet right now. Rumor has it Gislan's crew just headed to Bradford's room. The moment they walked in, they bowed out of respect. Bradford looked at him, grinning. "So it is you. You're not just all talk after all." He smiled back. "Only because you gave me a shot, Marquis." Then the Marquis got serious. "A promise is a promise. Name your price. What do you want?" The second those words came out, the vibe in the room got insanely tense. Gislan stayed silent for a second, then dropped the bomb. "I want you to be my backer." The room went dead silent. A count in the back screamed, "What? What did you just say?" Belinda grinned at her master's audacity. "That's my young lord for you. Absolutely built different." Lucas was standing there, sweating bullets, terrified. He thought to himself, if the Marquis agrees to back us, then no matter what our lord does, the Marquis is on the hook for it too. There is literally no better way to build power in this kingdom. This is the play. Bradford thought it over. "And you call this a small request. You must have a specific reason for coming to me, don't you?" "But I've already got my eye on someone else in the north." Before he could finish, Gislan cut him off. "You mean Count Berium?" Bradford flinched. "How there are other great lords in the north, like J. Paul and Desmond." "What makes you so sure it's him?" Gislan replied. "As for Desmond, he seems neutral, but that makes him a wild card. You can't trust him, especially with his family in total chaos right now. Aside from them, everyone else is either blinded by greed or just totally useless. But Count Berium is different. He's tight with the prince's faction, and the guy is absolutely loaded. He even controls a chunk of the red flame magic forces in the north. The only thing that could have caught your eye, Marquis, has to be his territory." Bradford sighed, impressed by the breakdown. "Okay then, are you saying that for a backer like me, you're worth more than Berium?" He looked him dead in the eye. "Be real with me for a second. You don't actually like Count Berium, do you?" "Am I right?" Bradford paused, then burst out laughing. "Ha ha! You nailed it. The guy's nice, sure, but he's lazy, indecisive, and way too easily swayed." He continued, "And because he's soft like that, I bet the prince's enemies, Duke Delphine's crew, have already gotten to him. If you're going to give me a reward anyway, why not go all in on me? Isn't that the better play? He placed a hand over his heart voice steady. Let me be your representative in the north. Bradford thought about it, then stood up. So that's why you risked your life to challenge me. I like it. Good. He announced to the room, everyone here is a witness. I, Marquis Bradford, am now the official sponsor of Baron Gislan Paris. Starting today, I am his shield. Anyone who crosses the Baron answers to me. Remember that when you deal with him. But you better swear that whatever you do, you'll protect my reputation. Gislan immediately dropped to one knee. He slammed his sword into the ground. I swear it. The pact was sealed. Suddenly someone walked in from outside. Congratulations, Baron. I was so out of it earlier I didn't get to greet you properly. My father may be paying the price, but I'm the one you saved. So I will be your patron as well, Baron. Later, at a party in the Duke's estate, the nobles were gossiping like crazy. One asked, did you hear the rumors? Another replied, I heard 'em. They say some upstart noble cured Lady Rosalind using some homemade cosmetics. Seriously, if it's homemade stuff, could it be that Dennet Cream Lady Mel was hyping up? Another laughed it off. Don't be ridiculous. How can makeup cure a disease that stumped the best doctors? That's impossible. Someone else fired back. Then why do you think Marquis Bradford is throwing this huge banquet? For nothing. Rumor has it he finally found someone to sponsor. That's probably what this is all about. Another noble rolled his eyes. Quit spreading that fake news. I'm sick of hearing about it. A guy in a casual fit walks in from outside, instantly grabbing the attention of all the high and mighty nobles. They start whispering, Yo, look over there. Is that Baron Paris? He's walking in with that girl Belinda. He strolls into the banquet with one hand stuffed in his pocket. Naturally, Belinda has to nag him about it. Young master, take your hand out of your pocket and please smile for once. She keeps bugging him, so he finally turns around to reply. Hey, Belinda, don't you think you're overreacting a bit? She just hits him with a cheerful reply. How often do we get to come to a place like this? This banquet is thrown by a real power player in the kingdom, just for you. Young master. So we can't let them look down on us, haha. Hearing that he lets out a cold scoff, glances at the main entrance and speaks up. This party probably isn't for me, it's actually for... Suddenly the doors swing open. Someone shouts, Marquis Brentford has arrived. The second those words drop, every eye in the room snaps to the entrance. He walks out with his daughter Rosalind. She's glowing with confidence now that she's recovered. She looks around the crowd and speaks. Long time no see, everyone. I hope you've all been well. Seeing how she looks now. The nobles down below start shouting in excitement. Look at Lady Rosalind. It's unbelievable. She's completely cured. Wow, she's even more beautiful than before. Looking at Rosalind's gorgeous face, Belinda sighs in admiration. She really looks different, huh? Is this really the same person who was snapping at us not too long ago? Meanwhile, Rosalind is up on the stage. Her eyes scan the room like she's looking for something. Then her gaze lands right on Gislan, making him flinch a little. Once everyone settles down, Brentford speaks up. Thank you all for coming. Today's banquet is to celebrate my daughter Rosalind's full recovery and also to announce a decision I've made. The person I've chosen to take under my guardianship. The nobles below are shocked, murmuring someone he's going to sponsor. So the rumors were true. Seeing their confusion, he explains. I'm sure some of you know and some don't. But, thanks to the help of a certain young man, I was able to cure the illness that tormented Rosalind for years. That man is Baron Gislan Paris. He continues the Marquis Brentford family. As Baron Paris's guardian, will do everything in our power to back him up. From now on, treat him with the same respect you would show me. After making his intentions clear, he adds, Now please enjoy the banquet. As soon as he finishes speaking, every single eye locks onto Gislan, their expressions looking terrifying, but he doesn't give a damn about them. Thinking to himself, Marquis Brentford, he's cautious when making decisions, but once he moves, he's decisive. He recalls what the Marquis said, attend the banquet. I've become your guardian, so you need to go greet the nobles in our faction. That's the only way they'll help you in the future. Back in the present, Gislan rolls his eyes and thinks, looks like most of the kingdom's key players are here. It's a bit of pressure, sure, but securing this spot will definitely be useful for me later. The nobles start whispering as they stare at him. Isn't he way too young? What a disgrace. Even if he did cure the lady's illness. Why would the Marquis sponsor such a mediocre family, hearing them badmouth him? Belinda gets angry. They don't know anything about the young master. How dare they? Rosalind steps down from the stage and heads toward him. She speaks up. Excuse the intrusion, Baron Paris. She reintroduces herself. I, Rosalind, would like to formally express my gratitude to you, Baron. As she speaks, she curtsies to him. This leaves everyone in the room stunned. She continues, No need to pay attention to that petty noise. Famous people always attract gossip, after all. He smiles and replies, I think I'd rather pass on this kind of fame. But their stares are burning so hot I feel like I'm about to get cooked. She steps closer, smiling. Today is a special day. Everyone just witnessed my return at an official event. Plus, they heard Father announce he's becoming your guardian, so I bet they're all itching to make a move. Then she extends her small hand and says, Come on, let's go say hello. Everyone is waiting for you. He freezes for a few seconds at her offer, then glances back at Belinda. But she's already beaming, totally approving of this. Getting the green light, he turns back and gives a slight smile. Then the two of them start circulating to greet everyone. Rosalind introduces him. The prince's faction can be divided into 3 main groups. Leading the first is Madame Cat, a tycoon who controls the capital's culture and high society. She belongs to the Count Elsword family. Next is the eldest son of the kingdom's prime minister, who manages law and administration. First up, the Grand Judge and my family's in-law, Lord Belloc Norton. And next, the guy controlling the kingdom's entire military force, Commander-in-Chief Marquis Macquarie. These are the high-ranking nobles holding all the real power, running the admin, justice, and military of the Lutania kingdom. Depending on who our northern baron greets first, he's basically deciding who keeps their face and who gets embarrassed. He looks tense, remembering what Branford told him. Don't forget the world you're stepping into is nothing like it used to be. Standing in front of the kingdom's big shots, Gislan lets out a small sigh and scans the room. He places a hand over his chest and speaks up. I am Baron Paris. The first person he approaches is Count Elsword. He says, I look forward to your guidance. Seeing him choose Elsword first, Macquarie's eyes burn with pure rage. Elsword steps up warmly, patting his shoulder. Right, actually, I'm the one who should be asking for your help. Thanks to you, my wife has been beaming with pride lately. If you ever need a hand, just come find me anytime. Mel chimes in from the side. Oh, little brother, you really are a man of honor, aren't you? But at this slightly overly friendly tone, Gislan frowns a bit and whispers, Madam, you probably shouldn't call me that in public. She smiles back. What's the harm between us? Anyway, thanks for saving face for our family. Seeing them chat for so long, Macquarie over on the side covers his mouth and clears his throat loudly. A guy in blue behind him speaks up. If you're the Border Count's son, shouldn't you naturally be greeting Marquis Macquarie, the Commander-in-Chief, first? The guy next to him adds, Looks like Marquis Branford is getting old. His judge of character has really gone downhill. Hearing the noise behind him, Gislan glances at the group and walks over. But right as he gets in front of them, he walks straight past the 3 of them. With Macquarie staring in total shock, he walks up to greet Belloc, instead introducing himself, I am Baron Paris. Belloc smiles. I truly thank you for healing, Lady Rosalind. Thanks to you, I can finally breathe easy. We heard from the Marquis you're planning to rescue the dwarf and elf slaves, right? Don't worry about the legal issues with slaves and taxes. Leave that to me. Hearing this, he bows respectfully and replies, Thank you, my lord. Only after greeting Belloc does he finally head over to where Macquarie is standing. The old man is literally shaking with rage. He snaps, Don't get cocky just because Branford is backing you up. Trash like you, I can get rid of you whenever I want. Facing this threat, he just calmly replies, Yes, I still have a lot to learn. I hope you'll teach me well in the future. Meanwhile, other marquises in the room clearly don't agree with Branford's choice. They start whispering among themselves. I can't believe he'd trust a country bumpkin like this. Don't tell me it's just because he's tight with Elsword. And isn't it also because Lord Norton and Marquis Branford are in-laws? Through all the gossip, Branford stays completely chill. Back to Gislan. After finishing his greetings, he walks over to Rosalind. Seeing him return, she asked, Did you choose that greeting order on purpose? He calmly replies, I just followed my heart. The moment he says that, a swarm of other marquises rush toward him like moths to a flame. They start shouting, Sir, look over here. Please, accept this gift. I heard you personally defended the territory during the war, right? Please spare a moment for my family. Watching the crowd mob, Galen Elsword comments, He's definitely earned Marquis Macquarie's hatred now. Mel smiles. He handled that old man pretty easily. Belloc adds, Even if Macquarie is jealous, he can't refuse to acknowledge the boy because of Marquis Branford. Branford steps up and says, That goes without saying. Because he cured my daughter's illness, something every other healer in this kingdom gave up on. Looking at him, Belloc remarks, To find such an incredible person worth trusting. You really are something else. Branford sighs softly. I didn't do anything special. The fact that he climbed his way up from the bottom to stand before me, that was all him. He used raw power to turn a losing battle into a victory, and he has the ability to read the situation and predict what's coming next. That's why I thought I can trust him, but when a light shines that suddenly and that brightly, I just hope the darkness doesn't follow. Just then outside the room, a man taps his cane against the ground thud. It makes Gislan flinch. Someone walks in through the door, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Seeing who it is, Gislan's eyes go wide in shock. As the man walks in, the tapping of his cane echoes heavily through the room. Staring at the man in front of him, Gislan thought to himself, "You guys finally decided to crawl out of your holes. My mortal enemy, my eternal foe, the Delphine Duke's family, and you are his right-hand man." Also known as the Duke's advisor, Round Joseph. Then he shifted his gaze to the burly figure standing behind him. His face was completely hidden behind a mask. Watching the two of them walk in, the crowd started buzzing with whispers. "They're Duke Delphine's people. Nothing good comes from messing with them. Don't be stupid enough to make eye contact." Tsk. Just as the atmosphere was settling, Joseph ignored the chatter of the small fry and stepped forward to speak. "Long time no see, Marquis Brentford." Seeing them, Brentford replied indifferently, "Duke Joseph, I thought you weren't interested." In places like this, he showed a clearly unfriendly expression. "I only came here to meet one person. I heard you've taken in a young lion." The person he was referring to was none other than Gislan. Seeing this, Brentford's gaze turned serious. He spoke coldly. "Even so, that's not something a duke like you needs to concern yourself with." "Who is the person behind you?" he replied. "That is my guardian knight, not something the Marquis needs to worry about." A knight stepped up from behind and spoke. Even if it's the Duke's guardian knight, he must clearly reveal his identity. Then he ordered, "Show your face." The bodyguard opposite him didn't respond, which made the knight furious. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he shouted, "Did you not hear what I said?" Seeing things getting tense, Brentford raised his hand to intervene. "Enough, Tonleo." Keeping a gaze full of killing intent, he looked towards Joseph. He voiced a warning. "You've traveled a long way. Please save your energy. Don't let the name of Duke Delphine suffer any stain." Responding to the challenge, Joseph narrowed his eyes slightly. "Thank you for your concern." But watching their backs as they walked away, Brentford pondered in his heart. Even when Raoul, a key figure of the Duke, was already in the capital, there were 0 reports sent to me. Somehow, they evaded the eyes and ears of this Brentford. Has the Duke's reach really extended all over the capital? The two of them now walked up in front of Gislan. He looked at them with cold eyes, their gazes clashing like sparks were flying. Then he spoke coldly. "Do you know who I am?" Gislan's eyes remained serious as he replied indifferently, "Yes, about you. I heard plenty of news when I was still in the capital." The man continued, "I've also heard a lot about you. Baron Gislan Ferris. I hear you've achieved quite a few accomplishments in the north." Hearing these words, Gislan thought to himself, "Right. He knows very well because all the plots to overthrow Berium are your doing." He remained silent and didn't answer. The man continued, "Right, Gislan. That's enough with the greetings. How about we move somewhere else to talk? Because I have something private to discuss with you." Afterward, the two moved to a tea table in a quiet spot. He spoke coldly. "I'll get straight to the point. We are interested in the cosmetics you created. Rumor has it that a product has appeared effective enough that Lady Rosalind's skin has regained its vitality, so I came to the capital myself. But actually, we are also developing a similar product." At this moment, Gislan wasn't focusing on his story at all. Instead, his eyes were constantly observing the bodyguard behind. Then he spoke up, "If you intend to talk about an exclusive contract or technology sharing, allow me to refuse right now." He interrupted, I have no intention of talking about boring things like that. What I want to say is, for an outstanding young man like you do, you really have to rot away in a godforsaken countryside like the North. Yet, thanks to an incident, you suddenly shined, leading troops to victory in war and establishing a solid foothold in the capital. Was that luck or your actual strength? His words held an implied threat. Gislan replied without showing any fear. "I just took the trouble to learn a little bit, that's all." Facing this sharp answer, he said, "Is that so? Then come to Duke Delphine. Talent and ability have an expiration date. If you stay in a harsh place like the North, before you can even display your talent, you'll suffer because of the barbarians or wars, and then your life will end. Outstanding young people like you getting buried like that. I've seen it more than once or twice." He reached out a hand to invite, "If you rely on the Duke, you won't have to worry about things like that anymore, because we hold the power to make that a reality." Facing these seductive words, Gislan replied bluntly, "I have already joined the prince's faction." He continued to persuade. "But saying you fully committed is a bit of a stretch. You've only just dipped your toes in. I can grant you a worthy territory in the south. Of course, for your father as well." Even Count Berium has to struggle to protect the kingdom from the northern barbarians, right? You can't just keep intercepting them forever. Time to live a chill life. Joseph's glazing was exactly what Gislan predicted. He thought annoyed. Of course he's using that tone again. Even though I shook hands with the prince's faction opposing the duke, he's still trying to poach me. I heard there's a product so effective it brought Lady Rosalind's skin back to life, so I came to the capital myself. Actually, we're developing a similar product. Brother Gislan wasn't focusing on the old man's story at all. Instead, he kept his eyes locked on the bodyguard behind him. Then he spoke up. If you're about to talk about an exclusive contract or sharing tech, let me stop you right there. The man interrupted him. No, I didn't come to talk about boring stuff like that. What I want to say is a young talent like you, rotting away in the boonies. Come to the Duke's estate. Want to switch to my side. A simple offer, but it made Joseph squint. Attention! After the negotiation, the two got in the carriage, leaving the Duke's castle. Inside, the bodyguard asked, How do you feel, sir? What's your impression after meeting that Gislan guy personally? He pondered for a moment, then replied, He has such strange eyes. Made me want to gouge them out. The bodyguard said, That guy planned to kill you. I felt his bloodlust. He didn't stop testing my strength. Probably thinking how to get past me and clap you. He and I basically had an invisible duel, exchanging moves endlessly, one attacking, one defending. Our eyes didn't leave each other for a second. After the exchange, Gislan spoke up. Viscount, do you want to switch to my side? But Joseph, processing this sudden offer, smiled meaningfully and said, Truly the man who made Marquis Brentford submit. Then he stood up, turned to leave, saying, Nice meeting you. If there's a chance, we'll meet again. Gislan replied coldly. Yes, I look forward to it too. The bodyguard still hadn't taken his eyes off Gislan. He replied with a cold stare too, saying, The first sword of the kingdom of Cayenne. Snapping back to the present, Cain said he knew about me beforehand. Receiving the unexpected answer, Joseph muttered, Hearing you say that, it seems the rumors about his achievements aren't just hot air. Anyway, his takeover of the north is just slowed down a bit, not completely up in smoke. There are still other ways. I'll have to warn Desmond clearly. Tell him when facing Gislan. He must treat it like facing a territory knight commander and plan accordingly. Cain on the opposite side interrupted. The first sword of the north. Treat it like facing a first sword of the north. Not some mid-knight commander. Back at his mansion, everyone was currently busy moving goods. Extremely urgently. Xiao shouted, Come on, gather all the stuff. Don't leave a single item behind. Skim 1 copper, and you'll see what happens. Hehe, are these all the items the Marquis sent to support us? Move all the military supplies over here. Scene shifts to Gislan. He was talking to Rosalind. He said, I'm preparing to head back north. This shocked her. So soon. He nodded. Yes, lots to do. Then he glanced at her, stammering, So as discussed, I'll give you the distribution rights for Dene up to the 300,000 gold you promised. He looked at her with expectation. She thought for a bit, then said, Do you have nothing else to say to me besides money? He froze for a few seconds because we're in a relationship between a sponsee and a sponsor. She pouted, You're so cold, savage. Then she sighed as your sponsor. I need to know more about the Baron. The understanding between us needs to be deeper. For example, what is your goal that makes you live a life of only work like this? He looked at her, then looked away, replying, Nothing special. My goal is simply to eat well and stay warm. The half-hearted answer made Rosalind unhappy. She said, You're not being honest at all. If that was really your goal, you should have joined Duke Delphine's faction. Like Viscount Joseph offered not the prince's faction. Regarding her question, he pondered for a few seconds. That's because I, as the heir of Podium and Lord of Fenris, have set a goal. To do that, I need your power, but I won't share my burden and make you carry it. The statement stunned her. Why burdens are meant to be shared. So, before she could finish, he grabbed her small hand, making her jump and drop her fan. Then he gently bowed and kissed her hand. A kiss that made Rosalind stiffen her face, indescribably shy. He continued, Because I truly wish for you to be happy. After that smooth line, he turned and left, leaving Rosalind standing like a statue, yearning over his words. He walked away, face full of thought. The Marquis' banquet ended on a high note. I turned down Raoul's offer while saving face for Marquis Brentford. Smooth. At the same time, the supplies meant for Brabant territory got rerouted to Paris and Podium. Plus, under Brentford's name, the people in both territories are getting tax breaks and special treatment. Big win. Thanks to that, I pulled in over 50,000 people from the royal territories to migrate to my land. Massive numbers. The dwarf slaves, top-tier labor, are also on their way to Ferris. After this, nobody's gonna dare look down on our territory as some small, poor dump ever again. But those scumbags showing up at the Marquis's place, definitely a sign they're cooking up a new scheme to take us down. Hesitate and we're dead. Duke Delphine, I swear I'll kill you and wipe every trace of your existence off the face of this world. Scene shifts to Ferris territory. A guy with cuffs on his hands and feet is dragging himself forward, steps heavy. Behind him, there's a few other guys chained up just like him. The guy behind speaks up. Hey, Ganveric, looks like the Lord is here, right? Hearing that, he glances forward. Inside the city, the people are chanting, "The Lord has returned." Seeing the massive crowd lining the streets, Belinda gasps, "Oh my God, everyone came out to welcome us?" With everything he's done a welcome, this huge makes total sense. But amidst the cheering, the prisoners are watching closely. The prisoners start whispering, "Everyone seems super hyped, huh? Honestly, I've never seen a territory like this. Heard the Lord here even built new houses for the citizens. He declared he'd never let anyone go hungry. That's why the people here love their Lord so much." Hearing this, Ganveric sighs quietly. Don't forget we've been scammed more than once. At the end of the day, a noble is still a noble. He's just another piece of trash who only cares about filling his own stomach. Catching the drift, the two guys behind him ask Ganveric, "You talking like that means you're going to go through with the plan." He mutters back, "That's right, stick to the plan." Gislan spots them in the crowd, his eyes lingering on them for a few seconds. Seeing him freeze up like a statue, Belinda nudges him. "Young master, what are you doing? You gotta wave to your people at least once." He gives a lazy wave just to get it over with. Claw soaking in the warm welcome grins. Nothing beats coming home. This is the life. We're rolling in money now, so let's just take it easy. Before he can finish, Gislan cuts in. "Claw, tell Lowell to organize all the documents I handed over and bring them to my office." The cold command makes Claw jump. "Excuse me. What?" "We just got back and you're working already." "Come on, let everyone rest a bit," he replies flatly. "Since when do slaves like you get a break? You rested enough in the capital. Call a meeting. Now." "Yes, sir." Moments later, everyone gathers in the office. Getting straight to business, he turns to the person beside him. "Lowell, is everything with manager home run going smoothly?" Lowell nods. "Yes, my lord." Gislan adds, "Tell him I'll drop by his territory later." Then he switches back to the main topic. "Now give me the situation report for the time I was gone." Lowell checks the notebook in his hand and says, "Regarding territory operations, I followed the instructions you left before heading to the capital to the letter." He asks, "What about the construction of the key facilities?" Ivan cuts in. "I took a look on the way here. Seems like the road, repairs, and irrigation canals were all finished, while Vanessa and I were away, huh?" Vanessa bonks Ivan with her staff, scolding him. "Hey, show some respect when you speak." Lowell continues. "Also, the workshops and food warehouses are nearly complete. If we put the slaves we just brought back from the capital to work, the rest will be finished in no time. Especially the harvest, it's massive. We probably won't need to buy grain from the merchants anymore." Belinda asks, "How massive are we talking?" Claw answers confidently. "In terms of total yield, we're matching Brentford. And for yield per acre, we're number one in the kingdom. Unbeatable." Wendy frowns in the back, thinking to herself, didn't he say just the other day that farming here was absolutely impossible? Hearing the news, Belinda gets hype. "At this rate, our young master is going to be a great lord in no time. Plus, we've got the prince's faction backing us up." Gislan continues. "Just as predicted, our goal of reviving the territory is becoming a reality." But while everyone celebrates, Gislan is lost in thought. This place finally looks like a real territory, but it's still not enough. He speaks up. "Keep buying up food until I say stop. We also need to expand the residential districts, so clear the land now." Claw jumps confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" He continues. "From this moment on, we prepare for war." The whole room goes dead silent before screaming in unison. War Claw yells out, "Wait a minute. What do you mean who dare attack the territory of a lord allied with the prince and under Marquis Brentford's protection like yourself?" His voice went cold. "It's Desmond, or Zephyr. Just read those documents first." Looking at the stack of papers he handed over, Cloud stammered, "This is the Desmond territory is drafting soldiers and training knights on a massive scale. They're even recruiting freelance knights. Trade history shows they're buying up huge amounts of weapons and iron ore." He added, "That's the investigation report on Count Desmond's movements before we left for the capital. The key point is they're also buying a massive amount of high-quality iron ore from Count Cabandi's territory." Jillian rubbed his chin. "The most important supplies for war prep are food, soldiers, and weapons. Iron ore is essential for crafting and repairing weapons. But you're saying the amount they're buying is way off too much for peacetime, right? Cloud continued, bottom line, a real war might actually break out. Right. Ivan held his head and cursed, damn it. Are we really going to have to fight another one of those hellish battles again? Vanessa looked deep in thought worry on her face. After checking the files, Cloud spoke up. If Desmond hogs the iron ore like that, fighting them is going to be a nightmare. To level up the territory's overall strength, iron ore is non-negotiable. But you know Count Kabandi would never sell to us, right? He nodded. Yeah. At this point, just consider Count Kabandi as already belonging to Duke Dolphin's faction. But if we go looking for iron ore now, they might already be finished preparing for a territory war. He went on. Basically, our current situation is a bit tricky. His words plunged everyone into silence. Then he spoke up. So now I'm going to tell you the upcoming plan. Everyone's eyes snapped to him with anticipation. He smiled. We're going to attack Count Kabandi's territory first. As soon as the words dropped, the room felt like it had been hit by an earthquake. Everyone stared at him in shock. Scene changed to Count Kabandi's territory, Kabandi Castle. He popped a grape into his mouth, bit down hard, then spat the seeds onto the floor. Drawing the attention of the person across from him, he spoke. What did you just say? The Northern First Sword. Harold kept his cool and said, a report came from the Duke's house regarding the investigation of the Fenris territory. The Lord of Fenris Gislan. Fenris. That side says, we have to face him as if we're facing the Northern First Sword himself. See, he's a character whose next move we can't predict. You'd better prepare for war too, just in case. This made Kabandi pause for a few seconds. Then he smiled and said, why are you telling me this? You're the one who has to go out and fight Harold. He repeated, you're the one who has to go out and fight Harold. Kabandi broke into a completely casual smile. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Did you lose all your sharpness after taking that heavy L? Who would dare attack this place that you're telling me to prep for war? Not to mention the deep moat surrounding the castle and the 2 layers of walls I had built even stronger than regular fortresses. Plus the defensive siege weapons I crafted using the North's top-tier alchemy techniques. This place is the most solid fortress passed down through my family for generations. You see all this and still say I need to ramp up preparations. Sorry, but throughout my family's history, this castle has never been breached, not even once. Instead of worrying about me, Desmond, you should worry about yourself. Didn't we just lose a very precious secret weapon? These words made Desmond absolutely furious. He clenched his fist tight, his eyes burning with rage. Scene changed to the Fenris territory. At this moment, Cloud and Jillian placed their hands over their chests in a salute. Along with them, Belinda also bowed her head slightly as Gislan's figure walked past. He was decked out in pitch-black armor fists, clenched eyes full of determination as he stepped forward. In front of him now was a massive, powerful army. He looked at them and praised great energy. I know it's not easy to trust and follow someone without any financial gain, but you all trusted me and followed me all the way here. Like I declared before, I'm going to turn all 200 of you into true knights. Starting today, the Fenris Knight Order is officially established. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the sword in his hand hard into the ground, followed by the determined cheers of the soldiers below. Inside a nearby tent, Cloud exclaimed, "This is insane. No matter how I look at it, I can't predict if this is actually feasible or not." Then he turned and asked, "What do you think, Wendy?" She stayed silent, deep in thought. Scene changed to a short while ago, back in his meeting room. He broke the silence. "We're going to attack Count Kabandi's territory first." The room froze. Cloud lost it and shouted, "Why are you pivoting like that? Count Desmond and Kabandi act like neutral nobles, but they've already sided with the Duke. They're just sacrificial pawns. Through them, the Duke's house can operate freely in the north without any hassle. Simply put, Kabandi is an op. Plus, once we win this war, their iron mines are ours. It's the perfect chance to stunt the enemy's growth and fast-track Feda's development." His words made the room go silent again. After thinking it over, Cloud asked, "So how exactly do you plan to attack them, my lord?" Gislan chimed in. "Kabandi's forces are known as top tier in the north." Cloud nodded facts. Plus, forgetting everything else for a second, in terms of quantity and quality, our military strength isn't nearly enough for a territory war. Sensing the room's anxiety, he spoke up. "That's why I'm going to turn all 200 mercenaries we have into mana-wielding knights. They say a properly trained knight has the combat power of 100 soldiers. Basically, if we create a knight order of 200, we'll have a force equal to 20,000 soldiers." This left Belinda standing next to him, totally confused. "But how doesn't it take years for someone to master mana?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned to Vanessa. "Can you bring that out for me?" She nodded. "Yes, my lord. Immediately, 3 large crates filled with magic scrolls were set down in front of everyone. Gislan stared at them. Are you planning to use the mana acceleration formation? Did you blow all our runestones just to make this? He picked up a magic scroll and nodded. Using this makes the training a bit unorthodox, but it forces mana cultivation fast. I even tweaked the Berium family's mana cultivation method to make it easier. 1 month is all we need. Belinda narrowed her eyes. You messed with the family's cultivation method without permission. Young master, the Lord didn't flinch. Better they learn it than die ignorant. His attitude left Gislan completely baffled. However, simply training soldiers won't be enough to take down Kabandi Castle. Based on my memories from when I infiltrated Count Kabandi's castle as a mercenary, it's got solid double-layered walls on high ground, deep moats surrounding it, and defensive weapons packed everywhere. Yada, yada, yada. Bottom line, thanks to those defenses, Kabandi Castle has never fallen in the family's entire history. So if they turtle up, it'll be impossible to use our mercenary guerrilla tactics. Cloud spoke up. You hear that? We should drop the preemptive strike idea. Can't we just focus on blocking Desmond? Even if it's a grind, we should look for iron ore elsewhere. Seeing them get cold feet, he cut in, want to make a bet on whether we win or lose. Seeing his gambling addiction flare up, Cloud screamed, Hell no! Why do you keep gambling with the fate of our territory? Seeing his anxiety, Gislan spoke up confidently. You don't need to worry too much. I've got it all planned out. Gordon raised his hand from the back. But to be a knight, you have to use mana. And I heard that takes years at best. So how are we supposed to use mana now? He replied, As you know, mastering the mana cultivation method properly takes years of training. But I'm going to make you mana capable in just 1 month. Gordon looked bewildered. 1 month. He explained, I'm going to teach you in a way that's extremely easy to understand. After that, he and the knights began the training. Soon, bodies were scattered all over the ground, gasping for air. In the center of it all, Gislan was forcing mana through Gordon's body, making him scream in pain. He shouted, Suck it up! We're cramming years of training into a single month, so the pain is going to be just as intense. Through the acceleration formation, you'll feel the mana temporarily. You need to pull the mana particles from the air down to your dantian to form a core. Just imagine, he said. The flow, it's like winding a spool of thread. Right then, a speck of mana formed between Gislan's palms. He was so hyped he burst out laughing, shaking the whole domain. Absolute power. Job done, he headed out. Belinda stepped up immediately. You've worked hard, young master. It's fine, he replied. Get everyone back to the dorms. Keep an eye on them for now, Lowell. We're crafting our own Knight Order armor starting today. Speaking of how are those variant slaves doing? Lowell replied, Yes, sir. The elves aren't here yet, but the hobgoblins are waiting in the territory dorms. Gislan narrowed his eyes. The dorms inside the territory. He looked up at the distant sky, lost in thought. Then a whisper. Looks like the moon won't be rising tonight. Outside the territory, the ground shook violently in a clearing. Boom! A hand shot up from the dirt. Gonverick climbed out, followed by his crew. He looked down at them. Everyone hurry up. One guy hesitated. Gonverick, are you sure about this? If we just leave this kingdom, will we really be free? I heard there's a secret zone in another kingdom, he replied. A place where variants live together. We'll be free there. I know it. Move it. The border's right in front of us. But nobody moved. They were shaking, trembling like they saw a ghost. He yelled, furious, What are you waiting for? Let's go. Do you want to stay slaves after coming this far? If you're scared, then get lost. Go be entertainment dogs for the nobles your whole lives. Sounds great, huh? He didn't realize a shadow was already standing right behind him. One guy pointed terrified. No, that's not it. Behind you, Gonverick spun around. Gislan was there, standing, watching. He hadn't sensed a thing. He spoke calmly. You know running is useless, right? The crowd panicked. Our escape plan did he know the whole time? Gonverick gritted his teeth. How did you find us so fast? Then it hit him. Wait, did you come alone? Gislan nodded. Just me. The variants whispered among themselves. Then the vibe changed. They looked at him with pure bloodlust. If we kill you, we're free. Gislan sighed, unimpressed. All right then, show me what you got. After he absolutely wrecked them. Gonverick was covered in wounds. He struggled to stand, gasping for air. Gislan stepped closer. A dwarf, huh? You're tanky, I'll give you that. If word gets out that you escaped, the slave traders will hunt you down like dogs. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and work for me? Gonverick didn't listen. He just laughed. Haha. You're hilarious. We'd rather die chasing freedom than rot here making boring toys for you nobles. If you think we'll ever obey, you keep dreaming. That defiance, exactly what Gislan wanted. He smirked. Stubborn, I like it. He really is the future legendary blacksmith. Then the offer, 10 years. Work for me for 10 years. In exchange, I'll build a dwarf autonomous zone right here, and I'll strip your slave status. You'll be free." The crowd behind him gasped. What did he say? Free us. Is that real? Ganverick gritted his teeth. Bullshit, that's impossible. The kingdom's laws say we're slaves for life. You think a lord of this poor wasteland has the authority to free us? Gislan shrugged. Laws are made by people. If I want to change them, I will. A guy whispered, Ganverick, remember he's backed by the Grand Duke's faction. He might actually be able to pull it off. Ganverick went silent. He clenched his fists until they shook. Gislan saw him wavering. I don't care about boring toys, technology, or luxury goods. I want you to build something way more interesting. Ganverick frowned. Interesting. He looked up at the sky. I want to fly. Cut to 1 month later. Kabandi Castle. The Count sat there holding a letter from Greyland. It read, To Count Kabandi, I am formally notifying you that you are disrupting the northern iron market by unfairly trading with only one family. Specifically, if you don't open up the iron market to Ferris and the neighboring territories, you're going to regret it. Signed, Baron Gislan. Reading the letter, he blurted out, What the hell is this? A subordinate explained, It's a letter from Baron Ferris, sir. That rude, insolent brat doesn't know his place. Seems like he's lost his mind, too. Kabandi stared at the letter and said, Sending threats like this only works if you've actually got the power to back it up. Who do these Ferris guys think they are? Sending me a blunt, trashy note like this. Yellow Shirt spoke up. From what I know, they're still sweeping up food in bulk from other territories. They're even willing to pay extra just to secure grain deals with our merchant guild. Another guy chimed in. Looks like they took in a huge wave of refugees sent by the prince's faction, so they're absolutely starving for food right now. A guy in a blue shirt spoke up. That's why I can't wrap my head around why they're sabotaging themselves like this. Can't they just hold out a bit? Harvest season is coming. Prices will drop soon anyway. Brownhair added, Why try to understand that's just how kids are? They run on youthful adrenaline and act blind. Kabandi held the letter to a candle flame, burning it as he coldly said, A new territory fighting to survive suddenly wants to expand. I guess this mess was expected. It's just a pity I won't be around to watch you crash and burn with my own eyes. Scene cuts to the Marquis Brentford household. He walked into his office, taking off his cloak, when his eyes narrowed. He spotted something. A letter had appeared on his desk. He paused, deep in thought for a few seconds. He walked over, picked up the letter, and opened it. It was from Gislan. It read, Marquis, please advise the nobles of the prince's faction to stockpile enough food for 10 years, because a massive famine is coming that will shake the entire kingdom. He flinched at the words, then stared out the window, lost in thought. Dawn broke quickly. Rosalind walked in half asleep and said, Father, you called. I heard you didn't go back to your room to rest last night. Still standing there, staring at the family crest with his back to her, he didn't answer. Then he turned and said, Rosalind, pass a message to the vassals and the prince's faction nobles. I'm calling an emergency meeting. Immediately. After I sent that letter to Marquis Brentford, sure enough, not long after a massive famine like never before hit the kingdom. The climate turned brutal and dry. Rivers emptied out to the bottom. Crops withered and died, and people were dropping like flies from hunger. And, of course, total chaos broke out as everyone fought over food. It was a historic disaster. Back in his office, he thought for a moment and muttered, It's time. Over at Duke Kabandi's side, he was screaming, The signs are popping up everywhere. It's definitely a drought, and food prices are still skyrocketing. How can the weather be this insane without any warning? Did the prince's faction nobles already stockpile food? There's even rumors that Ferris territory is having a bumper harvest despite the drought. He slammed the table in rage. Damn it. We're out of food. What is that guy Desmond dragging his feet for? We should have raided Ferris earlier to steal their grain and land. A subordinate replied about that regarding Desmond. He said, Please just be patient a little longer. Seems like Desmond's side is busy dealing with their own mess, so they missed the chance to attack. Kabandi ground his teeth in fury, cursing that stupid bastard. When the hell are those people sending us the food? The brown-haired guy spoke up. My lord, there is still one way for us to get food fast. That is to trade the amount of iron Baron Ferris wants in exchange for their grain. The other barons went livid. Yellow Shirt yelled, Hey, what are you saying? Ferris is with the prince's faction. If we give him iron, isn't the duke's family going to be pissed? Another guy added, Besides, the aid is just slightly delayed. The duke's family and Desmond promised to help. Let's just wait a bit longer. We have to survive to wait, don't we? We can't steal any more food from the locals. We're barely holding them back with the knights as it is. He's right, though. Duke's family or whatever. At this rate, who knows if we'll last until backup arrives. That's not to mention, If the food supplies run out and the soldiers start starving this fortress, which hasn't been breached once in the entire history of the Kabandi family, is going to get wrecked from the inside out by a riot. Even Kabandi had to admit that was true. He looked down and muttered, "We're at rock bottom and you want me to bow down to that kid? No way." Gritting his teeth with sweat pouring down his face, he finally spoke up. "Should we just send someone to Ferris, give him the iron, and bring back food?" The counts were totally shook. The brown-haired guy nodded immediately. "Yes, my lord." But Kabandi clenched his fist in rage. "Whatever. Baron Ferris is destined to die by the Duke's hand anyway. Giving him a little iron ore won't change a thing. Besides, whether it's the Duke's family or Count Desmond if they want beef over this, just tell them to try and raid this place. Nobody is shaking my fortress. It's peak defense." He pointed at the soldiers, yelling, "What are you guys standing around for? Send someone now before we all starve to death?" The knight started stuttering. Sir, we probably don't need to do that, because Baron Ferris already brought his army to the front gate." Kabandi's eyes went wide with shock. Sweating like a fountain, he stammered out, "Say what meanwhile outside the territory?" Gislan's squad was already there. Gordon started complaining, "Man, this armor's heavy. It's super annoying to move in." One guy shot back, "Quit whining. The dwarves had to use double the precious black python materials just to fit that massive body of yours." Gordon puffed out his chest and slapped it. "I can channel mana now, bro. Even without armor, my perfect muscles wouldn't get a single scratch." The other guy stepped up and threw a massive haymaker at the armor. But it didn't do 0 damage. He stepped forward, muttering, "Okay, that is actually solid. Dwarf-made armor really is built different." The MC led the cavalry forward and shouted, "All troops move out." Right behind him were Cal and Jillian ready to throw hands. He smiled and said, "Ferris Knights, let's get it." Seeing the army marching toward his castle, Kabandi and the other nobles looked down from the high walls absolutely terrified. One guy panicked. "The Ferris army has us surrounded. The moat is dry because of the drought, and they chose now to attack. What is up with that army strength? How can a broke baron mobilize a force like that? Did the prince's faction send reinforcements?" Kabandi screamed in rage, "Shut up and stop freaking out. What can they even do against our fortress? It's unbreakable. If we use our defensive weapons, they won't even get close to the shadow of these walls." From down below, the MC looked up and shouted, "Count Kabandi, I assume you read the letter I sent." The old man screamed back, "Gislan Ferris, what is the meaning of this? You dare bring an army here without any warning?" He replied coldly, "I made myself perfectly clear in that letter, didn't I? I warned you, if you didn't increase the iron supply, you'd regret it." The brown-haired guy gritted his teeth. "You little brat. You think that's a valid excuse to pull a stunt like this?" The white-haired guy raged. "You think you can just make up a reason and march on another noble's territory?" Kabandi threatened, "If you want a real territory, war, come up with a proper justification. And declare war officially. I'm not dealing with someone who disrespects noble etiquette like you." The MC muttered, "Declare war, huh?" Then he pointed behind him and called for Julian. Julian stepped up and handed him a bow. He drew it back, aiming right at the castle wall. Seeing that Kabandi immediately pulled soldiers in front of him as human shields, he screamed, "That lunatic. Everyone raise your shields. Protect the count." Julian gasped. "That wall is seriously high, sir." But the MC had a plan. He gripped the arrow, made his horse crouch low, and then let it fly. The arrow zoomed toward Kabandi. It punched through a shield, went straight through a soldier's head, and sliced right through Kabandi's ear. The guy froze completely, his face turning pale as a sheet. From below, the MC declared, "There is my declaration of war scene change to the capital Cadinia." Meanwhile, in Brentford's room, an emergency meeting was going down. One person announced Baron Ferris has started a territory war. The guy in the hat added, "Thanks to his advice, we survived the famine with our stored food." But then the guy in black replied, "Why would he start a war right now?" Brentford leaned on his hand and asked, "What justification is he using?" Number 2 replied, "It's because Count Kabandi refused to open the iron market to Fenris and the nearby regions. This situation has exposed the fact that Count Kabandi has actually been trading iron all along, exclusively with Desmond's territory, basically." A guy in a hat scoffed, "Skiff, he really wanted to. He would have just cooked up some excuse to declare war anyway." The guy in red jumped in. "What's left to think about before this mess gets any worse?" "We gotta kick his ass out of the Prince faction." The blue shirt nodded in agreement. "I heard we need to come down hard on him." Another guy chimed in, "While we're busting our backs trying to fix the damage from the drought. That guy's just diving headfirst into some pointless war." The white-haired dude spoke up sarcastically, "Seems to me like you've just got a massive grudge against him." That made the brown-haired guy snap and yell, "Excuse me, Seeing things were about to get out of hand, Rosaline stepped in. Everyone please calm down. What we need to do right now is figure out a solution for this mess in the north. What's done is done. Arguing like this is just wasting time. The brown-haired guy let out a cold snort. I'm calmer than you can imagine. Anyone can see that what he's doing is just handing the Duke's family the perfect excuse to come after us. Someone walked in from outside and agreed, I'm with him on that one. My dear nobles of the Prince faction. Seeing who it was, the crowd gasped in shock. You're from the Duke's family. Branford shot a cold glare at the man who just spoke. He said, Count Balgus. Balgus replied, as you all know, Baron Fenris has attacked Count Kabandi, a neutral noble. But to think something like this would happen while everyone here is suffering from natural disasters? Should we consider this the will of the entire Prince faction, Marquis Branford? Those words carried a hidden threat, making Branford frown in thought. The white-haired guy thought to himself, the Duke's intel network is no joke, huh? The guy in the hat was thinking the same thing. Barging in with that tough attitude, is he confident he's got dirt on us? Rosalind swallowed hard, deep in thought. This incident could turn every single neutral noble into an enemy of the Prince faction. It's a golden opportunity for the Duke's side to gain the upper hand. No exaggeration. The fate of the entire faction depends on what my father says next. On the flip side, for the Prince faction, if Lord Gislan fails, we lose our influence in the north. And even if he leaves the faction, the result is the same. However, if Fenris actually wins and takes over the biggest iron mine in the north that Kabandi owns, the rewards would far outweigh the risks. After a moment of silence, Branford clasped his hands and slammed them down on the table. He declared Baron Fenris's justification for launching this territory war is completely valid. That made Paul Wood over on the other side frown and ask, what exactly do you mean by that? He replied, because I consider this a personal dispute between Baron Fenris and Count Kabandi, not the will of the Prince faction. And the Duke's family has no grounds to interfere here. Bod spoke up to argue. But even if he wants war, shouldn't he pick the right time? You standing by and watching is no different from abandoning your duties as a noble of the Prince faction. The duty to maintain order in the kingdom. Hearing that, he sighed softly and replied, I've got a question for you too. Why is the Duke's family reacting so sensitively to this? It's almost as if Count Kabandi has officially become a vassal of the Duke's family. The scene shifts to the Count's castle. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out from the city walls, grabbing everyone's attention. He commented, That hit on the wall just now was no joke. Jillian raised her voice. That pot-bellied noble. Looks like he won't be wearing earrings anymore. A soldier ran up, shouting, My lord, stop the bleeding, quick. He clutched his ear tight and screamed, All troops get in position. Those bastards make those worms pay. Show them the might of Kabandi Castle, a fortress that has never fallen in history. The soldiers shouted in unison, Yes, sir, archers into position, ready to fire. As soon as the words left his mouth, the soldiers immediately got into attack formation. But down below, Jillian said, They're getting ready to attack, sir. He nodded. For a place that defends sieges like it's a daily routine, their reaction speed is seriously impressive. Preps complete, a soldier hollered. All crossbows locked and loaded. Kabandi roared fire instantly. A rain of arrows came screaming toward him, but he and his whole crew didn't even flinch. Ice cold, he reached back, gripping his sword, ready to parry. The shields they prepped were putting in work, tanking a massive volley of arrows. He swung his blade, effortlessly shredding the incoming arrows. The others slashed through the attack just as easily. First wave over. As the dust settled, Gislan and his squad were standing there, totally scratch-free. 0 casualties. Up on the wall, Kabandi was grinding his teeth, absolutely fuming. Sheathing his blade, he smirked. That's the best you got. Then he wheeled his horse around. All units fall back to base. Get ready for the next phase. Head on the table, he groaned. If that's how it is, why do you even drag us mages along? For what exactly? Clow chimed in. Who cares? Since we're basically slaves. Wait, no. I mean, mages gotta help build the outpost anyway. You've been grinding all day. Just chill out. It's been forever since we could slack off in the back lines like this. Actually feels pretty good. He glanced at Ivan and pitched an idea. Since we're bored, want to play a hand, hook, line, and sinker for a gambling addict like Ivan. You're on. How much we betting? Just as they were about to throw down, Gislan walked in. Clow, get out here. Seeing the boss. He jumped up, startled. Boss, you're back already. Gislan ignored him and turned to Ivan. You too. Round up the mages. Buzzkill. Ivan grit his teeth, totally annoyed. Damn it, Gislan continued. Start digging. I want a tunnel straight toward that castle. Ivan's jaw dropped. Say what, a tunnel? We can win just by holding the fort here. You seriously gonna waste our energy on something like that? Gislan turned to leave. I'm ending this before the Duke's reinforcements show up for Kabandi. so sitting around isn't an option. He stepped outside, staring down the enemy fortress. This war is going to be over way faster than you think. Meanwhile, at Kabandi's castle, the Count was screaming, "Ferris, that arrogant piece of trash, he dares put a hole in my noble arm and then just runs away." One lackey spoke up. "With our firepower, my lord, they couldn't do a thing." Another added, "But they definitely know we're low on rations. They're switching to stalling tactics." Kabandi ground his teeth, growling. "He thinks he can just wait for us to surrender. But I've got the Duke's family backing me. There's no way they'd give up on the iron mine. We hold the biggest mine in the north. They will send backup. We just need to hold the line until then." Suddenly a scout noticed something. "Count Kabandi. It looks like they're digging a tunnel, sir." Kabandi snapped. "Say what?" He jumped up, grabbed his binoculars, and let out a mocking laugh. "What a joke. Do they really think they can be that obvious?" The guy in purple spoke up. "They're planning to breach the fort from below, my lord, since a frontal assault is basically suicide." "Right." The guy in yellow added, "And given the soil composition, the only place they can pop out is the south gate." After a second of thought, Kabandi ordered Draymond shift our forces to the south gate. "Now." Draymond saluted. "Yes, my lord. Understood." They began laying out the trap. "The second those rats stick their heads out of the dirt, crush them. Then open the gates for our knights. Charge out there and wipe out Ferris's chaotic little army in one fell swoop." One soldier asked, "But what about the walls, sir?" Kabandi scoffed. "They don't even have basic siege weapons. What are they going to do? They're mostly just infantry and cavalry. We just need a skeleton crew on the walls to hold them back." He chuckled to himself. "Oh, Baron Ferris, you might have landed a cheap shot on me, but at the end of the day, I'm the one who's going to be left standing." Cut to nightfall. A squad was hauling carts loaded with something mysterious up the mountain peak, right next to Kabandi's fort. They were putting their backs into it, pushing like absolute beasts. Ganverick was gasping for air, totally gassed, cursing out loud. "Why is that damn lord making us haul this heavy-ass thing all the way up here?" The guy next to him chimes in, "Right, and he banned torches too. We can't see a single thing ahead." Another dude turns around. "Yo, Ganverich, we built it exactly like the Lord said." "Yeah, but will this thing actually work in a real fight?" Ganverick looks super determined right now. Trusting his skills, he snaps back, "Quit yapping. You think something I made won't work?" Flashback to a few days ago after hearing Gislan's crazy idea. He wanted to fly in the sky. Ganverick was confused. "What did you somehow get the blueprints for the legendary airship that lost tech from the ancient empire?" Hearing. Ancient airship made Gislan super interested. He asks, "What the hell is that?" Then he explains, "Anyway, with your skills, once you see this, you'll get exactly what I'm trying to build." He pulls out a huge cloth and drapes it over a rope above a fire. Boom. The heat from the fire makes the cloth shoot straight up into the air. It's like a sky lantern. Ganverick stares at it clueless. He stands up. "Okay, and what are we supposed to be looking at?" The MC pats the cloth. "Here, look at how it's puffing up." The hot air from the fire rises up. And while that happens, the air inside the cloth... Suddenly, a huge gust of air blows out from the cloth, making Ganverick jump. He realizes something, but the bald guy next to him is still confused. "So what, ain't that just like the wind blowing?" Ganverick cuts him off. "No, if it was wind, it would flutter sideways. Why would it puff up like that?" Seeing Ganverick gets it, the MC smiles and starts drawing on the ground with a stick. He explains, "If we make an airbag that's like 100 times bigger than this..." Before he can finish, Ganverick snatches the stick. "Right, we hang a basket underneath for people. That giant cloth traps the hot air and I get it now." But then he asks, "Wait, but why does this happen? Why does hot air float up?" The MC doesn't know the science either, so he just shrugs. "I don't know. I just noticed it while drying my clothes over a fire." That random excuse makes Ganverick grit his teeth in excitement. "That is insane. How did you come up with this from that?" Then he turns. "Lead the way, boss." The MC asks go, where Ganverick shouts, "To your workshop. We got to build this beast and test it right now." Back to the present. Gislan is standing on the mountain peak, looking down as Ganverick's crew rolls up with the wagons. Seeing them, he smiles, just in time. Ganverick huffs, acting cool. "For us dwarves, this little task was a piece of cake." He says that, but inside he's thinking, "I'm tired as hell." Belinda walks up and hands the MC his helmet. The knight speaks up. "Young master the mages, and knights are ready." He nods, satisfied. "Good. Belinda, you get ready too." Over on the side, Ivan screams in rage. "That bastard! If this was the plan, why the hell did he make us dig those tunnels?" Gordon immediately pins him down. "Watch your mouth or I'll cut your tongue out." Everything is set. He steps forward with total confidence, walking past everyone. Looking down at the Kabandi base, he declares, We are starting the raid on their central command. We hit their position just like we trained. Once we infiltrate the fortress and take the inner city, we open the main gates for the Julian Knight Order. So they can rush in. That is the core of this plan. Remember this. The Kabandi army has the best gear in the north. Even with your mana training, they won't be easy to wreck. Plus, the enemies waiting for us in the future are so strong. Kabandi won't even compare. If we can't crush a battle at this level, we don't have a future. Then he smiles to hype them up. But don't stress. We survived a forest full of monsters. A place no one could conquer before. We took a war with zero chance of winning, and we're going to finish it. Victory. Now tell me, is our prep lacking or what? The soldiers yelled in unison. Hell no, he continued shouting. Are you guys scared? The troops replied, we fear nothing. After hyping up the morale, he put on his mask to confirm. That's right, you guys have leveled up at a speed nobody could ever imagine. Now let's fly. Vanessa was already inside the hot air balloons using her magic to create fire and fuel them up. Inside the castle, the guards were still acting totally chill. One guy looking through binoculars said, those weirdos were digging dirt like maniacs all day, so why are they doing nothing now? The guy next to him clicked his tongue. They got to sleep at night too, right? Then two soldiers walked up from afar, shift change. Anything weird happen? The guard replied, ugh, I don't even know what day it is anymore. Are they actually going to attack or what? One exhausted soldier sighed. Finally, I can get some shut-eye. Because of those bastards we're living like this. But then while yawning and looking up at the sky, he spotted countless hot air balloons floating there. The soldier was totally confused. What is that thing? Are those round objects in the sky coming towards us? Is it a monster? But suddenly a shadow appeared out of nowhere and rushed at them. The moment she landed, Gislan swung her sword, slashing each of them once, sending one straight to the shadow realm in a split second. Seeing his buddy sliced in half, the other guy was terrified. Her sword kept moving, slicing him right in two. After clearing them out, Belinda's group started descending onto the castle walls. I'm taking the vanguard position this time too. Kill them all, no mercy. Inside the castle, 3 knights were rushing down a hallway. The leader was the commander of the Kabandi Knights. Leslie, along with 2 others, headed straight for the Lord's room. When he arrived, a guard said, Greetings, Commander. He asked hurriedly, Where's the Lord? The soldier replied, The Lord is still sleeping, sir. Without hesitating, he kicked the door open and stormed into the room. Startling Kabandi, who jumped up, looked at him and asked Leslie, Why are you? He immediately explained, It's an emergency, my lord. They've already breached the castle. Those words hit him like a lightning bolt, making Kabandi tremble in shock. Outside, countless hot air balloons were floating toward the castle. The soldiers could only look up helpless. Elsewhere, Gislan's group was fighting intensely with the castle guards. She shouted excitedly, Let's go, everyone! Let's rip off that cleft-chin lord's only remaining ear and bring it to our master. Inside, Kabandi gasped in fear. What? How did those Fanris scumbags get past our walls? Did they use the tunnels? Leslie explained. According to reports, they rode some unidentified round objects and flew in from the sky. Kabandi was stunned. Flew in. What the hell are you talking about, Leslie? He continued. How they got in doesn't matter anymore. The enemy's momentum is too strong and they're taking the castle way too fast. We need to act right now. He laid out a plan. I'll head straight to the underground tunnel leading outside to defend the gate with my life. That way, I can also call the main force stationed at the south gate to surround them. After thinking, Kabandi said I targeted their tunnels and even set traps waiting for them to crawl in. But turns out I got played by their diversion tactics. He trembled, my fortress, the place that has never fallen once. Is the Kabandi bloodline really going to end with me? Seeing the Lord losing his cool, Leslie stepped forward, grabbed his shoulders to encourage him. Please take your retainers and escape through the secret passage, then send for help. I'll stay here to defend the castle. His voice lowered. But if the situation doesn't stabilize, take him out with you. In another corner of the castle, soldiers gasped enemy ambush. But how did they get in? Giving them no chance to defend, Gislan gripped her sword and rushed in like the wind, delivering clean, deadly slashes. Quick as a flash, he sent 2 goons straight to the afterlife. The last guy tried to get the jump on him, rushing in with a heavy swing. But the skill gap was massive. He parried that weak attack like it was nothing, then ducked low. He unleashed a horizontal slash. Clean cut. Dude got bisected. Suddenly, 3 more enemies rushed in from nowhere screaming. Why are you guys just standing there? Snap out of it. Stop panicking and start shooting arrows. There's only a few of them. Then one soldier pointed at the sky and yelled, Squad leader, look up there. High above, a hot air balloon was wobbling out of control. Boom! It slammed right into the castle wall. That accidental crash took out a few unlucky soldiers. Then 2 figures crawled out of the wreckage. It was Ivan's crew. He screamed in a rage. "You stupid muscle brain, I told you you were too heavy to get on this thing." Gordon replied, exhausted, "Please stop yelling at me, sir." While they were bickering, 2 soldiers charged from behind, swinging their weapons. "Die." Before they could finish that sentence, 2 daggers flew out of nowhere, thwack, straight into their throats. Instant kill. It was Gislan's squad. He walked over and asked, "You guys hurt?" Kyle chimed in from the side, "Gordon, you're a knight now, so why are you still acting like the same old clumsy fool?" Hearing the roast, Gordon scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha." Suddenly, a loud noise from inside the castle grabbed their attention. Soldiers inside were screaming, "Defend the gate with your lives. The enemy has breached the interior." The soldiers immediately scrambled into battle formation. Seeing their rush, Kyle remarked, "What, they're already setting up a defense." He added, "They reacted faster than I thought." "Looks like there's actually someone with a brain inside this castle," he thought to himself. "The forces I scattered with that tunnel diversion earlier, they're probably about to regroup. We gotta move, fast." He turned to the group. "Is everyone down here?" The soldiers shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." He started assigning tasks. "Kyle, you hold off the soldiers on the wall and wreck their siege weapons. Belinda, go find Count Carbendy." The 2 of them nodded, locking in the plan. As for him, he stared straight ahead. "I'll clear a path to the main gate." "Is everyone ready?" The soldiers raised their swords, hyping themselves up. "We're ready." He adjusted his mask and commanded Ferris Knights commence operation. Everyone immediately moved to their assigned positions near the main gate. Seeing Gislan's squad charging in, a soldier turned and yelled, "Commander, they're incoming." He stayed calm. "Just as I thought. They're targeting the main gate." He pointed his sword forward and roared, "All units, spears up." "Stop them right there. Hold the line. Hold them until the main force arrives from the south gate." On command, both sides clashed in a chaotic battle. It was intense. But with Gislan leading the charge, the power gap was painfully obvious. Leslie's eyes went wide in shock. His soldiers were getting absolutely cooked by Gislan's crew. Anyone who rushed in got dropped with a single hit, 1 shot. 2 soldiers watching were shaken. "No way, we can't stop them." But the most shocked person was Leslie. He thought to himself, "Every single weapon is coated in mana. Are all these intruders knights? But even if they are knights, they shouldn't be able to push back my heavy infantry that fast." "Fine." He locked eyes on Gislan, the one leading the vanguard. "I have to stop him." The soldiers were losing ground, retreating. "Commander Leslie, their momentum is too strong. The outer forces can't hold them. At this rate, before the main force gets here, the gate will." Leslie cut him off coldly. "Destroy it. Smash the gate mechanism, destroy it all, I'll buy you some time." As he spoke, a pale purple mana flared up around Leslie's body. Meanwhile, Gislan's squad was unstoppable. Gislan swung his sword and charged straight ahead. He locked eyes on Leslie. Without a second of hesitation, he dashed in. He unleashed a vicious slash. Leslie reacted fast, bringing his sword up to block the attack. Their eyes met for a split second, and then it was on. They traded blows relentlessly. Attack, parry, counter, back and forth. The clash was intense. Leslie spotted an opening and thrust his sword forward, but Gislan, with all his combat experience, easily sidestepped the attack. After trading countless blows with no clear winner, they both jumped back, resetting their stances and staring each other down. Their eyes locked up. Leslie spoke up, "I'm Leslie, commander of the Carbendy Knights." His voice was dead serious. "You're not taking another step past here." Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the castle, Carbendy approached a massive cage in a secluded spot. Inside, someone was locked up, his body brutally bound by heavy chains. Standing outside, Carbendy pleaded, "Lucas, you got to get out there and buy me some time." The prisoner slowly opened his eyes, silent for a moment. Then a sly grin curled on his lips. His voice was ice cold. "If that's what you want, how about you unchain me first?" As he spoke, he grabbed the huge chain wrapped around his neck. Elsewhere on the battlefield, he screamed in pure hype. Charge weapons, people, wreck everything. He dove into the fight like a total maniac. Belinda wasn't slacking either. She effortlessly dropped 2 soldiers with a single smooth slice. In contrast to the chaos elsewhere over by Ferris, the 2 stood staring each other down again. Leslie stood his ground. "I am Leslie, commander of the Carbendy Knights. You are not getting past me." This guy wasn't going to be a pushover. Ferris narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening around his sword. He stepped forward, then instantly launched himself with explosive force. Closing the distance, he caught Leslie off guard, unleashing a barrage of rapid slashes. They clashed again, but this time Leslie was on the back foot, doing everything he could just to block. As Ferris rained down attacks, both of them were hyper-focused, glaring at each other with pure killing intent. They exchanged hundreds of blows. The second Ferris spotted an opening, he slashed across Leslie's face, slicing his mask clean in 2. Before he could even process what happened, Ferris rushed in with more strikes to the face, but Leslie was quick enough to raise his shield and block. Every strike hit like a sledgehammer, smashing into him and forcing him back a few steps. Seeing him losing ground, the soldiers behind shouted Commander Leslie. Another one snapped back, "You idiot. If you've got energy to worry about him, focus on the enemy right in front of you." After that barrage, Leslie glanced down at his dented shield, thinking, such terrifying power. My arm won't last long at this rate, but it's still not enough to get past me. He knows that if this drags on, our main force will surround him. He wasn't blocking head-on anymore, just deflecting attacks to keep a safe distance, aiming for the gaps between strikes to steal the advantage. The moment he loses his cool and attacks blindly, that's when he dies. But since he was stuck on defense, Ferris rushed in, mocking him. "Is that really all you've got?" Without waiting for an answer, he thrust his sword straight at Leslie's face. Leslie snapped his head back just in time to dodge. Ferris had already figured out his fighting style, so this time he didn't hesitate. He smashed his elbow right into Leslie's face, making him grunt in pain. Not giving up, Leslie swung his sword straight at him, but he was way too slow. Ferris slashed hard, causing a massive boom, then somersaulted to dodge. While still midair, he casually swung his sword. A clean, satisfying cut that sliced Leslie's left arm right off. He landed softly, offering a mocking compliment. Not bad. While Leslie was still in shock, he charged in again. This time he delivered a finishing slash across the waist. Leslie's eyes rolled back, unable to believe what was happening. Right Count Desmond did say, "Treat him like you're fighting the first sword of the North." The moment his body hit the ground, knights on both sides stopped fighting. His soldiers stammered, "Commander." On the other side, Ferris's troops were hyped up, shouting, "The tyrant is down. He's really him." Ferris turned to his men. "All units press the attack. Open the gates." Charged with adrenaline, the soldiers rushed forward, screaming, "Kill." Meanwhile, Leslie struggled to sit up, gasping out Baron Ferris. "I hate to say it, but things aren't going to go the way you think." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier ran back to report, "Sir, the gate won't open. The mechanism is completely destroyed." At this rate, the gate was staying shut. Ferris turned back impressed, so he actually used his brain. Leslie explained, "Look over there. Kabandi's main force is coming. No matter how strong you are, if they get surrounded by these numbers, they're cooked. As long as we hold the gate, the W belongs to Kabandi." Bro barely finished speaking when Kabandi's backup arrived from the outside. And there were a ton of them. Gordon panicked and asked, "What are we going to do now?" Another guy shouted, "We're knights. Come get some." He stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he looked around at the squad. Mana was empty and everyone was totally exhausted. In this state, they couldn't fight the enemy rushing in, saying that he walked toward the gate alone. To Gordon's surprise, he placed one hand on the city gate and gripped his sword tight with the other. He thought, if it's just for a split second, I might be able to use it. Everyone get back now. In this era, the title master isn't just about rank. It's basically a title, because there's no real standard for a master's level. Mana's sword skills are the only real standard for knights, and right then he started channeling the mana in his body. He focused all the mana leaking out and forced it into the sword, compressing it to the absolute limit. The second the mana was compressed, a massive aura exploded around him. It pushed the soldiers back. Gordon shielded his eyes and yelled, "It's too bright," while watching from the ground. Leslie thought to himself, the legend of the ancient empire passed down to knights. Even among those who trained mana to the limit, this is the requirement to be called a master. The light on his sword got more and more intense. His eyes showed pure determination, and then he swung. He struck the gate with zero hesitation. A soldier behind him screamed, "Surround those Fenris bastards! Punish the intruders of Kabandi!" Without permission. Just as they were about to jump him, Julian's army smashed through the gate. They rushed in to clash with them. Leading the charge was a massive warhorse. It stomped right on the enemy leader's face. Then it let out a fierce neigh. He was breathing hard, turning to Julian. "Why'd you bring him along?" Julian smiled. "He followed us on his own." Over on the side, Leslie's soldiers gasped. "Did he just slice the gate in half?" "What the hell just happened?" A soldier screamed. "Commander Raymond, retreat. Fall back to the inner city." He walked over to his warhorse and mounted up. Then he roared, "All troops charge, don't let a single one survive." Meanwhile, Belinda was facing off against a total monster. Her breathing was getting heavy. She stared at her opponent with a serious look. He walked slowly toward her, his eyes cold as ice, and spoke. "What is your relationship with the Shadow Knights Gislan's army attacked like a storm, making the Kabandi soldiers scream in terror? Retreat move." "We're dead meat." Kyle led the charge, shouting in excitement. "You guys have nowhere to hide. We already took the inner city. Gislan turned back to address everyone. No prisoners. Kill them all. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. A sharp pain shot through his chest. It made it hard to breathe. He thought, with my current level using Aura Blade is still too much. I only used 1 mana potion, but I'm already this drained. I won't be able to fight much longer. Seeing him stop, Kyle walked over and asked, "What's up, Commander?" "Worn out after just a little action." Julian stepped up to report. "We've finished suppressing the enemy's main force, my lord. It was all good news." He praised them. "You both worked hard." Then he asked the group, "How's it looking on Belinda's side?" Ivan let out a tired sigh. "Since she entered the city, we haven't heard a thing." Kyle grinned. "That big sis is so slow." Contrary to their confidence, he was a bit worried, but he didn't say it. He ordered Julian, "There's got to be a secret exit somewhere in this city, and I don't think Count Kabandi has gone far. Lead the cavalry, and thoroughly search the tunnel exit in the outskirts." He nodded. "Yes, my lord," he continued. "As for Belinda, I'll go find her myself." As soon as he said that, he dashed deep into the castle. Scene shifts to Belinda. She was losing ground against Lucas. He questioned, "What's your connection to the Shadow Knights?" She was totally shocked by that question. She snapped back, "How do you know that name?" He stayed silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, from a distance, a sword flew out of nowhere, aiming straight for him. But with lightning-fast reflexes, he easily raised his spear. He deflected the sneak attack. While he was distracted, Belinda leaped high into the air and spun around. Unleashing a massive kick from above, he instantly threw up his hands to block. Belinda screamed, "Answer me!" But Lucas stayed silent. They traded blows for like 300 more rounds, one attacking, one defending. They clashed endlessly. The moment she found an opening, Belinda leaped back, sticking the landing. Giving her 0 time to breathe, Lucas reset his stance and tightened his grip on the spear. Then he rushed in to attack her again. Belinda didn't dodge yet, her eyes just narrowed. Right when the spear was about to hit, she spun around and jumped up, dodging the direct stab in a split second. Catching him off guard, she used the momentum to throw another kick. But Lucas saw that coming. He pulled his spear back to block the hit over his head, then asked, "How do I know that name, huh?" He spun the spear to knock her leg away, then used his own leg to lock Belinda in place. Then he instantly swung the spear right to her neck. In a blink, Belinda was completely overpowered. He leaned in and whispered, "The reason isn't a big deal. You just look like my ex-girlfriend, that's all." These teasing words made Belinda grind her teeth and curse. "What the hell are you talking about?" he continued. "Winning or losing this fight isn't really my business, but I can't just abandon my role. So if you keep coming at me, don't blame me for what happens next." As soon as he finished speaking, the spear blade was right against her throat. Then suddenly, something came flying from the distance, landing right in front of them. Lucas narrowed his eyes in surprise. The arrival was Gislan, and he didn't hesitate for a second. He rushed in, swinging his sword to knock the spear away, saving Belinda. Seeing him suddenly appear, she gasped in shock. "Young master," he coldly ordered, "back off, Belinda. I'll handle this guy." Lucas looked at him with a chilling gaze. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "Young master, huh?" He didn't explain, just immediately rushed in to attack him again. But all his attacks were blocked with ease. The two of them exchanged blows for a while. He clicked his tongue. "Tisk, looks like it'll be hard to chase that woman now. Are you the noble who started this war?" As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in to attack, taking the initiative. Just as his spear tried to lock down Gislan's sword, Gislan instantly spun his blade and slashed horizontally at his waist. Sensing danger, Lucas jumped up to dodge the slash. But Gislan had already predicted that. The moment he jumped, Gislan spun around and aimed a kick straight at his face. The surprise kick left Lucas stunned, and he quickly retreated to regain his composure. Galen stepped forward, laughing. "Ha ha ha! Good to see you again, Lucas." Seeing that the man in front of him knew his name, Lucas was startled. "You know my name," he replied. "I know it very well." He thought to himself, "Lucas, my subordinate and former teammate. I was wondering where you were. Turns out you were hiding in a dump like this." Lucas wiped the blood from his lip, annoyed. "You're getting on my nerves. Your fighting style isn't like any noble I know. It's way beyond normal standards." Then he pointed his spear at him. "Who exactly are you?" He didn't hide it and answered immediately. "I used to be a mercenary for a while." This made Lucas gasp in surprise. A noble working as a mercenary, Gislan, didn't answer his question, but asked instead, "Let me make you an offer. If you beat me, I promise to withdraw my troops from the city and restore everything to how it was. But if I win, you work for me." The offer stunned Lucas for a few seconds before he asked, "Why are you spouting such nonsense? You've basically already won this war. But you want to decide everything on a petty bet like this?" Besides, I don't have any attachment to this city anyway. This just made Gislan even more interested. Is that so? Then just come work for me right now. Lucas smirked. Can't do that. I'm pretty expensive. But Gislan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, That's why I proposed the bet. I'm wagering this entire city against your price. In my eyes, Lucas, you're worth more than this whole city. Lucas stared at him deep in thought. Then he said, Betting the outcome of this whole damn war, just for me. Despite the offers, he still didn't know who this guy was, which confused Lucas. What the hell is your name anyway? He slowly took off his hat and said, The Lord of Ferris, Gislan Ferris. And with that, at that exact moment, he takes off his helmet. With total confidence, he declares, I'm the guy you're going to serve as your master from now on. That cocky look actually amuses Lucas. He grins and says, You look terrible, though. Running out of juice, aren't you? His breathing is a bit heavy, but he's trying hard to play it cool. Just think of it as a little nerf I gave myself to make it fair for you, hearing that Lucas's lip curls up in a mocking smirk. Is that right? Well, if that's how you want it, I'll play along. Right after saying that, he launches himself forward, ready to strike. Cut to the snowy mountains. We see someone packing up and stepping out of a tent. It's Lucas, geared up in thick clothes and snow boots with a spear strapped to his back. Zoom in on his face. There's a scar right over his left eye. As he's leaving, he bumps into Gislan and says, Starting today, I'm not your subordinate anymore. Got it? It's been 10 years since the Moriana Oath. The contract is up. This is a memory from Gislan's past life. He sighs and replies, Time flies. Is it really over already? You're not going to renew it, Lucas snaps back as he walks past him. Give me a break. Gislan sighs with a faint smile and asks, Is it because of her? Lucas replies, Don't get the wrong idea. I just can't let my whole life get swallowed up by your battles. Gislan accepts it. Fine, then go. Go find that precious woman of yours. Just like I have my revenge, you've got your own path to walk. Lucas stops, turns back to Gislan with a grin and says, But I promise you one thing. If you're ever in danger, Captain, I'll come save you no matter what. Back to the present. They are still going at it hard. Gislan is wielding a massive greatsword while Lucas is fighting with a spear. Gislan slashes Lucas blocks. They lock eyes, zero hesitation. Then they break apart as Lucas unleashes a lightning-fast flurry of spear thrusts. Gislan deflects every single one before countering with a strike aimed right at Lucas's head. Lucas raises his spear, deflecting the blow upward. He counters with a downward strike, but Gislan ducks just in time. Gislan aims for the body. Lucas dodges, planting his spear and vaulting into the air. Their eyes meet again as their weapons clash. Lucas rolls midair and lands perfectly in a combat stance. Lucas remarks, Impressive. Didn't you look pale like you were going to pass out a second ago? Gislan replies, breathing heavily, I can't lose a bet that I'm this close to winning, hearing that Lucas grins wide. Ha ha ha, sorry, but I'm definitely taking this win. No way I'm letting you beat me. Being under your command would be nothing but trouble. He prepares a final strike green aura, wrapping his hand in mana coating his weapon. Watching him, Gislan is surprised. This amount of mana, just as I thought you were already cracked even before we met. Gislan explains that in his past life, Lucas lost during the traditional Moriana ritual of the mercenaries, and he had to serve under him for 10 years as the Mercenary King's right-hand man. He was a fixer, always getting the job done perfectly. But even Lucas couldn't find the lover he spent his entire life searching for. On the day Gislan fell into Aiden's trap, Lucas kept his promise. He rushed in to save him and died for it. Gislan sighs and smiles. With total confidence, he throws his sword to the ground. Lucas is shocked to see the blade drop. He charges at Gislan with everything he's got left. Gislan says with determination, I won't let that happen this time. Lucas thrusts his spear. Gislan ducks low, but the blade still slices a piece of his clothes. Lucas pulls back to strike again, but Gislan dodges, leaps into the air, and hooks his legs around Lucas's neck. He pulls a Rey Mysterio move, using his momentum and weight to slam him into the ground. Lucas's whole body smashes into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust. He cries out in pain as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. In a flash, Gislan lands on top of Lucas, a dagger pressed to his throat. I win. Lucas gasps for air. Damn it, things just got way more complicated. Finally, we have a winner. Gislan's attack took out a ton of Count Kabandi's soldiers. The scene cuts from Gislan standing tall to Count Kabandi kneeling on the ground with his hands tied. Kabandi Castle is burning in the background. Jillian, Cow, and Belinda are standing right there with Gislan. Count Kabandi gasps, Leslie, my knights, my fortress. It has never fallen, not even once in the past. It's gone, it's all gone. Gislan calls out his full name, Armstrong Duran Kabandi. The Count flinches immediately. Gislan's eyes flash as he says, There is no fortress in this world that cannot be breached. Count Kabandi stared in disbelief for a moment, then yelled, "So you didn't attack this place just out of pure greed?" "What are you really after?" Gislan answered. "I have many targets, and one of them is ending you." Count Kabandi shot back, trying to threaten him. "You want to kill me? You think you and your old man will be safe, even with the royal faction backing you? They'll never protect you. If you end me, you're unleashing an uncontrollable disaster. People out there might not know about this, but backing me is..." Gislan cut him off mid-sentence. "You're talking about the Delphine Duchy, right?" Count Kabandi was floored. Gislan continued, "I know exactly how the duchy is recruiting neutral nobles like you and swallowing up the northern territories. They're backing Count Desmond and Joseph, the guys who will be central to the northern conquest, supplying iron ore to beef up their weaponry. And even the Red Mage Tower to attack the royal faction when the time is right, all to spark a civil war in the kingdom of Luthania." Count Kabandi was overwhelmed. You knew this guy knows everything. Who the hell are you? How do you know all this?" Then he kept talking. "If you already know everything, then this goes way faster. I'll give you one last chance. I promise to hand over half of our iron ore production for 20 years, and I'll personally tell Duke Delphine about your talent. Join the duchy. You and your father will enjoy eternal peace under the Duke's banner." Without lifting a finger, veins popped on Gislan's face as his rage built up. Count Kabandi kept pushing. "So saving me benefits you more, right, doesn't it?" But he had no clue those were his final words. Something pierced through Count Kabandi in a flash. Gislan spoke as he sheathed his sword. "I have zero intention of joining you lot." Count Kabandi's body was sliced in two. As Gislan walked away, he declared, "Every single one of you will die by my hand." The Count's blood spilled everywhere, a corpse collapsing onto the cold ground. The scene shifts to Desmond. He was sitting with a pigeon in his hand. He read the battlefield report and trembled at the contents. He crumpled the paper and slammed his fist on the chair in a fit of rage. "You're saying he broke in during that brief opening? Just like the duchy said, they followed a meticulous plan and prep method, even if it took time. And what's the result? Several people sat around a round table." As Desmond implied that every attack against Gislan had failed. Every plan he painstakingly prepared ended in disaster. They all failed miserably. Gislan ascended to the podium. Now he's got the royalist faction backing him up too. Furious, he declared clearly, "We have to crush these sprouts before they grow. I don't need orders or reports from anyone anymore. From now on, everything moves according to my will. From now on, priority number 1 is the destruction of Fenris and Podium." In the capital, Cadenia, Marquis Maurice Mackey asked in disbelief, "Did Baron Fenris actually beat Count Kabandi, the so-called master of the Iron Fortress? What the hell happened?" He laughed and added, "I never expected Baron Fenris to have such superior military skills. To that extent, you really can't judge a book by its cover." Rosalind, beaming with joy, added, "Plus, they say he took the fortress in an all-out battle and Count Kabandi didn't surrender. Lord Gislan showed massive power during the Podium siege, so his military strength is unquestionable." Marquis Maurice could barely believe his ears and objected, "That's impossible. He just got lucky. If it weren't for the Great Famine, he wouldn't have won so easily." Sherbal Northland retorted sharply, "You acting like that's a problem. At the end of the day, all that matters is he won." Marquis Bradford stayed silent for a moment. Then he asked his guard. Any movement from Desmond's side? Taleo replied, "Yes, they're still staying silent." Marquis Maurice Mackey relaxed and admitted, "I spent a lot of effort positioning the kingdom's army on the route to Kabandi's fortress, but Count Anson remarked, 'Well, we've profited enough from this season's harvest.'" Sherbal North added, "And now it's clear Count Kabandi was getting support from the duchy, so it'll be hard for them to intervene right now." Rosalind thought to herself, "If Count Desmond acted on this, we could have confirmed he's not a neutral noble. But allied with the duchy." Marquis Bradford warned, "It's still too early to jump to conclusions. Of course, with Baron Fenris's victory, the royalist faction's influence will expand to the north." He continued, "That's right. We've secured massive military power now, but the Duke's family won't just sit back and watch. So none of you better let your guard down." He got up from his seat and wrapped it up. "Then we'll end today's meeting here." After a beat, Count Anson spoke up. "The Marquis never changes. This is a huge win. After waiting so long, he should at least crack a smile. It's that coldness that let him lead the king's loyalists this far." Right, Marquis Brentford ignored them, and as he left the room told Rosalind, "Let's go." She replied, "Yes, father," but her eyes went wide when she looked at him. Then she blushed, probably realizing her dad was actually pleased. Meanwhile, in the northern kingdom of Luthania, near Kabandi's fortress, 3 armored knights were galloping toward Gislan at full speed. A girl was riding behind one of the soldiers. A soldier called out Captain Mark, and the girl flinched. He asked, "This place seems way too quiet for a war zone, doesn't it?" Captain Mark replied, "Well, maybe the Ferris army already got wiped out." The girl worried, "Then what happens to our quest?" Lady Marie and Marquis Brentford ordered us to rescue a guy named Baron Ferris. If we go back empty-handed, I won't be able to face those two ladies. Mark waved his hand. "They're our royal allies, sure, but why worry for nothing? What can we do if it's Baron Ferris's fault? He started a reckless war and couldn't hold his ground." The girl didn't like his tone, but Mark went on, "We're mercenaries, we work for money, so don't stress too much." Another soldier spotted something ahead and told them to look. They were shocked to see all the houses were still standing intact. As they got closer to the fortress, they saw Gordon shouting to the townspeople, "Line up. There's enough food for everyone, so don't push. The new lord will make sure you guys won't go hungry for a while, so come get your share." Lowell waited at a table with contracts and handed them out. "Here, this is the contract all miners have to sign." The townspeople were surprised, bursting with joy as they got the packages. Some cried in relief and cried out, "A new lord showing such mercy. Are the hellish days of having everything taken from us finally over? Maybe there won't be any more unpaid labor." The scene cut to Ganverick and the dwarves hauling wood, where Ganverick teased Alphonse. "Hey kid, you're too weak. Can you even carry a log properly?" Alphonse struggled, exhausted, and snapped, "Damn dwarves, I'm not a laborer. I'm a mage, you know." Meanwhile, the three soldiers and the priestess saw every mercenary in Gislan's camp, busy moving materials for temporary shelters. "Over here. If you guys don't hurry up, the Lord's going to get mad," Captain Mark asked in surprise. "What's going on here? Is the war really over?" The priestess was just as stunned. Suddenly someone shouted, "Count Kabandi, how much loot did you hide?" The priestess turned around and saw Cloud. Cloud and three others bragged. "Even inside the fortress, it's just full of gold coins, art artifacts, and valuable items." Cloud, obsessed with money, was super hyped and sang, "Plus the armory is stacked with high-grade weapons and iron ore." The priestess asked in shock, "Are they saying that's Count Kabandi's loot?" Mark was also stunned and thought, then could it be... Julian appeared and startled them. Faces I haven't seen before. He growled and demanded, "Reveal your identities and purpose." The scene shifted to inside Kabandi's fortress, to the main hall where two guards stood watch. They stood at attention and opened the gates, revealing Gislan standing by the window looking out. Now Julian had brought the priestess and Captain Mark to him. The priestess trembled at the sight before her. Julian told Gislan, "Sir, they are guests from the capital." Gislan stood with his back to them for a few seconds, then turned around to face them. Mark sized him up, thinking his long life as a mercenary taught him to read a person's worth through their posture, the smell of fresh blood after war, and disciplined movements. And he concluded, "This man is Baron Ferris." Gislan studied them expressionlessly and asked, "And you are the priestess?" And Mark bowed respectfully. Mark replied, "An honor to meet you for the first time, Baron Ferris. My name is Mark, and I was sent by Marquis Brentford. We came with a quest to rescue you at all costs if you were in danger." Gislan looked at him and smiled. "You're late." Mark tried to explain, "We rushed here as fast as we could, prioritizing the mission, but we didn't expect the war to end this quickly. Truly lives up to the reputation of the rising star of the king's loyalists." Gislan interrupted, "So, where do you guys plan to go now?" Mark started shaking because he wanted to leave. Gislan explained the war just ended and we're short on manpower, so you guys have to work a bit. Mark protested, "But this has nothing to do with our quest." Gislan replied, "I was in danger and you guys didn't plan on helping me." Mark had no comeback, started sweating and thinking hard. By the time we arrived, the war was already over. "What were we supposed to do?" Gislan put a hand on his shoulder and spoke. "Later. If the client sends you to ask me about you lot, I won't know what to say. Wouldn't it be better for both sides if we helped each other out?" Backed into a corner, Mark had to cave. "Fine, I understand." The priestess called out Mark's name. Gislan noticed and asked, "You are a priestess?" She replied, "Yes, my name is Piet, and I serve St. Joanna, the goddess of beauty and fertility. I was sent on a special quest for Countess Marie, our order's patron." Gislan muttered, "Goddess Joanna, I recall that sect stays far away from battlefields and filth. There are barely any priests in the northern region. Most are in Defau. For that reason, Julian had to stay in Defau to take care of his daughter. The holy power of priests is a precious thing." He smirked. "This comes at the right time." Then Gislan bowed slightly and said, "Priestess, you must have suffered much traveling along this rugged road." She replied, "Oh, no need to be so polite." Gislan ordered Belinda to take the priestess to the location immediately. Then Belinda and Wendy grabbed the priestess and dragged her away as she protested, "I didn't come here to work." Belinda shot back, There are many miserable people who need your holy power. Priestess this way, please." Now Julian approached Gislan and commented, "A priestess, that is an unexpected advantage." Gislan replied, "Right, I didn't expect the faction loyal to the king to mobilize the church as well. With this, I can act more freely." Then he ordered, "And now bring that man here." The scene shifts to Cal. He was getting beaten up by someone. It was Lucas. The mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes and shouted, "Captain Cal got defeated." Lucas stepped forward and taunted, "You're the master's right hand, I don't see it." Unable to stand the taunts and Lucas's arrogant smirk, Chow rushed in again like a wounded beast. He gritted his teeth, ignoring all reason, letting rage lead the way. Seeing Cal charge in so recklessly, the corner of Lucas's lips curled up, showing pure malicious amusement. Finally, the stupid fish took the bait. He lowered his stance, preparing to punish that foolish outburst, but just as they were a breath away, a massive dark shadow blocked the middle. Julian, standing tall like an iron wall, stopped them both. That sudden halt made the whole training ground freeze. The knights, who were cheering excitedly, waiting to see more action, all went silent. Chow exhaled, filled with frustration. His voice was hoarse from anger and the disappointment of being stopped mid-attack. "Why did you stop me?" But Julian stood there calm as a mountain, unmoved by the young knight's fury. Enough, Lucas immediately relaxed and stepped back casually. Not missing a chance to poke the bear, he glanced at Chow and said sarcastically, "Turns out the one who really calls the shots here is him." That mockery was like lighting a fuse. Helplessness made his anger boil over like a caged beast. "Let me go. The match isn't over yet." But Julian's patience had hit rock bottom. With one clean move, he locked Chow's arm and planted a punch straight into his chest. The sledgehammer-like blow sent Chow flying, rolling across the dusty ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth the moment he tried to sit up. His chest ached like a boulder was crushing it. Julian walked over and looked down at Chow with eyes cold as ice. "No matter who is in front of you, you must maintain your dignity." Julian then turned and called Lucas. "Let's go. The Lord is looking for you." Lucas shrugged and followed, a smirk still on his lips. Chow watched them leave with eyes burning with disappointment. He dug his fingers into the ground, clenching tight, his face twisted in helplessness. But before disappearing, Julian glanced back and clearly saw that bitterness. As they stepped into the quiet corridor, Lucas suddenly burst out laughing. Julian glanced at him and asked, "Something funny?" Lucas kept chuckling. "Just my first impression of that lord. Barely met him and he already made me deal with a soldier under his command. Usually lords only care about land and money, but he even manages the hierarchy of knights. Pretty weird." Night fell, the training ground deserted, only the wind blowing through. A flag and a lone figure. Cao was training like he was being chased by a ghost from today. Every slash was filled with the humiliation of Lucas laughing in his face. The helplessness before Julian and the hot blood still choking his throat. Everything played on a loop in his head, constantly gnawing at him. A sudden movement behind him made Cao instinctively spin around. Swinging his sword straight at the newcomer, a harsh clang rang out. The blade was stopped clean by a sheath, Gislan's pitch-black sword. He didn't even draw his sword, his sharp eyes piercing through every thought. "I heard you lost to the new guy, huh?" Chow bit his lip and looked away. "If you're here to mock me, then please leave. You're a busy man anyway. You don't have time to worry about a nobody like me." But Gislan didn't even care about that attitude. In fact, he looked satisfied. He reached into his cloak, pulled out a small item, and tossed it right at Chow. His reflexes were sharp enough to catch it instantly. It was a leather-bound notebook. The handwriting inside was completely manual. "I tweaked the mana cultivation method and swordsmanship to suit you perfectly. Study it carefully." Xiao was about to catch an attitude, but as he flipped through the pages, the moonlight revealed meticulous notes that left him stunned. Intricate diagrams, energy pathways, and profound theories far beyond anything he'd ever learned. Cao's eyes went wide, and his skepticism vanished without a trace. Shame washed over him immediately, making him stammer in a low voice, You should have given this to that new captain." "Why me?" Gislan calmly replied. "If you don't want it, give it back." No, I'll keep it." Gislan lowered his hand, sighed lightly, and spoke plainly. "The reason you lost is simple. Your foundation is just too weak. Experience and instinct have their limits." With that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Chow called out after him. His arrogant pride suddenly shattered. "Captain," he bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Thank you, truly." Gislan simply smiled. "Get some rest. See you tomorrow." Time flew by in the north. 1 month after the war ended, the entire land felt reborn. After annexing the Kabandi territory, we went through rapid expansion and stabilization. They seized the assets of Kabandi and his vassals to refill the empty treasury and distributed food to soothe the people who had just survived the flames of war, and seized the largest iron mine in the north to boost production and equip the army. Fenris was transforming from a poor wasteland into a power that no one dared to underestimate. In the meeting room, Gislan and his close aides sat around the table, the atmosphere thick with victory. Thanks to everyone here, Fenris won't be looked down on anymore. Lau, as usual, slammed the table with a bang. You bet, taking over Podium means 1/3 of the north belongs to us. Our population and military power are second to none. If Desmond or Almond want a piece of us, let them come. Gislan sighed. He glanced at Johanna. Immediately, Johanna tugged an invisible thread on her finger and Lau's neck was constricted. He could only open his mouth and gasp like a fish out of water. Belinda shook her head wearily. That guy never knows when to shut up. But Gislan ignored the chaos and focused on the more important issue. We can't celebrate just yet. The danger is still there. When Johanna released the thread, Lau coughed, clutching his red neck. Can't I get even one peaceful season? Vanessa timidly stood up. My lord, our mages are exhausted. They say they can't take it anymore. But Gislan just blinked. Aren't they slaves? His icy words made Vanessa freeze, her face turning pale. But Gislan smiled slightly. Don't worry. We have a priest. In the makeshift infirmary, the sound of prayers rang out like a judgment. Beatrice placed her hand on Ivan Holy Light, spreading out. In the name of the goddess, rise. No, don't heal me anymore. Ivan shot up, grabbing her robe snot and tears streaming down his face. Please stop healing me. I don't want to work anymore. But the knights held him down like a goat. Lie still and take your treatment. Beatrice was in a panic. Oh, goddess, is it really okay to use holy power to restore the exhausted just so they can keep working? When will the Lord let me go home? Suddenly Gislan's voice rang out from behind, making her jump. My lord Ghislaine observed her for a moment and said, Your holy power has increased. Beatrice's eyes went wide as she looked at her hands. Really? Gislan mused. Unlike mana, holy power cannot be trained. Only those who are blessed can possess it. And Beatrice is clearly no ordinary priest. You don't find it uncomfortable here, do you? But Beatrice stammered, Not exactly, it's just, when can I return to the church? Gislan gave a gentle smile that caught her off guard. You can go back now. Beatrice almost fell to her knees in gratitude. My Fenris territory has received so much help from you, so I want to offer a gift in return. Meanwhile, in the capital of Kadinja, news of Fenris's victory spread everywhere. Pubs and streets were buzzing with rumors. Some said Gislan flew in and smashed the city gate. Others claimed he split it in two with his sword aura. Some mocked it. Others believed every word, but the name Fenris was on everyone's lips. When Gislan arrived at the Brentford mansion, Lady Rosalind welcomed him in the grand hall. When he saw her, Gislan's usually ice-cold expression suddenly softened. My lady, have you been well? Rosalind blushed and replied, As long as you returned safely, that is all that matters. Gislan bowed. Thank you. The people you sent were a massive help to us. Rosalind smiled in return. Hearing you say that makes me very happy. She then turned to Beatrice Priestess. You may return to the church starting today. Piet was crying tears of joy. Thank you so much, Lady Marquis. My first dispatch is finally over. Fenris territory really is a place worth living in. But mentally, I'm absolutely drained. Someone stepped up from behind and announced, Baron Marquis Brentford is waiting for you. He turned to Rosalind, standing a little too close for comfort. Can I see you privately later? Rosalind blinked, blushing all the way to her ears. Of course. Inside the Royalist faction's meeting room, the vibe was completely different, tense and heavy. Marquis Brentford sat at the head of the table, speaking coldly. You're late. Gislan bowed just enough to show respect. I arrived late because stabilizing the territory took longer than calculated. The Marquis frowned in annoyance. You dare show up late in a situation like this? A judge chuckled softly, reminding him, Keep your composure. The Marquis signaled for silence, then looked at Gislan with eyes sharp as knives. I told you before, every move you make reflects on my reputation. If you had failed against Kabandi, the Royalist faction, and I would have been humiliated, the ducal house would have seized the advantage. He leaned toward Gislan. Don't think I'll tolerate your recklessness. Just because I'm your patron, he ordered. Explain the entire battle. Try to convince me. The meeting room went dead silent like time had stopped. Gislan spoke calmly. I never fight a battle I can't win. I saw an opportunity and I took it. He paused. His eyes didn't waver. I didn't come here to recount the past. I came to discuss the next step for the future. Marquis Brentford was slightly surprised by that bluntness. Gislan sat down, his voice steady, as if he'd prepared his whole life for this moment. I request that you appoint me as the commander of the Northern Army. The moment Gislan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy and suffocating. Count Ansbury and a high-ranking official standing nearby felt their throats tighten, their eyes wide with shock. Even the Supreme Commander, a man of vast experience and discipline, couldn't control his surprise and emotion. His composure cracked his jaw, dropping open. What did you say, all because of Gislan's sudden and nearly impossible request? The Marquis's gaze hardened, turning into shards of ice. He stared intently at the young man before him, searching for any trace of a joke, but finding none. Then their intense gazes met, locked in a silent battle of wills. Breaking the silence, the Marquis stood up from his luxurious chair and called his name. Gislan. He paced slowly, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke. Since you arrived, the royalist faction has changed. The Marquis could feel a new wind blowing through the faction. A wind of disruption, of shifting power. With unwavering pride, Gislan told the Marquis, I will become the wind at your back. The Marquis continued, his voice lowering. Commander of the Northern Army is a meaningless title in peacetime, a sword staying in its sheath. But it's a position of immense power during war. Seriously, Marquis Brentford stopped walking and asked Gislan, Are you asking me to hand such massive power to an unpredictable wildcard like you? With a confident tone and zero hesitation, Gislan replied, Yes. The Lutania army is organized into 4 corps, and regional commanders are appointed to prepare strategies for different scenarios, just as you said, Marquis. The position is just a symbol in peacetime, but in war it becomes a completely different matter, because it grants the authority to summon all the lords in the region. Gislan then bowed his head slightly in respect. I know the seat of the Northern Army commander is still empty. If someone has to sit there anyway, please let that person be me. After hearing Gislan's declaration, the Marquis thought for a moment. The room sank into silence. The Marquis studied the young man, calculating the risks and rewards. Then he sat down, leaning back into his chair. Why is that seat empty if it were simply about filling a spot? Anyone could take it. That is not a seat I can hand over, just because someone asked for it. Gislan was prepared for this. He asked a question that cut right to the heart of the current political crisis. The ducal house has already secured influence over the southern and western commanders, haven't they? This caught the Marquis off guard. His eyebrow twitched slightly. He didn't expect Gislan to be so aware of the bored state. As Gislan continued to press his advantage, the East and the North are still within the royalist faction's sphere of influence. But Count Desmond, who cannot be trusted, is gunning for that position. As you know, Marcia once the balance tips. Restoring it becomes much harder. The royalist faction holds the advantage. Now this is the time to solidify our power by any means necessary. Strong enough to crush a civil war triggered by the Duke's faction. But the second Gislan dropped the Civil War bomb, the vibe in the room just shattered. Every noble in that meeting started freaking out. Pure shock. Just mentioning civil war had them shaking. It was the nightmare they were all secretly terrified of, but refused to say out loud. Like they all knew exactly where the kingdom was headed, because of the Duke's greed. But now that Gislan said it, it got way too real. While the rest of the nobles were shaking in their boots, the Marquis stone cold. Totally calm. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he asked Gislan, How dare you try to play games with me? Then he just leaned back. His mind was made up. He announced he'd be submitting a proposal to the royal court to promote Gislan immediately. Gislan felt a massive wave of relief. Finally, some good news. But politics is never that simple. The Marquis kept going. To become a commander, you have to hold the rank of Count. That is the law of the kingdom. And giving you a higher rank and more power than your father, that would bring shame to him. So Count Podium's promotion will proceed as well. The Marquis instantly pulled out a paper and started writing the order. The sound of the quill scratching was loud in the dead silence, but there is a condition. That threw the whole room off guard. A condition. Marquis Brentford spoke up. We received a request for backup from the Dark Mountains in the Turian Kingdom. He looked right at Gislan. You will go there. Hearing the name Turian brought back a flood of memories for Gislan. His mind drifted back to the war. The Turian Kingdom. The land of knights. A nation where the territory is basically just the Dark Mountains. An insanely harsh place where powerful monsters constantly pour down from the peaks. Because of that endless threat, they value raw strength and combat skill above everything else. Their entire culture was forged in battle, and their knights, some of the strongest on the continent. Gislan used to hunt and train there back in the day. He knew how brutal that place was. If they needed outsiders to handle the monsters, something went seriously wrong. Something catastrophic. The Marquis cut into Gislan's thoughts. It seems they're struggling to prepare for this year's monster wave. For someone like you, you flew over the city walls and sliced a fortress gate in half with your sword aura. This should be a walk in the park." Gislan was stunned. The Marquis knew every single detail of his recent feats. That info network was terrifying. Gislan quickly composed himself. "I understand." But as a seasoned strategist, he made a request. While he was gone, he wanted the Marquis to deploy troops near the Fanry territory, just in case. Even if the Duke's faction looks weak right now, you never know what they might pull. Gislan left the room with Belinda and the priestess. Walking down the Grand Palace halls, he looked out at the city sprawling beneath them. It was peaceful, for now. Gislan thought back to his past life, remembering the tragedy that hit this land. In that timeline, Duke Delphine had the previous commanders in his pocket. He moved his chess pieces in the shadows. Then he launched a civil war, seized the throne, and drowned the kingdom in a sea of blood. The northern commander back then was Harrow. He was the one who paved the way for the Duke's victory. With a fire burning in his chest, he made a choice. This time he would strike first. He was going to take the north, just like the Delphine family did in his past life. But he'd use that power to save the kingdom, not destroy it. Suddenly, the scene shifted, far away from the lavish halls of the capital to a desolate wasteland. Wind howling. In the middle of the field stood a sword stabbed into the ground, topped with a sliced helmet. A makeshift grave, a monument to failure, an unknown knight. An old man with weathered skin and tired eyes reached out and touched the bloody helmet. His fingers trembled as he traced the dents and dried blood. As the wind messed up his gray hair, the grief just took over. It was a pain so deep it felt like death itself. Count Desmond approached the knight from behind his boots, crunching heavily on the dry ground. He stopped a few steps away. "How are you holding up?" The knight slowly turned back to see Count Desmond. No surprise in his eyes, just emptiness. The old man looked toward the horizon where the sun was struggling to break through the clouds. His voice was heavy. "Victor, he had such a promising future. This world is cruel." He didn't wait for an answer. "The one who killed Victor was Gislan Podium, right?" Count Desmond nodded. "Yes, Gislan Podium. Or rather, Baron Podium now." The knight stood in silence. Then he turned away from the sword and helmet and started walking. There was no point in mourning in a world like this. Those who run are always overtaken by those who learn to fly. A bitter philosophy. An admission of total defeat. "Thanks for the intel, Count, but Count Desmond doesn't know when to quit. We were the ones who put the pressure on the Podium family, and look at the price we paid for it." The old man paused, his shoulders trembling. Desmond stepped closer and said, "Victor is dead." Only after the dust settled did the Viscount demand Gislan be reinstated as the greatest swordsman of the North. "The royal faction is backing Gislan, and now they're using the army to watch my every move. Being a neutral noble is just a meaningless title now." The old man turned and asked, "Count, do you doubt the power of the Duke's family?" With a gaze of steel and a voice to match, Count Desmond declared, "From this moment on, I take orders from no one. I'll start a war myself, and wipe out both Podium and Ferris. And in the end, it's a fight to the death with the Duke's family." He was ready to burn the whole world down just to get what he wanted. The old man stayed silent after hearing the Count's words. Then he spoke up. "If you do that, the royal faction won't just sit back and watch. You'll be the spark that ignites a civil war. Facing them without the Duke's power is Herson. Stop trying to hide how you feel. Not in front of me." "Do you really think giving up is enough?" That question shattered the old man's emotional dam. His facade as a tough warrior completely crumbled. Trembling with rage, the old man rasped, "I can never forget that night. Memories of Victor as a child came flooding back. The undefeated child, he never knew what it meant to fall, yet he came back to me with his helmet split in two. Hot, angry tears streamed down his face. My precious boy, my only disciple, I should have pushed him harder. I should have made him stronger." He blamed himself, asking, how could that ever be enough? The old man lost all composure. The nameless knight dropped to his knees before Count Harold Desmond. Bowing his head, he begged Gislan Podium, "Please, let me be the one to take that beast's head." With a voice full of fury, Count Desmond replied, "That time will come soon enough." Harold Desmond looked down at Victor's master and told him, "When that moment arrives, tear everything apart with the Order of Knights. Gislan Podium dies then." Before Gislan set off for the Turian kingdom, the air was thick with tension. Rosalind stood before him, her delicate brows furrowed deep. She couldn't hide the worry in her eyes as she whispered, "Are you really going to the Turian kingdom?" Gislan casually adjusted the straps of his gauntlet, his face totally calm. "Yeah, orders from the Marquis. I have to obey." Rosalind's anxiety spiked at his confirmation, and she stepped closer. Her voice trembled. To a place that dangerous, the last war barely even ended. But before she could finish, Gislan cut her off. Seems like they don't fully trust my achievements yet. Maybe they want me to prove myself with this quest. With a warm gaze that melted the icy tension of their farewell, Gislan looked deep into her eyes. Don't worry. I've hunted monsters until I'm sick of it. Rosalind fell silent, cheeks flushing pink as she realized she couldn't hide her anxiety at all. Trying to regain her composure, she cleared her throat and switched to business. Anyway, the negotiations with the Joanna Church went well, just like you asked. You can keep Priestess Pius by your side for a while without worrying. Gislan straightened up, surprised, even if you are her patron. Taking a nun from such a strict church with us isn't exactly easy. I know the Joanna Church is famous for being stubborn and obsessed with rules. A playful glint returned to Rosalind's eyes, looking slightly triumphant. Nah, nothing special. The leader of the Joanna Church might be a priest, but he's got a real soft spot for money. A look of understanding passed between them. Then Gislan bowed slightly, a gesture full of class and respect. My lady, I'm in your debt once again. Rosalind blushed at his gesture. The mix of formality and sincere gratitude made her flustered. She tried to say something, lips parting, but no words came out. Then Gislan reached out his hand, a classic knightly invitation. Rosalind placed her hand in his. It was like a scene from a romance novel. Under the morning light, Gislan kissed her hand. He lingered for a second, then looked up into her eyes. My lady, I will always wish for your happiness. Time passed, and the scenery changed rapidly. They were far from the comfort of home, now standing at the foot of the Shadow Mountains in the Turian Kingdom. The air was thin and bone-chillingly cold. Gislan and his squad pushed forward through the jagged terrain under a bleak gray sky. Suddenly, Belinda pointed ahead, her voice cutting through the wind like a knife. Here they come! A terrifying horde of monsters swooped down, screeching and clawing. The air exploded into chaos. Gislan's team started wrecking the monsters with zero effort. It wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. Gislan sliced through monsters like butter. His blade moved so fast it blurred, meeting zero resistance as it shore through bone and hide. Even his horse seemed more hyped than he was. It reared up, biting and tearing, charging into the fray like a beast. Lucas annihilates the monsters with Godspeed spear strikes. His weapon lunges like a cobra, piercing straight through hearts and throats. Deadly accuracy. Tao's hyped up too, rocking the new martial arts the Lord gifted him. He moves with newfound power, his body flowing through the skills he's been grinding nonstop. The thrill of battle takes over completely. Chao starts laughing like a maniac, the sound echoing off the cliffs. He screams challenges at the monsters, drunk on his own power. Suddenly, Belinda, fed up with the noise, throws out a chain hook. It flies with aimbot precision and hooks straight into Cao's mouth. She yanks the chain, dragging him flying back to his horse. Cao lands with a thud, clutching his cheek in pain and yelling, "Hey, why the hell did you hook my mouth?" But Belinda just casually retracts the chain. She looks at him with dead, soulless eyes. Want me to hook somewhere else next time? Cao freezes. He looks at her cold expression and realizes never argue with a woman, especially this one. He rubs his cheek, grumbling to himself. We've been running into monsters the whole way here. Is this wildland just packed with high-level mobs or what? Right on cue, Lucas takes the chance to roast him. You knew that, and still tagged along. Can't tell if you're brave or just plain stupid. Chao's face turns red, trying to ignore the shade. Say whatever you want. With a serious tone, Gislan orders them to halt. Gear up, we're almost there. Gislan's mind drifts back to a few days ago during the prep phase in the Paris territory. The room was so warm back then, a total contrast to this freezing journey. Gislan stood before his vassals, laying out the plan. He explained why he had to go to the Turian kingdom personally, and reassured them I won't be gone long. Hearing Gislan was leaving, Claude felt pure joy. His mind was screaming, yes. They thought it was finally time to slack off without the Lord's terrifying eyes watching their every move. But on the outside, they tried to keep their cool, masking their joy with some fake worry. Claude could barely hold back a laugh. His shoulders were shaking, so he had to cover his face to hide the excitement and start his little acting performance. What will we do if the Lord isn't here? Ifer played along too. If that's the case, we have no choice but to take a break. I mean, endure. Gislan ignored their bad acting and turned to the most reliable person in the room. Jonah, handle the territory while I'm gone. He pointed sharply at Claude and Ifer. Make sure these guys don't slack off. The joy instantly evaporated from their faces. Jonah nodded miserably. Understood. Gislan continued, his expression darkening. I've stationed the kingdom's forces near the territory, but truth is, we don't know what move Desmond will make. Since we've backed them into a corner, they might go for an all-out attack. With a commanding voice, Gislan ordered Jonah, if Desmond attacks, do not fight, retreat immediately. It was a shocking order for a warrior, but Jonah understood his master's intent. Survival is more important than honor. He bowed deeply to accept the order. Gislan stood up, ending the meeting. He told Belinda and Lucas, "Let's move." As they were about to leave, Chow ran up to stop them, looking desperate. He begged to tag along. Hearing that even Claude was stunned. "Why would anyone volunteer to suffer?" Ifer asked. "Why is that brat turning down an easy life?" Lucas started his usual roasting routine. "You won't last long out there with just mediocre skills. The Lord was looking out for you. Just stay here where it's safe." Annoyed, Chow instantly threw a punch at him. But Gislan stepped in just in time, catching the fist with zero effort. Even with his punch blocked, Chow stared right past Gislan at Lucas. "Our last match isn't over yet, and this time the ending will be different." Lucas raised an eyebrow, amused. "Oh, really?" Gislan looked into Chow's burning eyes, assessing his resolve. Then Gislan replied with certainty, "I alone am enough." With a subtle smile acknowledging his subordinate's growth, Gislan said, "Good. Chow, you're coming with me." Back in the present, the memory fades as reality hits. Gislan's party has reached their destination. A massive stone structure looms ahead, the Iron Cliff Fortress in the Shadow Mountain Range. The atmosphere inside is suffocating, reeking of sweat, rust, and stale blood. As they step in, the other hunters eye the newcomers suspiciously. Like predators, they size up their gear in confidence. Belinda looks around at the rugged faces and massive architecture, letting out a cold scoff. Lucas looks around with a touch of nostalgia. This place hasn't changed a bit. Chow senses the hostility, noticing a guy looking at them like he wants to eat them alive. Why are they staring so hard? It's annoying. Gislan immediately stops Chow. "Don't start anything." Belinda asks, "Should we unpack and start hunting monsters right away?" Gislan shakes his head. "No, I don't want to hunt here. Got to register at the guild over there first." Belinda frowned. "Wait, didn't we come here because the royal family begged for our help? We should get VIP treatment or something. Why do we have to deal with this annoying paperwork?" Gislan smirked. "Don't get your hopes up. That's just how the rules work here." They walked into the guild hall. Inside, it was dim and full of sketchy dudes muttering. Gislan walked up to the sleepy receptionist. "I'm Baron Fenris from the Kingdom of Lutania. We answered the Turian royal family's call for aid." The receptionist didn't even blink. He cracked one eye open, looking totally bored. "Here to register as hunters. We don't care about titles here. Nobles, royals, everyone's equal inside this fortress." Belinda snapped, "Excuse me, what did you just say?" The guy completely ignored her and started scribbling in a logbook. The only sound was his quill scratching on the paper. "Drop the noble act unless you want a target on your back for no reason. The Turian knights only do the bare minimum to keep this place running. Hunter drama. You guys sort that out yourselves." He looked up. "Just don't kill each other. You're here to hunt monsters anyway, right?" Chow scoffed. "That's a joke." "So you're saying you're too lazy to do your job, so we're on our own?" The receptionist deadpanned. "Yep." He tossed 4 badges onto the wooden counter, clack, clack. "With these, you can hunt anywhere in the Shadow Mountain Range. Don't lose them." He gave them a mocking look. "Have fun out there, tourists." Gislan grabbed the badges, stone-faced. "Let's move." Belinda kicked a rock in frustration. "Seriously, they beg for help and then treat us like trash. If we were back in Lutania, I would have." Before she could finish, a voice called out from behind. "Hey there, new friends." 3 hunters blocked their path, scarred, rough, and looking cocky. The middle one stepped up with a fake, polite smile. "Welcome to Iron Cliff, your highnesses." "Just got your badges." Gislan didn't even look at him. Who knows? He turned to walk away. "No time for small talk." Chow glared at the thugs. "Get lost. We're busy." The guy blocked them again, flicking his cloak to show off a special crest, Don, the king of Iron Cliff. "I'm with the Hunter Protection Council, under his command." Chow let out a long sigh. "Why is there always some idiot playing king everywhere we go?" He looked the guy up and down. "So what?" "We're new. Who cares?" The thug pointed at the guild. "The Royal Knights don't do jack, so us hunters gotta stick together to keep the peace. That's why we help newbies settle in." He lowered his voice to a whisper. "Just pay a small association fee. Then you can hunt in peace, no trouble." Lucas looked at his lord, waiting for a signal. Belinda narrowed her eyes. "Are you trying to shake us down?" Gislan stood still, then turned to Chow. "Chow, listen up. When you enter a new zone, especially a lawless dump like this, there's one thing you gotta do first." The thug smirked, thinking Gislan was folding. "Smart man. You know how the world works." He nodded approvingly. "Like it or not, we're gonna see a lot of each other. Best to keep things friendly." He held out his hand for the cash. Then, boom. In a blur, Gislan punched him straight in the face. Crack, the sound was sickening. The guy went flying backward, hitting the dust. Out cold before he even hit the ground. The other 2 froze in terror. Gislan casually dusted off his hand, looked at Chow, and finished his lesson. Fists speak louder than words. Might makes right. The two lackeys panicked and whipped out their weapons. You moron. We gave you a chance to get protection from Lord Don, and you just signed your own death warrant. But Gislan was faster. In a split second, he pulled two hidden daggers from his thigh holsters. Swish. The blades cut through the air, aiming for their vitals with surgical precision. Belinda and Cal jumped in before the thugs could even touch Gislan. It turned into a chaotic brawl. Tables flipped. Wood shattered everywhere. Seeing his lobby getting wrecked, the Turian knight at the reception desk couldn't stay quiet anymore. He stood up. His armor clanked. Enough you gonna pay for all this damage. Belinda looked at the knight with pure disgust. Oh, I thought you weren't gonna interfere. Meanwhile, Cal was vibing with the chaos. He smirked, looking at the wreckage, then turned to Gislan. I get what you mean now, Cap. No more playing nice. We gotta wreck stuff to prove we run this place right. Hearing Cal's words, a faint smile appeared on Gislan's face. As the dust settled, Lucas gave Gislan a suspicious look. You seem awfully familiar with this place, my lord. Have you been here before? Gislan just gave a short, low answer. Yeah, something like that. Belinda was shook. She'd known the young master since he was a kid. She watched him grow up all those years, and she never saw Gislan leave the estate. Podium. After Lucas asked that question, Gislan let his mind drift back to memories of his past life. He remembered that the most special guy among the continent's 7 strongest used to live right here in the Turia Kingdom. That legendary figure was a huge milestone in his past experience. So obviously he knows this place better than anyone in the room. Then the tension snapped right back. That hunter Gislan just punched started twitching. He slowly got up, shaking and in serious pain. His face was totally unrecognizable now, that arrogant look from before gone, replaced by swelling and blood everywhere. You bastards, do you have any idea what you've just done? You dared to touch me? King Donkat, the ruler of this place. Before the hunter could even finish his threat, Cao casually threw another punch right into his face. Mocking him, Cao asked, What the hell are you yapping about, Captain? What's the move? No need to waste time on this trash. Anyway, once they realize who's really on top, they'll come crawling to our side on their own. Gislan turned to the other hunters and spoke up. Pass this message to your king. If he's got a problem, tell him to come find me himself. The scene shifts away from the busy streets of Turia, heading toward the northern border, into the dusty harsh lands of the Lutania kingdom. The air was thick with smoke from burning huts, and the screams of people about to die. The leader of the Sorberum tribe shouted, Let the harvest begin. Take their heads, warriors. Savor this moment of glory. They swarmed the village like a plague, burning homes and slaughtering civilians who had zero hope of fighting back. Later, at the Sorberum tribe's camp, the vibe was filled with a grotesque celebration. The brutes were busy drinking, the strong smell of fermented grain alcohol mixed with sweat and steel. They laughed loud, swapping stories about their conquests. One guy asked another, Did you see that dude over there? He got on his knees begging for his life just 'cause he lost an arm. The story was met with roaring laughter. Another barbarian said, That's just 'cause you're weak, you idiot. Just chop it off cleanly. Why bother watching that pathetic sight? Let's see if you can still talk like that when your own head hits the ground. Meanwhile, the leader of the Sorberum tribe was drinking in silence amidst the crowd. He was a massive man, built of muscle and scars, a veteran of thousands of battles, big and small. Another barbarian walked up, holding a letter, asking him to look at it. Hearing about a letter, Kutsu was a bit surprised. News rarely came to them in such a formal way. He took the letter eyes, scanning the characters. Suddenly, Kutsu gritted his teeth in rage. The paper felt alien in his hands, and the ink looked like nothing but chicken scratch. He didn't understand a single word. Frustration exploded, and he splashed his cup of wine right into the messenger's face. He roared, If there's writing on the paper, you should have brought the village chief here too. Are you stupid? The messenger was terrified, eyes wide with horror, and immediately apologized to Kutsu. He stammered that he'd bring the village chief right away and scrambled out of the tent. After a while, the village chief arrived. He held the letter with shaking hands and started reading the contents out loud. The message was short but heavy. The north is empty. I declare permission for your warriors to take it. Podium. Those words hung in the air, cold and heavy. Hearing about taking Podium, all the barbarians there were stunned. Podium was a land of wealth and history, a place they had looked at with hunger for generations. One barbarian couldn't hold back his excitement and screamed, Finally, the chance to loot the rich land that the northern wolf treasures has come. Another started laughing loud. The time is finally here. We're taking the settlement our warriors have craved. For so long, amidst the rising murmurs and war cries, Kutsu stayed silent. He sat there like a statue, deep in thought. Tell me to take Podium. Then suddenly Kutsu laughed loud, the sound echoing and wild. Ha ha ha. What kind of game are those sly bastards in Lutania Kingdom playing to send a royal decree personally to me? I'm happy just getting into a fight, let alone the fact that we've always planned to invade Podium anyway. So there's no reason to say no to this offer. In the excitement and laughter, Kutsu stood up and ordered his subordinate, spread the word to the other tribal chiefs. Tell them to gather the warriors. The time to take the land of Podium has come. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the towering peaks of the Shadow Mountain Range. Chao was absolutely shook when Gislan told him he had to hunt at least 100,000 monsters if he wanted to get stronger. If you want to get cracked, don't you gotta grind at this level? If we just came here to farm some brain-dead mobs, then what's the point? This place is crawling with things way scarier than monsters. Suddenly, Belinda signals Gislan. Young master, 12 o'clock. In the distance, some beasts are tearing apart. Another monster on the snow, bright red blood popping against the white. And just then, the mobs spot Gislan's squad. They spin their heads 180 like owls locking on. Deep growls rumble from their throats, and boom, they rush straight in. Gislan watches them close the gap. He warns the team these things are the apex predators of the Dark Mountains Olbers, but our guy, pure arrogance, he just sees some dumb animals. Not a threat. Make a little noise and they come running, I'll solo them. 10,000 a million doesn't matter. But bro didn't even finish his sentence when Gislan knocks him right off his horse. And in that split second before he even hits the ground, an Olber crushes his mount. That giant beast closed the gap with insane speed. Gislan stays chill. Never take your eyes off an Olber. They move in total silence. He scrambles up, heart pounding out of his chest. You should have told me that sooner. He rushes. The first Olber swings his sword and whiffs, hits nothing but air. The Olber dodges easily with agility that makes zero sense for its size. It counters instantly massive kick. He's forced on the defensive, barely blocking those heavy kicks. Then ambush from behind. One clamps its jaws on his arm and twists, flinging him back into the snow before he can even recover. The beast pounces with massive legs and razor-sharp claws. He's pinned face in the dirt with the Olbery. On top of him, he barely blocks the claws with his sword. The metal screams under the insane pressure. Captain, you just gonna watch Gislan, teases him, looking amused. You said you'd solo them, so finish the job. Lucas jumps in with the roast. Told you so. With those clumsy moves, you won't last a second out here. He grits his teeth at Lucas. Say what? Lucas sighs. If you're struggling against some bird brains, I don't know what to tell you. Lucas's trash talk fuels his rage. Meanwhile, two Olbers keep spamming attacks relentless. No opening to counter, just defense. His stamina is dropping fast. Belinda looks worried. Young master, is he going to die? Gislan keeps it cool. He's not going to die from this. Olbers are smart. If you rush in without a brain, you walk right into their trap. There's a reason they're the apex predators of these mountains. That's why they never expect to become the prey. Gislan watches him like a hawk. Just like when you landed that hit on Victor. I taught you how to get stronger, and I know you've got it in you. Problem is, you never go all out unless you're about to die. Think like a predator, not the prey. Stop rushing in blind. Wait for the crit chance. Make that killer instinct your own. Boom, explosive movement. He slices one Olber's leg clean off. As the beast staggers, he combos into a slash, cuts its throat. One shot. Done. Seeing this, Belinda, Lucas, even the other Olber, they freeze, shocked. The last one sees its buddy drop and rushes him. He dodges the claws, effortless. And with an overhead slash, bam. Second beast down. Exhausted but hyping himself up, he shouts, Trash mobs thought they could take me. Seeing him break his limits, Gislan smiles. Proud dad moment. Word of their kills starts spreading. Back at the fort, the local hunters are stressing out, gossiping. These guys are pro hunters, but they've never seen anything like this. Bro, did you see them? Just 4 people and they wiped the map. Area's basically clear and nobody died. At this rate, there's no loot left for us to sell. I heard they even messed with Donkat's crew. They're cooked, for real. Then give it 10 days. And they're all dead. He's going to handle it personally. Soon after, Donkat rolls up to the hunting grounds with his squad. He gazed out at the landscape ahead, but instead of the usual roaming beasts, all he saw were monster corpses scattered across the snow. Not a single monster was left alive in the vicinity. Donka took a deep, heavy breath. The cold air filled his lungs. I was planning to let them slide since the clash with my subordinates was just a petty squabble. But now they dare to eye my food. Gripping his massive weapon, the metal gleaming dimly in the light, Donka spoke in a voice cold enough to give you goosebumps. Gear up, hunters. It is time to hunt. After the battle, Gislan's group stood amidst a battlefield littered with monster corpses piled up like small mounds. Xiao casually observed and remarked, Damn, we bagged quite a haul, didn't we? He turned to remind the cleanup crew. Hey, old-timers, clean this up and scram before the monsters swarm back here. If you lose even a single material, I am not going to let it slide, you hear? The crew hurriedly responded in fear. Ah, yes, of course, sir, haha. Lucas saw this and spoke up. Quit pressuring them all the time. Watch out or you will get stabbed in the back. Chow just snorted coldly. Humph, if they have got the guts, let them try. He continued with a disdainful tone. Do I really need to be polite to a bunch of losers who just ride the coattails of that Don Ka or Don whatever guy to act tough? Nobody has dared to mess with us for days. Even that guy, if he decides to show his face, he is going to feel the pressure too. Gislan silently observed the whole scene, his eyes gleaming with deep thought. Chow turned and asked my lord, how do you plan to handle this pile? The monster materials stacked in the warehouse are already overflowing, and now we have got this heap too. Gislan made a decision. We need to split it up and send some back to the territory. To Ferris and over to the Kabandi side. These materials cannot be found in Lutania, so the wolf tribe is going to go crazy for them. He continued. I already sent a letter telling Cloud to set up a transport squad, so it should be soon. Before he could even finish his sentence, Belinda came running over in a panic. Gislan took the letter and scanned it quickly, his expression instantly turning serious. Father sent a letter saying, Podium is under attack. At the fortress, a rain of arrows poured down ceaselessly mixed with the aggressive roars of the enemy. Castillo commanded loudly, Fire, do not let the filthy heels of those Manzi trample our land. On the opposite side, Chieftain Kutsu, riding his horse at the front, roared warriors. Scale the walls. The land we have always aimed for is right before our eyes. Drag those wolves down here. The Manzi swarm erected ladders and surged up like madmen. The commander gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, where the hell did this massive army come from? Are they seriously planning to wipe out Podium or what, these bastards? Even though they attack us often, an assault of this scale is unprecedented. Randon anxiously advised the Lord. This attack is really not normal at all. Should you request aid from the eldest young master, please send a letter asking him for reinforcements. Castillo immediately cut him off, his voice resolute. Absolutely not. This is not Lord Ferris's battle. It is a matter for the Lord of Podium. We the Northern Wolves must handle this ourselves. He emphasized, we need no reinforcements. Back with Gislan's group, they stood in the snowy field discussing urgently. Gislan analyzed in a low voice. According to the war report, 6 Manzi tribes have formed an alliance and are attacking the northern fortress of Podium. The Manzi attacking Podium happens like every other day, but them forming an alliance, that never happened even in my past life. He frowned and thought, plus Father is asking me to mobilize half of Ferris's military forces to Podium. Gislan continued, deducing, Father is not the type to send a war letter over something trivial like this. Although if 6 Manzi tribes really have allied, it would make sense, but his eyes turned sharp. Something is wrong. Belinda asked worriedly, Young master, what do you plan to do? Chow grumbled. Tch, my muscles just started to relax a little. Gislan ordered decisively. For now we retreat for the day. The truth behind this war letter isn't clear yet, so let's head back to the lodge and figure it out. Suddenly he sensed danger scatter now. The group immediately leaped into the air, dodging a volley of arrows and long-range attacks. A group of assassins wielding hammers and axes appeared out of nowhere, quickly surrounding them. Gislan drew his sword to block a heavy hammer strike. The battle exploded fiercely amidst the white snow. He ducked to dodge a vicious attack from behind. Belinda, Cow, and Lucas counterattacked in unison, quickly taking down those surrounding them. Suddenly a giant hand appeared, gripping a massive stone pillar. Don Ka revealed himself swinging the pillar down onto the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Snow and debris exploded, blocking their vision. Cow exclaimed in shock, An avalanche! Belinda called out in panic, Young master! Gislan stood firm, the sword in his hand radiating cold energy. Everyone get behind me. 2 forces collided, causing a massive explosion. As the snow dust settled, Don Ka's massive figure emerged, his eyes full of contempt. Sheesh, looks like you guys prepared real thoroughly before coming here, huh? Xiao shouted, You bastards, who are you? Don Ka answers coldly, Just now was a perfect chance for you guys to leave in one piece. Too bad you blew it. I don't need to spell out why I'm here in person, do I? Gislan claps back calm but razor sharp. Exactly. Since I told your lackey to tell you to come find me yourself, didn't think you'd actually show up on command. Like a good little dog. Don Ka sneers, Oh, so you're the moron playing pretend king. Right here, Cow cuts in. But I heard the rules here say, keep the body count low, right? People call you king and you think you're above the law. He replies with a fake smile, rules matter, obviously. Besides, I never said I was going to kill you guys. His smile turns toxic. However, we are halfway up Shadow Mountain. A couple of people drop dead here every day. No biggie. You know the vibes. Xiao mutters, "Look at this guy acting tough." Don Ka asks, "Who's the boss here?" Xiao opens his mouth, but Gislan taps his shoulder. "This guy. He's also the future king of Iron Cliff." Don Ka scoffs. "Ha, not you," Gislan replies coolly. Sadly, something came up. Xiao catches the drift, smirks, swings his weapon. "Go handle your stuff first, my liege. I'll wreck that bastard in no time." Gislan calls out, "Let's dip Lucas Belinda." Before leaving, he adds, "Don't die on me." The assassins roar, rushing in. "You cocky punks! Who said you could leave?" Xiao tightens his grip. One clean slash and two assassins drop in a pool of blood. "Don't look away now." "Your opponent is me," Don Ka smirks. "Got confidence, huh?" "Fine, humor him." "Yes, sir." The assassins rush him. Xiao watches calmly, spins to block a cheap shot, then counters hard. He's a beast in the mosh pit, dropping bodies left and right. Don Ka jumps down, swinging that stone pillar. Xiao dodges like crazy using max agility. "Ha ha ha ha, red hair. You're pretty cracked for a solo fighter. Why not join my crew? I'll treat you right. We'd make a killer team." Xiao stands tall, eyes locked in. Since when does a wolf take orders from a pig? With a cocky grin, he declares, "Starting today, I'm the king of this place." Opening shot mountains, buried in white snow, silence so loud it chokes you, like nature's holding its breath for the storm. Boom! Explosions rock the snow forest. Blinding lights rip through the cold mist. On that pristine snow, warriors crash into a brutal brawl. Every hit packs killing intent, colder than the blizzard. Xiao steps up, battle ready. Face to face with a massive threat, Don Ka swings that gigantic stone pillar. Using it like a real weapon, every swing shakes the earth. Xiao grits his teeth under the pressure. "Damn, I can't see a thing." Who uses a pillar as a shield, seriously. He jumps to dodge a massive sweep. The pillar slams down, boom, sending snow flying everywhere. Don Ka gives zero breathing room, spamming heavy attacks to crush him. Trying to flatten him, a massive hit sends Xiao flying. He slides across the freezing snow. Hurts like hell, but Xiao forces himself up, rebalancing for the counter. Panting, Xiao thinks, "Ugh, built like a pig, but moves that fast. How?" Lugs that heavy pillar around, fights like a brute, but leaves zero openings. One hit, and I'm deleted. But if I don't counter, I'm cooked. Don Ka spins the pillar, whipping up a violent wind. One hit, bam. An ancient tree shatters wood chips, flying through the chaos. Watching closely, Cao realizes the play. The tree. He knew I'd dodge and use the debris on purpose. Don Ka backs Xiao into a corner. He sneers, "I've met plenty of guys like you. About as many as the monsters I've hunted, trash mobs. Thinking you're some big shot. Spoiler, you're not." Xiao is pinned between the tree stump and Don Ka's pillar. A heavy blow lands crack. Blood spills from his mouth. Xiao collapses, crushed under the tree trunk, motionless in the snow. Don Ka chills on his weapon, casually lighting a cigar. Gray smoke drifts into the cold air. Turning his back on Xiao, total disrespect, he says, "Been a while since someone tried to take my spot, so I might have gone a little too hard. Oops. Being famous isn't all that. Everyone gets scared before the fight even starts boring. You too. You got scared way back just running away. Killed my vibe, so I ended it early. Feel bad for that blondie who trusted you." He left him for dead and walked away, convinced the battle was over. Don Ka shouldered his pillar and turned his back, totally bored. Man, what a buzzkill. Right then, a furious voice rang out from behind. "Hey, you. Who exactly are you calling?" Scared, Don Ka froze. Cao struggled up from the rubble body, covered in blood but eyes burning like fire. He let out a surprised whisper. "Oh," his tone shifted, sounding interested now. As expected. "Hey, how about you rethink that offer I made earlier? Come work under me. It's not too late yet. Pride won't put food on the table. Isn't it better to be a full pig than a starving wolf?" Chow's face was soaked in blood, his eyes colder than ever. Even though his hands were shaking from the pain, he gripped his sword tight. "One of us dies today, but it sure as hell won't be me." Don Ka smirked in contempt. Blue killing intent started radiating off him. "Idiot. Regret won't save you when you're dead." Chow could feel his body was practically mush. Damn it. Feels like my whole body's wrecked. It's always like this. I thought I fully understood everything I was taught. But the moment I'm in a real fight, my mind goes blank. Just like that pig said, I was so scared I couldn't do a damn thing. His armored hands were shaking violently. He tried to suppress it, forcing himself to face the reality of his fear. Is this fear memories flooded back? Images of the castle and a stern shout ringing out, "Who said I was scared, huh? You were afraid Lucas would steal your spot. Then when you actually fought, he was better than you thought. If you're trembling before the fight even starts, what's the point of seeing who wins? Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Now, my lord, even in the monster forest or fighting that flying tin, I wasn't scared, was I In the memory, Gislan suddenly thrust his sword. Chow barely dodged. The sparring match was suffocatingly intense. Lord, why are you doing this all of a sudden? In a split second, Gislan completely dominated. Cow blade pressed against his neck. The moment things get tough, you just run. That's natural, I suppose. Humans act on instinct like that. But if you dare to charge in, you'll realize you have a chance. The one thing you must overcome if you want to chase your ideals is fear. Back to the present, Chow stood his ground against the massive strike. No more shaking. Death is something to avoid, sure, but it's also the greatest teacher. Blood splattered across the white snow. In that decisive moment, Chow's sword pierced straight through Don Ka's massive frame. The two of them clashed again. Chow used his opponent's own weapon as a foothold, launched himself up, and slashed straight down onto his enemy's shoulder. Don Ka thought he dodged twice. It's no fluke. This redhead, he's evolving right in the middle of the fight. How can I, the King of Iron Cliff, lose to a punk like this? You bastard. Cow dodged like a dancer on the snow. Don Ka swung wildly, screaming, "What the hell did you do?" Chow just replied calmly, "Nothing special. I just stopped being scared, that's all." Before losing consciousness completely, Don Ka could only cry out, "No way!" Don Ka's head flew off his neck. The battle ended in silence. The scene shifted to distant snowy mountains. Gislan's trio was galloping through the forest. Strangers watched them through binoculars. One reported, "Sir Intelligence Officer, looks like they're on the move over there." "Yeah, that's definitely the Baron's group. Their numbers are down by 1, but that shouldn't be a big deal. Send a message to Count Desmond immediately. Tell him Baron Ferris is acting exactly according to our plan." Ghislaine's cold gaze closed out the scene, signaling violent events still to come. The battlefield at the northern fortress Yardium was shaking in a sea of fire. A gloomy atmosphere thick with the stench of death blanketed everything. As the enemy encirclement tightened amidst heart-wrenching screams and the pungent smell of fresh blood, enemy troops flooded in like a waterfall, giving the defenders zero rest. Blood spilled, heads fell. The northern warriors were struggling to fight back in despair. Breath came in short gasps under the suffocating pressure. In the heat of the moment, Lord Castillo appeared, face stiff with rage. Even though his body was exhausted, his eyes were still sharp, burning with a fearless fighting spirit. "Use everything you've got to thin their numbers. Those bastards are just scarecrows made of flesh and blood. Do not fear." However, reality was harsher than his pep talk. Exhaustion showed in every muscle. Our troops had reached their limit while the enemy seemed endless. A soldier screamed in pain. "Do these dogs not know how to rest? Just get lost already. We've fought this much, shouldn't they? Retreat by now." On the other side of the battle lines, Chieftain Kutsu appeared with a smirk full of contempt. His eyes were full of bloodlust and the triumph of a predator cornering its prey. "Ka, looks like those wolves are finally running out of steam, huh? Just like those kingdom guys said, hit them with 2 or 3 more waves and they'll fold." He savored their fear like entertainment, barking out a calculated order. To drain the last bit of strength from the defenders, he shouted, "Darkwind tribe, fall back, and rest reinforcements swap out with the barbarian unit." The one still raging and thirsty for blood looked bummed out about ending the fun. "Already, we gotta retreat." "It ain't enough yet. This guy was just starting to have fun. Listen up, you brats. This is an order from Chief Kutsu." On the castle walls, exhausted faces stared down blankly at the enemy swapping troops. Terror washed over them. "Damn it, they're switching again. How many times is this now?" Randolph rushed to report to Castillo, panic written all over him. "My lord, the 6 barbarian tribes. They're rotating to keep the attacks nonstop. Our forces are too thin. We can't hold out against these endless waves." Scovon gritted his teeth in rage. "Since when do those brainless morons use strategy? Trying to drain us dry until we drop dead." A spark of suspicion hit Randolph, from the tribal alliance to their attack patterns. It was all super weird, like someone was pulling the strings from the shadows. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Castillo stayed silent. He was brewing a decision bold to the point of madness. He gave the order cold and hard. If those bastards come back, open the gates. The Lord stood tall. The Northern Wolf will take their leader's head personally. The whole fortress was shook by this suicide mission. But right then, Randolph pointed at the horizon, his voice cracking with panic. "Lord, look over there." From afar, a massive dust cloud tore through the northern mist. A strange cavalry unit was charging in at insane speed. Castillo squinted at the army. Leading them was a mysterious knight in pure white armor, radiating bone-chilling killing intent. Beside him were Belinda and Lucas calmly scanning the messy battlefield. "Filthy barbarians swarming like ants here. Guess the rumor about the 6 tribes allying was true." The white knight ordered coldly. Belinda, Lucas split to the flanks. "Encircle them!" Then he swung his weapon. His voice sounded like a death sentence. "I'm ending these bastards right here. Yes, sir." The squad roared in unison and then shot into the enemy ranks like an arrow ripping through the wind. The barbarians weren't scared, though. They were hyped for fresh prey. What the hell are those dogs? More podium guys. Why attack from the back? Ha ha ha. Who cares which side? I was getting bored of the hit-and-run tactics anyway, and running like cowards. This mess actually works out for us. But his grin vanished when the white knight rocketed into the center. The barbarians screamed, "Kill 'em all." Today's our blood festival, but they weren't the ones hosting it. The knight started a horrific massacre. His giant axe carved arcs of death, mowing down lives like grass. Every swing was pure destruction, sending enemies flying. His killing intent made anyone who locked eyes with him shiver. Beast and master moved as one, tearing through like a tornado. Wherever the horse and knight went, bodies dropped. Not a single barbarian could touch the hem of his cape. That white armor was now dyed crimson, looking absolutely terrifying. The barbarians started to panic. In a blink, he was right in their faces. Didn't know Podium had a warrior like this. He just dragged that guy off his horse, block him, run. Chief Kutsu felt a bad omen. He roared to calm his troops. "What the hell are you doing? Are the great warriors of the Darkwind tribe scared of some brat?" Just then, a soldier ran up panting. "Chief, big trouble. Belinda's attacking from above, syncing perfectly with her team. They're crushing our warriors from both sides. Lucas is skewering trembling hearts left and right, too." From the rear, the northern wolf is charging out of the gates. Castillo led his troops out, forming a perfect pincer attack. Kutsu ground his teeth in fury. The northern wolf. He hadn't opened the gates once before. Why now, of all times, still he trusted his numbers. No matter how much they struggle, the numbers. Our warriors still dominate. Warriors keep sweeping through them. But his troops weren't listening anymore. One soldier stared at the blood-soaked knight lips, trembling. That's a blood-drenched demon, walking out of a myth. A terrifying legend flooded their minds. Legend has it, the day the beast invaded the world was consumed by fire. Then he appeared. A demon bathed in fresh blood, snatching souls left and right. Glowing red eyes filled with murder hooves, crushing through puddles of crimson, his name rang out like a curse. The Crimson Demon. Even Kutsu shivered for a split second, but his aggressive nature took over and he laughed like a maniac. Crimson Demon, huh? Ha ha, this is going to be fun. I didn't think the North had anyone this strong. He spurred his horse forward. Dual axes at the ready. "I am Kutsu, the great warrior of the North. I'm taking this demon's head myself." The knight's voice was ice cold, disgusting, playing your little barbarian war games. While you've been eating away at the North for years, Kutsu screamed, putting everything he had into one strike. Useless. The Crimson Demon deflected the attack like it was nothing. Then he countered. Boom! One massive kick sent Kutsu flying off his horse. He hit the ground hard, groaning in confusion. Urgh! Kutsu scrambled up, face twisted with hate. "Damn it! Can't you fight fair? You devil-eye Kutsu, I'm going to end you right." And he didn't even finish. Crack! The white knight's horse stomped him into the dirt. Kutsu lay there in a pool of blood. The light faded from his eyes. The knight announced loud and clear, "Starting today, your people will tell a new legend. Tell them the Wolf of the North slaughtered every single warrior who dared cross into this land." Castillo stepped up from behind and drove his sword straight through the enemy's chest, ending all hope. The leader only managed to choke out one last word. "Wolf, wolf." The cheers were deafening. Their leader was dead. Castillo didn't give the enemy a second to breathe. Wipe out the rest. Make sure they never dare look at Peridium again. As the dust settled, the Crimson Demon got off his horse. He walked toward the Lord. In the sunset, that blood-soaked armor looked absolutely terrifying. Majestic, but scary. Castillo whispered, "It's been a while, son." The mask came off slowly. It was Gislan. He just chilled and said, "Yeah, I'm a little late." Randolph hugged him tight. "You were incredible, young master. Baron Paris. We can finally breathe easy thanks to you." Castillo looked at his son deep in thought. "How did you know to come here?" And with an army, Gislan pulled out a sealed letter. "I got a distress call stamped with the Peridium seal. It said you were under attack by barbarians. It asked for reinforcements from Paris." "Wait, you didn't send this?" Father Castillo looked at Randolph, shocked. Randolph panicked. "It wasn't me, my lord. You specifically said not to send anything out." Castillo mumbled, "Then who sent this letter?" Gislan went quiet. His eyes got serious. "Father, listen to me very carefully." The strategy map lit up. Paris, Stonehaven, Fortress, Peridium, and Desmond's territory. The camera panned out. It showed the entire 2nd Legion camp of the Royal Army hidden in the pitch-black night. Thousands of torches lit up the place like a maze of light. Inside one of the tents, Soldiers were killing time playing cards. One guy slammed his hand down. Damn it. There goes my weekly pay. They looked at their commander, totally bored. This sucks, Commander. When can we go home? I'm sick of this place. Another guy chimed in. I'm starting to miss Cadania, too. Doran, the chill commander of the 2nd Legion, just smiled at their whining. He shrugged. We leave when orders say we leave. One soldier asked, I heard we're here to keep watch. In case Count Desmond attacks Paris, right? He laughed. But it's been quiet forever. Besides, who'd be dumb enough to attack with the royal army right here? Doran calmed them down with some facts. Relax. Count Desmond isn't stupid. He doesn't act without thinking. Moving troops now would make him an enemy of the kingdom. Even the strongest lord in the north wouldn't risk that. Unless he's crazy, he won't try anything. But right as Doran said that on the hill, a nightmare appeared. Thousands of dark shadows rose up, blocking out the stars. A massive, silent army. They looked down at the camp like predators watching prey. The peace gone. A guard burst into the tent, screaming his lungs out. Commander, we have a problem. He was stuttering, terrified. Count Desmond's army, they're charging right at us. Desmond's cavalry charged in like a flash flood, crushing everything in their path. Doran screamed orders to his troops. Form up, assemble the formation. And front lines, battle positions. The royal army is... Commanders roared amidst the chaos. Spearmen move up. Tighten the ranks. Stop them right now. The ground shook from the thunder of hooves. Royal soldiers gripped their spears white-knuckled, bracing themselves against death. Brace for impact. But the northern cavalry's power was just too overwhelming. The vanguard swung a glowing blade, shattering the defense line and sending those poor soldiers flying. Absolute destruction. The battlefield turned into a slaughterhouse. Blood soaked every inch of armor as Desmond's forces massacred anyone in their way. Zero mercy. The 2nd Legion's formation shattered. The camp was trampled under enemy hooves. Total chaos. Panic spread like a plague, screams echoing everywhere. Damn it! We can't hold them back, Commander. The formation is gone. The royal army is supposed to be the kingdom's elite. How are we folding in a split second? Realizing it was over, Doran screamed, Retreat. Abandon the fight. Fall back to Paris now. Send word to Cadania. But just as they turned to run, a vicious attack slammed down, cutting off their escape. From the rear, another squad of Desmond's cavalry burst out, sealing the circle. The royal soldiers fell into despair. Desmond has cavalry in the rear, too. Our escape is cut off. Doran froze, realizing he'd walked right into a trap. He muttered in horror, his face draining of color. They baited our attention forward, then timed the block behind perfectly. We're cooked. A massive steed stepped closer, casting the shadow of death over Doran. Harold Desmond looked down at the defeated commander with eyes full of contempt and offered a mocking greeting. A pleasure to meet you, Viscount Doran. He sat atop his horse sword, still dripping blood, radiating the aura of a brutal conqueror. Doran gritted his teeth, screaming in helpless rage. Have you lost your mind, Harold Desmond? Meanwhile, back at Ferris Castle, news of the attack hit like a hurricane. Panic was written all over their faces. Claude gasped, totally shocked. The Count. Desmond wiped out the Royal Army's 2nd Legion. The messenger trembled as he continued spreading even more fear. Yes, and he didn't stop. He's marching straight for us. The entire room went dead silent. Alphonse clutched his head and screamed, Damn it! War again. Beside him, the young nun shivered. War. An official turned to Claude, head steward. What are your orders? The Lord left instructions. If Count Desmond attacks, we destroy key facilities and move supplies and troops into Paris. Julian looked deep in thought. It is time to follow his orders. Alphonse yelled, urging everyone to run. What are you guys still standing around for? Pack your bags and bail. This place is finished. Gordon and Ganverick looked at Alphonse's cowardice with pure disgust. Vanessa stood her ground, hand gripping her staff tight. Her face calm, but her eyes steely. Alphonse kept screaming, You people, the strongest warlord of the North, is coming to slaughter us, and you're just sitting there. Pack your stuff. Yes, right away. Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through Alphonse's noise. No. Vanessa opened her eyes, gaze sharp as a blade. I will use my magic. I'll find a way to stop them, whatever it takes. Her declaration left Alphonse and the others stunned. The merchant stammered, objecting, What kind of nonsense is that? Staying here is a death sentence? Vanessa shot back instantly. If we leave, won't the enemy just take everything we've built? Alphonse tried to explain, I didn't say we abandon it forever. I meant, we need to survive first. Knowing the Lord, he'll find a way to take this place back later. But Vanessa's voice was rock steady. We've accomplished the impossible time and time again. If we fight with everything we have, we can stop them. Ganverick stepped forward, his voice deep and warm. supported by the smithies and key facilities the dwarves and mage corps built. Order established by the knights and the citizens who found new lives here. This place holds the Lord's dream. Against the backdrop of the magnificent castle, Vanessa stepped forward, her robes fluttering. She declared once more, "That is why I will protect it." Phi watched her with eyes full of emotion and admiration. Claude approached Vanessa, his expression grave. "Lady Vanessa, if you truly intend to stay, I must share some critical intel. The Desmond army reports say their forces alone number 30,000 strong. 8 siege towers, 12 catapults, plus Count Desmond's personal mage. And get this intel, says he's a rank 6. Hearing about the rank 6 mage made Ivan's jaw hit the floor. He was shook. Rank 6. No way. Even Vanessa looked stressed. Julian kept it real, painting a grim picture. Paris's forces split up. A chunk of them are stuck at Podium right now. So if the siege starts, forget lasting a week. We'll get wrecked in like 3 days max. Our city's gonna fall before the Lord even gets back." Vanessa hesitated, but Julian's iron gauntleted fist clenched tight. He was shaking, trying to hold it in. He stood up, turned his back on the squad, and spoke with a deep, heavy voice. "The Lord's orders are absolute. Grab the supplies and evacuate. Everyone." He paused. "I'm staying behind." Vanessa's eyes went wide. Claude looked at Julian like he'd lost his mind. "Did you not hear a word I just said?" Julian kept his cool. "I heard you, but if we hold Stonehaven Fortress, the gateway to the Kabandi region, then we can slow Desmond's army down." Seems like back in the day, Count Kabandi was actually pretty wary of Desmond. He clenched his fist full of faith. "The Lord is coming. He'll make it. I'm going to buy time until he gets here." Goff the blacksmith stepped up with a big grin. "Guess we'll crank out as much high-tier gear as we can then. Not like we'll get any sleep soon anyway." Seeing that Gordon couldn't just sit there, he stepped up. "I'm staying too." Ivan panicked, screaming Gordon's name. The other soldiers clenched their fists, the hype rising. "If we run away now, what's the boss going to say? I'd rather die fighting than let him roast me for being a coward for the rest of my life." The hype filled the room. Arms shot up, weapons raised high. "I'm staying too. We grinded so hard to get here, those trash mobs tell him to bring it on." Seeing this, Ivan was fuming. Sweating bullets, he cursed in his head. "These idiots. We finally got a chance to escape. What is wrong with you guys? How am I supposed to leave now?" Vanessa placed a hand over her heart. She smiled, looking at her squad. "Everyone." Meanwhile, at the fortress north of Podium, shrouded in white smoke, Gislan sat alone holding a fresh letter. Every line read like a heartfelt message from his crew. "Loyalty. My lord, since we started following you, we've seen you pull off the impossible. We know this land is essential for you to take on even tougher enemies. We promise to protect your dream." Gislan lowered the letter. His eyes were sad but proud. "Julian, Vanessa, everyone." He crumpled the letter, analyzing the war map in his head. 30,000 troops. Enough firepower to wipe out the kingdom's 2nd Legion in a split second. Desmond played it smart. Jammed our comms, scattered Paris's forces, and while I'm stuck here, he launched his attack. Ghislaine's gaze sharpened. "Desmond, I knew he might go rogue, but I didn't expect Randolph and Castillo to be this worried. Count Desmond is making his move. You can't stay here forever. Gislan, you need to get back to your turf now." Suddenly, the door burst open. A soldier rushed in, looking terrified. "My lord, bad news. The barbarian rear guard is doubling back. They're raiding us." Randolph and Castillo stood on the ramparts looking down. They were stunned by the sea of enemies crashing in. "What is that? Look at those numbers. Is this an all-out assault? I thought the wave just ended. Shouldn't they be resting?" Gislan knew exactly how bad this was. Even Father can't stop them with just Podium's current strength. "If I leave my post now, the barbarians are going to overrun Podium." The pieces clicked into place. He knew exactly who was pulling the strings. "This is all your plan." The image of Harold Desmond's arrogant back flashed in Gislan's mind. His eyes burned with rage. "Looks like you went all in on this one, huh?" Harold Desmond. Suddenly, a hand landed on Gislan's shoulder. It was his father, face serious but understanding. "What are you hesitating for?" He looked him dead in the eye. "Stopping the barbarians and protecting Podium, that's the duty of the Northern Wolves, not yours." Gislan was stunned. His father smiled, eyes full of pride and trust. "You're a lord now, too. Don't you have people waiting for you to protect them? Go do your duty. Listen to your father." The hesitation in Gislan's eyes vanished, replaced by pure resolve. Outside the Podium, soldiers were ready to fight to the death. The commander's voice boomed. "All units ready to fire. If we don't stop them here, our homeland gets wiped off the map." "Like hell, that's going to happen. Those damn barbarians, let's see who's really boss." Gislan's father turned back toward the battlefield. He left one last message. "Go handle your business, Gislan. Gislan stood there silently watching his father walk away. He thought to himself, "Father, you were right. These are the people I gotta protect." But then Gislan stepped up right beside his dad. He gripped the weapon on his back tight and finished his thought. "They're also the ones I trust the most." Gislan swung his battle axe and boom, it lit up with this insane blue energy. He barked orders to his top subordinates, Belinda and Lucas. "We're going to wrap this up ASAP and head back to the territory. Today." Gislan's eyes were icy cold. He just signed the enemy's death warrant at Stonehaven Fortress. It's about to go down. Inside the walls, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Shouting everywhere. Soldiers rushing supplies. "Move those crates now." "More stones, stack the arrows here." Jillian was barking orders. "Get moving if you're prepped, form up." Mid-shout, a voice from behind stopped him cold. It was Ganveric, the dwarf blacksmith. Walking up with a helmet in hand, he asked, "So every soldier is strapped in that armor now, right?" Jillian looked at the troops decked out in full gear and nodded. "Yeah, quality is top tier." Then he grinned. "Well, look who made it. Arrows ain't piercing that stuff. But the best part, it's lightweight so they won't get gassed out," Ganveric explained. "The knight's armor is engraved with magic circles too. Mages helped finish the upgrades. Pump some mana in, and boom, temporary power boost." He pointed at the armor glowing with magic circles. Jillian turned to his old friend voice, getting serious. "Ganveric, you're a real treasure to us. You sure you're okay staying here?" Ganveric paused, then smirked. "At least I won't die. This kingdom is crawling with nobles who want to own my people." He looked up at the sky, eyes locked in. "If I'm going to be a slave anyway, I'd rather bet my life on the 10 years of freedom the Lord promised me." "That's a better bet." Ganveric handed Jillian the helmet. "Besides, if the Lord's gone, what's the point?" Taking the helmet, a small grin cracked through the old man's beard. Jillian snapped back to commander mode, standing tall on the wall. Everyone formed up. Below Spears stood tall like a steel forest. The soldiers roared back. Jillian started the roll call. Priest McKee was sweating buckets, but Mage Vanessa, she stood tall, staff in hand. Next to her, Ivan was shaking, fixing his glasses. Then the 100 knights, elite warriors, eyes cold, ready to kill. 1,000 soldiers, the core force of the fortress. Jillian turned around, staring at the horizon. Dust was starting to kick up. In the distance, an army swarmed like ants, marching to crush their tiny fortress. The whole land was covered in their shadow. Their footsteps literally shook the ground. Jillian squinted. 30,000 enemies, fully geared with massive siege engines. Leading them were shiny armored knights, and out in front Heron, cold blue hair sitting high on his horse. Towering siege engines rolled closer. This wasn't just a fight, it was going to be a slaughter. Looking down, that sea of people looked ready to swallow the fortress. Ivan went pale. 30-1. A soldier next to him forced a laugh. "Ha, that's terrifying." Ivan panicked and turned to bolt. "Running is definitely the better option. The Lord wouldn't want us to die, right? Damn it, it's too late." But Vanessa grabbed his collar and yanked him back. The line held, but you could see the soldiers shaking. Death was staring them right in the face. Jillian turned around, his voice booming. Scared, he didn't flinch. "Our goal isn't to beat them. We just need to buy time until the Lord gets here. If we fall, the enemy takes everything in a heartbeat." He pointed behind them. "Think about your families, your homes. Everything you built is right back there. Me too. The Lord gave me a new life, and because of him, I can dream again." Jillian slowly put on his lion-shaped helmet, eyes burning behind the steel. "Now it's our turn to protect the Lord's dream." His words lit a fire in them. The fear vanished, replaced by pure grit. "Defend to the death." Vanessa clenched her fists, eyes locked in like never before. On the other side, Heron stared coldly at the fortress. A knight reported, "Count, all catapults are loaded and ready." Heron didn't even turn around. He just whispered, "Willow." Instantly, a magic staff slammed into the ground. Boom! A dry, crackling sound. Willow Count Desmond's personal mage and a six-circle master bowed respectfully. "You summoned me, my lord." Heron asked, "Did you locate the runestone traps they used during the siege?" Willow replied, "Confirmed. 0 traces of runestones in this sector. Since this war popped off out of nowhere, they definitely didn't have time to prep." "Good." He drew the sword at his hip, pointing it straight at the fortress. "Fire." The command echoed out instantly. Massive boulders soared into the sky. The catapults went full throttle, raining a storm of heavy rocks down on Stonehaven Fortress. Pitch-black boulders plummeted at breakneck speed, aiming right for Julian and his squad. He didn't even flinch. Raising his shield, he roared, "Brace for impact, boom!" The rocks slammed into the walls, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Not giving them a second to breathe, Heron instantly ordered the cavalry and infantry to charge. On the ramparts, Julian dusted off his shoulder, while a soldier reported Julian incoming. He calmly ordered, "Clear out the broken cannons." The crossbow squad took their positions instantly, shooters ready. On a signal, a massive volley of bolts launched. They screamed towards the enemy lines. The opposing infantry charged, yelling, "Shields up, don't stop moving," trying to rush the gates. Heron watched the walls, standing tall even after the bombardment, and thought, that wall is tough. We used all 12 catapults, but it barely made a dent. Their reaction speed is way faster than I expected. I heard the prince's faction got their hands on dwarf slaves. Did they use their tech to reinforce the walls? Below the walls, the enemy commander barked archer squads 1 and 4 open fire. Arrows ripped through the air. The enemy below screamed like maniacs, "Sweep them off the walls." But then something crazy happened. The arrows hit the soldiers and just bounced off, couldn't even scratch their armor. Heron watched, totally shook. The soldiers on the wall were just as surprised. "Bro, this armor, the arrows are literally bouncing off. What on earth did those dwarves cook up?" Hearing the hype, Ganveric smirked proudly. The signals went out. A rain of arrows did absolutely nothing. They kept firing, but Heron gritted his teeth and gave the next order. "Willow." His eyes burned with bloodlust. "Rain fire on them." Now Willow raised his staff mana, surging wild. The mages behind him started chanting in sync. He flashed a sinister smile. "As you wish, my lord." On the wall, Ganveric panicked, pointing frantically. Hey, Julian." "Look." Julian looked up and realized something was wrong with the sky. Pitch-black clouds were swirling. A massive purple-red magic tornado was forming right on top of the fortress. Julian stared in pure horror. Down below, Willow spread his arms wide like he was hugging the whole sky. "Oh, right." He looked up at his masterpiece, his voice mocking. "Watch your head." His face twisted in manic excitement. Because a rain of destruction is coming down, instantly massive fireballs like meteors rained from the magic storm crashing down on the fortress. The soldiers were panicking. "Damn it, oh God. Our armor can tank arrows, but it can't block wide-range magic like this. Everyone take cover." Amidst the chaos, Julian stood tall and roared, "Stay calm, hold your positions." The soldiers looked at him confused. Julian spoke with a rock-solid voice. "There is nothing to worry about." Just as the fireballs were about to hit, he declared, "Because we have magic too." A burst of blue light suddenly covered the fortress. It was Vanessa. She stood there, staff raised, high-focusing everything she had on a protection spell. She screamed, "Windshield." A massive green barrier erupted from the fortress, forming an unbreakable dome. It stopped the blazing fire rain dead. The vicious flames crashed against the shield, unable to touch the ground. Vanessa grit her teeth, pouring every ounce of mana into the defense, her eyes burning with determination. In an instant, the firestorm was blown away. The sky turned clear again like nothing had ever happened. Julian looked up at the blue sky and smiled satisfied. Under their helmets, the soldiers were stunned. They couldn't believe the power they just witnessed. On the ground, Willow was sweating bullets, his face pale. That magic Willow realized the caster was the same mage who wiped out the army at Galatas back then. On the wall, Vanessa was gasping for air, clutching her chest in exhaustion. Yvonne complained, "Damn it, I have to rely on the mana pouch again." Vanessa snapped back. "Yvonne, stay focused. We have to prep for the next wave." Seeing the attack fail, the knight commander turned to Heron. "Count, please give us your next orders." But Heron was silent. Count the knight called again, seeing his master spaced out. Heron was connecting the dots in his head. The catapult attacks were blocked by dwarf-reinforced walls. Arrows were tanked by armor. Magic was countered by magic. He realized the enemy was ready for literally everything. He cursed himself. Crush Fergus's forces. Even with Fergus gone, there isn't a single opening to exploit. This war is no time to organize orders from the Duke's estate. Couldn't even fix things with the prince's faction either. I've been losing my cool lately, that is so not like me. A cold smile crept onto his face. He thought to himself, this is fate. Heron gripped his sword tight. If he didn't move now, he'd never break their formation. Lucky break. He turned to the commander and barked, "Stop probing. We are done testing the waters." The guy looked shocked. "You mean," Heron gritted out every word, "rally, the whole army?" His eyes bulged with pure malice. He was going to wipe that fortress off the map right now. The real battle. It starts now. Heron spurred his horse, leading the charge. He drew his command sword and pointed it at the gray sky, screaming at the top of his lungs, "All troops charge." A deafening roar answered the general. Thousands of warriors rushed forward all at once. Their only target was that massive fortress standing tall. Take the fort. Right then, a thick rain of black arrows started pouring down, blotting out the sky above the walls. The defenders frantically loaded the giant ballistas. Commanders were screaming orders like crazy. Amidst the snapping of bowstrings, fire, fire. Below the walls, the attackers huddled behind steel shields trying to survive the metal storm. We gotta hold them back as long as possible. Suddenly, a soldier pointed up in panic, his voice cracking with fear. Hey, hey, look up there! From far away, flaming rocks from the catapults tore through the air. Amidst the rubble and smoke, a soldier trembled. Flaming rocks incoming. Shorty can armor even block that, Ganverick shouted angrily. You idiots, move. Without hesitating, Julian appeared like a guardian angel. He swung his giant battle axe in a wind-shredding arc, knocking away a flaming rock heading straight for them. Seeing the commanders step up, the soldiers got their morale back. Over in another corner, while Iphon was trembling, leaning on his staff amidst the rain of arrows, Vanessa blasted a magic spell to deflect a rock, protecting her cowardly teammate. Watch yourself. That useless guy survived, as expected of the knights. But the joy didn't last long. Giant mobile siege towers were looming close to the walls. The siege towers are right in front of us. They're using numbers to overwhelm us. Julian, wearing a helmet shaped like a white lion's head, shouted majestically to calm the troops. Don't be afraid. Trust your teammates and hold your ground. Fenris Knight Corps, get in position. He gripped his weapon tight, a fiery aura surrounding his muscular body, ready for close combat. His eyes were steady, watching the enemy flood in like a waterfall. This first wave was going to be brutal, and this battle would be the first gear turning the tide of the war. Like a beast let loose, Julian charged straight into the enemy formation. Every swing of his axe sliced through rows of enemies, cutting them in half. He fought tirelessly, breathing hard but full of power. The overwhelming strength of the White Lion kept the enemy from getting close. Unlucky ones got knocked right off the walls. Seeing that horror show from below, the enemy started to panic. What is happening up there? The only answer they got was a giant axe coming down without mercy. Julian stood tall in a sea of blood like a god of war. His glowing eyes under the helmet made the enemy shake, too scared to take a step. Seizing the moment, he ordered all-out counterattack, kill them all. Don't let them take a single step on these walls. From afar, Heron watched coldly, his eyes locked on the general, rampaging up high. The White Lion. He turned to his subordinate and commented calmly, the skill level of these knights isn't bad. If we only use regular soldiers, this is going to take way too long. Immediately, he deployed his trump card, the Twin-Winged Knight Corps. Yes, sir. The response echoed loudly. Heron gave cold, sharp orders. Dismount and join the infantry formation. Climb the siege towers and push those enemy knights back. One platoon link up with the battering ram unit. While the siege towers pressure, the walls attack the main gate. He turned to the mage, chanting spells. Willow, keep charging your mana so you can unleash wide-range magic at any moment. Understood. Finally, he called his right-hand man Holt. Heron drew his sharp blade, pointing it straight at the citadel, his eyes flashing with a deathly glare. That White Lion guy is annoying me. Kill him, Holt. The bearded, rugged warrior spurred his horse forward in excitement. I've been waiting for that order, boss. While the battlefield was bloody at the capital, Cadonia, the atmosphere in the meeting room was suffocatingly tense. Count Paul stood sweating under the terrible pressure from the prince's faction. Brentford sat majestically frowning at Paul. What is the reason? Paul stammered, avoiding the question. What do you mean? Brentford threw the report on the table, his voice hardening. Count Desmond wiped out our 2nd Legion and attacked the Baron who just joined the Crown Prince's faction. A unilateral decision didn't even have a single excuse. Is this the Delphine Duke's master plan? Paulus started sweating bullets? Hell no, that's absurd. I know exactly where His Highness stands. Besides a neutral count like Desmond, he's got zero connection to us. Rosalind shut down his lame excuse with a death stare. Quit playing dumb. The Cavandi investigation exposed everything. Desmond and the Duke's family are totally in cahoots. Bro, do you think I mobilized the 2nd Legion for no reason? Miles dropped a cold warning. Watch your mouth, messing with the Royal Army. You're going to pay a massive price for that. August gritted his teeth, super salty. Tisk didn't think they'd be this obvious about their beef. He mentally cursed Viscount Raoul for cornering him like this, dumping this mess on me. Seriously, he lowered his voice to de-escalate. Chill out, everyone. Please, noble lords of the Crown Prince's faction. This whole mess is on Count Desmond personally. The Duke's family ain't involved. We promised the family's staying out of this. We'd never pull a pincer attack on Baron Ferris. But Brentford wasn't buying it. You guys are on the same team, stop acting clueless. And you're dodging responsibility too. Paulus tried a low-key threat. Just like last time we stayed out of the business with Count Cavandi right. Just like back then, His Highness better stay the hell away from this war. Paulus's face twisted with rage when he saw they weren't budging. You're making things way too complicated. Brentford stood up and declared, Ferris's collapse is already a done deal. You trying to use Desmond to provoke us. If the Crown Prince's faction attacks the royal army takes a hit. But if we retreat, Ferris falls right into the Duke's lap without a fight. Then Paulus backpedaled. No, it's just a misunderstanding. We don't want war. That's why we said we won't interfere. Oh, really? But I can't just ignore these shady schemes of yours anymore. Taleo barked the order. Arrest this guy, right now, and round up every single noble from the Duke's faction in the capital. Paulus turned pale. Say what? Paulus screamed and struggled as the guards pinned him down. Wait, what's going on? I speak for the Duke's family. You guys are supposed to guarantee my safety, right? Brentford turned to Morris. Morris, out of all the Duke's territories, which one has the weakest defense? Morris replied, the ones we can blitz the fastest are Baron Harrington in the north and Baron Colin. We can take them over today. Good. The second Baron Ferris falls, invade those two territories. Order the Royal Army units closest to the north to move out and support Baron Ferris immediately. As for Desmond, I'll organize a separate squad to raid him. Meanwhile, back at the Ferris territory, the final gate shattered and screams filled the air. The Twin Wings Knights. They've breached the walls. But Gordon was waiting, right there with his giant war mace. Come get some, you scumbags, since you brought those. Flatheads of yours here, I'm going to smash them into pancakes. Boom! Gordon clashed violently with the Twin Wings Knights. A massive hit made Gordon grunt. Urgh! The enemy's blade nearly ended him, but Gislan showed up just in time. He deflected the weapon, saving his teammate. You almost lost your head there, Gordon. Suddenly, another knight charged in like a tornado. But Gislan blocked and countered, sending him flying. Rumor has it that Baron Ferris's men are mostly mercenaries, but this guy's a straight-up monster. Hudden glared. Who are you? Hudden stood tall, drew his sword, and flexed. Commander of the Twin Wings Knights, Hudden, state your name, you white-maned beast. Gislan replied with pure arrogance. My name isn't worth telling anyone. I'm just Lord Ferris's weapon. Bring it on Desmond's lapdog. Hudden laughed, hyped by the arrogance. You really are a beast. The battlefield was a sea of fire and screams. The enemy rushed in like a tidal wave, screaming wildly, wreck those Ferris scumbags. A massive siege tower loomed over the gates. The sound of creaking wood was drowned out by the commander's roar. Siege team, move out. Smash that gate. Looking up at the towering walls, smoke and fire completely blocked out the sky. The invaders were bloodthirsty, determined to flatten everything and take the fortress. Suddenly, purple energy exploded. Clang metal clashed violently as the battle axe met the sword. Gislan swung his axe straight down at the enemy commander's head. But he blocked it instantly, zero wasted movement, their eyes locked, burning with killing intent. The purple aura surged like crazy. Gislan poured all his strength into the strike, but Hudden wasn't backing down either. He gripped his sword tight, tanking the massive weapon. Attacker versus defender. Gislan moved like a blur, just like a wolf, an alpha. Covered in purple aura, he switched directions, constantly launching lethal strikes. Hudden squinted and let out a cold, dismissive scoff. Once again, raw muscle and god-tier technique clash head-on, sending shockwaves that shake the whole ground. Neither side is giving an inch. Using the weapon's momentum, Julian jumps high and throws a wind-shearing kick. Hurton barely dodges that. Instantly, the Ferris veteran spins mid-air, turning into a human tornado, charging straight at his opponent. That unexpected agility shook the enemy commander. Oh, this isn't the stiff style those knights usually have. He slashes back hard with his sword, grinning like a maniac. Interesting. Julian grits his teeth, blocking the heavy strike, his arms shaking uncontrollably. Refusing to be overpowered, he unleashes a destructive sweep kick, forcing Hurton to back off. Both split up to reset for the next round. Right now, blood starts soaking through the wound on Julian's stomach. But his face remains ice-cold, zero hesitation. The enemy rushes in like a storm trash-talking while attacking. You're actually pretty decent. But too many openings, blood sprays out, proving how brutal this duel is. Scene switch. Heron with that signature blue hair watches silently from afar. He speaks coldly. That's enough. He signals the troops to pull back the siege engine. Willow wrecked that gate. Waiting for this command. Willow instantly replies, Roger. On the wall, soldiers start panicking at the sight. Terrified, look at that. It's a massive blazing fireball, appearing radiating heat that scorches the whole area. Sweat pours like rain on the mage's face as he pours all his mana in. Willow smirks, gonna be hard to block it like last time. He screams, activating the ultimate magic solar flare. The destructive fireball crashes straight into the target. Under that insane pressure, Gordon and Ivan freeze up, their eyes filled with pure terror. Meanwhile, Vanessa keeps her eyes shut tight, focusing everything on chanting. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion shakes the dimension. Dust and rubble fly everywhere as the reinforced gate gets obliterated. Heron smirks, satisfied, eyes sharp and cold. It's over. The gate collapses, and the enemy army floods in like a tsunami. The gate's broken infantry cavalry charge in and take the fortress up. Elsewhere, Julian is still pinned down by the enemy commander, the duel undecided. Hurton suddenly notices his opponent acting strange. Pulling a sword from his back, two weapons locked together. Julian attacks relentlessly with both axe and sword. However, Hurton easily parries every strike. He fights while mentioning his old student. What a waste. If I had trained him, he could have been a much greater warrior. Promising kids like Victor, they always die too soon. He glances at the broken gate and chuckles. Looks like the fortress is going to fall. Before this fight even ends, you still want to keep going. Julian stays silent, eyes deep in thought but unwavering. Claude's final orders before the start flash in his mind. Claude sits like a king, his sharp gaze scanning the room. If you really want to continue, then obey the orders of the Ferris family's head manager. Ivan looks surprised. What, weren't you just a slave? Claude replies with a provocative smile. I am the head manager and the Lord's representative. Unlike some people, they've mobilized national-level troops for a full-scale attack. No matter how good the internal structure is, we can't beat that overwhelming number gap. So Claude smiles confidently, laying out the map. Here's the plan. The operation starts the moment the wall is breached. The battle scene turns gray. Claude points to the escape route. Soldiers and mages, the second the enemy climbs the wall, retreat as fast as possible through the back gate. Fighting is suicide. The knights will draw their aggro for a bit, then retreat on Julian's signal. Back to now, Julian suddenly speaks, making Hurton pause. So Victor was your disciple. He smiles to provoke him. A mediocre guy who didn't know fear. Daring to challenge the Lord only to die young. Being his master, I guess you aren't much better. Hurton's eyes widen, roaring in rage. You bastard, how dare you? Before he can finish, Julian rushes in and grabs his collar. Bam! A massive headbutt leaves Hurton dazed. Julian roughly shoves him away, then lightning fast, grabs a giant crossbow from the ground, aiming straight at his opponent. Hurton stands there clutching his painful face, growling, Humph! Don't think these cheap tricks will work on me. But Julian's target isn't him. He spins the crossbow, pulling the trigger towards the bell tower. The arrow screams through the air. The bell rings out, signaling the mass retreat. Our troops instantly execute the plan. Julian shoots the enemy one last defiant look, then jumps off the wall, vanishing into the smoke. Hurton watches annoyed, Humph, running away with your tail between your legs. You guys don't deserve to be called knights. But then a bad feeling hits him, and he looks down at the courtyard below. The battlefield should be a bloodbath, but it's completely dead. Ghost town vibes. A soldier sprints up to the commander, panicking. They all bailed halfway through the fight. Should we chase him down? Heron frowns. His gut is screaming bad news. He remembers how insanely hard they fought earlier, even though they were losing. They were ready to die for this place, but the second the gate breaks, they dip Seuss. A thought hits him, and he screams. It's a trap. The Ferris remnants are booking it out the back door. You think you can mess with me like that? Full force chase him down, leave no survivors. Meanwhile, at the rear of the retreat, Julian is holding the line. Standing opposite the retreating Ferris army is Vanessa, looking angelic, in a pure white dress, just waiting. She's soloing the whole chasing army, gripping her staff tight. Creepy purple energy starts radiating everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Vanessa grips her staff, charging up her mana. Massive mana surges through her hands, literally shaking the air. A giant magic circle lights up beneath her feet. A blue beam shoots straight to the heavens. Then bam! Lightning strikes start raining down on the enemy ranks. It's like the wrath of a god, they can't even react. Vanessa's eyes are glowing a spooky purple. She screams the name of her ultimate spell, Scorching Fire Strike. The power is insane. The enemy commanders, Heron included, are just staring eyes popping out. Then an earth-shattering explosion. Red flames swallow the whole zone. From a distance, Heron watches the destruction, his face twisted and covered in dirt. He's frozen in place watching his own soldiers get incinerated. The hooded commander is sweating bullets, stammering in panic. No way. That much mana, is that a runestone? The sea of fire consumes the unlucky ones. Screams everywhere. It burns in the chaos. Heron tries to get a grip. He screams, everyone out of the castle. Now knights rescue the wounded and do a head count. Heron rides his horse through the wall of fire. Someone calls him and he snaps back count. His eyes are bloodshot from rage and smoke. Heron growls, report the situation. Right now. On a distant hill, Julian's squad is chilling, watching the castle burn. A voice pipes up. Whoa, pretty fire, huh? Vanessa spots blood on the old general's hand. She gasps, Julian, you're bleeding? But Julian's cool as a cucumber. I'm fine. Ivan grimaces, thinking about the cost. These guys have zero concept of money. Wasting a red rune stone like that. Gordon just laughs. So what? Our captain is loaded. Besides, if we lose, they just loot it all anyway. Julian, looking majestic in his lion helm armor, nods in agreement. Cloud's tactics are truly brilliant. He turns to his troops and shouts, "Is everyone all right?" A massive roar answers him. "Yes, sir." Watching the castle burn, Julian murmurs, "They'll be on our tail soon enough." No time to waste. He orders retreat to Rally Point 2. Meanwhile, the Manzi commander rides exhaustedly across a field of corpses. His face is drenched in blood. He's gasping for air after endless fighting. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushes in, a sharp axe aiming straight for his head. Clang metal clashes as the Manzi commander barely blocks the fatal blow, but he's instantly pulled into a vortex of attacks. Gislan is unleashing a combo. The guy has to block non-stop just to stay alive. Gislan sweeps his axe, moving as one with his horse. His horse lands a brutal kick on the enemy's mount. The guy crashes to the ground but struggles back to his feet. The Manzi warrior glares at Gislan's weapon, ready, absolutely furious. He screams, "Don't you know when to quit, Red Demon? You're even more of a berserker than our own warriors." He tries to talk Gislan down. "Red Demon, if you have any sanity left, lower your weapon. Listen to me. I am Waroka. In the name of the tribes, I propose a truce." Waroka points at the piles of corpses. "Look around you. Everywhere you look, it's just death. Miserable souls crushed into piles of meat. We were just following Chief Kutsu's orders and he's dead now. There's no reason to keep killing, right?" The only answer is a terrifying silence and a cold glare from inside Gislan's helm. Inside Gislan's head, memories from his past life come flooding back. Waroka, the Manzi general who helped the ducal house in my past life in exchange for the barren lands of Podium. He's the only one with a brain among these simple-minded Manzi. Waroka is desperate for peace. Stop this senseless massacre. My warriors and yours haven't enough died already. I promise we won't attack the northern fortresses ever again. But the answer he got was ice-cold and ruthless. Giselle lunged forward, swinging her axe with enough force to tear the wind apart, asking, "You done buying time?" A thunderous strike slammed down, splitting Waroka right down the middle. A chilling voice echoed from behind the steel armor. "Since when are wars ever peaceful?" Waroka collapsed, cursing under his breath. "You monster," Giselle's eyes glowed with a cold, piercing light. Meanwhile, Julian was still leading his troops, trying to retreat from the pursuit. Suddenly, a frantic scream rang out from the back Captain Julian behind us in the distance. The enemy army had caught up. Hutchinson reported, "Count those cowardly rats finally decided to show their faces." Heron ordered the attack. "All forces advance. If we don't strike now, we'll never get another chance to crush the Ferris clan." Julian glanced back, unable to hide his horror already. Even after taking such heavy damage, they still caught up to us, Julian calculated rapidly. He knew exactly how dire this situation was. They still had a ways to go before reaching the rally point. Without a second of hesitation, he turned his horse around. "This is the limit," he shouted. "You guys get to the rally point first. I'll stay here with the knights and set up a defense line to buy time." Everyone was stunned. What they turned their horses facing the sea of enemies crashing toward them. Before their eyes were tens of thousands of enemy troops. One knight exclaimed, "Whoa, did that massive crowd actually take a hit?" Even if 30,000 troops were cut in half, that still leaves 15,000. The numbers gap is still way too huge. Even facing death, they kept their spirits up, teasing each other. Gotta admit, those flat hats aren't joking around. It's not just power. Their technique is solid like a fortress wall. Cough, cough, getting scared. Then hand over those useless muscles of yours. "I'm telling the captain you said that." An arrogant grin spread across Gordon's lips. "Damn it, since it's come to this, let's drag as many of them down to hell with us as we can. The captain will get revenge for us later." Julian gripped his weapon tight, growling in agreement. "That's right, my lord will never forgive anyone who dares to attack him." He raised his battle axe high, his shout echoing through the heavens, and Earth Knights of the Ferris clan prepare for battle. The entire troop responded with a unison war cry. Charged like two floods of steel crashing into each other, the Ferris Knights slammed straight into the enemy formation without hesitation. Roars for the Ferris clan echoed amidst the ear-splitting clash of metal. The battlefield instantly turned into a giant meat grinder, where blood and steel blended together. Julian swung his weapon in a sweeping arc, every slash carrying terrifying power, knocking away every enemy in his path. The knights fought while screaming, "You bastards, I'll make sure you never dare look at the Ferris clan again." They fought like beasts cornered in a dead end, determined to protect their clan's honor until their very last breath. From above, Heron looked down at that stubborn resistance with eyes full of contempt. "Humph, realized you couldn't escape, so you chose to resist to the bitter end." He pointed his sword toward Julian and ordered Vanguard Mage Formation, advance. A barrage of blazing fireballs was launched, zooming toward the knights. Sensing the danger, the knights shouted loud warnings to each other. Magic attack. Come and try your luck. Our armor is made with dwarven technology. Right at that moment, hanging by a thread, magical lights suddenly burst forth from the staffs. An energy wall shot up, blocking the entire rain of fireballs, creating massive explosions in midair. Heron and his lieutenant were startled. Magic. A female voice rang out, "I can't just stand by and watch the knights die right in front of my eyes." Vanessa was hovering in midair, her black hair flowing in the surging currents of mana. "I'm joining the fight too." Her appearance was like a goddess descending, causing the entire battlefield to freeze for a split second. Meanwhile, Hutchinson, the hooded enemy commander, had found his target. He rode his horse closer to Julian. He stared him down and said with a sneering tone, "Now I know your name. Former captain of the Ratados Mercenary Corps." Julian. Julian didn't answer. Only his sharp, cold eyes stared back at the enemy through the slit of his lion-shaped helmet. Hutchinson recalled, "That was a mercenary group we used to do a lot of business with because of their outstanding skills. But then they suddenly vanished, so I completely forgot about them." He laughed mockingly. "Why are you selling your life for Baron Ferris? Do you think just by playing knight you can wash away your mercenary nature? If you actually believe that Ferris, that animal, can rule the North, then let me give you a piece of advice." He emphasized every word. "It is all just a foolish delusion." Julian kept a calm face in front of those provocations. He slowly replied with a steady voice, "The mercenary of the past is dead." He tightened his grip on the axe. He declared, "Lord Gislan granted me a new life." His eyes burned with pure determination. "Nothing can shake me. His dream is my dream." On horseback, Julian charged straight at Hurton like a beast, raising his massive axe high, ready to crush anyone in his path. Boom! A deafening blast rang out as Julian's axe clashed head-on with Hurton's sword. Terrifying power from Julian's strike, sparks flew everywhere. The shockwave blew Hurton back, clearing a deadly void in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Julian gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with resolve, not flinching one bit at the enemy's power. Hurton had to flex everything just to tank it. He growled deep in his throat. "Humph!" He groaned, feeling the 1,000-pound weight of that attack. No time to breathe, both rushed each other again. Sword and axe tore through the air, a dance of death. Hurton swung his giant blade down with insane speed. But Julian reacted instantly. Clang metal smashed against metal again. Julian tanked the storm-like attack without budging. Seeing an opening, Julian used his freakish strength to knock Hurton's weapon aside. Bro couldn't even react. Julian's axe ripped through the wind, delivering a savage slash right at Hurton. Direct hit, blood sprayed out. Hurton gasped, totally shocked by this overwhelming power. The hit was so hard it sent both Hurton and his horse rolling into the dirt, dust everywhere. Through the pain, Hurton realized something terrifying. This force, this power hit completely different from before. If it's just raw stats, we are totally outclassed. He's already injured. Where is he getting this monster strength from? He looked up at his opponent, eyes full of doubt. "I don't get it. Why would someone like you..." Hurton screamed, furious and confused. Why would a trash mercenary throw his life away for that beast lord? Julian stood tall, his voice deep and commanding. "No one is allowed to call Lord Ferris a beast." He gripped his weapon tight, stating firmly, "And I won't let anyone insult his dream. That is my chivalry." Hurton was stunned into silence. Thoughts raced through his head. "I've never seen a mercenary show such absolute loyalty to a master. They're supposed to be scum who put money first." Acting on instinct with zero honor, he pictured that proud figure, Baron Ferris. Rumor has it that Beast tamed a wild lion. Just to turn it into a knight, not giving him time to think, Julian raised his weapon, ready to bring down the thunder. Hurton gritted his teeth, rushing to block the lethal blow coming his way. Julian dove in like a lion hunting prey power, so insane it felt like space was tearing apart. But Hurton wasn't a pushover either. He spun to dodge and unleashed a massive counterslash. The two warriors brushed past each other, leaving trails of blood on the cold ground. Mid-battle, Hurton's voice rang out solemn and respectful. "Please forgive the rudeness of the Hurton Legion." Addressing White Lion Julian with serious respect, he gripped his sword with both hands, eyes locked on his opponent. "As a knight, I officially challenge you to a duel." Meanwhile, Hurton was screaming orders to flank the enemy. From above, the enemy looked like swarms of ants tightening the noose. The situation was hanging by a thread. Ivan panicked and turned to Vanessa. "With this numbers gap, if we get surrounded, we're cooked." Ganverick asked, "Is there no other way?" Vanessa, sweating buckets, shouted the order. Ivan Magus. "Circle formation." Now, She slammed her staff into the ground, activating a glowing magic circle beneath her feet. Instantly, giant ice pillars shot up from the ground, forming a solid defensive wall around the army. The enemy stared at the towering ice, stunned. They blocked off the area. How are we supposed to siege them now? Hurton ground his teeth, glaring coldly at the enemy. What an eyesore. So annoying, he immediately ordered his subordinate Willow deploy magic. Willow replied, "Yes, sir." The enemy armored cavalry started rushing in. Twin Wings Knights, 2nd Company. Break through the front. Focus the mages first. Gordon and the other knights bravely charged out to intercept. Not on my watch. Stop them. The battlefield turned into chaos, swords, clashing screams everywhere. Julian's knights fought like demons, repelling wave after wave of attacks. But against overwhelming power, they were slowly getting pushed back by the sheer number of enemies. Vanessa stood her ground, staring down the stampede of mounts, charging in like a damn hurricane. She summoned every ounce of strength, screaming as she unleashed her next spell. Bolts of lightning exploded from her, tearing into the enemy lines. Lightning Spear. The massive attack drained her. Vanessa collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. Ugh! Anfon fought off enemies while screaming back at her, "Vanessa, if you keep spamming high-cost magic like that, you're going to kill yourself. Hey, you good?" Vanessa's hands were shaking, but her eyes were locked in. "Forget about me. Just focus on saving the knights." Suddenly, Vanessa's eyes went wide. She spotted a massive buildup of mana gathering on the other side. Julian felt it too. Something was wrong. In the middle of the chaos, the mage Willow was channeling a gigantic fireball in the sky. The heat was absolutely insane. Everyone was terrified. Is that the spell that wrecked the city gate? Damn it, if that hits us ice wall or not, we're all cooked. Everything's going to vaporize. Even Julian was sweating bullets facing that kind of destruction. Hurton capitalized on Julian's distraction, landing a heavy blow that forced him back. He roared, forcing the old general's attention back to the duel. "Aren't you supposed to be fighting me?" The enemy mage laughed maniacally under the blinding glow of his spell. "Mage of Ferris, thanks to you, I've finally ascended." "Doesn't matter how cracked you are. You picked the wrong side, so now you're just going to be a pile of ash." His face twisted in madness. "It's over." Julian let out an earth-shattering roar. He poured everything into one strike, knocking Hurton back, then ripped the sword from his back and hurled it. The blade tore through the air at godlike speed. A sharp beam of sword aura shot from the tip straight at the floating mage. The guy's eyes almost popped out of his head as the blade closed in. The aura pierced right through him, severing his mana flow instantly. He dropped from the sky like a stone. The energy ball went critical and detonated high in the air, a deadly fireworks show that thankfully missed the army below. The blinding light vanished, leaving only the silent night sky. Hurton looked up, completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Gordon and the troops erupted in cheers. "We're alive, Captain Julian just landed a critical hit." Vanessa teared up silently, thanking Captain Julian. Even after going all out, he never forgot his duty. He shouted to steady the troops. "Hold defensive formation. 1, stand your ground." But right then a cold voice chilled his spine. What a waste of effort. A sharp blade pierced Julian's chest from behind. Blood sprayed everywhere. Vanessa froze, her face draining of color. Hurton leaned in, whispering cruelly, "This is the price you pay for looking away during a sacred duel." Julian gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring up one last time. Even as life drained from his body, he shoved Hurton back and swung his axe in a massive arc to create distance. Hurton didn't give him a second to breathe, rushing in with a flurry of brutal slashes. Julian tried to defend, but he was completely running on fumes. He was getting overwhelmed. Another fatal strike landed, tearing through the old general's heavy armor and soaking it in blood. Hurton looked down at the defeated warrior, his eyes showing a hint of regret. "I didn't want it to end like this, but I had no choice." That's war. It never goes how you imagine it. The massive frame of the White Lion. Julian slowly collapsed onto the cold ground. Agonized screams erupted from his squad. Vanessa shrieked in despair, tears streaming down her face, while Hurton roared in triumph. Julian lay there motionless amidst the chaos. His breathing slowed, his vision started to blur. He could feel the chill of death creeping into his bones. Flashbacks of his legendary battles flooded his mind. He used to be invincible, the warrior who crushed countless enemies. He thought of the brothers and sisters who fought by his side, Vanessa and von Scoven. A voice echoed in his head, "This is the end." Then the image of his young master appeared clear as day. The day he knelt and swore his loyalty, Gislan had smiled gently and said, "Just keep moving forward. Don't look back." Julian's eyes flickered. The new life his master gave him, the days they lived as a family, fighting for something that actually mattered. Gislan, Carl, Rosalind, everyone. They were the greatest treasure he ever had. In his delirium, he saw a familiar silhouette standing there. Memories of guiding his team, the image of his little girl. He felt a warm hand on his shoulder. Just like back then, Gislan was looking at him with absolute trust. "You are one of the people I trust the most." Lying on the dirt, Julian whispered with his final breath. "I'm sorry," a voice called out in his mind. "Master Gislan." Suddenly Julian's eyes snapped open. The light of life seemed to spark back up. Right before his eyes, a familiar figure stood tall, blocking the path between him and the Reaper. Julian gasped, "Master." That familiar voice rang out to his subordinate, "Maintain your dignity." He turned back, sharp eyes locking onto Julian, and commanded, "Stand up."